and welcome to Atlanta. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and this is your Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We got some of the best teams in the world in the building today, and we get the pleasure of watching them duke it out. This is a $1 million opportunity, but only one team can answer that knock. We got a hell of a lot of games this weekend, 3 days of action, but I got a hell of a lot of friends to help me cover it. My man I Hold Shift is in the pit right now. He's going to show you a little bit of our house.
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, new this year at the World Championships, because we've got so many electric teams from across the world, we have the tournament pit, and there's already a handful of audience members ready to get up close and personal with the other teams that are playing off the main stream. We've got extra streams going on with all the coverage today for the Swiss format. I'll be your man right down in here, giving you guys all the updates throughout the entirety of our opening matches. Lots of upsets, I'm sure, are going to be happening, so I'll be right there with you the entire way through to give you the lowdown on what's happening, who's surprising who, and maybe who a potential MVP may be throughout the first day. Outside of the pit, though, we also have some other things that are going on, whether you're tuning in, you're going to be joining us here later this weekend, or if you're in the venue now, or if you just want to know more about the venue from home. We've got this laser tag arena right over here to my right. I will be taking all chals. I will be going undefeated all day long. And then, of course, behind that, we also, if you want to get your hands on COD Mobile,
oh
the
my
Snapdragon
God,
setups are also there. And, of course, it wouldn't be a mobile event unless there was a place
to
for you to
watch
charge
on
up your phone, get yourself ready to go throughout the entirety of what is going to be a very long day.
Hi,
Tom, you're already getting yourself all jazzed up and ready to go, brother.
Like Johnson, official caster
Well,
is crazy.
there's a bunch of stuff that's great to see as well. Here in Atlanta, we're the city of artists, and right here, we are showing a little bit of what we do. 16 teams, all represented on this graffiti wall over here. And on the other side, we got the same thing with the other teams, but we also have the local
How are you,
artists.
Jay? How are you, Seven? How are you, Royce?
All
How are you,
the
Kande?
clerks
How are you, everyone? How
Chuck,
are
can
you?
you tell
How
them a little bit of what you've done here
are
today?
you?
Yo, what's happening? Welcome to Atlanta. We're the city of graffiti, street art. You're going to see it here because we've got these 16 teams represented in the
Yeah, and
logo.
hi, Tico,
They're all
hello.
going to get crossed out, so that's going to be fun to watch. As well as we've got a collaborative graffiti wall over here that we're going to be doing with all the attendees and special invited guests. So I can't wait to check out the
But
magic that
I
we're
don't
gonna
understand
produce
why
this
they're
weekend.
acting like a
It's
rappers,
we've got
like
our own flavor here in Atlanta.
the
And we are
gestures
bringing
and
it
everything,
to the
like,
SBS.
bruh.
You can customize jerseys as per usual. If you've ever been to one of the DreamHacks, we got it here, and this has ATL all over.
Who's gonna buy
We got
this
Call of Duty
t-shirt?
all over it as well. I introduced you to one of my friends
Is there
already.
people
Here are
like
three
who
more.
bought
Glitter
the
Explosion.
tickets
How you
for
doing?
this live
Thank
show?
you very
Like,
much, Afton. I don't know about undefeated on those chals shift, but we are live here from DreamHack Atlanta for our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and it's going to be a very exciting weekend. I can't wait to get into all the action. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here all weekend, but I am joined by two wonderful men here on the desk to kick things off on day
Don't-
number
I
one.
don't
Proper
understand,
Infield
like,
Mania,
slide.
hanging out. Proper, are you excited?
yeah,
Very
bro,
excited.
and it, bro. But why don't they like host this championship in London? You know, they did it in like America all the time. So maybe this time they should have done it all in London.
With pure emotion from everybody on the teams.
The
on
city
the
of
pitch.
in
It's
it.
going to be an absolute
You know?
blast to see all of this face each other.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about our teams. Let's start talking about how this entire weekend is going to work, starting
I feel
with
like
which
the
teams are
rapper,
going to be
like,
playing
gangster.
here this weekend. Like you mentioned, 16 of the best teams in the world
And the
hanging out
eco
with us,
is
competing
crazy.
for an insane prize at the end of all of it. Obviously, some returning teams, NA, LATAM, China, lots of faces you should be recognizing, and the real question is, who will be taking home
But where is
this
the stream
year's
ABC? I
championship?
still
And how
don't
are they
see
going
it.
to get there proper? Explain it.
Oh man, it's going to be a long weekend, like Doc was talking
Because
about.
they are
there.
America, and it
16
bro.
teams here across the entire globe going to be playing through what we call a Swiss bracket here in esports. Everybody starts off
You're not
0-0.
very
As
familiar
this
with
progresses
the
through the system, you can see where you start to qualify for that championship bracket. Obviously, you lose
But
last
is it my
series, the last
headset?
bracket
Like,
play on
the sound
today.
is not
But
that
before you lose, the less
great
likelihood
somehow.
it is that you have to be there at 2-2. So that
Are
when
they
you
in like
get
cave or
those last
something?
spots for the single elimination bracket,
What is going on with the
And of
audio,
course, it obviously all
bro?
culminates in the championship fight, and this is what they are fighting for.
Are they
An
in
insane amount of
cave?
money on the line.
I'm serious.
Right,
Like, are they in
7,000
a
for the
cave?
13 towards the 16, then 12.
Are they like
12
kidnapped
and
by
20,000
Activision or
for
something?
5 through
What
8.
is going
34
on?
take home 80K. Second place, runners-up is going to be with 170. And the grand champions takes home $400,000, ladies
Great
and
season.
gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that
So
they've
apparently,
got so far in the competition
they are
already, top
playing
16
on
in the
Call of
world.
Duty
They've had
Mobile
a little bit of
on
cash in their pockets, so these teams are
Samsung Z
absolutely going to
Flip.
be fighting tooth and nail for that first place $400,000 prize, which is why
Because
this
they
competition
can
is
just
going to be
raise
so
crit
epic
by
to close
just
out
flipping the
year.
phone, you know?
But we need to give a little bit of historical background as well
Easy,
before we really start
easy.
diving into some of these storylines. Let's go back a couple years and look at the timeline of our victors so far, because there's a little bit of a trend here, Proper.
Yeah, by definition,
No,
there's about
I don't
4
want
acts
Tribe
that are
to
on the
win
screen
this
right
game
now for
again.
2021 and
I just want like a
2022.
new
Tribe
team
by
to win.
brand.
Imagine.
Top of
Imagine
everybody's
is
hit list
crazy.
when it comes down to
Imagine.
what they have been able to accomplish, even going through
Oh my
some
god!
of the highlights that we had throughout
You know that
2022,
last year,
last
they
season,
showed like the videos of the members like this?
that is what Tribe Gaming looked like just last year and what they were able to do. to Luminosity,
Didn't
to
they
everybody else
did a
along the way.
warm
A lot of
dance?
people see
I was
scares
like
when they ended up
laughing
dropping
so
massive into
hard.
the series to come back with the lower bracket. But let me tell
Oh
you, when
my
they got to
days.
grand finals, they got the job done, no questions asked.
Absolutely, and like you mentioned, they dropped one match, if I'm not mistaken, that was against Wolves, and ended up on the loser side of the bracket. But fortunately enough for them, they stepped it up. They went against everybody else once more and redeemed themselves.
And
in a
those
great
postures
fashion,
to
defeating
try
at the very end,
try so hard
Luminosity
in,
up and
like to
waving
show
at
the
them.
tattoos
Wow,
on arms
here
and
it
like
is
fingers or
tremendous to see
whatever.
them
They just
overcome
try
their
so hard, like
mistakes. And,
sweating
well,
to
overall,
show their
talking about losing
tattoos.
that one up, and you see
I don't
them
know,
just pure
like, you know.
happiness when they finally ended up winning last year.
Well, we're talking about previous champions. Obviously, Tribe Gaming
If
on
J
everybody's
LG
minds,
win,
but we
J
need to
lose the
explain what has
baby
now
cover
happened
in
since
Korea.
then
Oh my
when it
god.
comes to some of these rosters. Okay, we can't talk about Tribe out talking about LG, obviously one of the favorites, but explain to me what went on with the rosters and those shakeups here, Proper.
Well, in between the last calendar year, last year's
I'm
World
also
Championships, and what we
surprised
just
that
had,
they didn't hire
transpired
Bobby
even
Plays
last
to
season
as
on
a
SBS.
caster.
You almost have to feel
Because
like
I
LG
swear
and
he was
Tribe,
the
as far as
caster
players are
for
concerned, looking at each other, it's like, hey, you want to mess around and create a super team? Because
last
that's
year as
exactly
well.
what
And he
transpired
usually like
when you
cast
take the best of the best of what
tournaments
grand
and
finals looked like last
games
season,
for-
specifically for LG. They are on
That
the
was
top of the
interesting
list.
this season.
And here are some of the highlights that we had from Seattle the last time that we saw these teams on land, specifically for North America of SBS Season 4. They were able to beat Team Mayhem 4-2, and they looked pretty damn good along the way. Let me tell you something, when you have Tectonic Band, Envy, Vague, Washi, and Marshy all on the same roster, you feel like not a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, I think the famous streamers will be in this site.
And at the end of that, we actually did get
I
a chance
swear
to talk
they
with
got
LG's
invited
coach, Hippo, and
to
he had a
this
really good quote that applies
show.
to this weekend, so let's check it out.
I think.
This is everything for us because we know that
Hippo?
NA has a target on its back. And
But
being
to be
number
honest,
one
I
in
don't know
NA
much
means you have the
about
biggest target on our
players.
back.
Now, Gil, I want to get your thought on that. Do you agree? Do you think NA has a big target on their back this weekend?
I absolutely do, I gotta be honest. After what has happened last week, how they were able to not only take the first but also second spot, LG and Tribe just dominated above everybody else.
But I saw
It
this
only
guy
makes sense
from
for
Trouble.
all of these regions, all of these teams to have
He's
something
the
in mind,
LATAM
which is try to defeat
team's
NA.
MM caster, right? I remember this face.
Suffice to say,
But didn't he
it's going
have
to be
like a long hair?
absolutely
Like,
jam-packed, and if you're at home, you're not going to want to miss a single second of the action. If you're local in the area, I don't know why
Korean?
you're here. Make sure you're coming here.
He's
watching
Korean?
live. But if you are at home, follow us on social media, okay?
nah, I'm colaaaaaaaaaaaa fine.
Facebook, where you can keep yourselves up to date with everything that's going on with the Snapdragon Pro Series here at the Call of Duty World Championship all weekend long. And if you want even more than that, you can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
Oh my god, I can't start with this audio. It's like when I started stream on YouTube, there is like triple and double sound of me. It's like that. It sounds like they played like 10 videos at the same time, so the sound is like just
about what we have on the docket. First match of the day. We started with the storylines, but then we might as well start the match with them. Our first match, LG versus iNCO. Proper, talk to me about LG.
Biggest target on their back. First at this tournament. Favorites, no questions asked. This roster was built off of nothing but standout players from the 2022 World Championships. They are meant to win this event. They did, of course, end up going back and Mayhem just in Seattle. But everybody keeps asking, what's the for this team here for 2023 World Championships?
I'm done.
Here are your 5 starting players for Luminosity.
What the hell?
These are some of the most winningest players of all time since Call of Duty Mobile's inception.
Oh,
Say they have a target on their back.
what was that?
Yeah, and that's just one half of what we've got going on
The
here
money.
for match number 1 of the day as we take a look at LG getting
I think they set a theme like
stage, comfortable at their stations, ready to go, making sure all of their tech is complete. And the pillow setup we've got going on here. That's a double setup, okay?
Yeah.
Comfort kill.
Oh, that
Absolutely.
was
They have to be
great.
comfortable, they have to be on their A game, and I'm sure
I want to
they
see
will
Kings
be,
doing
but
that as well.
they're
Europe
not going to
teams.
be alone on stage, of course.
Oh
on the
my
other
days.
side, we will have players over from iNCO. That's right. We're moving now onto the LATAM roster that will be facing out Luminosity Gaming. We
Please.
can see them all there
Stop.
on the ball.
Please.
Getting ready for the fight, getting ready for the action. Last year, they ended up third, but on this year, I'm sure they're aiming for more. They'll try to climb up that ladder. They'll try to knock down what last year ended up second.
Why are you
though, like
holding
you had
the
mentioned.
door?
They fused, they merged, and now with this super team, they are
I'm done.
with the target from North America, but specifically the ones to the heat.
Shit,
tonight.
baby.
As we
Shit.
take a look onto the roster, you are gonna have, of course, Lucasine, one of
Shit.
the best players in this team, alongside with
Did you
that,
see the
those are
guy on the
Lips
left?
and Dermic. Those are gonna be the 5 fighting against the monster team of LG.
Take a
Oh,
look here at the iNCO squad as they're able
Oh
to
my
save as well. I'm not gonna
gosh.
lie, Dad might be one of
What
my
was
favorite
that?
names ever in all of gaming. It's
The
just so
fuck?
simple.
Like the whole set.
The whole vibe.
shit.
I'm here for it, alright? They look like they are locked in.
Oh my
getting themselves ready
god,
for
why are they
match
doing this?
Number 1 of the day. And this one should
But I
be
still don't see
interesting.
the
They have
stream
faced off
ABC.
before
I
in
want
the
to see
past, but, if
Wolves
I'm not
versus
mistaken,
Kings, you know, Chinese team
production was
versus
able to actually find something pretty
Europe.
cool on social media, and I kind of want to get your opinions on this as well. There was a tweet, okay? Who's the best player?
and sexy is crazy.
Lucasine won this, but I want to get your thoughts on this one, Gergel.
I mean, it's complicated. Of course, these two players have shown so much historically, have been the faces in a way of their own teams, wherever that might be. There you have it, Lucasine tech completely set in mind. I don't know if the difference is as high as
Oh,
it's
after
if I'm
this
being honest with
on
you,
this
but the
stream.
fights
Oh
there,
my
these two
god,
are
I can't wait to
absolute
see
monsters.
And now, I mentioned this just a moment ago,
Wolves
but Proper, I
versus
want
King,
talk
to
to
be
you a little
honest.
bit about LG
Because I
versus
support
iNCO
Chinese team.
because this
And
was
oh my
the
god,
match
why
that
the
we
camera
saw
is so
in
close to
World
their face?
2022, so they have faced off on this type of a stage before, and
Oh
you
my
got
God.
to cast in it. I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean,
And the Europe team is teams that are familiar to me. You know, because we are in EU, so we often meet like EU pro players in ranked, so I'm not really familiar with like NA pros or LATAM pros. Hey, my internet is back. I got disconnected from everything.
a lot more supplementary eliminations coming from LG's side. But hey, in a game of Call of Duty, it doesn't always matter about the kills. It always matters about your teamwork, your
From the map that I've
That's
seen
my
them play against
question.
Loops, so I feel like that's an interesting choice for us to see first. Then, right
I mean,
after
that is
well, talk to me a
sad
little
that
bit about
like
this search and
everyone had internet problems, so they just think, oh my god, I think it's just my Wi-Fi, you know? They just don't think it's the streamer, you know? Because everyone had internet problems, at least like once.
that map number 3, which is Crossroads Control. And that's where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting. We talked about the kills. We talked about how impactful they can be. We want to talk about a map mode combination that is very diabolical and can sway in any direction on who can slay more. We got it for a map number 3.
I mean,
I want to see the device.
We watched even the fact that
This game should be really good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
But I guess that's the difference.
one of the best NA teams, and iNCO, of course, yes.
I guess on the west side of the hemisphere.
So I'm just assuming that it's gonna be really close game. I don't know. Supposed to be.
Let us know your thoughts as well. I'll ask the casters which way they're leaning, but who do you think is taking home match number 1 of day 1 to kick off
This
the
could be
entire
us.
Call of Duty Mobile World Championship? I want to see where chat's sitting on this one.
What
type
could
of
be
regional
us?
fandom we have going on with them. And then, of course, guys, which way are you leaning? Proper, we'll start with you.
I mean, it's got to be LG, isn't it? All day, every day. I mean, look, there is a reason why LG are here. They're the number 1 team. They can very much so close us out of the 2.
But I want to see the other teams as well. I just want to see the clips, the posters and gestures with the money.
Of course, LG still shines a little bit brighter, but you know, you can't take your eyes away from iNCO. It's gonna be interesting to see how they start off. You mentioned it from last year. They struggled on respawn, so it's gonna be really, really important.
Oh,
as we jump right
Apocalypse,
into map number 1, Proper. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Lauren, we'll be seeing you after this series will conclude. And, well, without further ado, Worlds 2023 is underway with LG.
I mean, if it was me, I would just sweat for hours. I'm not saying like sweating in game, just sweating in real life. Cause like, so nervous. Like, oh my god. Because if you do shit in these champs, everyone gonna laugh at you, you know? Everyone gonna save the clip and everyone gonna laugh at you, like, bro, what the hell are you doing? Something like that. Let's go team, we can do it. Let's go, partner. Try talking directly to the other team. Imagine like 7 is playing a game, like middle of the game, and he just stood up and just started like trash talking.
Set up 10 points for themselves, but so far LG is doing a great job.
You say rotate. Washi hasn't moved. He's been over here since the beginning of the game, over by that P2 hop you saw right there.
And when you play SMD in champs, he's gonna send AFK, AFK. You died. AFK, you died. Your mom.
But still, LG find themselves in firm control. They have the back area spawned, trying to cut off the reinforcements for iNCO, but they have already broken inside of P2 to be able to get those close spawns. You better hope that it's enough numbers to maybe try to overwhelm these LG players around the opening hardpoint. But we're already now at 20 seconds. You have a 50-point deficit. You have to start.
So the reason why he got the legendary gun is just aesthetic. Since he put the red dot with the red legendary gun, that's just aesthetic. The kill effect and stuff. Fennec.
Absolutely the biggest issue. They are not being able to get the kills to actually break.
Maybe he doesn't have the mythic Fennec.
Too late. They do steal the final second of that kill. That's just
I don't actually like the legendary Fennec. Because compared to the mythic one, the iron side isn't that good, you know.
Managed to get inside, but let's see for how long. It's gonna be less than 10 seconds already there.
I know 7 is fighting not even just the enemy. 7 is fighting teammates as well. Like he's fighting everyone.
Already on the go for the triple digits, not allowing iNCO to feel comfortable whatsoever.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Will drop it at a distance, try and stay alive. Will be taken down.
They get some account from codm, which has everything in it, like every single. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot about that.
LG, man, they are the team to defeat, and at least so far, that's not looking likely for the side of iNCO.
10 seconds left to fight over here at the broken down helicopter P3, as we like to call it here in COD Mobile, and it is about to be a 100.
But the thing is, I don't really use Phoenix. So this guy is crazy though. That means he could use legendary, well, I don't know, mythic growl, but he's using the default growl with the red dot.
We've seen it set up. This is the first time that we've seen this as far as the first set and the first match. To be completely candid with you, the Luminosity has the spawn out over by Useless. They also have some.
Oh no. I hate when I waste my, oh my god, operator skills. Bro, he was laying down on the floor with the purifier and he died like that. Oh hell no.
Inside, we're gonna have Wash Envy there with the War Machine taking a double at a distance, just waiting for anyone to walk by. Absolutely nothing to be done there for iNCO. They try.
Pretty pink box with makeup cost over 700 euros! Oh my god, that is so expensive!
Tries to go for more, does not find anyone there. 150 points to only 30 for iNCO Gaming, and ladies and gentlemen, the point differential getting bigger and bigger by the hill. We're gonna go back into the middle. We're gonna go back into the first.
No, it depends. If you feel happy buying like in-game stuff, why not? You can do it. And if you feel happy buying other stuff outside, that's good. That's also good. So it's just a preference and your decision.
Back through the smoke, takes the assistance, and iNCO does take the kills, but does not take the kill, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. They are not taking anything. Finally, they're going to begin to do so as that bounces inside that so far. Has been struggling a lot so far this game, probably.
Who's watching the Ruins push? You have one player that was playing over by that hop-up, and you just essentially allowed Big to waltz his way through Peach.
Oh my god.
You still have those close spawns if you are iNCO. You need this response. Having about 120 point deficit on Apocalypse.
I mean, there is so many like pretty makeup products. It's not even the content inside. The package. The package is pretty as well. Fancy package.
For LG are spawning all the way across the map, but iNCO need to find these kills. A 2-for-1 trade going inside of the ruins, but you saw
I actually like the Korean ones as well. They got like so many like pretty stuff compared to like other countries. Like cute and pretty.
You have to be able to push them all the way back through P4, and he is just going on an abundance of a killing spree. Now up to 4 in a row, trying to get himself some more streaks. Already got himself at least the Predator missile plus the Hunter Killer drone. Is that enough to be able to secure the back 30 seconds? It seems that LG are going to be playing for the future. The leaders of
oh my god, this hard point is so annoying. If they hold the angle like properly, you cannot break into the hard point that well.
They used 3 operators over there. It took huge value off of it. Nearly a clean point gonna go in favor of iNCO. There's still 15 seconds left, but as you mentioned, the side of Luminosity, they were too far ahead and decided to just opt out of that kill and move towards the next one. There you have Big taking a few shots, then communicating to his allies to get that next kill. Everybody's inside from above. Lucasine used that Predator missile, but doesn't take a single kill. They're gonna take that double. Gets knocked down by Lucasine, who continues to move forward. Dermic, who was questioned in the past team here, not doing a bad job so far. 16 kills for himself. This is gonna be another War Machine being used by Envy. Gonna take a double at distance, looking for the triple against Dad. Dad gets knocked out, but not before taking that kill. Lim's gonna bounce inside here with an equalizer. Finds 1, finds 2, goes for the third one. Lim's doing an amazing job, just destroying absolutely everybody that gets in his way. Finally, the side of iNCO Gaming have managed to get themselves inside of these kills, breaking through another double for Limbs, just cleaning everybody who gets inside. This equalizer value is out of this world, and ladies and gentlemen, iNCO Gaming are here, are alive, and although they were losing by a lot, they are actually getting so much done in just a few kills.
Got through the first rotation of Hills, the first rotation of operators for
See
all
them.
10 lobby, and yes, iNCO.
But I don't really see them a lot though. It's more like
if you're Luminosity Gaming, you traded
Iron
operators, equalizers, annihilators, war machines. Oh my, you finally found yourself an equal.
they caught up so much. iNCO was like a 25 points, but now they hit 127.
Now it's back towards the setup. Luminosity find themselves inside of P4.
Oh
There's
my.
a lot of time to fight over. Inco, you need to try to push through Chicken Coop, but you already have Bay cutting off reinforcements just outside of the Coop itself. One flank was starting to manifest. That was Dad trying to go all the way over by Useless, but it's already being watched by Rossi. No operators left to be played for Inco. How do you find yourself back in, especially now that Bay
This
has
point,
played
this hotpoint is annoying as well. What is going on with my voice?
They cannot close it here, Gil, but they're going to put themselves pretty damn close.
That's absolutely right. It's not going to be enough yet. But Inco finally breaking through it all. I don't think they even care that much about their skill, but Luminosity does at this point in time. A single second
your
is gonna get them
t-shirt,
closer and closer to success. Triple there with another equalizer.
Oh,
Ladies
hell
and gentlemen,
no.
that's been so far the
Equalizer
operator of the
is
moment,
actually
taking
annoying
so
as well.
much value off of it. Envy gonna take the last few seconds
I
to break
used to use that
30
operator
in favor of
skill as
LG,
well, though.
only 20 points away.
That's
from
actually, like,
success on game number
good to
one,
like
and
annoy the
completely ready
opponent
with the
with
Purifier.
the
Not gonna
equalizer,
use it
because
just
when you
from
die
above.
to
There
the
it is.
equalizer, it feels
Purifier
shit.
on his hand, gonna take kill number one over onto Lucasine. The side of Inco trying to get inside.
You've
but
never
it's too
seen
difficult.
this
It's
Grau
near
skin?
impossible. Luminosity
What?
Gaming only 15 points away. Washi gonna get knocked down. Lucasine with a third annihilator so far this game. Gonna take kill number one. They gotta get inside. They cannot allow any more seconds. Lucasine gonna destroy him. Not gonna be
Oh.
enough. Triple kill for MB. Luminosity
Nah.
back into the A game as per usual. Only 5
Yeah,
seconds
they
away. And
lost.
ladies and gentlemen,
They
there's
can't even put
absolutely
the...
nothing
Ah!
that can be done.
Okay,
Very last
okay,
of
somebody
Inco
put
comes inside. But I don't think that's gonna be enough. Tectonic still alive through the smoke, fighting
Oh
for
my
their
days.
lives. Inco
They
Gaming
trying
will
so
give up.
hard.
It's just not gonna be possible. 250 and LG are gonna take game number one.
Pretty convincing fashion, if you ask me. It mostly came down to a lot of operators that need to be utilized just to be able to keep them all at bay for P3, maybe 3 if not 4 if you include all the streaks that Leo Zero was able to put in his back pocket from B2. That was also invested from
LG winning the
Wall.
whole thing. Oh.
Realistically, was the only time that it felt like that Inco had themselves any semblance of control. Luminosity, though, since the beginning of Apocalypse, opening things up, they had themselves the advantage just not only from the setup, but also in the trade department as well. Once operators started being traded off left, right, and center through the second set of hard points, you saw the dust start to settle. Once we got inside P4, the final hill inside of P4, how is Inco realistically going to find their way back in? For all of these different highlights, it'll be quite telling for us here to be able to see when certain operators were just being pulled for Inco Gaming was realistically the only time that they had firm control on the map. Luminosity Gaming showcasing why they are the #1 team, not only just in respawn for the entire weekend perhaps, but also just their ability to be able to read the situation at hand. Got everything out from Inco in all of their backpack for all the operators and score streaks. From there on out, the leader's advantage was just too much to claw back.
I mean, when you're winning by 100+ points,
King's Roofs, I'm waiting for that game, that
You can
specific
choose
game,
push
to be
that
honest.
objective. You can choose to move on to the next one. You can strategize better. How?
Your boyfriend
How
is
in your
space?
favor, and that's exactly what Luminosity did. That is going to be now the stats of this game. And look at all LG.
What do you mean, your
Everybody
boyfriend
but
is
Big on
space
this
to
case,
win?
Taking a minute plus inside of those heals, just doing an outstanding job of rotating, making sure that everybody
Ew.
gets inside. On the other hand, you got Lucasine on the very top, but it is just really, really difficult. I'd say particularly on Inco's side, that definitely struggled a lot in game one.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what Dad was trying to go for continuously for a lot of that different hard point. He was trying to be that person to spearhead, if you will, for a lot of those rotations, but almost double negative. I'm pretty sure it actually was double negative at 15 and 32. It's just simply not going to be good enough for respawn, but you can wipe the slate clean. Obviously, this is the first series as far as a best is concerned. Switch format here if you're just now joining us for World 2023. This is our opening matchup between Luminosity versus Inco. NA's #1 versus LATAM.
Been a fan of him
#3.
for too long.
Is vibing on the
Why
stream
though?
currently, but look,
Why?
if you're
Is
Inco,
he like
you're
too
going into
OP?
search
Like
this
he has
game
good
mode
skills,
has a lot
or
more cannon for your
what's the
development.
reason?
It's why you are the #3 team coming out of Latin America.
Absolutely, and now it's gonna be on slums. He's gonna be search and destroy slums. Snipers are gonna be important. I gotta say, particularly on LG sides, I've always said that it's a map that for me particularly feel like they play really, really clean, really, really good. So Inco gotta make sure that those initial 20 to 25 seconds are on their A game. Why, you may ask? Because if you allow Luminosity to do what they want on those first 20 to 25 seconds,
I like
it's gonna get
slums
in
for
your face, they're
hard
just gonna make
point.
sure that even
I
if they don't
really-
get kills, they position themselves so well.
He's a
that
nice
you're
guy
not
in
gonna be
this
capable of
toxic
taking them out.
community.
They're planning
He's
the bomb, they're
funny.
gonna do it as quickly
You're
as they
very
can.
low.
If they are defending, they make sure that you just cannot get close to bricks to the blue house. It is just gonna be super important.
How do you
for
know
Inco
he's a
as they
nice
try
guy?
to just equalize this game.
He's
try to take it to the third
funny.
one, because the way they looked on game number 1
I thought
seems
he-
like a really
no.
difficult mission for them.
And I gotta say this much.
I
in
will
terms of
not
going down
say
Crossroads
anything.
Strike Control map number 3, it's like I was
I need to
already
clean
talking
hearts,
about
but
when
my
we were
car
doing
after
the opening
already
segment.
finally came
It's
to
gonna come
me.
down
It's
to a lot
too
of
sick.
kills.
I'm better. I have
Rarely
no
do
idea
you
what is
see,
what.
Crossroads Strike
Beth
being
doesn't have any ideas what's going on. What?
segments of progression. So you really do need to step things up.
Oh, just spend more time with your car. Cars, you can clean it like tomorrow, next week, you know, anytime. But spending time with your own pet is just, you know, nice.
Loops is the number 2 team from Latin America. This was actually a map number 2 that both Loops and iNCO did play, and well, iNCO were able to win.
I've just been following him for 2 to 3 years. Time? Sure fun, for real. But don't you follow like all the Call of Duty mobile streamers from the beginning? So you followed everyone for like 3 years. Ahem. Ahem.
To be able to wait for the timing for a sniper to get the go-ahead button. Just slam it all the way through, so that way those SMGs such as Ban can try to get into your face.
His blood results came out perfect.
Will be your sniper. I can only
He still
certain
doesn't wanna
when it comes
eat
down
his
to
ring.
Luminosity. Just all speculation aside, we are here on land. What feels like almost an eternity in between Seattle.
Maybe he's
and
just
Raleigh
so
last year
tired. I
for
don't know.
international competition.
No.
Without further ado, map 2 is
But
about to
thankfully
start.
that
Response are already out.
result
Round
came
number
out
1.
perfectly, you know?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Game
the nice
number
though.
2, map number 2, LG and iNCO. Round number 1. Let's get straight into the action. Plenty of grenades. And
But I really
of
don't
course,
like
that's
this
exactly what I was
Phoenix.
talking about. LG immediately trying
The
to get
iron
inside,
sight
but
is
same
too
for INCO.
massive,
Lazy
you know?
gets the kill,
It's
gets taken
it's
down
literally
himself.
distracting
Maybe
the
gonna
sight.
revenge that. Bay with the kill onto Dad. Immediately getting in front of them. Bay
Hi
with a
there,
double.
hello,
Even
how
a
you
minute
doing?
looking for the triple, trying to get out of there. Not gonna be fast enough. Barely survives that interaction, and it's only been 30 seconds. Ladies
In
and
April
gentlemen, that's exactly what I
2016.
was talking about. Lucas gonna be
Wow.
playing with the Locust and Leo Serra at a distance, just trying
That
to
20 is
reorganize
sniping?
themselves. They lost complete control of the bomb. There's the kill for
Oh my
White.
god, is that
Leo
you,
Serra can
Jay?
do absolutely nothing. Lucas in on his own against 4 monsters in front of him. Bay here. Gonna be right around the corner. Just
Yeah, I
pushing
thought they were gonna
waiting
use a
for the
switchblade,
opportunity.
but just
Why
everyone
is
is
he
spamming
waiting?
the
Because they're
Fennec.
defending. There's no real reason.
I saw
realistic
so many
reason
Fennec
for
earlier
LG to try to
with the
push
growl.
anymore. That they
It's
already
just
know
either
there's
growl
Envy
or
with a pure
Fennec, you
action,
know?
just completely control of the mid ground for LG. 1-0, immediately going for LG.
Everybody put their surprise Pikachu faces on because Washi and Tectonic have a double sniper set up here on Slums S&D. And look, realistically, you're not going to be able to
Really?
get at a bomb site reliably as an offensive team.
You
but
got
you
in
still
when
have
you
time
were
to try
almost
to
5
dissect
years
how
old.
Luminosity wanna try
So
to
you
approach
basically
this.
grew up
They
together.
find Edlund to try to play over the
That's
ground.
crazy
His
though.
absolute bullet hose. Leo Zera got a
Literally
really
your
good damage.
family.
And actually
The
opened
cat
up an
is
opportunity,
your
a 2-for-1
family.
trade. iNCO have the numbers. Bomb looking to at least get closer towards the bomb site needs to go down.
It's only been 25 seconds. Tank completely on his own. Bomb is going to be planted. Tectonic realizes that they might be planting. So
1v4 clutch?
with a sniper,
Question mark? No.
misses that shot. That's the doom for Tech. Great round for iNCO. Once again, the 25-second mark. I'm telling you all, these rounds are
Maybe,
just gonna fly
but still the Fennec, the
by.
close
You're
range is
looking for a
crazy.
long
Maybe
game.
that's why
Not
they're
gonna
just
find it
using
on
it to
slums.
just
It's
rush and
super quick interaction.
them
You're gonna have the top
faster.
view in here as we go for round number 3.
But it's basically like a Fennec versus Fennec
Fades
though.
out. Trying to get the early damage. It's actually a big battle happening over here by Well. You
Ah,
can see from
ooh, what
Fake
the-
trying to get the damage. The hip fire from the Fennec will get the job done. But a little bit of an overextension to the Deagle now. Tectonic able to at least take down yet another.
2v2.
Just in a blink of an eye, find ourselves here in a 2v2. Bomb essentially dropped closer towards B than it is further away. I love this call coming
Yeah,
through, at
to
least
you
from
and your
iNCO.
kid.
Both Lucas and Leo Zera trying to
You're
put
his
out the
punching
map, trying to find where Washi was located in the 2v1. Just play for the trade, worst comes to worst. you can walk away with the round via the kills. It's exactly what happens.
Maybe
As they go
you
down
cat
one
thought
round.
you were
They
his
managed to do it
friend,
now
you know?
twice in a row. Let's see what happens on
When you were a
round
kid, because
4.
you were so
far,
tiny.
Lucasine prior to that round had no kills. Now he got 2. Just getting himself
Let's go
comfortable,
iNCO
shaking
gaming,
away
huh?
any nervous that might be inside.
Yeah, even with the nerf,
Yeah.
clutch range is still
Another
OP
kill there
with the
a sniper
Fenix,
onto
so
Washi. Immediately through the smoke, you're
I
gonna
think
get
that's
that.
why they
Trying to
chose
see for
to
someone hiding behind that
play
bomb,
with
but
the Fenix.
why is there no one over there?
Do Gaza.
Flames going inside there.
Gaza, Gaza,
Thinking about planting
Gaza,
bomb quite soon. Those
Gaza.
defending at a distance are going to be none other than Tech.
No,
and
Severin, I thought you were a big fan
drops
of
to the
like
ground. Great kill by Tech, but the round's gonna
North
be down. 40
America
seconds on the
teams,
clock.
huh?
4v4, ladies and gentlemen.
That
One
is
drop
so
on each
weird
side,
to see you
and the
supporting
clock is
iNCO
ticking here
gaming
as Bake tries
or
to get
in
into
Call of
Powerhouse
Duty
with a Fenix. Finds an enemy,
Mobile.
gets taken down. A good kill for Leo. Goes for the next one, gets taken down. Derbick with a kill. Only Tech remains. 1v3. Tries to go for that kill. Not gonna be possible. A great headless position there for Dad.
20.
Another round in a row going in favor of
30
iNCO.
plus
I gotta be honest with you,
that's
I'm a little bit
crazy,
surprised
though.
of how well they're doing it, but it seems like they've cracked the code against how to play
Server is
this map against
crazy.
LG.
Bro can't even
But
cut
you
any
got to see
kills.
a pair witness.
They're just showing the dying moment,
Awesome.
you
Not
know?
only you were down in numbers,
He
but
doesn't have any sense to like
there's the immediate adaptation coming from Luminosity. There's 6
show
players
this
being shown to
gameplay,
take
like-
control of that bomb site, so they're taking the fight to them, trying to get right in their face with the R90.
I'm really like confused watching this gameplay. Like why he's changing the screens like that, bro?
Done with the Deagle, slides a little bit wide, still gets the kill on the Vig, but the information is at least there. 1v1.
No, I hate Fake. I like Tectonic and Bind. And fuck Fake, don't mind Toxic Block.
He actually has a steep advantage in this 1v1
What the-
as he's going to plant the bomb at B.
I don't
The
like
biggest
that
issue,
myself.
Lucasine doesn't know how safe he is to try to
So,
get this done.
like-
So he's actually going to clear all of the B bomb site. Now immediately try to shift his focus, try to get himself over
What
towards
is-
A. You have Washi trying to play a little bit
I
closer
think
towards
this
the
guy
graveyard.
just
Is he
downloaded
being
codm,
flanked,
like,
or is he going to be
and
the flanker?
hosting
Tough
this
to
game
keep
for the
engaged,
first
no
time.
audio cues to speak of. Every corner
Why
needs to be
this
checked.
guy
You gotta be
showing
speaking
the gameplay like
still have
this?
so much time left to
Bruh.
play. And Lucasine's completely aware of that, trying to clear as much.
Oh
of the
my
map as possible
god.
Before he has to reset the
Now
clock
we are
35 to get
satellite
the bomb
now.
down.
It's been
We're watching from
nearly
the
a minute for them
space.
to try to find each other. You've said it.
We're
perfectly.
watching it
You-
from the
you wanna plant
Mars,
bomb,
bro.
There's no doubt about that, but do you do it right now?
20
Do you
years
wait?
old.
Seems like he is ready for it.
Cat is
That
like
is
100 for
down,
you,
down.
man.
Washi gonna hear that sound and immediately will try to reposition himself. That's exactly what we're watching in here. A nade is gonna be thrown at a distance, not gonna land on anybody here. 30 seconds left, and this sniper face-off will continue for the next 30 seconds. Both missing their shots. Lucasine with the opportunity immediately bounces out with the Deagle. There's gonna be Washi with the smoke.
Flash.
Let's see if he tries to defuse. No, not yet.
So
20
they hit it
seconds.
though.
Sniper on hand. Missed
Oh.
the shot. There's Lucasine with the Deagle. And the kill will get another
You know, when you
round for
snipe,
the LATAM
this
team.
situation is so
Doing a
annoying when
great
somebody
job
just
in
like
the
suddenly
last
like
round before we flip spawns. They
prone
are taking a really important advantage against their
and
opponents.
you miss the shot.
He's starting to feel himself a little
Oh
bit.
god, damn.
Lucasine goes to the Deagle Watch. He's just like, no, I'll get the quick scope. This is 3 times in a row. Surely won't happen again.
I like cats and dogs. They just are. They are adorable. I don't want to make you like, oh, which is better, which is good, you know.
5-player hit all the way
They
through
both
the
are
A bomb
adorable.
site. Well, you can see why it does not
He just
work.
got flat. That was
Lucasine
flat.
just completely lines up one and then gets the collateral onto 2 more. 3 within the round now for Lucasine. It's just letting them absolutely have it. Slides in for the 4th.
Oh my god.
Luminosity are nowhere to be found. It's a 5-1 split as they switch sides.
Oh my god, Lucasine
I'm
is
bye-bye, City,
finally
bye-bye.
getting up to what we're used to watching him do. We're gonna flip spawns and the advantage is huge in favor of iNCO Gaming, but let's see if changing sides.
Oh my god, that was clean.
Lucasine with his knife onto Washi. Have some mercy on his soul, my goodness, already hitting double digits. No one in the game is near the numbers that Lucasine is dropping so far.
Yeah, bro is
here.
always
He
making
may
things
have
like,
dropped
oh,
2 rounds with no
this
kills
compared to
whatsoever,
like
but the
comparing
next
things.
4, he's doing an outstanding job. LG not managing a way to get into the middle ground of the map in iNCO. He's making sure that this small advantage has an impactful round for themselves. Lucasine with the hit mark for Leocera and lives with the kills. Only 2 remain. Big and Ted trying to play for their lives.
No, the
Ladies and
timing.
gentlemen,
If he was just cooking that place, nice.
Taking the kills, they're taking the rounds, they're taking away everything that we're expecting from the side of LG. We already got my point for the side of iNCO. I told you, man, it is important for you not to sleep on any of these teams. iNCO's proving that to us.
So we knew that their S&D was definitely going to be a bright spot for them coming in towards this series versus NA's #1.
But in this S&A,
they're taking an immediate fight through the middle of the map. Nobody focuses through the graveyard clicks whatsoever. This is a B tango.
I mean, the games are
now for LG's
so
last
quick, like.
era, just putting them in the dirt even further. Now up to 10 kills.
Oh my god!
Lucasine to be able to get the last.
Oh my god!
It is a blowout here in map number 2.
This game was so quick. I just blinked and the S&D game ended, bro.
Game for iNCO. They definitely struggled on that first round, but after that, they just stepped it up. They pushed that gas and they win 7-1 against LG. That was something that I was not expecting whatsoever. But that's exactly the kind of surprises that I love to see as we get to see the players' faces. They are still dead focused on what's coming, because what's coming
Lucas is
the
insane.
final
Yeah, he just showed us so many like
winner will be
clean
as we take
clips,
a
you
look
know.
on to some of the best moments
Damn, that
in
was
this game.
nice.
I gotta say, from Big, I
So,
just
hi,
love
Eminem.
whenever I see something
안녕하세요.
like shotgun. You can see it over
Dar.
there. That's still number 1, number 3.
안녕하세요.
He did
Dar.
a great job with it, but it's complicated. I'd say that this map is not necessarily the one for you to play with the R90.
Your Wi-Fi
but he went
punch-
for it, had a
punched the
great round
router.
after that. It was a struggle.
Slap
it was
it.
just a struggle.
Yeah, this
for
one though.
Lucasine, just getting 12 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on only 8.
But it was so quick.
so bad
What
whatsoever,
the
is it?
frick?
No, it's really not. It's a very emphatic showcase of events. You see it right here on your screen. 12 into Alfred Lucasine is not only just the MVP for his team. Realistically, the
Damn,
majority of
12
them you can see on the
kills.
left side, nobody from LG getting realistically anywhere close as far as double digits are
안녕하세요.
concerned. Leozera and Lucasine definitely putting them in the dirt. Great bait and switches, great rollouts, and ultimately fantastic adaptations. I mean, they lost the first round and then they won the next 7 straight. So, I mean, sure, why the hell not? Can you end up showing things out and closing things out as far as a map number 3 is concerned? But just as a reminder, this isn't the only series that is happening right now. We have international talent across the board. So without further ado, let's throw it over towards our pit reporter, Alan Schiff. What you got going over there, brother?
Guys, I can't stress it enough. Not only are you guys going through map 3, but we've got a lot of action going on right now in the pit. And I will say there's one match in particular that you guys need to get a second monitor up or a second tab up, because Tribe in Powerhouse was a really tight opening map. And
I'm not interested in Tribe and Powerhouse, bro.
Tribe didn't do their homework. Powerhouse has a perfect map set. This one has my first upset alert of the day. Summit Hardpoint started off for their first map. It was tight. Rabalo had to drop a pred for a 3-piece and an Annihilator to even get some sort of hope on the final hardpoint there. It ended up being a 250 to 220.
Where is Wolves?
Powerhouse is in control for a lot of the map up until the very last moments.
Where
But
is
I cannot
Wolves?
stress enough. They're on an express search and destroy right now. It is currently 1-1 in that map number 2. And this is another great map for Powerhouse. If they do go to 3, it would be a raid control, which, like I've already said, would favor Powerhouse again. So we've got a tight affair there on the Bravo stream. Other updates going on across the Charlie and the Delta. Q9 had no issues with Vitality in map number 1. They're on a meltdown search and destroy on the C stream. And then TLE and Standpoint.
Roster.
Don't sleep
I
on
said
Standpoint.
posters. I was
know
like, what
was for a
poster? I can
moment.
move
They
the
won
poster.
Summit 250 to
Hi,
203, and
Liz,
they currently find themselves up 4-2 on the firing range search and destroy. So
Did
a
you
lot of interesting
beloved
things happening here in
space?
Swiss round 1. We didn't have a lot of international experience to go off of for some of the teams that are currently battling at a pretty tight affair. Good stuff so far, but make sure you get those extra tabs open, because there's going to be upsets here happening immediately in Swiss round 1 in my mind. So that's what we got going down here in the pit. Back to you guys back at the desk.
And you can see the results on all the streams. Make sure you tune out on everyone at once. Come on, you can just do that if you want to get the most action out of all these games. As you mentioned, you can have it over there with Mr. Mustache.
Bye-bye, guys. Good night, good night. Good luck with your tuition tomorrow as well.
Great games. But it seems like we are the ones heading already onto game number 3 as we take another glance at these two teams getting ready for that final one. You were talking about that earlier. Control, Crossroads, Strike. What are we to expect now?
Crossroads is, yes, it is a very snow-riddled, but it will be completely red by the time that we are over. Doesn't matter how many rounds it's going to take. This is a very sleigh-heavy map when it comes down to Crossroads. Individually, obviously, getting rid of Raid and Standoff, we'll find ourselves here throughout all 3 of the maps. Luminosity, through last season, have found themselves 4-0 on Crossroads. There's anything to take away as far as the opening first 2 maps are concerned, especially with how Apocalypse kind of unfolded. Yeah, they can absolutely slay. Not saying that iNCO can't, but when it comes down to Crossroads, and realistically all of Control for Latin America, this hasn't really been a very good game mode for iNCO. However, when it comes down to it, really good setups, trades, ultimately just those longer lines of sight that you can somehow find on Crossroads, that might be
Hi Uni, hello.
potentially taking
How
a
you
map number 3 off of
doing?
Luminosity. Sure,
Oh my god, you guys missed the best part. When they showed the team with the video, like showing off money, like throwing the money to the camera. Oh my god, you guys should have seen that. I was literally laughing my ass off, for real though.
There can always be an upset in your favor or against. We are nearly starting as we are just waiting for everybody to settle in their seats. You can begin to see the fist bumps. A little water does not hurt. And ladies and gentlemen, iNCO Gaming will try to find the first update on the night against what we mentioned in the past is one of the biggest targets for everybody across all regions, even in.
But what is that headset? That looks interesting. It looks like
they managed to face
the one like we use
in
front of them. Planes and stuff.
You can see them
a
all
helicopter
over the place,
inside.
just waiting, patiently waiting, strategizing how they are going to start. And it's going to be really important that we don't see those double negative numbers that we saw at the beginning, specifically from Dad, but he was not the only one who was on red numbers. It's going to be important that if you're dying, you can at least make sure that your allies do take your opponent down, or else if you're just dying for nothing over and over and over again, we know, you've said it, yes, the objectives are important, but very rarely do we see rounds
Marcia is a
because
sword.
of the point itself rather than the kills.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's Control in a nutshell. Look, if you are new to COD Mobile, you're kind of walking over here in DreamHack, and you're kind of confused as to what the hell this game number 3 is. It is objective-based.
This is
yes,
pre-recorded. No, it's live.
Of progression, but you can also
It's
complete it
happening
via
right
the
now.
eliminations. Both teams start off with 30 lives. Should that conclude via the kills, and you're going to be feeling pretty damn skippy about yourself. Obviously, the operators and kill streaks that you're able to get for yourself could be very influential to be able to pull maybe another round along the way. But if it goes to a round 5, defense is always swayed to that of the team that has more seconds
Oh,
of
this map.
progression. Map number 3 in our opening series here for DreamHack is underway. And we'll have to see who can get the opening edge, and iNCO continuing on with at least what looked really good in that map number 2. Fantastic trades, not a whole lot of map control to speak of. That's a lot of blue inside these interior buildings.
That's right, you can see it over there. Indy does suffer the damage from Lucas
This
as he tries to push forward the defense for
Hi Motion, hello, how are you doing today?
important. Lucas in with another kill, bouncing once again.
I saw Andy drop to like 1 kill in Control, random one in screen.
Kill, but immediately getting spotted. The numbers
Oh,
are quite big. Was
1
trying to
kill
push
in
deep onto enemy's
Control,
territory,
I
but
would
pays the
cry.
price as he gets knocked down. 21-21. Ladies
This
and
guy
gentlemen,
looks like a
these
disco.
two teams are fighting for dear life right now. We're gonna see iNCO finally getting inside of A. Bandit trying to the they are gonna once again the potential confidence on the side of iNCO. Only 3 lives remain.
was
That's
a
gonna be
goal,
for
wow.
Lucas in Dad and leaps alive out of distance.
Red Dot
Lucas
is
in takes
better
that kill, but Gisela
sometimes.
gets knocked out. And also
Yeah,
the-
Candy used Red Dot on the anime, okay? I was like, Candy, what are you doing? Yeah.
1-0 going in favor of iNCO Gaming. That was a close round, but there was several moments where we saw iNCO struggle and LG just trying to constantly capitalize on those mistakes.
Control is so break-off dependent, and iNCO were at least able to find a decent amount of trades to start things off. That's why Lives just felt so close until that final hit. Luminosity were able to remain in control. Now we will switch sides. Luminosity.
Thank God they're not using the synced FOV, right? When they this.
Luminosity taking
Yeah.
control not only over
Because when they
they're also sending players
host
over by B as well. Hunter Killer Drone is
Mobile
already being
Mayhem, they were
invested,
using
trying
the
to cause a little
sync
bit more distraction,
FOV,
trying to push
so I
a
was
little
like,
bit further forward. And
why don't they
watching
turn it off, you know?
anymore. It's just down to Dad perhaps to maybe try to stop this B push from
When
happening.
you use
but he's
sync
unable to come up with much of anything at all.
FOV, it's really hard to see their gameplay, I mean the aims and
The
shit.
space provided off of that, the answer is yes, but not before Luminosity have already captured themselves the A control zone
Hi,
at 60
Funche.
seconds, and they have a segment at B.
Look at
Dino?
Nyler in hand finds the kill onto there.
How are you
Really
doing?
tries to find some more damage with it. Misses the second shot. Doesn't matter too much. Big gonna be there to help him out. So no trouble
That
over there.
boy.
But already here with the potential purifier usage. And there you have it. I just called it. He bounces out of his hiding spot to immediately take some value off of his operator. Takes kill onto Limbs. Immediately tries to push for more. Not gonna be possible though. Sarah with his own operator at a distance takes that kill. Dad slowly but surely pushing onto Envy's back. Takes that kill. Double for him. He knows that he's
Maybe
pushing.
not.
Gets the assistance of Leo Sarah. That's some great teamwork over there. But the lives are still not there. 15-11 in favor of LG. Could continue to make the opponents sweat. Plenty of grenades gonna be
Imagine
used.
Colab
Taking
qualifying
the
to
kill Envy with the
championships
use
to
of that
bottom frag
war machine, and that's
to
now
make the
double
opponent
the
feel
lives in favor of
amazing.
LG. They are trying to close this one up as
Oh
quickly
my
as they can. Tech with the knock.
days.
Envy with the war machine at a distance, and ladies and gentlemen, just like that, only 5
He really
lives
destroyed the
remain. Squad
trophy
side is
system
gonna be
with the
now
war
4.
machine.
There's near nothing that can be done at this point in favor of iNCO as Baig once again gets
11-3.
He's trying to distract the opponent somehow. some
Oh
way.
my
It doesn't
God, I
matter
think
too much at
LG
this
gonna
time.
win this
Only one remained. That's
control game.
Sarah and my friends. That is going
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
yet another round going in Luminosity's favor. iNCO with the backs against the wall try to go for the upset, but so far
The
not
character
looking like it no
skin?
more.
Oh,
You
which
saw the
one?
turning of the page, right? I mean, Luminosity, they had themselves control over by the warehouse. They knew that they had a life advantage. Why not pull out the operators, either
Oh, this
try to
one?
via the eliminations or guarantee it with the segments of progression? They chose realistically both. And now the ball
No,
is
this
in iNCO's
pro
court.
skin as well, you know, this one.
What do you have to do to try
This
to
character
make
skin
this
is so
offensive round
simple
and try to
and
at
it
least
actually
push
looks
us
like
to what
sweaty.
could be potentially a round
Yeah,
number
I like
3.
that skin,
You
to
have
be
no
honest.
operators. Luminosity aware of that. They open up with a Sparrow of all things, and they utilize it to try to get themselves in a position, but Vague up top with the stairs. R9O shotgun in hand will shut down any reinforcements for iNCO, trying to get themselves inside of their own building. And now they're all
Just
from the
not playing
outside
for other
looking in.
pros.
Lives are just about even. 24
Oh.
now plays up against 21 after that small little scrimmage. Luminosity not giving up much ground at all, but look out for Dad, player number 2 on the mini map there for iNCO, trying to put themselves in a situation to maybe try to get themselves on a flank. But that would mean that your team has to find any semblance of control from the front. Vague shuts down 2. Lim's able to at least answer back with 2 of their own, but can you even get on towards the zone? The clock has been ticking all
But I
this
want
time.
to
now
see
just down to
iNCO's
35
view
seconds.
as well, but they
Only
keep showing
35
the
seconds. Once again, time is going to be a struggle for iNCO. They managed to get inside though.
LG's
Over there on
perspective.
Alpha.
I know they are winning
Waiting
this
to
game,
find
but yes,
someone. Lims
please.
with the opportunity to get forward, but 2 opponents in front of him has to be careful. And the push from Baig was completely unexpected and managed to get a kill before getting taken down by Dad. Only 22 seconds left. They're trying to once again get control. It's just too difficult. Double.
Yeah,
for
Coca-Cola's
Watch.
Dreams
Gets knocked down by Lucas. Lucas with
Championships
his
for
own double kill over there.
real.
Tries to survive and go for more. Triple there for Lucas in Baig.
Minimalistic.
Just destroying
Yes, I love
25
those kind of
kills
skins,
for
you know.
Baig himself.
Not too
He
much,
likes the push. He likes
but
to be
simple,
in your
but
face.
it needs to
Find
be
that
pretty
kill
as well,
from
you know.
the back into Leo Serra. Only
It
5
can't be like simple and ugly. It should be simple and
running a
pretty.
triple, but it's not going to be enough. They need plenty more kills, and only 4 lives remain. Trying to capture the objective.
Oh,
They got
yeah.
2 players in. The Hunter Killer drones on the air. That is probably going to be an extra
LG
minute
gonna
for
win
them,
this,
but I'm not even
for
sure that's going to be enough. There's 8 lives and 2 operators being used by the side of Luminosity. They take the third one, but not too much
Damn.
value. The time is up. The kill is taken. A 3-0 for control. A 2-1 will bring home the first.
I mean, the S&D game was like iNCO clears easily, but then this control is just.
The way that the hard point completely unfolded, all of the slaves were heavily in the favor of Luminosity.
I'm waiting for it, your name.
Was a little strange. It definitely feel like they were just running into
At least like Coca-Cola smoke grenade. You just throw the Coca-Cola can or Coca-Cola bottle. Molotov, you know? Coca-Cola Molotov. I'm waiting for it.
Now we're rejoined. We got the full desk back up here in Spain. Lauren, how'd you feel about that first series?
I mean, that was a really exciting series. We'll get an opportunity to take a look back at some of the highlights here from the first match. I felt like the S&D was a really good indication of what iNCO could potentially bring to the table here in the competition.
This squad mod 1 is crazy though.
That S&D, like me and Go were talking about, that had to have been iNCO's strong suit, right? We knew that their S&D coming out from the Latin America region was going to be their strong suit. And you can see Luminosity, I mean, they wanted to come in and play a little bit of funsies as far as that slum search and destroy is concerned. iNCO were here, it was all business. They won 7 in a row.
That's right. And well,
What do you mean you hope codm will never? Imagine saying that.
But iNCO needs to step it up as they take the first hits for themselves. You can get the stats over there. You are going to see some clean numbers on the side of LG27 for Bay. Just straight
In iNCO, only the Lucas got
for you to be so fast. He definitely
positive KD. Wow.
Lucas went 25-12, and they lost that map 3-0. If it really goes to show, especially with what that tree was talking about
everyone
earlier,
in LG, they got
to be one of the goats,
positive
one of the
KD.
pillars of COD Mobile as far as a slayer, a player, an overall teammate, and just a great guy is concerned. He's up there putting down the kills. There was just no follow-up whatsoever.
How are you, Cla? How are you? How are you, Jay? How are you? Candy? How are you? How are you,
But
Yoni?
we
How are
obviously
you?
have LG as the first win of the day, which means we
I'm
have an
great. I'm
interview
alright.
with EFTA, and I believe Tectonic standing by to give us a few words.
That's right, Glitter. We're here
Why
with
is this
Tectonic.
light?
Good to see you, my man. Congratulations on the quick
Why
win.
they placed the light like that?
Feeling good for the most part.
That just
Played kind of their game in the S&D, but the respawns was all us.
So last
the
time we had
light.
you on the SPS
The light
stage,
is
you
giving
weren't actually
Tectonic,
in
so
You had the rest
oh,
of the
just
squad.
the shade
I don't
in the
need to know how
bottom.
sausage is made, so to speak, but are you happy to be back on the field right now?
Oh yeah, of course. It's always great to play. Stage 4 was kind of the decision. Like we need faster pacing, so we brought in Marcy, and kind of changed my play style since.
Heck yeah. Are we going to be, is this a rotating squad, or is this a team that's going to play all weekend?
I believe this is a team you'll see all weekend because I think this is the best roster.
Hell yeah, man. Real quick, I want to get into Inca. They brought you to a third game set. Very, very cool. Twitter, we showed up. You and Lucazine. Is that a real rivalry? What are we talking about here?
It's no rivalry. He's the best player in the game. You give credit where credit's due.
Real, recognize real. I always appreciate that. Tectonic, thank you, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
All right, sounding very confident for himself after a nice way to kick off the weekend. But anybody at home who's an iNCO fan, don't worry. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We still have so many more matches in store, and they still have an opportunity to continue way through. It is a Swiss format for this bracket kill, so can't count them out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't count them out. They still got a long way to go in their way to try to move on to day number 2. So you cannot miss out on them. Yes, they took a hit, but that doesn't matter that they are gone. That doesn't matter that they are dead. That only matters that they will try to redeem as per usual. We've seen iNCO incredible playstyle on search and destroy.
What did he say?
That's gonna be important.
I am
to
listening,
whoever
but I'm
they're
not
gonna be
listening
facing.
at the same time.
Yeah, definitely
So
an
I
opportunity
was
for some of
just
the teams to
looking
take
at the
some notes after what they
screen
saw on our
without thinking
stage there.
anything.
And also at
Did
home,
he say
if you
something?
wonder what's going on with like the rest of our matches, don't forget we also have BC and D streams that you can be checking out. We periodically throw those links up so you can keep up with all of the action that's
Is the
happening.
trophy
in
made
Pit.
of
Speaking
gold? I doubt
Pit,
that.
I do want to take a second to check back
But
in with Shift
at
to
least
see
they're
what updates
giving
he has for
them
us.
money though, you know, if they win
Hey there,
something.
everybody. Yeah, okay. This timing is perfect because everything is now wrapped up as, this is a big one, TLE, LATAM's #1 team, just dropped to SPG, Standpoint Gaming, the #3 seed out of China that really I don't think anyone was expecting to see too much out of, but
Making
they
fun
do
of
own them.
him.
So
I
Really
did
convincing
it.
stuff there, and a lot of hope,
I
think,
said
for
I
those
was
that are
just
rooting
looking
for
at the
East.
screen
Small
and
update
I
as
was
we get people
listening,
kind of
but
on
I wasn't
upset watch
listening
for
at the same
potentially how
time.
Tribe
So
maybe missed out on the veto process where they were playing up.
trophy is made of
Yeah,
CP.
tight opening Summit hardpoint, but the Express much more comfortable for Tribe. They were able to take a 7-3 win. In particular, Rehan and Estug, the two new guys on that Tribe roster, looked particularly good. So
Damn.
maybe something to look at for Tribe in the future.
So
if
many
their
people
search
using
history
this
continues to be
Lucas
that solid.
Electron
Other updates,
with this
Q9, no real
green
worries
tournament
whatsoever
camo,
against
and
Vitality.
it actually
Mentioned
looks
that they were able to beat them down to take off
like,
Q51-14.
pretty
They
good.
took that series 2-0 with a 7-4 on Meltdown. So Swiss round one, at least part one of round one, is now done with a couple of things that are super
What do you
interesting.
mean,
but I will
guys?
say, do
It should
not
be like
miss
a
what's coming
uni
up,
store.
because at the end of this round one, there will be some major upsets. So make sure you're checking out all those other streams that are happening to cover the B, C, and D stream matches here at the tournament pit. We've got a lot of interesting things happening at the backside of this break, so don't go far. More Call of Duty Mobile World Championships.
Mobile. More Call of Duty Mobile. Wants to be seen. He needs attention, huh? But unfortunately, it's not Discord. You cannot tag. Hashtag everyone. Tag mode. Tag everyone. Tag guys.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23
Samsung
Ultra,
Galaxy.
Monster Energy,
Monster Energy.
DHL,
But why the hell DH?
and the United States Air Force.
I don't need break time, just let them play games as soon as possible, please. Wait, is it gonna be Wolves versus Kings after this game? Why are you repeating every sponsor? I don't know. Samsung Ultra, yeah. They got sponsored by Samsung this year, Samsung. But the thing is, Samsung is not a gaming phone company, you know? They don't make phones for specifically for games, so I'm just questioning. That's what you use? I mean, Samsung phone is so good, but I don't know about gaming, to be honest, because I've never tried it. But it should be good, right? But I actually want to play codm or an iPhone. Not mine, because mine is iPhone 11. I want to try playing codm on like the recent iPhones. iPhone seems good. As good as like gaming phones, you know. Also, I like the screen colors. It looks same, but it is actually different with Android and iPhone's screen colors, the game colors, like a little bit. So I wanna try, but Samsung is good, but shit for gaming. Is it shoes or like airplanes? Wait, what? I don't even use War Machine. that kills me. If your teammate block you right in front of the war machine, you're gonna die. So I don't really use those kind of operator skills.
Pro Series, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta, and things have kicked off. The competition is going, and it was LG
wow,
on the main stage who take home the first match of the day. Don't worry, we've got loads more in store. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, and we're going to be with you guys the entire time. Glitter Explosion, Proper, and Gil on the desk as we take a look at our beautiful, beautiful stage for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Lots of money on the line. It's going to be a really, really fun time. Thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to get back into it as we take a look at our second matchup of the day. Before we do that, I want to get a couple brief reactions on the outcome of the first match in case anybody missed it.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. As far as an outcome is concerned, I feel like that if you're North America, you might be slightly upset at LG that it wasn't a 2-0. That Slum Search and Destroy was a little bit of an eye-opener considering they won the first round. And
LG didn't do 2-0?
If you're a fan of LATAM, I mean, if you get Vamos in the chat, then yeah, you're absolutely happy that you got to see at least LATAM fight back for a map. But the respawns were definitely lacked, for a better term, not that great.
That's right. And now we're moving on to what's next, and what's next you may be asking. That is going to be one of the team's kings. Highlights that you get in front of you, the team from Europe that managed to be above the rest, doing a great job at qualifying in here. This is a team that you can't sleep on, and of course the side of Kings is trying to redeem themselves from what happened last year, because for Europe specifically, it was just not pretty what we witnessed.
And we're getting an opportunity here to take a look back at some of their moments heading into this weekend from this past season. Obviously, Kings on one side of the competition, who will be facing off against Wolves. We'll be seeing some highlights from them as well, but while we get to watch these in the background, I want to hear your thoughts on both teams and one or the other, whatever your choice is here, Proper.
Well, Kings, look, realistically, like Gil was already pointing at, Europe, as far as Worlds 22 was concerned, not great, not even a little bit whatsoever. You are the #1 team from Europe, and at the end of this entire weekend, you better put your entire region on the map. The best of the best for a reason. You have to ice up when it matters going up against China, respectively.
And then on the flip side, like I said, we have Wolves. Some moments from their run last year at World Championship as well. Give me your thoughts on Wolves.
I mean, Wolves, look, they finished 4th last year at Worlds 22. This was the team that actually beat Tri, and they never realistically got to bounce back as far as that lower bracket matchup is concerned. They are nasty, and
there is
as far
not
as returning members are concerned, this
true.
is
That
probably
is
one of
so
the rosters that
true,
we'll see a lot of
Seven.
consistency as far as names are concerned.
I
Number
agree
1
with
control team
you
in China, number 2 overall. They're looking to make a
100%.
statement here again.
You got
it's
a
going to be
question?
real important for the side of Wolves to try to provide what we saw that got them that top 4 spot. This Chinese team that has been historically, you said it,
Do
one
you
of
watch
the best
football?
across
I used
this
to watch
region.
some, but
So
not
in
anymore.
here as they face off against
Used to.
Kings, I'm intrigued how they'll do. It's gonna be a best of
I
3.
even
I'm
went
gonna
to
be saying that
stadium
a lot
once in
because it's
London
important to see
to
how
support
these teams just adapt
Arsenal.
to the fact that heroes are way different than what you may see on a best of 5. It is way different how you have to approach these interactions. And as we are done with the highlights, we are gonna take a look onto the roster of the team. There you have Sai, Peggy, King, Nian alongside
Neon!
All right, got the Wolves roster here.
Let's go,
Like you
Neon!
said, they had a solid run last time around, so they are not unfamiliar with the stage that they will be playing, with the pressure that kind of comes with the entire World Championship event. It'll be interesting to see how they can do up against Kings. I feel like we stacked
No, not
the
anymore,
beginning of
though.
these matches on the main stage here proper because we are just coming out swinging with
I
the
had like the
intensity of the
cups
matchup.
and like
Yeah, I mean,
jackets
look, realistically, if
and
you're
hat
walking around dreaming,
and
you want to see some
muffler and
bangers,
everything.
But as an analyst and an overall COD enthusiast,
That'll happen
I'm right there
anyway.
with you. I also want to see some bangers. And this one's definitely going to deliver on all of that, plus a little bit of extra. Again, Wolves, as far as a roster is concerned,
I really
want
wanna see what's gonna happen, like, Chinese team versus Europe team.
Your screen right now, getting hydrated, getting ready for this matchup. They're going to get tested for sure.
I really want to
That's
see
so
it.
long as Kings
This
did their
game
homework
is the
and,
one
did their
I
pants
actually
properly.
wanted to see. Like,
This is one of my favorite
properly.
moments when you get a chance to kind of see how the players are getting themselves settled in. What, I don't know if you want to call
You
them
players don't even trust it
strategies
anymore?
or maybe
What do you mean?
superstitions or comfort
Eh?
situations that they put
What
themselves
do you
in.
mean?
I am seeing significantly less pillows here this time around, Gil.
I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised. I feel like Pillow gives you like 10% accuracy or something like that. It's just crazy.
It has
and
to.
not to see them with it, it's weird. I think it might be the fact that we saw people with double pillowing on the previous match.
Right,
Stole them
right.
away from Kings, that from Kings and Wolves. I think that's my take.
Damn.
So if it gives you 10%
Who's
accuracy,
this? I don't
double is
know.
20. Do you want to go like full bore, like 3 pillows? Is that too many? How many pillows is too many pillows, Gil? I need to know.
That's a great question. I mean, I guess it depends on how you like to play it. I'd say like 2, you're great. At 3, you
Oh
might
my
be
God.
overdoing it, you know.
Oh
with
my
main
God.
I'd be
Alright.
building an entire teleport on that stage for sure. Maximum comfort.
It would throw
It's
off
not
the
ranked,
equilibrium,
it's
but
just
better
some-
picks and bans coming through here. That map
Wow, Chinese
hopping
team
in.
versus
Our first
EU
one is the
team.
Summit hard point. Gil, give me your thoughts.
It's gonna be
Summit!
really important for Kings to be as fast as they
Ooh.
can. I think, I don't quite
So map
remember
is
the name,
Summit.
but
Greece
one of the
gonna
players
use
also like to
shotgun,
go
I
with
guess.
shotgun, and Summit hardpoint is definitely
What
one
is
that
that
you may be able to
glasses?
see something like that. Then as we would move on to Search and Destroy, we are going to get to see Express, which I'm quite surprised. I was not expecting to see something like that, but I am happy.
Yeah,
Why,
Summit
you may
is a
ask?
true
Because I always
good
like
map.
to see train kills, if I'm being honest with you. I know that doesn't happen too often, but I just hope it does. Because it's always funny.
Control is
Another firing range?
I know you're dancing right now.
go.
You are dancing right now.
Built-in pillow is crazy
How
though.
many fire ranges we're gonna get? We were now back-to-back best of
King's
3s
gonna
on main
win
stage.
the
No fire
hardpoint,
range
so
whatsoever. And I gotta
Greece
say,
with
if there's
armor.
one thing that does jump off the page for me, it
I
has to
really
be the
don't know. I
Summit,
haven't
hardpoint,
been
the
watching
map
like
number 1.
tournaments and
Funnily
stuff,
enough,
so
when
I don't
Coach
know
Ship
how
and
they
I were
play.
doing our
Like, I
notes, we
don't
were
know.
sitting down
I don't
there,
actually know
ground floor
how
of the hotel.
Roots
We were sitting
plays
there,
the
and a lot of
game.
players coming up to us, and a lot of the individuals for Kings were just like,
The
no, we're
only
gonna
thing I
ego shot
watched
them on
was
Summit.
like last year's
This is
championship,
Wolves,
so
one of, if not their best
Wolves are
hardpoint
pretty
across the
cool.
entirety of the region.
so
They love their
cool.
scrappy
Who's
hardpoint
this
maps,
guy?
Lauren. You better hope that if you are Kings,
Who are
that
they? I
ego
don't
shot does
even
go in your
know
favor.
them.
You do not want to be 0-1
Wait,
down
that's
versus
Greece?
China.
There's not a lot of
The
time
far right
for these
one?
teams to come back either. Like you mentioned, Gil, this is the best of 3, so
Who's
these
the
can go
Hitler
by
right
quickly
next
if they're
to
not
him?
on top of their game. But chat, you saw it pop up a little bit earlier. Want to hear from you as well. Let us know who you think's taking home match number 2 on the main stage. Obviously, we've got lots going on in our
Great
BC and D
game.
streams as well. But I want to hear your opinions at home on which team's taking home match number 2. I'm going to ask the casters the same thing, and we'll be doing it all day. Just for a little added twist. All right, now proper.
That's
What are your
safe.
vibes on this matchup? How's it gonna go?
I mean, I gotta go with Kings. I mean, like the confidence at Augusta that they came up to tell me that they're gonna ego chow on Summit and they actually are going to deliver on it. Now I better hope that they can, well, put the gunny on the map and where their mouth is.
Gil?
Okay, I feel like there's a chance for both. I think what the proper mention is going to be really, really important. Our hard point is going to be huge for the side of Kings. They
Spy is a demo?
because the SMD, I had my doubts on the side of Kings. I gotta say that Wolves has a really, really clean, a really solid.
Oh my god, let's go.
But now,
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Bet right now. Who's gonna win this game?
As we say hi to the players. And ladies and gentlemen,
Fennec,
that's
of
when we
course.
begin match number 2 of the day, of the weekend.
But the thing is,
This
Wolves
gonna be
always
Kings
seems
and the
like
side of
they're not
Wolves
doing good
facing
at the
each
beginning,
other, trying
but
to
they
see
learn it so
who's gonna
fast
be the one to
about
take
the
right
opponent.
step
So
into
like after the
tonight's
match, they just, you know,
As far as some
catching
hard
them
point
up
is concerned,
crazy.
across the region,
It was always
1-2,
like that,
not exactly something to
like
be
the last
impressed
2
with, maybe not
championships,
exactly
but I don't
something
know
we're
about
home
now
Wolves
though.
on the other side, in at least the past month, if not more than that, have played Summit Hardpoint 11 times. They are 9-2 on this map mode combination, so you better hope that you
Greece
can really
is using
stick
Fennec.
to your gun.
Surprisingly, he's not using
potentially the rest of the series.
shotgun
This
online.
where we have to really take a look at that server Hardpoint for P2. That is realistically where you're going to see a lot of discrepancy as far as time is concerned.
Of
And then the
course,
money hills for
Growl,
3 and 4. We'll
legendary.
talk about it when
Yeah,
we
it's
get
just
there.
some
Kings
Growl
trying to
and
set
Fennec.
themselves up for that rotation
That's
early.
it.
Hunter Killer Drone already invested, trying to get a little bit more space to try to push a little bit further forward. Marvel can't really take much of it at all. And it's Wolves that at least are walking away with the kills, but Kings currently have the setup for new.
Trying to play as
Yeah,
a pack,
that's
but
true.
the Kings are doing a great job at sitting on the throne. There you got Nina getting taken out by
Stop
the opponent's
showing
Greece,
me
doing
the
a
dead
great
bodies,
double kill
bro.
for himself,
Oh
immediately
my
looking
god.
for the triple. Does not find it, but doesn't matter too much now. Get the hell, the assist is on Spy. Spy's dead, but he's not. Oh, now he is double kill there for.
Who is that laying down on that
Now, but here,
P2?
there's a
2
raid
guys
outright
died to
the
him.
way that Kings are
One
playing,
guy
but
just
Wolves
slid
are not
into
too
it.
far behind, only losing by about 10 seconds. Is not going to be the end of the world for the Chinese.
Yeah, it's just a
team,
Growl
as they
Fennec
are
versus
trying to
Growl
retake
Fennec.
control their side already
Like,
with
for real.
Now we go to a rotation over towards B3. This is where your point
Oh.
comes into earlier, where shotguns, R9O specifically, can really come out to play. But you have to be rather careful. You can see Kings on the mini-map already trying to play for those rotations towards new. Wolves more than aware of it. 3 seconds until we will rotate over
Well,
towards
it's
that B3.
41,
Nobody was
41
watching
with
the
his
ski
raid.
lift push over on the bottom side of the map, but now you might find yourself in a little bit of a predicament. Spawn
Zai
traps
with
potentially
12 kills
spawning
already,
in towards the back.
and Marvel got
Wolves from the
15
outside looking in,
kills.
having players inside of the hardpoint
And
itself,
Raider
being
with
able to
5
take down one,
kills.
immediately traded off, but the numbers,
And
thanks to Zai and Neon, able to
Neon
at least
got
take down a
11
handful of more.
kills
Still
just
got players
now.
towards the back, by the way.
8,
And I don't know if Wolves
7,
were
5,
more than aware of that, as they're still trying to
14,
influence the spawns to
8,
get
11.
closer in to reinforce this hardpoint.
Yeah,
But
SMD
here
is
comes the
like
spawn trap
Electron
here. You can see
Locust
at least one
Fennec
player does
versus
spawn out
Electron
for
Locust
Kings,
Fennec.
but it's Wolves racking up that time.
My goodness, these two are just on
Yeah,
a
pretty
pace of
equal so
trying
far.
to get the spawns in
Surprisingly.
there. Wolves takes the better end of the stick, and with still
Nice,
20 seconds
nice.
left in the usage of that gravity vortex, this is going to be way too
Damn.
difficult for Kings to try to get inside, and they know it. They will begin to move out now soon. And Marvel just
they got
waiting
this
to take a few
point though,
kills,
the
only gets one,
hardpoint.
gets taken down, but the spawns are there for them. So Kings not gonna have a pretty scenario on point
But
number 2, but as we
Kings
rotate
already
the
went
next
to the
one,
next
it's gonna
hard
be
point.
huge
And
to
what is the
unleash
one guy
the
doing
beast,
there?
ladies and gentlemen. We also thank our sponsor over there, MonsterEnergy.com.
They might lose this
Get
point as
yourself
well.
a drink, and now we are gonna begin with point number 3 proper. Let's see how they manage to defend as we see the double and nearly a triple there with the use of
Ew,
Fire. 2 more
Equalizer is
used
waiting in the
and
point.
Kings. They wanna get as
Oh, they
many
all
seconds
pull
in
out
as
the
Right,
score
investing the Sparrow, able to at least find 2.
operator skills.
Equalizer being pulled out there as well by Grizz.
to literally just to protect the point.
Look, this is the difference in between Kings P3 to P4. They're investing operators to make
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
they
they're
don't get
just
broken up.
waiting with
So
the
at least they can
operator
anchor out the
skills.
spawns. They're already doing a great job. Marvel, he is up to 19 eliminations already through 3 hard points here on Summit. That's just how scrappy it is. He's leading the entire lobby. Down to scrap time. Let the fight over. Wolves have some semblance of numbers over by the
And
right
Bro
side
lost
of
the
the
point.
minimap with so close spawns to
He
reinforce
just
the
pushed
Kings.
outside
Looking
of
for
the
last
points
10
and they
seconds with
lost the
50%
point.
of hard points.
They
Just
got it
about
back
a dead
though,
even
but
game, honestly.
still.
Unless Wolves have anything to say about it for those last 5 seconds, they potentially will get the last lap. That'll put them
It's
at a
always
hard
like that, like people try to get more kills and they get out of the points and they die and they lose the point.
I'm sure of that. Look at another treat beast for the team as a whole. Wolves doing a great job of getting the initial hold of the P1 reset, but not for too long after. There's going to be King players trying to fight
And
back.
hard
50
points, like,
seconds left. We have Sai from
it's
above,
also
trying
important to
control, not
kill,
gonna
like
be
kill them, like
possible.
clear
We
them.
have
But
here
it's also
a lot
important
of
to do
push-up
OBJ
from the
as
side
well,
of
like
Kings. They get back control, 40 seconds
holding
left.
the
The
point.
use of a few score streaks as well as Grease takes that kill onto Sai at a distance. King trying to control.
It requires a lot of concentration. I know. So last year was crazy that like they needed to play the games like again and again because of the connection issues, which is really tiring. Because they need like full concentration for this
I want to say
game.
like 20 seconds lead for any of these two. The level that they both are showing is tremendous, and I do gotta add, I like the way the Kings are playing. They struggled last year across the entirety of Europe, and tonight they're on the right foot.
But this one is pretty much like close game.
Looking to at least make sure that their hard point has been
Not
rectified
like-
ever since, at least for Europe's Snapdragon Pro Series. But I mean, hey, they're making a pretty strong argument for it. Keep in mind, the 2 hardpoint maps that they actually lost throughout the entirety of Europe was on this map mode combination. You'd have to reckon that this is immediately where their focus would come to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came up to us and said that they're eco jumping Wolves on Summit hardpoint of all different places. Pulling out the claw now is safe, trying to get himself back in towards the bottom of P2. All the kills just erupting in King's favor. 35
Oh my
seconds
god,
left to
this
fight
game
for here as
is
far as
so
P2 is concerned, but
close.
Kings once again, they're trying to get away with the highway robbery, trying to get themselves control over by P2, trying to play for the P3 spawns. What one player has slipped in net. How much influence is that going to be towards the spawns? Not so much whatsoever,
Nice.
but they're still finding kills are Wolves. They still have operators in their back pocket that they can start to invest in. It's Kings that have been investing a decent amount of not only streaks, but also operators to make sure that they walk away with the majority of that P2 time. Wolves are doing it the hard way, via the kills, getting the gunnies out on the map, trying to keep all of Kings at bay, and now they're trying to wipe the slate clean of what happened in the first set. They don't want to have
Often
Kings spawning too close
shows
towards P3.
the dying cam, not killing cam. You know what I mean? Like
area.
they showing us the dying moment, not the killing moment.
On the side of Wolves, they got the spawns, but let's
Do they
see how
wanna
long, because Kings immediately pushes with so much aggression. They have Nian with a war machine, but surprise, surprise, they're already behind you.
That was so
That's
close
gonna
to
be a kill for
killing,
him,
so
but still
it's
gets
like
knocked out. We're gonna get Sayes bouncing inside, getting knocked out.
Okay,
as
Wolves
well.
got the
Sai
point.
with the
They're
defense, with
holding
the stand-up
angle.
against the opponents here. With
They
the
pull
Fennec
out the
running
operator
of
skill,
bullets,
but he
still
died.
managing to
But
survive
here's some.
alongside with
They
his
got the point
allies. There's
again.
gonna be
They're
Kings
spawning
getting
far
control
away
back
from
into
it.
their hands.
And
This is just such
oh my
a
god,
back
one
and
guy was
forth.
holding
You
the
don't get to
point
see
alone.
more than a few seconds control of
And
each
they
team.
all
It's back
push
and
from.
forth, back and
This
forth.
is so
Like you're watching
close.
some
This
sort of
game
ping
is so
pong, because
close.
You cannot hold the ball for that long, seems like.
Still have so many players for Wolves trying to flood their way in. I mean, realistically, the biggest difference in between
Need to
Kings
go
getting,
next.
what would you feel like, maybe like 25 seconds off of P3, Wolves getting the other 30 or so was because Kings had the initial spawns. Wolves had to hit through the hard point there at P3
Oh, he
just
did,
to get the
yes.
close spawns. It's going to at least bring the lead down to
No.
4. Kings again have players over towards rotation over on the right side of the map. The Wolves are so
Oh.
far past the 50-yard line
Oh,
that now Kings players are going to be starting to spawn in the middle of the map. So Wolves
that
need to
was-
understand that they have the numbers, and they're starting to invest the operators
Nice,
as well.
nice.
Claw in the hand here for Zai.
Yeah,
Trying to at least
they
clear all
already
of
hold the
snowpack. He's up to
position
43 eliminations
this
casually,
point.
by the way. Just making
And
sure
they're
that
just
all
spawning
of Kings are at bay, and they're going to be able to anchor out the
there.
spawns. Now they can focus towards the front. 30 seconds left to fight for here at the end of the second set.
the side of the pack, smells some blood, and immediately tries to go for the jugular using, like you mentioned, plenty of operators, but that's still not going to be enough to take them out of the throne. Kings back into control, 15 seconds left. They definitely need those seconds. They're trying to make sure they get them. We're gonna see Peg trying to break through. Peg here with a Fennec.
Oh my god, but no, next one. This is super close.
We are once again going back into the P1 reset. King trying to go into his spot. He likes to be on those computers. Gets a kill. Goes for the second. Not gonna be possible as Raid takes him out with that long shot.
But whenever I watch this championship, I wanna have this mythic Fennec. It looks so good. Also the range and everything. And especially the iron sight is super clean. Like it's like the best mythic iron sight for me. Usually mythic has like some distracting effect around the iron sight, but this one doesn't have.
That forces King's hands. You know, they can't really play for the spawns. They can't
Mythic Fennec is a new Garen.
over towards rotation because they can't allow Wolves to get set up on P1 for this third set.
King's got
bring this back down to about a 10-point game or so, but Wolves,
can you stop showing the dying cam, bro?
Oh my god. Letting them absolutely have it. Now you have to focus over towards new. One player has slipped the net. It's Grizz up top.
I don't think this guy can catch the like good moments, like good gameplay. He's gonna miss everything.
Still pinstripe kill feed to speak of. Now where you spawn up, if you are Grizz, trying to influence those spawns towards P3, but you cannot allow Wolves to get set up comfortably here at P2 because they can end the game.
About 15 points off. We're gonna get the Wolves trying to defend inside of the kill. There's gonna be X-King. Say's trying to get inside, takes that kill. They gotta make sure that they're going for that kill. That's exactly what they're doing. X-King just got a kill with a trophy system. That's so unfortunate.
Raid died to a trophy system.
We're gonna have Nian trying to survive, and it manages to do so with our War Machine. The pack only 22 points away from taking that point, taking this map. They're trying to do so. Kings tried to phase them off, and so far they're not too far behind, but still they're losing this game by 30. That's the biggest advantage we've seen so far. That could be all it takes. Side of Wolves about to take the victory. Oh, there's the use of the purifier. Not gonna be enough. Oh, it is. Gets inside. Kings takes that kill. 7 seconds. That tastes like glory, and the side of Kings know it.
Nice.
They are trying to take him out. It's just not possible, and on top of that proper, they got the hill.
One player spawned in for Grizz, over by P3. The rotation towards new is required. Kings need to make sure that they play this damn near perfectly. Peggy is able to at least find two. Isn't enough though. You still have players for Kings spawning in towards the back, but Wolves flush them out. One player still lurking nearby. You have to get inside the time, but nowhere to be found. Wolves strike first here in the best of 3.
GG's, man. I love that game. That was just incredible on that side. Wolves take that victory. Not so comfortable as they may have liked, but they take it nonetheless. As we take a look onto the Kings players over there.
Yeah, that was good. That was actually a close game. But I really want to have Mythic Fennec.
The winners of map
it's almost
1. Look at them.
It almost feels like commercial video of selling Fennec and low-cost Electron, and the legendary ground.
As we move and start
it's like advertising the guns.
And that's why we were kind of questioning. It's like, do you really want to ego chow them on Summit of all map mode combinations for the map number 1? We've already talked about it. It's a best of 3. You don't have a situation where you can realistically come back being down 0-1. If you end up going down 0-2, that's it. You're now in an 0-1 pool for the rest of the day. And the road to try to get towards that top 8 single elimination bracket becomes a little bit more treacherous. But here are the highlights coming through from this map number 1. It was an absolute banger. I will say this much as far as a score discrepancy is concerned.
I should have got Fennec, not the AGR.
Playing through this map 1.
Because I swear when I got the AGR, it was like a Fennec season. I don't know why I got the AGR, not Fennec.
Through so many different sets of hardpoint skill, they were
oh yeah, because it was like Akimbo Fennec season. I was like, ew, Akimbo looks funny. I want Fennec. I'm regretting it so much.
Next set of hardpoints whatsoever, they found all the kills required, and they were forcing Kings to kind of flush themselves out and try to play for the kills inside the hard point, because at the end of the day, they were able to get inside that hardpoint
51 kills, 53 kills, what the hell, bro? 51, 53, 47, 33, 37. Marvel got 41 kills, Spy 35, Grease 35, Stage 34, Raid 29, with the 48 death. Damn, Zai, he got 51 kills, but he died only 32 times. Also, second one, 53 kills, but died 31 times.
You cannot try to be inside of a hill if you're getting killed right time after time after time, back to back.
That's
we
surprising.
saw that fight for the spawns. We saw the side of Kings try their hardest.
Yeah, it looked like ranked
was not enough now. Search and destroy.
Gameplay screenshot, you know, the scoreboard. That's
which,
crazy.
you know, not bad, not bad. We are moving on to Express, which I'd say, like I said that the rounds of slums were fast. I'd say that on Express that can be even faster. On Express, if I'm not mistaken, is the map that I've seen the fastest round, which was, I want to say 15 to 16 seconds on the side of LATAM. That's how fast these rounds can go by.
Look, if everybody goes through departures and arrivals and you have a tango down on the lower floors, like, yeah, no, it's a bloodbath in between.
I'm not familiar with the Express SND, to be honest. The map and
it's going to be interesting again. If you are
SND in that map.
as far as international competition is concerned, you didn't get to watch any CDFI.
Marvel versus Neon Day.
Search and Destroy is their wheelhouse, per se. And so that's where things get a little bit more interesting. That's where we have this entire narrative that it needs to be a good map set for Kings if they want to try to take this series. And starting off 0-1 means that your firing range needs to be just as decent, if not better, than Wolves on the other side of the screen. Wolves, through the past season of SBS, as well as CDFI, have played Express 5 times. 3-2 overall on that one. Kings, through the last season of SBS, have played Express once, and they lost it. So again, it's the same conversation that we had for Summit. You didn't have all the playtime in the world, but all of the preparation leading towards Worlds here in Atlanta, you better hope
Isn't this
that
all
you
about
did your homework,
luck
otherwise
with
you have to
timing?
explain it.
That's true though.
I don't know, man. I feel like
If you have like bad luck and like bad timings, oh my god. It's usually like you already check that side and then you turn around, and as soon as you turn around, somebody coming from that side you just checked, you know? It's always like that.
Get to see as we begin game number 2, map number 2, and you said it going down. There's the side of Kings. Not too sure if where they want to go so far. I am quite surprised that they missed each other so much. I thought we were gonna see more blood at the beginning, but it seems like, at least so far, no one's died yet.
You can almost hear a pin drop across all of Express, or I guess a train that might come racing by, but I hope you're not on those tracks when that bad boy comes through. Still all 5v5 across the board. Nobody has yet to drop. A lot of information, but taps to be traded. Spy is playing in a fantastic angle to try to overwatch this A bomb site. You can see on the minimap, that's exactly where they're trying to at least get towards. Wolves still stuck inside of lockers, trying to get themselves control of this A bomb.
Okay, I like that kill from Raid. Try to go for the double, but Peg's gonna say no to that. The trade is there, 1 for 1. Bomb's on the ground though. Bomb was lost on the hands of Wolves. X-King tried to do it, but it was just not possible. And I still find it interesting how many Kings we got playing on this map. We got 7 in total, you know? You got a full-on team, and then 2 Kings on the other roster. One with a sniper.
But why don't they show us the videos like LG and iNCO? I want you to see them like throwing money at us. Where is it?
Trying to get themselves over towards B, over by Ticket is where that bomb site does lay down. Sniper in hand here for Neon.
DHL.
Not really finding much of anything whatsoever, but a little bit more of a bait play is anything. He's throwing out warning shots over by the other side of the catwalk as well. So now with the bomb being planted, you feel like this is going to be your best opportunity if you are Wolves. Peg's going to be able to at least take down one. Numbers now favoring that of the offense, only losing 1 along the way. Now in a 1v4 retake. Good luck, have fun. And it's going to be the pistol in the hand there for Neon. Was the bait player. He was just baiting you, thinking it was going towards that bomb site the entire time. Wonderfully done by Wolves, I will say that much, after losing the first blood and then flipping the map.
Yeah, I gotta say that the side of Kings read them really effectively at the beginning of the round, but Wolves managed to just shake things up right about enough. There's plenty of nades and a double for Zion to the Kings. That's 4 kills now. Only 6 remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Pure destruction. And the first kill of the round for Kings. Not gonna be enough as Nian takes that one home. And that's exactly what we were talking about.
What happened? I didn't even see.
Like a 2-0 lead in favor of China.
This observer is literally.
You try to go down over towards elevator.
I couldn't even see what happened. Bro, what are you doing?
If you don't shoot first,
Oh my god, this guy is just... I think he doesn't know how this game goes, usually goes. He doesn't have any experience about Call of Duty Mobile, it seems like.
They did lose at least one player. Neon is down. So
I have no idea what he's showing
you're allowing
us.
this to go down. It's a 5 before retake.
He didn't check the left side. It was like that.
With the shotgun, I've said it before, now I'll say it again. I love it. Let's see how much damage he can do with it. Marvel, patiently willing to walk by. Trying to tell you guys something. Only 25 seconds left. They gotta be really careful.
No, but the hard point of the game was so close though.
Doing a little
I don't know what's going on in
SNA. Not gonna
SNA.
be enough. Side with the kill. Only 15 seconds left, and that's the clock ticking.
What is this guy doing?
Ringing into the ears of Kings as
Yeah, he got hired yesterday for real.
Wolves are gonna do it yet
Maybe
again.
today.
And I gotta
Like
say,
the
Wolves are
one
really
got
unpredictable.
sick,
You cannot know
maybe.
exactly what they're gonna be doing next
So
week.
like,
And Kings
or
on the
the
other side are
random
being extremely predictable.
doing
I gotta
this.
say, through 3 rounds so far, it's not looking too good. Again, it's a 1-4 split coming through here for Wolf. The biggest difference is that you already found the
That
kill
was
through
really
the
good
middle
chance
hallway,
to
and now you need to start pushing
kill
through. But the
them.
kills
1v4
over by elevator are that much
situation.
more considerable.
Nah.
For Kings, they get the job
Maybe
done.
he could have got
No more
one
big
though
plays
from
across
that.
the map. Kings get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's gonna be really important to Wolves to avoid that sort of situations. I gotta say, Kings repeated themselves and it worked out. Why? Because Wolves decided to face them up and they'll try to do it again. They're playing with the enemy's minds. They're trying
Greece got
to
2
prevent any
kills. I
sort of
don't
success.
know.
Double for
Nah,
Greece.
he
Gets
got-
spotted from behind. That's a double now for Nia.
he finally got a kill just now.
Next game with a knock onto his opponent, but he's
1v2,
completely on
1v3,
his
it was
own
1v3, but he
side
got
of
one.
Kings. I thought was going to get surprised, but they adapted rather quickly to the way that Wolves was playing, and because of that, they got the upper hand on this round.
That's the biggest problem when you're trying to
Nah,
assault that
it's gonna
B-bomb
peek
site.
and die,
Your
though.
immediate focus is towards
Yeah,
the
but
front where
he
Neon was
turned
able to at
around.
least find those 2 kills, but the last 2 players for Kings, well,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were
yeah,
essentially
he's
through the middle of the
watching.
map and trying to defend over by A. Stuns to at least come through. Check the B-bomb. Nobody's here. Where could he possibly be? Well, you're not getting shot in the rear end, so realistically, there is only one place that he can be, and
Oh
that is
my
by the
god,
A-bomb
he's
site.
showing
Shake,
like a
gotta be able to
random
at least point
moments.
the rock here. Where does he choose to go here in the post-plant situation, knowing that he's in a numbers disadvantage?
Let's see though.
It almost feels like he's clicking the random buttons on the
40
screen.
seconds, which means he can try to manage that time as great as he
The
can. So far, he's
spectator,
gotten
you
4
know?
kills, which is not a bad number whatsoever. But let's see if he can increase that at least a couple more, so he can bring home yet another point in favor of the pack. 20 seconds left. The side of Kings took forever to get there. They finally done it, but let's see if there's enough time.
Play time,
There's-
play
he's gonna
time.
find 2
Oh my
kills.
god!
Goes for the double, not gonna be enough. 10 seconds left. And that's
Oh,
more
that was so
than
close
enough.
though.
Kings can breathe once.
I thought he
And
could.
gotta
I
question
thought he could
their
get
method.
2.
But I
Since
cannot
it's
question
Fennec,
the
you know,
results.
close
No,
range.
you cannot question the results as they're able to win at least 2 rounds in a row through 5 rounds worth of play. 1 more round and we will swap sides and we'll see Kings on offense. But that's numbers in a nutshell. In a 2v1, you just have so many different corners that you need to check when it comes down to terminal or to express, excuse
But
me.
this one showed
last
us like
offensive
random
round here for Wolves.
moments.
They're
They
taking
even
this through
showed
the
us
main
like
hallway,
trophy
and while
system
Kings
sitting down on the
realistically,
floor.
they're prepared
I was
for
like,
this.
what
They
the
have so many
fuck?
numbers down by the elevator staircase. It's going to come through from the trades. 1 for 2 as the round starts to develop. Spy is at least going to find
Sing
changes
careful,
lurking
me.
inside of one of the hallways. And it's a 3v3 across the map. Still bomb being carried by King. And the world, you got to feel, is their oyster. Lurking over towards A. They're at least splitting the defense up.
I feel like the side of Kings are causing some sort of discomfort on
Oh,
the side of Wolves. They
wow.
were playing quite clean at the beginning, but right now they are not playing bad, but it seems like they're just not sure anymore as to what the right path might be. But that being said, we're gonna get a great kill for Peg. Not gonna be enough though. As
Like, why are they showing these like random moments? Like, did you guys see it? Why they showed us the stairs, empty stairs, and why they showed us empty place? None was there.
That's 3 for each team.
Oh
I like it. I dig
my
it. You know,
god,
it
I
seems
think
like
he's
Kings,
literally
they
clicking the
are
random
doing a
buttons.
great job at it. Just
He's literally
surprised guys
clicking the
even
random
before we
buttons
started
on the
this match.
screen. The
3-3
spectator.
again. You have to win by
Welcome
2.
back,
It
Yanni.
is first to 7, and the
Welcome,
offense
welcome
for
back.
Kings is underway, but immediately just stopped
That is
by
so
Wolves on
disappointing,
defense,
though.
getting themselves control
Because
to
we
the
want
middle
to
of
see
the
clear
entire of
gameplay,
the
not
map.
like this.
And they still have players
He
looking over
missed
towards A.
so many shit
Realistically, if you
in
are
game.
Wolves through that opening skirmish, going 1 for 2, and you have control of both bombs, you know where they're located at. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, sure. As long
Why?
as you split the numbers that you have, you should be able to
Oh my
defend
god, I'm
the
getting angry now.
At least in Tokyo, that's what I would
This
say.
is so frustrating.
So far, Sage just patiently waiting for the call of his
Bruh.
hours where to go. There's not a clear path, at least
I
yet.
swear I do
You're gonna see
better.
Marvel once again just being quite aggressive.
You know, I was like
He's
swimming in the
there with
flow, like
locust,
when I
just
did the
set
thingy
to
to
get a kill or two at a distance.
get
And
the
trying to do the same with his
thumbnails.
own weapon with his own locust.
I can do better.
So far, keeps taking their time. Still got 50 seconds, so plenty of time to play with. They gotta be cautious though.
You feel like you need a pick here, though, don't you? I mean, like, you don't have the numbers. You have at least one player for Marvel. He's pushed all the way over by the A bomb site. But this play itself has developed, and it's taken about a
Now
whole
this
minute.
what
What has
is-
Wolves done in response? They've given up. They're fine with playing the retake here.
Seems like it. Look at that.
They
Are just
still
patiently defending Bravo. They know that they're probably
covering.
not coming there, but just in case, they're gonna wait a few extra
Planted
seconds out of
the
distance.
bomb.
There's still Kings waiting with his own weapon, with his own
Only
locust.
20 seconds left
There you
though.
have it. You can see
Oh,
it
he's
in the middle
planting
of your
right now.
screen. What? What did Sai do? What happened?
Wait, they didn't even show us why Jai killed himself.
Even as far as Kings are concerned, now 3v3 in a post plant takes about 7.5 to
Bro,
be able to get
this
that defuse all the way
spectator
through.
is
And you have allowed Wolves to
garbage.
just kind of waltz his way inside
fuck is
of lockers.
this?
How has Jing done this? Last player up in the control.
Oh.
Marvel's at least able to find two, struggling to find the kill. Boxing Mitch is able to punch him out. And now you have the defuse clean as day. What was started off, which should have been
Oh
a
my
very
God.
easy retake, 4v3, forced out the 3v3, and we just ended in a Wolves round being won. It was very anticlimactic.
Stop
What-
changing the
Yeah,
views
the
like
anxiety
this.
that was going
Please,
through their
I'm
minds, I can
asking
only
you to
imagine.
them.
A full mag of the Fennec was
Why
just
did he
not
kill himself though?
enough
Like,
for him to take
bruh.
that kill. He had to take out those
Imagine
blocks.
missing that
And with a
moment.
knock to the chin, it takes that kill. Marvel though takes the first blood.
Of course, bro is not showing the Warbind kill on the screen. We need to check the kills from the kill feed, not the screen. Like, what the hell? Oh my days.
Throughout this, the entirety of this match, you know, it happened on hard points so far. It's been happening on search and destroy. Kings has to find a way to actually get an advantage and not get away from it.
Switch to melee always works. It also breaks the opponent's ego.
In the spy's lap.
Melee boy, why you melee
Wolves
me?
always have the
You know,
numbers
they're getting
advantage on
angry.
defense again.
They're gonna
And
play
it's kind
bad.
of a rinse, wash, repeat again. It's a 4v3 on the map. You have at least a check over towards the A bomb, and two players for Wolves are lurking over by B, so you already know
I mean, like,
that you have bomb site control.
if you wanna
So what
use
do you do if you
snipers,
are
you
Kings?
need to
Stack up
be, I
together.
don't know,
Now
brave.
the rivals trying
I
to push
feel
on,
like.
and they at least catch one player lacking. Jing is now
Or it's
out
like
of
it's
the round
a-
itself.
it's like
up
a
to Neon.
championship,
He's
it's
got a
not
sniper
ranked,
trying
it's
to
not
at least
practicing game.
rectify the issue that
So
was
if you
this
use the
B
snipers,
defense, but
you
all
need
of
to
Kings
hit
to
it.
show up. They find
When
the
you
kills
scope in, you
required.
just
Now
need to
it's
hit
all
it.
up to
So
Peg.
maybe
It'll
it
1v3.
That's right.
can
40
give you
seconds
pressure.
does not
I don't
matter. The
know.
bomb is-
But if they are like a sniper
barely down.
main,
Peg takes that kill, does a lot of damage onto Grease,
1v3.
and immediately tries to capitalize on that damage. Goes
Easy
immediately
kill.
for the
Oh my
double and takes
God.
it home. That is the perfect
Fennec versus
scenario
Fennec, so it's
for the
it's
Wolves
basically the player
as,
versus
one was
player.
down,
Yeah.
but
Because
it's
they are
now
using the
1v1,
same
no
gun.
longer 1v3, so that's definitely what he wanted. 20 seconds left. What are you gonna do? You wanna push forward? You wanna do it now? You wanna do it later? We've seen the side of Kings being late to the party, trying to juke them out, tries to bait them out of his spot. What was that? Gets taken down by Peg.
He was camping, but he failed to camp.
They are even further ahead on the side of Wolves.
I'm not gonna lie, Wolves are making me feel some type of way as far as their retakes are concerned. That is just insane. Again, you found the 2 kills around the stairs and through the hallways.
Right.
That's bomb. You know he has to be around Ticket. He has to be in a position to at least check that bomb. And by proxy checking through Ticket, that's exactly where he was located at. Wolves now with a 2-round lead can get themselves closer towards the 2-0 here
Yeah,
versus
so like when you use the AR or like SMG, you can spam the bullet, but a sniper is just one shot. Especially you are in like intense moments, you need to hit it or you die if you use the sniper.
But I think that was supposed to be his partner in crime trying to get themselves over to the bomb site. And well, you can tell by the camera, my voice.
I swear they were like prepared for it, but Wolves kills them.
Round that's looking pretty quite good for the side of Wolves as they take yet another kill. Now onto Marvel, Raid and says remain. I'm not too sure there's gonna be enough. The bombs on the ground.
They're all together though. They just are all together right now.
Trying to see if they can get another kill. Look at Peg, just completely confident onto himself. Here says is really surrounded.
But no one is using AR though, surprisingly. It's just Lucas or Fennec. That's crazy. Grease is not even using the R9, right?
Looking pretty for the European team as they have
oh, he was using it.
against the wall.
But then he didn't get much kills, so...
tremendously bad spot. The Wolves are doing what they wanted with their opponents.
Yeah, sure are. Now 1 round away. Our Wolves.
Yeah, sniper is necessary though. Somebody needs to hold like the long range.
Full frontal assault over towards A. Stuns, flashes, everything going inside the locker.
Some people just push.
They've completely expected it. Spy is able to at least open up with 2. It's a 3-for-1 trade favoring that of Kings.
Yeah, because of snipers. It's either just you push, rush with the Fennec.
Oh, double kill there for Sai.
That was double kill. I thought he only killed 2. Damn. Oh my god, okay. That is so clean. Oh my god!
Enemies over there, that's a quadra around in a match in favor of Wolves Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, what is with Wolves and the retakes?
That movement and aim and everything, it was so clean, just beaming. Did you see it?
They got eyes in their veins and they managed to take the 2-0 win.
That was stupid. There's literally no reason. It was 3-3 at the half. Wolves get on defense and they said, hold my apple juice. I will just completely retake every single bomb site. They're opening skirmishes every single time besides that final round number 10. They got first blood. They had themselves the numbers advantage you felt like from the get-go, but still, when push came to shove, win those 4v3s, Wolves just completely concede so much space and allow Kings to make the mistakes. But Wolves, I gotta say, this is why we put a big old magnifying glass over China as a region. Their S&D is nuts.
Now we get to see a few of the best moments in this game. It was pretty quick rounds all over the place, if I'm being honest. That was not that long of a game, besides from the fact that, like you mentioned, the side of Kings managed to take those 3 rounds.
But the last one was crazy.
There was something missing on
oh my god, I just sounded like a British.
The
last one.
That round was just wild. Like getting a kill with the gloves and that interaction.
That clean kills, you know. And the aim was perfect. Like so clean. Like he got the 2 kills here, and then he got the another kill out there.
It was a 1v3. And then what realistically felt
like
a 1v4
copyrights for this? I don't know.
All of Express on 2 different bomb sites.
Should be
Absolutely
okay,
electric stuff as we have these stats here concluding for you. Zygo's
Bother with that because the rain is
surprise there with the amount of kills that he
there
drew
as well.
inside of that opening map. 51 to be exact, 12 and 6 in total.
9, 8, 5, 4, 4,
going
9
in
dead.
double-digit territory, and
4 of them got 9 dead.
I mean, the kills were definitely there.
11,
it's just
10,
again
12,
the retakes.
8,
it's the manipulation
2.
of the map through all the different fixtures that Express has to offer, and teamwork was just at an all-time high for Wolves. Lauren, what a display!
I mean, you had mentioned it. Obviously, heading into this match, there was.
It's so funny that they are showing the scoreboard like this
the
big
way of
ass
Kings.
screen.
So maybe we reassess the map choices next time?
Oh,
You would think so, but that's now 2 maps, just like what Shift was telling us.
it's
from the
literally like
pit.
a pinning the
You should
scoreboard.
at least know the maps
everywhere.
that a lot of these regions and players' teams like to play, and everybody's just like, nah, forget about it. We'll go ahead and take care of it. Sure. Worked out wonderfully, apparently.
Well, to be fair, Gil, they still have time left on the day to get some wins under the belt. Might be a little bit of a rougher road, but if I'm not mistaken, we should have FDOT standing by with one of our winners
Wolves
from
won
Wolves
over.
ready to chat.
Does League Ops know what's happening? Okay.
I mean, if I play like championship
All
and those
right.
kind of things,
Fantastic play
I
here from the guys
would
out of the
pray
world.
like not to be the
looking pretty
bottom
crazy. I
fragger.
think
Just
we are,
I don't care like
gonna
if I'm
figure
like on
things
fourth,
out
but
real
not
quick.
the
So,
bottom
you know
fragger.
what?
I don't know why. I
Glitter,
just want to be like.
my bad. Back to you.
It's totally fine, FDOT. It's totally fine. Sometimes, once you win, you need to stay locked in. All right? Players might not be ready to have a
Cozy!
chat
If I was there,
just yet with
they're
FDOT.
gonna have
However,
a hard time
we
for
can
me
continue talking
because I keep
about
checking my
the
event
performance
card.
here. Now, while things are getting
Everyone
figured out,
gonna
I want
wait
to hear
in the
your thoughts, Gil,
lobby,
on
like,
how it all went, and talk to me a little bit
and
about the
you
fact
can
that
see
there might be
on the coach's
the
name,
necessity
checking
of
the
a bounce
event
back
page,
here.
checking the mail, checking the loadout, like adjusting the loadout, checking the mail, checking the friend list, checking the event.
They try to get ahead of
Whenever we
themselves,
played with
playing,
Koji took
trying
like
to outplay their opponents on
100
their
years
own
to get
round. I think they
ready
gotta take
in the
them to
lobby.
their own rules
I
and be
remember.
able to
He
actually
basically
have a
checks
scenario where
everything
they're
in the
comfortable
lobby.
with what's going on. They don't necessarily have to always adapt to what
Oh
the
my
enemy's
God.
playing. If you make the enemies actually play by your own rules, I think that's going to be super, super important for us to figure out. So for now, we are going to get the teams.
Okay, so we clearly sound a little bit confused right now. I've got information to explain what is going on. In that last map, we did have a player DC. So it has been
Forever
decided by League Ups
AAR.
that we're going to go ahead and replay it so that we have a fair result at the end of this matchup. So what we thought was a 2-0 will now reset back to a 1-0. We're going to go back to that S&D.
Is there gonna be a full replay of the search and destroy? That's what I want to know.
When I have
regardless,
more
though,
information, I will disseminate
I'll be
it to you.
just to the edge of my seat. Well, I'm actually not sitting down, I'm standing. So I'm on my toes here, Glitter. All right, I need to know all the information. I need to know it's stat, but regardless of the matter, this should realistically, at least by definition, when it comes down to certain
what?
destroyers, should at least give Kings an opportunity to be able to rectify some of the situations that they had in a handful of these rounds, perhaps.
Yeah, I
to
wasn't
maybe try to
listening.
understand
I
what
was
Wolves were
about
throwing
to
at them,
boil
what
the
they were trying
water
to solve some
to
of these
eat
bomb
the
sites.
ramen.
Realistically,
Wait,
a
what
lot
did
of
they
these
say?
opening rounds when Kings were on offense just were kind of decided in what, like the first like 20 seconds or so when they found all the trades for Wolves. They had the numbers and map control soon follow, but yeah, a real good opportunity here for Kings to maybe try to bounce back, force map 3.
Yeah, it's not
So
always
maybe
that you get a
you feel
second
like
chance, and what about a second chance? You know, just
you are losing, you just
right
rage quit the
force
game
teams.
and say, oh my god, I got disconnected, let's play the game
scenario
again.
because this is still Wolves.
But
this is
why
still
this-
going to be S&D? So I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this sort of shakeup will actually
But why
be enough.
this kind
So,
of shit
it seems
happening
like
to
we may
Wolves
have
all the
gotten
time?
some news, so why don't you tell me
Last
about
year,
Alright,
Wolves
so we
got
have a little bit more
suffered
information.
by
We are going back
Tribe,
into
like
that
them
second
saying, oh my
game, but
god,
if
it's
I'm
so
not
unfair,
mistaken,
like
we
we had
will
like
be
connection
starting with a
problems, like
scoreline
started game
of
again and again and
5-2,
again,
as
like
that's when the DC happened. So it's not the
Bruh.
full reset like you were asking proper for the S&D. We're going back to the point where the DC
for
happened. and
real,
picking up there.
Cause for real.
So, I
But
mean,
why
Wolves still
it's
have themselves
only-
at least that advantage,
Why-
that lead, if you will, but
This shit
it's going to
happening
be
to
extremely
Wolves
interesting,
all the
to
fucking
be able
time.
to see again, like Kings, a lot of their problems
Like
were
if
on
they
offense.
play the
Defense
game
was
again,
at
like
least being
they
traded
think they're
out.
gonna
It was
win
a
this,
3-3
like that's
split
so
at the end of
unfair.
everything, but be able to make things
A
as
one
even
round.
Stevens as possible. You get the replay coming back in. The advantage, of course, still going to Wolves. There is going to be a lot to claw your way back from if you are Kings. Again, all of these different trials and tribulations as far as the Swiss bracket is concerned, cross-regional matchups. You might find yourself in the 0-1 Swiss play here soon.
Yeah, it's not
they're gonna feel
massive
embarrassed even they
opportunity,
asked
but it is
to
a
like
workable
rematch because of
opportunity if they're
the
able to kind of
disconnecting
figure out what went wrong in
shit.
some of those earlier rounds and try to bring it
Let's
back.
see.
It's still very close to the win for
Why
Wolves.
they
They only need to
restart?
close out 2
Oh,
more,
I
so they
think
can still get this 2-0.
one guy
but
got
at least opens the
disconnected
door
or
a little bit. There's
something.
some light coming through the crack in the door there for Kingsclan.
Yeah, when you thought that
So I
everything
think
was
they
lost,
asked
as you
like
mentioned,
to
you see
play.
a little bit of light. You have to
But
fight
nothing
to
gonna
try to
change
go
though, to be
into
honest.
that scenario where you get the best results possible. It's not easy. It's not gonna be easy. It never will be in a search and destroy against the Chinese team this time.
But nobody's
Wolves,
watching
so
in the
I'm
place.
intrigued
Why
as
are they
to how
showing the
much can
scene?
King actually change in order to have a different outcome to what we've witnessed so far. So in this
Bad
match
internet, I
number
don't know,
2
maybe
of
rage quit.
the night, you know, the Wolves gotta try to do it again, but Kings want a different result. King wants to take us to a game of control, a map number 3. In
Next
which
round to
case,
the
I
point.
feel like it could be a really standing point for Kings.
Even the
if they somehow
cameraman
manage
just
to
like
take
was
it down
about to
their way
like
of this SMB.
put the camera down to show the
while we're waiting
seat,
for
and
our
then he
players to get
realized,
themselves
oh,
reset
oops, there's
into
no
this
one,
replay
and he
portion
just
of
pulled up the
second
camera
game
onto the
of this
top.
matchup. You guys are hanging out with us here at DreamHack Atlanta. Don't forget that there's loads to do in our Snapdragon Pro Series area.
After this
Outside
match, I'm
watching
gonna
the
board
competition, you can always
I'm
stop by
gonna
the pit.
have for
I've
them.
heard lots of yelling going on in the pit, so I'm sure we're seeing Shift is at least getting some insane action going on there as well. He can hear me, he's waving from a distance, and there's laser tag. We haven't even gotten a chance to check out the laser tag. I fully intend on decimating all of you in laser tag. I'm putting it out there.
I don't care about our 1v1, but I want to make sure that Alan doesn't go undefeated on the entire weekend. I will. It's not so much for me as it is for everybody attending DreamHack. We cannot allow Alan to have a
If
bigger
this
ego by
happened
the
to me,
end
I'd
of the
just
weekend.
I mean, we've
smile.
got all of the tech, we've got the charging stations, we've got the
Yeah.
custom jersey area, which I need to get in on that early before things get too busy, right? Like, did you see how cool that looks?
So
Gil?
for weird, they're
amazing.
using
When I saw that on the
Samsung
social,
Galaxy
you can see the display. We can see
Ultra.
the artists that are making that as we speak. It's
Oh,
just-
do you guys wanna
Like,
buy these
literally
t-shirts?
comes with their
Yeah,
hand
yeah.
graffiti.
Look at that,
You guys
look at
wanna
that.
buy it
But in
together?
Atlanta, look, you got to be able to take in all the art. You already saw Tom talking about
I
it
wear
earlier. Dot
these
had
t-shirts
everybody,
and go to the
I mean,
cafe
I was real
and
excited when we
work.
were walking towards our green room
Nice.
with all like the spray paint, the graffiti-esque
I'm
style for all
asking
the logos and
customers
everything else
to the
included.
1v1
That is the
sniper
style
with
that
me.
we have here as far as Atlanta is concerned. Again, if you have never been here, I definitely recommend it. It is artsy to say
With
the
the
least.
t-shirts.
And we're starting to see some of these graphics loaded in, and our players
Ball
are slowly
following,
looking
that sounds
slightly
so
more settled.
delicious.
We see their devices in hand. They are almost ready to go. And as I say it, let's get right back into it.
All right, here we go.
That's right. We are back into the game. This is going to be round number 9 and a 5-3 lead in favor of Wolves. They have it. Sai finding that kill onto Radiant, immediately moving forward for more. It seems like the pack
How you
want to finish this
doing?
one quickly
Our-
once again.
our
But
mythic
one
friend-
single kill, quite of
our
interesting.
mythic
There you go.
friend,
Sai with kill number 2.
Guten Tag.
Sai with a lot of damage being dealt. The bomb's going to be planted, and it seems like Wolves are not here to mess around no more.
Yeah,
No, they're
yeah.
surely not.
They restarted.
Oh my god, a little bit of a
That's
defense. I mean, you have to try to retake yourself. Zai still on his own slaying ways. And
I told you! I told you they're gonna die so quick!
That is a fantastic take as far as a round is concerned.
I
Now,
told
Wolves once
you,
again,
bro.
one round away from the 2-0 win.
Somebody stop him. He's a monster.
I just blinked my
A
eyes
true
and the one round
monster,
already
one of its
ended.
kind for the side of Wolves. King's gonna get kill number 1. Neon capitalizing. Spy with a triple kill now for himself. Immediately pushing 4 more. There's the usage
Oh
of
my god,
that
the first
shotgun.
round
The
was
side of King still alive, but Spy is knocked to the ground with a sniper
nice.
shot by Neon. That is gonna make it a 2v2,
2v2.
ladies and gentlemen. That was insane by Spy, but he's now knocked. And ladies and gentlemen, Riot is down. Neon looking that last kill, says the last hope remaining.
What do you mean?
They're
There's your
fighting,
one already.
They're trying.
Do
they're
you
planting
support
that bomb
LG?
on the side of Wolves, but
I
don't
wouldn't
know,
like
I don't know, I
other
feel like that
reason
line
to
is
win
fading.
this championship, to
Says
be
1v2.
honest.
Good luck, have fun,
Because
baby.
it was always like a tribe,
Isolated, so I
and
mean,
then like,
realistically,
I don't
you
know
can
what.
get back-to-back 1v1s. Neon already throws out an opening shot. He's stuck inside a ticket,
1v1?
though. He's able to take down King, so hold on a second. 1v1.
Neon
25
versus,
seconds left
who's
on the
that?
clock. Smoke will blossom out.
Says.
He's going to start taking the challenge. It's a sniper versus an automatic weapon. You feel like the advantage should be here for Says, trying to flush him
Oh!
out of the area. The snipe doesn't come through. Says with the one.
Damn, that was so close, though.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. That's a great way of doing it now in their favor. So that was quite an outcome that we just witnessed in there. Well, Kings showing that they are
I
still
support
having
LG because my
something
TV
to
brand is
be
LG.
done. So for now, well, we will get to see
Oh,
some more.
that is crazy.
Have to remake the lobby,
LG
of course,
is
as far
strongest
as
team right
this
now.
one is concerned.
Yeah, I
Just
see
make
a
sure that
lot of
everything
people
is
saying that,
just
but
about all
I
square.
also
Getting
want to see
confirmation
them
there from League
going
Ops as well as
against
production.
Chinese teams
We will
or I don't know,
be
other
remaking
region
this
teams
one, but I'm
like the
not gonna lie.
Japanese.
Look, when we
Basically
got in towards
Japanese
that
or
one,
Chinese
I'm pretty
team.
sure that Zai just wanted to make sure that he understands
Every
fully
other
what
team
happened as
is
far as that Summer Hardpoint is
inconsistent.
concerned. In the
And I
continuation, going
actually
to that
don't
map
know
number
much
2, just
things
about
about
running at
LG.
everybody that he possibly could find
So,
in his crosshairs, killing
no.
just about everybody in that round. But hey, look, you back a King into
What
a
is
corner.
this sound?
He will bite, or maybe that's a dog. I'm not too
Are
sure
they
how it
playing
goes
this
at this
because
point.
it's a
But
Chinese
Kings
team?
at least able
What
to
is this
answer back with a round
ding, ding,
respectfully from the
sound?
1v2. Definitely a
Racism.
sight for some sore eyes, I'm sure,
I'm
if
kidding.
you're watching from Europe.
And I mean, we were talking about the clutch plays from the side of Wolves, but that last round was not too bad for the side of Kings. That was not too bad for Sace. He managed
LG
to
is
get
the
a
super
kill
team
and
above
managed
super
to
teams.
make
That's
sure
crazy
that
though.
everything was
Really,
on
what
his
makes
favor.
them
So for now,
strong? Like
still
teamwork
not
or
over
just
till
the
it's over, is it?
ability from
As
the
the lobby is
players?
going to be recreated. Thank
Don't
you
know,
guys so much for
'cause I really
staying
don't
with
know.
us. Oh, we're going to replay the whole search. Oh. Well, that's some fresh
Indian song?
information. So all these
I don't know,
rounds
bro.
were warm-up. And realistically, what that means, there's no funny business anymore. You have some really good insight for both these teams on how they want to try to approach these offensive rounds. The retakes for Wolves might be a little bit more speculated when it comes down
Teamwork.
to Kings.
Yeah, since it's not
Very
like
interesting,
ranked game,
development
I guess
as it's,
teamwork is
continuously
really,
kinda
really
leading towards
important.
Kings as this narrative is just building itself. It's just like Kings are starting
Like,
to feel like they are out of
I mean,
it,
they
but
are all pro
not
players,
anymore.
so I'm
The slate
pretty
is
sure they
completely
have
wiped
all
clean.
like gun skills
Full
and
replay of this
all
Express
the
map
skills,
number 2.
but
And I mean,
yeah,
Kings
I guess it depends on
I feel like they
teamwork, to be
haven't
honest.
changed their strategy that much on what we saw on this, what we are calling war map rounds. So it's gonna be.
Yeah, Wolves
gonna
is
be
really
interesting to
good team.
see
They are
something
OP.
like that repeat itself.
And last
Well,
year,
we have this
I was
completely being
wishing
remade
like
on the
Wolves to
main
win
stage.
that
Gotta throw
game,
it
but
down to
they
Chef
had so
to see
much
how
like
things are going down there in the pit. Alan,
disadvantage
talk to me.
from the championship
Things
itself.
feel great. I'll say that much. It
'Cause
feels like we're back in the whole Call of Duty
you
days.
saw them, like, they
A lot of
needed
people
to
were here
play,
just a
like,
moment ago because there's been a lot of
games
electricity
again and
all
again and
across. A
again,
lot of
which is
matches
really
that are still
tiring.
happening, but
But
there is one game that has finished, and I'm not sure if we can label
LG
one
have
team in this
Hippo,
matchup as a
he
favorite over
knows
the
how
other,
to counter
but
every
Japan's
team.
only
But
squad
how
in
though?
Volt
Who is
has
Hippo?
taken
Is he
down
OP? Like he's like
exclusive
really good
number
at
2 seed. Exclusive numbers
analyzing
looking
and
pretty
shit.
solid, and again, not really knowing much about Volt outside of what they did at CDFI, it's hard to know how good they are.
It is literally a better version of the Tribe team from last year, for real?
The Arsenal Hardpoint, 250,
What the-
238, 3 different players dropping 40 bombs, minute 30 plus across the hill for a lot of the players, and then a 7-5 on the
He's
meltdown
the
search
coach.
and destroy with a couple
Yeah,
of
so I guess
1v1s
he's
at
really
the
good
end.
at
So
analyzing
not
other
only
teams
are Volt
and
out here gunning, they're also icing up and coming up clutch when they need to the most. So keep an eye on Japan. They're starting off 1-0, where Exclusive will drop to that 0-1 side of the bracket. Other
He got
updates,
that
though,
like
across
really,
the
really
rest of
good
the
game sense, I
GodLike
guess,
and Kagendra are currently
to
still
tell
playing.
their
It was a very
team about
lopsided
like
opening
this,
first map in
and
favor of
shit.
GARENA's squad, but a 10-8.
But oh my god, I'm so
Tons of
hungry, I'm gonna
overtime
boil the
scored
water
throughout
later,
firing range.
ramen.
And interestingly enough, Team Mayhem down 0-1 to Loops. I called it on Twitter.
He's
If Loops
Korean,
were to
let's
win that
go,
matchup,
but
they
let's
need to
not
do it
go.
in 2. They're on the D stream, currently playing firing range search and destroy.
I just
So
want like
all those
other
streams are there.
region
Make
to
sure you
win
open
this
up
championship,
multiple
because
tabs
it's
when
gonna
they're
be
at
so
home, 'cause I
boring
think
if
we're gonna have a couple of upsets here in this first round.
LG
of Swiss
win this
action here in the
game.
pit. Back to you guys.
I just wanna see like
Thank you so much.
I don't know.
As you see here on your screen, just everywhere where you can find all of those matches. So make sure you keep a tab
Bowler,
open
I don't
because
really
there
like
is a
the.
lot
I don't really
of
like
Call of Duty
Bowler though.
Mobile to watch on
So
this
cocky,
beautiful,
but-
beautiful Friday. Started off here with 16 teams, obviously international across the board. There can only be 8 that make their way in towards that single elimination bracket.
Darn,
And as
bro,
Dom talked
Hippo.
about at the top of
I
the
wanna
show,
know
there
about
can only be
Hippo.
one with the lion's share of the prize pool. Just getting ourselves closer towards this lobby remake as far as this Express Search and Destroy is concerned. So if you've been watching this entire time and you watched all of those rounds being played, forget about it. It's a completely remade lobby. Map number 2
Bowler is
just
probably
about
the
to
best.
restart here, Gil. We're gonna have to see what these two teams look like on Express. I'm forgetting everything.
I don't know. I really
Feels
don't
like it
know.
never happened.
I just.
Feels like it never happened. We were just in a fever dream. We finally woken up and we see these 10 players getting ready for the action on this.
But what are
search
they
and
doing
destroy
though?
On Express.
They were playing
So,
S&D like the
clear
extra
set
round,
of
but they're
mind.
playing it again or
We're
what?
gonna begin this game up in just a minute, so do not worry about it. We are gearing towards the action of the second map. Express, we've said it before, is an interesting.
Hi, Mr.
it's an
Puffo.
interesting
Hello.
one
How are you
because if
doing?
the
You
cards
going
are
to
played
sleep
right,
now?
it might be over.
Someone
we could
please
have, like, 3
complain with
rounds being
me.
over in the span of
Yoni, you cool
like,
as
no
fuck.
questions
Yoni, you
asked,
are
that's so fast.
amazing.
Can-
You are amazing
could
person.
go between these two. Will Wolves try to shake them off round after round? They're gonna be like, you know what? I can phase them off to their own game. They're constantly doing the same, so why don't I go ahead, play by the rules, and show them how it's done?
Only time will tell. We are getting ourselves closer and closer towards this lobby. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Of course, it is a beautiful day to be here in Hotlanta, let me tell you. A lot of good things going across DreamHack, a lot of good activities, a lot of beautiful people as far as this entire weekend is concerned. So come on, stop by, say hello. If you're inside the chat, let us know how annoyed you are with our voices at this point. So, Express Search and Destroy about to be kicking off yet again, and as we were already talking about when we assumed that this entire series was over, is that this is a big proving point for Kings. Look, either you're going to play map mode combinations that you didn't look great on, especially for recency in the last season of SPS, or all of that homework is going to accumulate into you taking down one of the best teams from China. Again, it's very tough to do when it comes down to facing a team from China in Search and Destroy alone, let alone when it comes down to Wolves, who on Express have been looking pretty damn good.
Wait, which players do they have? It's Space and
also Europe as a whole. They are now trying to prevent what happened last year, which is Europe just struggling.
Cody gives compliments. I can break the rules on watching 4D.
Have the opportunity to try to prevent that from happening, to try to change things up. And as you mentioned, to try to take down arguably the best team in China, which is Wolves in here. But it's a tough mission when it's Search and Destroy. It would always be. But although it's difficult, it's just not impossible. They've taken quite a few rounds for them, and they can try to actually show us something
Level up,
really,
let's
really important
go.
here, which is that Europe are capable of fighting against the best of the best. That they're not only the best on their own regions, but that actually worldwide is where they can show us so much.
Would be quite a statement if Kings do lose, not only to Wolves, but in the open
Space
round,
is
they
rank
are
warrior.
literally
With crazy,
the
but you
number one
can't
team
stay
coming up
calm
from
in
Europe.
top
Again, exclusive
situation.
being the number 2 team
You
out
know
of
him
Europe.
for a while
Only time will
time.
tell to see how things might shake up once we get to
I
that
mean-
single elimination bracket. Graphics on the screen. So surely that means that we're about to be getting into the map number 2, and that just makes me real
One
giddy
time I
in my
entered
kicks.
his stream and I saw him
Express Search
staying in
Destroy,
the
again,
tower,
we have
you know
shaped
the
it up
tower
as many
environment
times as we possibly
with the
could.
SKS, so I was
It
like,
is going to
ew!
come down to
And I
this. Again,
closed it.
Crossroads Strike is the control map number 3. Should Kings win it, if you're just now
Wait,
joining
what
us,
is going
Wolves
on
were
with
able to
Tico?
take that map number 1
But
on
the
Summit,
you-
250
the-
to 203. It was very
the-
close, but without further ado, let's
What
get
is going on
underway
with Tico?
inside of this
What
Search
is
and
that?
Destroy. Not too sure what the score on top of all of that means.
Eating chip? No, I'm not eating chips.
Wolves
It's
have themselves a 2-round lead, so we will cast that as it is.
It's some
Right,
gummies.
ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of in
Fruit.
favor of Wolves.
Fruit gummies.
He is now planting the bomb at a distance. Seems like
Well, I'm hitting
trying to
vape
get
today because
an
I'm
IPO,
holding this
specifically trying to
in
do
my
so,
hand
but
right now.
missing quite a few
I'm
shots
holding
there.
it. I'm
45
not just
seconds
putting on the table.
clock.
That's it.
Not gonna be sufficient in here. 30 seconds left, and King's doing a great job at defending their ground. Marvel takes
Bathan is
the
slightly
45
better than
dust
Smoking.
against his opponent, but it's gonna be a really good scenario.
Trying to be
Break
quiet.
up, Akil takes that knock onto Neon, immediately goes for more. Only 15 seconds left, turns
Oh,
around,
hell.
gets taken down. Grease alone, 1v2, takes the double, goes away, tries to reload, fights for his lives. The smoke is gonna be thrown, the bomb is getting
Oh my
defused.
God.
Kings trying to rush there as quickly as possible.
Oh my God.
On the right side, where was the communication from his teammates to let him know where the bomb was with the smoke?
He
He had
defused the
clue,
bomb
and
like
because of
that.
they lose that round.
That's tough. Just when
Literally.
Kings have themselves a semblance of numbers, the trades coming across,
Point
it
for me,
just
please. Yes.
comes down to
yes, yes.
understanding where that plant was located at to at least try to convert the round. Offense
Trap team
here
is
for
kind
Kings.
of random.
Trying to
They're
get themselves
supposed
over
to play
close towards
together
A, but
for
it's
two.
a tale of two evils again. King is
Yeah,
able to
so
at least answer back.
their
not just with
teamwork
one, but
gonna
two
be
kills within the
crazy
feed.
since they
Make that
played
three now as it is
together a
a
long
2v5
time. But
across
the
the
thing
map.
is,
For
you
the
know,
third time in the
here
past hour
Kings,
are sitting up on series point.
I think
Marvel,
Grease and Mother,
back
they
heel
played
against side.
together a long
Gotta be
time
enough, though.
together,
Gotta
no?
go for more, still a minute and a half. Plenty of time to try to somehow figure something out.
But
They need to, they have
LG
to,
is
they're
like the
trying
whole team,
to do
so,
so. But it's
well.
easier said than done because in front of them is still Wolves, the pack, ready for the action here, trying to heavily
they
defend Bravo once
come
again.
down,
Seems like every time that we get to these sort of scenarios, Wolves tries to defend Bravo. Neon takes the key onto Marvel. Grease completely on his own, finds two enemies, drops a single bullet, and that is it. That's the
So
end
there
of
was no
this
point
game.
they
7-3
claiming that like
as
oh,
Kings
one player
wanted
got
to be
disconnected,
done
we
is
need
how
to play
Wolves
again.
does
I
it.
told you.
All right. So
I
mean,
told
it's
you.
settled to this point, right?
Nothing's
like it,
gonna
yeah.
change if
The three
even if
different
they played extra
Wolves
games.
win. All right. But still, I mean, look.
Because they
that
got
was the
disconnected,
full-on
like
retake
one
again.
guy
The
got
last time we went through
disconnected.
the entire replay there, Gil, we clearly saw that Kings were on defense, so we needed to try to recreate the lobby, try to
But
get
well,
Wolves back over
I don't know,
towards
bro.
the
I
side
feel
that
sad
was
for
the
EU
correct
team though.
side that when the disconnect
I
ended up happening. So,
supported them
again,
all
thank
the
you all for
time.
bearing with us while we were
'Cause I
trying to get
play
that all
on
set up for you
EU
all. The Wolves,
server.
again, will claim the victory here 2-0.
But whenever
A
the
very convincing
championship
side as
happened,
far as
I
that
couldn't
Express is
see
concerned. Their
like
defense
them
is so damn
doing
good.
well,
Not to mention their
so,
opening engagements, their first
well.
blood ratios and confirmations for the kills and trades. But what they're able to do across the map, defending those bomb sites quite wonderfully.
Yeah, it was amazing to see that although there was some things potentially confusing what they would have been doing next, they still did it. They still won 2-0 as well in this one up. So that is the victory of match number 2 that I definitely enjoyed watching, and hope you fellas, you beautiful people at home, did enjoy that as well. As the Wolves are your second winners of the night, but we are barely beginning on to what's not for the weekend, but purely about today. It's gonna be a long run, so hope you all are ready for what's coming.
Me too.
All right, well, we finally
I'm
got
not
to the
sick.
conclusion there. Strong
I'm not
performance
sick.
regardless on behalf of Wolves, looking very,
But
very
we do have
comfortable.
one more
And I'm
EU
looking
team,
at
no?
these beautiful camera shots
Other
we
than
have on
Kings,
stage,
we got two
which means
teams
that it is
for this
now time
championship.
for me
Yeah?
to toss it back on over to FDOT for this winner's interview.
I don't know why, but I
Thank you,
hate
brother. This
players
time, we're
or
actually ready,
teams that
and
have
you
names like
certainly
King,
were
God,
ready,
or
didn't
whatever
you?
in it.
50 kills on one of those maps. Talk to me about the 50 bomb.
I know what you mean though.
所以在这场比赛中，你有在其中一张图上拿到了50杀，你对这个50杀有如何的感想？
Wait, let me check
我
my.
觉得这是我该
No,
做的。
I'm not.
然
I
后我
was
觉
just
得这
coughing
样的
because
话
of
能
the
分担
vape.
队友的压力。
Ahem.
So I believe this is what I have to do for the team because this will take off the pressure for everyone.
When it comes into international play, Kings #1 in Europe, taking them down, is this a big deal to you and your squad?
所以在国际舞台上 ，King 是欧洲的第一队伍，你们在第一场就把他们击败了，对你而言你有何感想？
我还是比较激动的，因为我觉得这是我们的第一步嘛，然后开门红嘛，就第一步。
But yeah,
然后我觉得
Kings
我们
is better than the
之后会
other
做得
EU
更好。
teams, so that's the thing.
So I believe this is our first step of winning.
What do you mean
And
translate?
this is
I'm
really
not
easy.
Chinese,
And
bro.
so I believe from here on, every day will be much better.
Improvements to be expected Are you winning the tournament?
所以我们大家都期待你的进步，你的心理层面已经为这个比赛准备好了吗？
肯定的，那肯定准备好了。
Obviously, I am ready to take on the challenge.
That's what we love to see. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Next year is random as fuck. They started
that's
this
gonna
team
help
again
the
this summer.
team
No
by
chance of
putting in
being
that much
top
work. I saw
in
your
6
face when you
months.
heard him say that, Gil. What's your reaction to
Yeah,
the interview?
boy.
I mean, I like
These
it. I
teams
like
are.
it. Team, as they take the right step onto what he mentioned is the right path to take that challenge, or potentially could be being the champions of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a bad start to the weekend. I think everyone's going to feel, the teams that are getting those wins are feeling a little bit better with that cushion under the belt, knowing what they need in order to move on to the next round.
I mean, no doubt about it, right? I mean, if you start off 1-0, that is that
Why
cushion.
is 9 just so
more cushion, I guess, than
knowledge?
the Hotel Palace in your
Yeah,
lap.
did you
It's more of like
study?
a mobile game, but
Did
regardless
you
of the
study
matter, yes,
about
you want
King?
to try to at least start off 1-0 here. You start to lose these maps, these best of threes. Get a little more sweat dropped down your back, and I'm not going to lie. I mean, if I had two teammates dropping combined 104 kills in a hard point, yeah, I'd be feeling pretty darn good too.
Yeah, and that was only our first 2 matches of the day. If I'm not mistaken, we still have 7 more on the main stage alone. So much more action going on in the pit. But before
I
we
also
continue
want to
on
see
with
the
any
Japanese
of
team
the,
as
oh my
well.
God, it's time for a short break.
Like
Don't
the
go anywhere.
teams
You're
that
watching the
I
Global World Champion.
get to a chance like barely. Because I don't really get to see them. Only in champs. I know they do like tournaments and stuff, but Hada, 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 Hada. What does he do?
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Samsung 1 is crazy. LG's playing with Samsung 4. Oh my god. EU losing? I mean, nobody thinks EU gonna win something in championship, sadly. I mean, like last year, I supported EU teams like crazy, even when everyone's saying, nah, you're gonna do shit in champs. I was like, no, but we need to support our team, you know? But then, well,
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. And it's been a very exciting day so far, not only here on our main stage, but we were hearing some serious cheering and shouts happening in our pit. It is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we will be crowning ourselves a first place victor, taking home $400,000, $1 million on the line here this weekend, 3 days of competition, and we are just barely scratching the surface of what we have to offer here at DreamHack. Glitter Explosion proper and Gil back with you guys. We give you a little bit of an extended break to hang out, get yourselves some snacks before we dive back into the action. We're all reset. You feel refreshed? You good?
I feel good, yeah. No, I was able to get some food in me, some water, Monster specifically. I'm feeling like a brand new man.
Gil?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm more pumped up about what's coming. So pretty happy to be back with you all. Hope you guys also had a chance to, freshen up a little bit, because we are in for a lot more ahead of us.
You had to prepare, okay? You had to prepare, and part of the reason we had a little bit of a longer break is because we were waiting for some of our matches in the pit to finish so that we could bring our third match of the day to all of you here at home in the stands with us, because it's going to be a big one. I think this is part of where the cheers were coming from when it came to the finish. It's match number 3, TLE versus Vitality. Talk to me a little bit about what you think we can expect out of this match.
I mean, look, realistically, this is where you feel like that you have to go no holds bar. Both TLE and Vitality find themselves down 0-1, and this kind of continues the conversation that we were having on the desk before we went to that extended break, was that if you find yourself down 0-1, realistically, this is it. Like, you almost have to win out just to find yourself in a little bit of a closer situation and try to be in that single elimination bracket tomorrow and Sunday.
All right, Gil, let's narrow down on these teams a little bit. We'll start things by talking
is there a
about
stream
TLA,
A or B, ABC right now?
It's a team that definitely suffered some difficulties to get here, but not necessarily when it came down to stage 4. Why, you may ask? Because they were the top 1 seeded team for the region. They dominated all across the board. The only team that they did struggle against was, if I'm not mistaken, Glorious, who ended up not passing through. So they are a team that know how to get things done, as we begin to see some of their highlights. They are a super
I really don't
collected
see the
team
options
of players that have gathered together to try to dominate their opponents in here tonight. We can see players like Tio, we can see also Swiwa, we can see Cyrex as well, with a name that you may not be expecting, but he's
Stream C. I see Stream C right now though. It's on a big money.
Yeah, Pavzera is definitely a name that kind of jumps off the page for me as well. Just last year, even during Worlds 2022, for Latin America, obviously you had your Incos, but Pavzera is definitely a name to be watching out for this map. Needs to almost be the difference maker, you feel like, for TLE if they want to try to make an extended run.
And we've seen just how impactful an individual player can be in both our first and second matches of the day when we're looking at the performances of the likes of Lucazine. So if you're saying it's Pavzera for this one, then we're going to have to keep our eyes on Pavzera as we move through the next portion of our roster discussion here. Obviously, you got a chance to talk about TLE. Now let's narrow down on Vitality here proper.
Yeah, look, Vitality, I mean, let's call a spade here. When you're representing the region that is India.
Stream B or faithful, yeah, so the option is Stream C, which is on Beef Mommy on YouTube. But I don't know why they did it like this though, like a streaming on Twitch, Facebook, like other channel. It's not even like official YouTube channel, Like last year they did it on all official channel, they had like ABC on the same channel, but this year is so weird, them doing this.
Recency is concerned in former stages was to that godlike roster.
Yeah, it should have been like YouTube like last year, that's what I'm saying.
And we've talked about just how important
the
regional distinctions are, in the sense that people are looking to take out NA. We heard Hippo say at the beginning all the way back from Seattle that NA is going to, specifically LG, going to have a target on their backs. Other regions want to be able to take home the World Championship title here, Gil. How do you feel Vitality stands when it comes to that portion of the competition?
It's really complicated because it comes down from a region who have tried their hardest, but in the past, historically, it's just not been enough.
LG
Tonight,
versus
you said yourself
another
against
team.
Q9
Wait,
is no
what's
easy
the
task.
team?
They ended up dropping.
Is there any
0-2 and,
possibilities that LG gonna lose to that team?
TLE also lost 0-2 against their opponents earlier on today, so that's also something to keep in mind. Who can adapt the best?
On her
Because
channel I
these back-to-back
see
scenarios, well, it's just not gonna be that easy.
Q9 versus
the overall roster from the side of
SPG
Vitality.
Jokos, Vegas,
and
Bros,
iNCO
Burns.
versus
I mean, these are all names that you just should know when it
PWRH.
comes down to an Indian region, and then Sam's is going to be that last player. Look, when it comes down to Burns, Bros, and Vegas, those were the 3 members that were actually on GodLike last year. And as I was talking about, you have your top 2 teams when it comes down to India.
Yeah,
They're
I
interchanging
think
a lot of
she
these parts, trying to
changed
feel
it.
like what is the best
But
puzzle to
then-
what can be a beautiful painting, and that beautiful painting needs to be a deep run here at Worlds.
Get a chance to see our players up here on the screen, as a lot of them are
Let me
looking
see
pretty
the
locked
other
in,
option.
getting themselves set up and ready to go for match number 3 on the main stage of the day. Quite a few other matches have been going on and will be going on throughout the rest of the day, whether that's on our BC or D stream, so make sure you're checking those out as well if you're wondering where some of the teams you might be interested in following are. Not seeing them on the main stage, make sure you check out those side streams as well, because there is so
Wait, where
much
can I
action
see the
going
other
on
options?
in the pit. But our players are getting themselves comfortable now and trying to prepare. Don't forget that these were teams that we were bringing over from the pit. We had to wait for them to
But
finish
why
the
do they
previous
close up
matchup
the
before they could
faces
get up
this
here
much,
on the
though?
stage. So it might take some of them a little bit
Crazy.
longer to get themselves settled, locked and loaded, and prepared for match number 3, because I mean sometimes you need a little bit of a cool down after a match, whether that's a mental reset from a loss or whatever it is, right, Proper?
Yeah, I mean, you also kind of want to look at it as 2 different sides, right? It's a very difficult coin to be able to look. You want to be able to try to cool things off, try to go back and maybe not
It's
watch
so
all
like
the VOD in the
complicated,
world, but
like
try
they
to understand
didn't
what
upload it
went
on
wrong. Because I mean, TLE,
a
they
web
lost to
page or
Standpoint.
something like that,
Vitality, they ended up
all the
losing to
links
Q9. Those are 2
or
very
together,
tough
something
matchups,
like
no
that.
matter the way that you spin it.
Imagine.
Regardless of the matter, there has to be immediate lessons that could be taken away, whether that is going to be the lessons for a pick, ban, and veto process, or just overall gameplay and teamwork. Only time will tell.
Yeah, I think we're starting
Wait.
to see some of those TLE players starting to filter out onto the stage as we wait for them to get
Herbs
themselves
versus
situated up here on
KAG.
stage. Obviously,
LG
more pillows
versus
getting pulled out.
Tribe.
This is like my favorite thing. I have never seen so
Kings
much comfort
versus
involved in a
what
LAN.
is GL?
Yeah, you can see them all just walking to the stage with a pillow.
I mean,
That's like the key
LG
part of it all.
versus
Like,
Tribe
you may be
might be
missing
good, but it's
some
gonna be
things,
just
but you
same shit,
cannot
just
be missing
Do you use a
that.
pillow?
them just screaming each other, you know?
Absolutely do. I
Same
always
region.
have. And probably always with
Alright.
the confidence of just being on your chair, you have it on your lap, and you have your phone, and everything's plugged in. It's just amazing. It's amazing.
I've always said this, like with the amount of games that I've casted and the amount of different titles that I've witnessed, LAN or at home. Mobile gaming, like these guys are the most comfortable gamers on the planet. Like they got the pillows, the blankets. Like I'd be rolling up with like a Snuggie, maybe some joggers on or some sweatpants. I'd be ready to go. Make myself feel at home.
I think you might need to be the new fashion, the comfy fashion designer.
Mobile
for
fashionista,
mobile
yeah.
fashion, yeah. That's the new rule.
Bang my line, guys. I'm here all day.
Kings versus GodLike.
But everybody at home as well, while we're waiting for TLE and Vitality to get themselves
Imagine
ready to go
Kings
for match
losing
number 3.
to,
I mean, I've been asking
GodLike.
you for every other match. I might as
Wait,
well
let
ask
me
you
see.
now. Tell us your thoughts on how you think this one's going to go. Obviously, both of these teams now 0-1, having to bounce back from their performances. Which team will take home match number 3? Keep on moving through with this Swiss bracket. And we'll ask the casters the same question. Do you think this one's a little bit more evenly matched? What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I still think that TLE have the edge over Vitality. Obviously, there is a very small sample pool when it comes down to what these individuals, what these teams do look like on the main stage here as far as international competition is concerned. But TLE did play Standpoint considerably close as far as their opening matchup is concerned. Vitality Search and Destroy, they lost by 3, but they got absolutely warmed as far as the hardpoint is concerned. It is still a best of 3, so if the veto process would lean more towards comfort for TLE, this will probably be a 2-0 in their favor.
Where is
okay,
this?
I
Oh
think I'd
my
have to agree with that,
god.
although on paper we have not seen necessarily what happened. That's so cute. That's so cute. It seems like the pillar is not the only thing that.
Yeah, I also heard that people saying like GodLike got like much better like compared to like last year or something. Twitch.
It's a reversible plushie. So
an emotion
he's
switch.
Wait a
happy right
minute,
now,
guys.
but
Let
could be
me
mad later or sad.
open
I
another
absolutely love to see that swap at any point
page.
whatsoever. That'd be the most
Oopsies.
enjoyable thing. Absolutely.
You just get like turned on like map
I
number
don't
1.
even
You just,
use
like,
Twitch,
flip
but
in the
Twitch
middle of the
where?
game, you're like, all
Twitch
right.
with.
Emotions have changed.
Yeah, I'd love
Go
to see
there.
something like
Do I
that.
have to look
And but
in?
yeah, like I was saying, I'd say that at least historically,
Maybe I
TLE
just
and its
search
players should have an
CodObJuTiMobail.
advantage. But once again, I'm not too sure because I did not get a chance to see what happened on that.
I guess.
On that,
Oh, there's
Vitality versus Q9. I'm not too sure if maybe. Well, it's just the
No.
fact that Q9 was really, really good, but Vitality showed some sort of
Wait, what?
light for themselves, like we saw, for example, with
Wait,
iNCO,
what's the
who
name
lost,
of
yes,
this
but they did
Twitch?
not do bad whatsoever on the search and destroy, and had some bright moments on the hard point and control.
Wow, one guy is streaming his Battle Royale gameplay right now. He got 2,000 views. I thought it was championship video.
De lo que ya tenemos
He
agregado.
has 2,000 views and the chat is crazy. What the hell? Can't even read the
They
chats.
did
The
play
chat's
Summit,
going
and it
up
was
so
250 to
fast.
203, which, to be candid with you, is a
Wind.
respectable scoreline when you're going up against Standpoint. In firing range, was only 2 rounds difference. So the likelihood that we might see a firing range
I
in this
searched
series,
the
I know
Call
I'm
of
just
Duty
going to
Mobile,
continue
but I
saying it until I
cannot
finally
find
see
it
it, so that way
somehow.
both me and Lauren can win at the best of 3.
It's really just
I think it's very
watch
likely.
party
Again, comfort
or
is
them just
everything
playing
for these
their
two
game.
teams. You are 0-1. You have to play the best maps that you could
Mm-hmm.
possibly ask for, where you can end up 1-1 going into the next round.
We were talking about this during the break too. It all depends on the type of player or players that you have on your squad, because some of these teams, these players will thrive. They need that added pressure. You know, they can clutch when it matters, and other people who might not have the same level of experience or whatever it is, they crumble under that added pressure. So you don't ever want to have to put yourself on the back foot if you can really avoid it. But now we're here, and this is going to be a really big moment for one of these teams to at least go now 1-1, give themselves a little bit of breathing room, and continue on in the competition. I mean, and this is a story that we will see coming out of the pit very, very frequently. As we move through this Swiss bracket, it's going to matter more and more. Teams will start to get knocked out. We'll start to kind of see the cream of the crop rise to the top type situation, and we'll really nail down where these storylines are going, which teams are starting to stand out. And I'm excited to see what other results we get from the pit. It's something that we haven't shown too frequently, that bracket. When we do, I think people will get lots of updates on that, which I'm excited to check in with as well. Before we even do any of those check-ins though, there's so much action going on here in the SPS booth. Lots for people to keep up with, whether that's just the fun stuff or the competition. So obviously, we can't keep you updated on everything alone. We have an entire team of people that are helping us here to do that, to make sure that you're not missing a single second of any of the action going on at DreamHack Atlanta, whether that is on the social side of things, in the Discord, or that is live here at the event. And one of those people putting in the work is obviously Shift, so it's time to go back on over to the pit and check in with him.
Thank you there, friends. Yeah, hey, again, we're through round 1, and already we're having a lot of storylines kind of breathe. The one that I'm really circling on my calendar, which is the calendar date is just for today. Volt looking really, really solid in their first matchup. They're able to take down Exclusive in 2-0 fashion, and it did require a little bit of ice. And I always say you can't just show up prepared. You can't just show up gunning well. You have to be able to clutch up when it matters most. Even though it is just a best of 3 and it's the first matchup of the day for both of those two teams, Volt provided. To do really nicely in their opening hard point, and then a couple of really icy moments in the search and destroy on Meltdown. A couple of 1v1s, a couple of great sniper moments. Definitely some power building for the Japanese
there's
team.
like
So, I want to really put that storyline for you guys involved.
250 people
Last
watching
year,
on
Stars was the team from
Twitch,
Japan,
and
and they
no
were
one is
able to make it
chatting.
into the top 8 through upsetting teams like Q9 back in the day.
Or
So
my
there's
thing is
definitely a lot
broke,
relying on what they can do moving into their 1-0 group, but at least for now, they start off really hot. Speaking of 1-0 teams, and if you just saw me over on Bobby's stream a second ago, I'm thinking NA is not as comfortable as they may feel after the results. Yes, LG won their matchup. Yes, Tribe won their matchup, but both of them came with a bit of resiliency, and wouldn't you know it, they are playing each other in this next overall matchup. That you can find that over on the D stream, which I believe Infinity is going to be covering. You're not going to want to miss that one. It's a repeat, kind of, at least by brands, over the World Championship from last year. So a lot riding there, I think, just on the organizational pride, even though the teams, of course, are very, very different. Lots more to come, of course, so we'll keep you updated as much as we possibly can as games start to kick off here in the tournament pit. But for now, back over to the desk.
All right, fantastic recap. As always, Shift, thank you very much. Was he on Bobby's stream, he said?
I think that Bobby was over there, but Bobby didn't come over to say hi to us.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, that's fine.
I feel left out.
I think Bobby just threatened, I'm not gonna lie.
We'll have to remedy that because it's not fair that Shift gets to do all of the cool stuff hanging out with people. I want to go check out the pit myself. And if you're here live at DreamHack Atlanta, you can obviously be checking it out as well. There's action that continues on even when we have breaks here on the main stream, whether you're watching that virtually on any of our side streams or just here in person. And it is getting loud over there because we've had some really, really strong performances. So I would recommend just taking a peek, swinging on by, and see what's going on over there. While we are also getting all of our action ready and set up here, you can see a little bit of like pre-game team discussion and hype. I love you can kind of catch that bonding moment right before they broke up that team huddle. That is something that's super important when it comes to maintaining a good vibe overall for the team heading into the next level of competition. Go.
Yeah, the vibes, the synergy, just make sure that you are connected as a squad. It's important. Does not matter if you individually are doing great. You gotta make sure that the whole team is doing something. And if you see someone who's maybe getting bumped down or something, just try to hype him up. Try to get him to be at his best possible. Gameplay is something that's so important, and it is even more important as we begin to see also the videos where we continue
so I put
not repeat
3 screens on my stream. Stream?
I get the chance to see some action over on Takeoff.
My Call of Duty and one main
on to the best for profit. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Search and Destroy on Firing Range. Finally, gonna have an appearance for us today and to end things possibly on a game.
Wait, do you guys wanna do
the side of
shipment game?
Oh, we got baited.
We got baited.
I was so ready for the Crossroads and for me to like to push the narrative. Just like, oh, looking like we're gonna have a Crossroads Friday here, but nonetheless, yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Firing Range map number 2 again when it comes down to vetoes.
Or should we play on SND?
There's a lot of questions up in the air, obviously, for Vitality.
You can play games while watching this.
How do you want to approach an international competition? As you've mostly just been facing and scrimming GodLike for the past calendar year. On the other side for TLE, it's pretty much almost like the same boat. What are you going to feel most comfortable on? Like at this point, if you're playing Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, you probably got a pocket firing range, so better hope to see the best out of these two teams once we do get to that map number 2. But the takeoff should be interesting. Again, that was the map 1 for Vitality that they got absolutely bodied on versus Q9, so has to surely be a comfort pick for them. Only time will tell to be able to see how they statistically add up against TLE.
I think both of our teams are looking like they're about ready to get themselves in. The pre-game hype combos are about done. I think everyone should also be ready to go in that lobby as soon as Vitality is set up and prepared. TLE locked in, ready to go for this next step of the competition.
You don't stream it anymore?
I love that.
I mean, I'm trying to grind the YouTube, but
I'm not gonna lie, like I just watched all this happen, like not even on the screen, I just witnessed it firsthand. Like I'm gassed off of that. I'm ready to. Give me a phone, Lauren. I'm
Wait, is that Jay?
Bobby, not really, actually. Probably not. No, I would get absolutely worked. I don't care who's on it. The only person I'm probably going to beat in a 1v1 is probably Shift. That's it.
At the, during the daytime. That means I cannot support my teams that well, so
oh, laser tag I win for sure.
It feels very weird to stream on Trovo when I can't support them really well, so
I'm not sure.
I'm just grinding.
You should.
I'll run around with the camera, give like everybody like the perspective. I'll be like the in-game observer for
yeah,
laser tag IRL.
You remember Jay, right?
That like, okay, I'm gonna go work on scheduling that while this is all going on, while this next match is taking place. So I will get back to you with an answer on when that battle occurs.
Fantastic.
I want chat to tell me who wins that as well. Not only do I want them to tell me who wins this next match, but I want to know if they had to pick, would it be you or Shift? That would win in the laser tag.
Shift wins the popularity vote every time, but they don't know about me. They don't know, but they will know eventually.
You just have to show them.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just gonna have to show them.
Gotta show them my strats.
Thank you for hanging out with us here, guys. We're just only a few more moments away from getting into match number 3. Obviously, we're live here from DreamHack Atlanta, so if you are in the convention center with us, make sure you're checking out all of the cool stuff that we have not only here at the booth, but the entire show floor. There's so much going on, and we have so much Call of Duty mobile action all weekend long. You can stop by at any time to say hi, maybe get an opportunity to chat with some of your favorite players if you see them walking in and out of the pit area. I mean, we've got the laser tag, like I said. You can even try out Call of Duty Mobile if you've never played it before. Come on by, test it, because you never know. They might be the next top player in SPS.
You gotta bring your own pillow though. There are no pillows at those stations, but yes, do come on through. There's so much to do here at DreamHack, as there is almost every single DreamHack. We also have a lot of creators kind of wrapped around the middle of the entirety of the floor. I'm seeing individuals swiping absolutely nothing as they're playing on VR headsets. It's a good time. So
let's
come
go,
on through,
Jay.
won't you?
All right, we've got a little bit of a head-to-head look here at all of our players.
So what is TLE
Esports?
Who are they?
Gil, before we get into match number 3 of the day, any final thoughts before it kicks off?
I just gotta say that I'm so ready, and I bet they are as well. TLE and Vitality both with a negative score. Want to make sure that they are on a great standing spot. Not a bad one, like a 0-2, right? Either of the two want to get to that point, and we'll have to battle for that as we are near start of game number 1. Remember, that's going to be some hardcore action over on Takeoff, which is a map that I don't necessarily am too sure if we could favor on this one. What do you say, Papa?
I mean, it's tough to be able to really gauge that, right? Because I mean, TLE, realistically, they're the #1 team out of LATAM. They're immediate competition because they didn't have any lands to really speak of. What's against other Latin American competition? But they did go 5-0 in playoffs. They didn't drop a single respawn. Search and destroy is their immediate concern when it comes down to it. However, that kind of puts an interesting aspect on it.
Hello.
How are
you doing?
On that search and destroy, albeit losing by 2, they kept things incredibly close. For Vitality, it's kind of the same exact idea, right? I mean, you're realistically looking at GodLike as your main combatant to be able to see how Takeoff does look. 6-0 as far as any competition is concerned. But without further ado, Glitter, we will see you after this best of 3. Thank you for dealing with us through all that opening. Always pleasure to have you here at this desk. Map number 1 for TLE versus Team Vitality. Both these teams 0-1.
Oh my god, is that you, Purish? How are you doing? And how are you, Vanille? How's your study going? Study, bitch, exactly.
Now, Sosa was trying to get some action in, just not too successful on that interaction. And nearly got taken down. The one who did survive is going to be Cyrex, who so far doesn't got any kills, but, you know, hanging inside of the kill for at least 13 seconds. That helps a lot when it comes down to this kill.
As far as this hardpoint is concerned, even in their own region, Vitality has always had the edge over anybody that they would play against.
Vitality? Wait, what? But no, I heard that people saying like Indian teams got so much better like compared to last year, so they expecting them to like play a bit better. But I don't know, you guys know better because I never meet them in ranked or anything. Have you ever met them like in rank? Indian team pros? Pierce and
just like that in the snap of the finger, we're gonna get TLE to break through the opponent, turns around, finds another kill. Great job down there for Cyrex, and now throws a nade and gets the comfort of the hill. Thanks to his allies who continue to tear apart the opponents. Finally they get
hi Dr. Zenjo. Is this a mode on this stream? People are saying that, but no.
Gets taken down. Vitality is still fighting inside of that hill. I gotta say that although TLE got there a few seconds later than I would have liked,
Don't have
they did a great job with that break.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you
You met GodLike once? How was it though? Because you know, like TNC and Solo played together, and they said they carried the GodLike, the pro player, in rank. And Solo was playing on like a 70 MS, something like that, with TNC. So I was like, what? They always saying that whenever they see like Indian pros on tournaments and something like that.
All of TLE Esports are currently residing inside of the current hill. It means you got to start
so much
investing some of these
happens
operators. The claw
like,
immediately
what
gets
kind
answered
of
back
stuff?
with a claw of TLE's own. We
Well,
also have an
I mean,
operator
people say like
being
GodLike got really
Sarah,
better.
trying to keep
I
Vitality
wanna
at bay.
see like how much they changed.
Immediately we get Cyrus with the purified Gengamon getting two, immediately going for three and gets it. No, I think it was only an assistance, but they're still alive.
Because I'm not really familiar with like other region pro players.
To the head by the hands
I'm
of
only
Sam, who
familiar
finds the
with
double,
like
immediately
new
tries to get
players.
inside, not gonna be possible to Tio.
There are some Roofs, I support Roofs though. You know, I watched Roofs versus Kings, like Chinese team versus EU team, and Roofs won all the rounds. That was funny though.
I gotta say, Vitality is getting there first, but these last
They all play on 5 MS.
and once they broke,
That's why they're good on Indian servers. Wait, what?
Get to see this pretty much play back once again. I think
Eh?
we're gonna manage to do it one more time here, probably.
Not exactly a hop,
Oh,
skip, and a
shit.
jump away in between P3 and P4. You
Also, like,
superiority between the two, but I'll agree with you, Gil. I
when
love
people
the
talking about like teams, pro teams, you know, people saying it's like connections. When you have connections with like team managers or other pro players, you can be a pro player in a pro team. And I think that's actually true that, you know, connections are important for everything, even in real life. So also this mobile game scene, if you have connection with like pro players, maybe you can play as a pro player.
Talk about a step up to no one's surprise. One of the new players here on the scene for TLE, Pavsera, doing a great job so far. 19 kills in.
Yeah, Roofs are really OP. But people are saying like LG gonna win this year, like LG is the best team at the moment. But I really don't want North America to win this championship again, you know? I just wanna see like other teams winning the championship. Don't know. Mini militia? What is that?
I feel like they are getting plenty of kills.
They ain't even that good, wait, why? Better than codm? Masterpiece of its own? Wait, I've never heard about that game though. I've never heard about it. So the big screen, that's just the main stream, which is TLE Esports versus Team Vitality, whatever. I don't even know how to pronounce it. And the small one is the stream C or stream B. It's Tribe versus LG, which is just the same region versus same region.
And that's break P2 just as quickly. You got 3 operators for TLE. They might need to use some of those to answer back for the ones that Team Vitality have for this hold.
I still gotta question the method.
It's an old game we used to play with friends in one room with hotspot. Really? Is it like a gun game as well?
Still currently winning, but now not by that much. There's the usage of 2 operators at once on the side of Vitality, the Purifier.
Yeah, Tribe versus LG just seems like them screaming each other. It's just like screams.
They intend to belong that a lot more, even more so if Sam's up to use that equalizer for his hand, not necessarily.
And people are also saying like this year Tribe is so bad.
Getting himself inside, 20 seconds left. Vitality once again.
I don't know though, but Mines and everyone was saying, this is Tribe just even Jay said that.
And we're in for a banger matchup next. It's time
2D gun game? Ooh, I mean I love gun games.
Of course the tournament favourites
I love
eyes open
gun
throughout the
games.
entirety of the tournament thus far versus Tribe gaming, a team that came in third over in North American playoffs. I'm going to be joined by the Vitality.
Do you play for
And the bottom left is me playing game right now.
Yeah, it will be.
I'm playing game right now, I'm in game.
Champions. The only one left on the roster though from that championship roster.
So there is 3 screens,
coming into this season, however, still just as deadly. However,
I muted mine.
LG, who is the best roster in COD Mobile development.
What I wanted to see was Roots versus Kings. I just want to see like Americans or Europeans going against like Chinese or Japanese teams. You know, like completely like some opposite sides. They can't even scream each other since they have like 100 MS if they play together. So I just want to see like Japanese team versus EU team or Chinese team versus NA team.
Number 4, that's now 2 points in, where I do see TLE doing a better job at rotating, but this time not working out.
Yeah, I was going to say, Washi movement was great, stalled out the hit, and that allowed the rest of the reinforcements to get there, so Luminosity actually has a chance to be able to refrag on this. Washi there once again, another 1v2. Unfortunately, this time, once again, can't make it work. It's going to be the War Machine that gets popped, though, from Ravallo on the opposite end. They're going to be able to break into this Lambo Hill. 40 seconds left, tons of time to
maybe
work
I will
on
mute
killer out the cards as well.
Just skipping the one stream sound.
Same could be said about the second set, but that was all at the back end of operators. We're going into this almost completely vanilla. The only player that has an operator was Vegas previously, but the moment he pulls it out, gets immediately shut down.
But do you have another exam spears? Or your exam store?
It is Vitality that are spawning close, and it comes down to the gunfight.
I mean, you should have a winter break or something soon, no?
But the response is back in kind for TLE. It's just down to 8 seconds
like
left for the second set of hard points, and we're still just about out of the dead even game.
That's right. We are once again moving on to the P.
Oh shit, I was gonna put
back with the tranquility. No, to the chaos, to the pure control lost by everyone. Inside of that kill, there's gonna be Vegas.
Koji, you got an exam tomorrow? What the hell?
Through it all. Gaining control for themselves. We're gonna get to see 3 operators being available.
Recommend the songs to me. I need new songs. I always listen to like same songs all the time. And 7 recommended me an album, and I'm playing that songs all the time when I open the cafe. I really like that one. It was like the album name is The Party by Andy Schaff or something like that. I actually don't know how to pronounce his name, but it was like Andy Schaff, I don't know.
Some of the bottom right, some over back behind P2. And this is where things start to get a little bit hairy on how are you supposed to not only get yourself some sort of time going in towards P1, but also the spawns towards you. This is the
at the moment, Tribe is winning somehow.
Going to be in here first. Operators in their back pockets. Doesn't exactly help things out for Vitality when Mino takes them down, but Sam is able to work his way back in, find 2.
Tech 20 was like holding angles, like behind the car or something, like objects, and then you know he's like pro-centric on in game.
That is invested, but answered back with burns from the Predator missile, is able to find more kills. Vegas there from the close spawns are also able to reinforce Team Vitality's hold. There is still 34 seconds left to fight over here for P2, but the rotation is already being looked at from Vitality. Brute forced their way back through the front was TLE. They cannot win it here anymore. TLE understanding that
I got 11
it's going to be
kills though
likely
somehow.
a dead even game again unless Vitality break once more.
If I'm not mistaken, I just saw 4 operators going to waste on the side of TLE, and that's hurting like crazy. Vitality capitalizes on it really, really heavily right now with only 26 points away from success on game number 1, and TLE gotta begin to sweat, gotta strategize something, gotta be there first once again on P number 3, and they will be. Let's see for how long as the fight comes through. There's going to be the push from Mino. Sirax already thought that was going on. Turns around, tries to go for the kill, but gets taken down himself. Ladies and gentlemen, TLE on a really difficult spot, but still trying to remain calm and collected here. Sam's going to get knocked. The operator is available for Sirax. Let's see if he's going to decide to use it soon, because he will need to do so right now. From above,
but I really want to have the Mythic Fennec. Like, everyone is spamming Mythic Fennec. Wait, I feel like it's the first time seeing Switchblade. I just saw Switchblade. What the hell? It was just Fennec or the legendary Growl in this championship. Like when it's like a SMD, it's just Lucas, Electron, and Fennec. That was it. Like what the hell?
Numbers are not here. Team Vitality have to play for the rotation towards New, but again, TLE Esports still have those north side spawns here on takeoff for the map number 1. They currently have
this game is super close.
and they're soaking up the end of the scrap time. Now another lead swap.
Oh my god, the next point is gonna like decide like who's gonna win. Oops, he's holding angle. Nah, they lost. They can't. Nah.
No more resources dip their
They lost. Oh,
they're still finding the gunfight.
no.
Trying to brute force their way in from the back, but the kills are not there. TLE Esports, they make the comeback happen, and they will win map number 1.
Oh, look at their faces. They're all hopped up. They're so happy, and they should be. What a win for
Choopy. What is Choopy?
Ladies and gentlemen, such a close
Choopy.
map. Will go in their favor. Vitality bringing in their best effort. It was so close, but when it mattered the most, TLE started rotating super good. You can see it on Balsera's face now here with Shisui. He's just great. They've been doing a great job to close. These were not. There was a few moments where you could question their methods, but it was clear that they were going for something, and once they finally got into it, they did secure the first map.
Not once, not twice, but thrice.
For real, it was like long time. I was only one who's using this type of skin.
That was the sweet spot.
And they were always getting the majority
I
of the time.
swear, nobody
And
used
we were
it.
starting to ask ourselves towards the end of the second set, excuse me, that TLE Esports, their break
This
percentage was so high.
goofy butt ass DLQ scope is crazy though.
From the break percentage and walking away with the majority of time on P3. That's takeoff hardpoint in a nutshell. If you can get the majority of time between 3 and 4, you will always feel like that you are in possession of the lead, and that's exactly what happened for TLE. Team Vitality, much like you were talking
Faster
about.
firing rate is the way to go. Yeah, I mean you can just rush and kill them.
But by that point, TLE Esports were just shutting them down.
I think that's why they're using a Fennec.
And then TLE Esports
just
completely flipped the lead going in towards B4. They had
also, there are a lot of people using the legendary Growl though.
Put Vitality on the back burner, taking this map number 1 in a very good fashion, might I add you, that Burns dropped 50 kills. Joko's 53 and 38. For the L has to feel punishing. It almost looks like just from the quick maths on our screen that Vitality realistically had more kills, but it doesn't always matter. It has to be the right kills that need to be found. That's exactly what TLE did at the end of that final few hard points to put themselves in a position to be able to close that map number 1.
Yeah, the kills were close, and so was the score. Unfortunately, kills and score was not in the same team's favor. Kills for Vitality, points, which is what matters the most, goes for TLE. And now we begin to think about game number 2. Search and Destroy. Proper. I want to tell you something. That's the weakest game mode for TLE. They have historically struggled like crazy. You have no idea. I really do hope that they did their homework, because if they didn't against Vitality, it's not going to be an easy fight of that, I'm sure. So I'm intrigued if they have managed to.
Oh my god, I crouched.
That has been just like a weakling for them.
Chip choppa doobie dabba dabba. Doobie, I don't know what it is.
Sure, nobody's here to deny that, but they did it via the
respawn. Wait, why are you guys thinking?
And that is terrifying for such an integral game mode. Search and Destroy will win you matches, it'll win you championships, and you really do feel like that for
I'm confused right now, for real though.
Firing range of all maps who allowed to come through, you feel like that you might be able to win a 2-0 here, but it's still that big storm cloud that is over their head. Again, you can only put so much vamos in the chat before you really start to look at the numbers and really get scared on how close Search and Destroy is for TLE. Vitality, they need this. I mean, it's either you come out and you have a breakout performance on firing range Search and Destroy, or you're 0-2, and the likelihood of you making it to that championship bracket, not looking too good.
Come on, check.
And there it is.
Wow, this is so close game. Tribe versus
first blood is going to be in favor of Cyrex. Goes for the double.
LG.
Taken down. Valsera responding at a distance with a sniper. But it's going to be the 2v1
This
going in
is
favor of
bit
TLE.
close.
As Vegas tries to do something, manages to
I mean,
somehow
Tribe got
get that
a
kill
bit of more
onto
points,
Tio
but
there.
still.
Valsera answering back with yet another kill
Interesting.
for the Brazilian
Because
player
people
of
were
TLE.
saying like Tribe this year is so bad, but then
That's going to be Mexico, Brazil alongside with Peru.
they are doing good against LG.
3 versus 2. Yoko's at a distance here with the Locust, trying to defend over on Bravo, which is the right call. There's plenty of players over there. Misses that first shot. That is revealing his spot. Saucy. Oh my goodness! With a fraction of a second, he knew where he had to be. Takes that shot, takes that kill, and now it's a 1v3 that he himself will close out. That's a point for TLE.
It has to almost feel like a form of miscommunication for all of Vitality, really. You're in a 2v3. You have all of the mid-map being looked at past 10. If the bomb gets put at A, at least you're close. But the moment you see one player over by the B bomb site, you know that's where the hit is going to be coming from. So TLE, at least they strike first. What can you do defensively this time to shut down this push? It is coming over towards A. First blood is going to be found by Pavzera. Has a massive kill over towards the pistol. The damage. Are you kidding me? Immediately leaves Mino
Oh my
in
god.
a 1v5.
Oh, I should have just
before I can
aimed
even
it
say
from the
good luck,
back.
have fun. He is put in the dirt. TLE Esports 2-0 lead.
Okay, not a single loss
No,
of
I
players over there on
saw it.
TLE, which I'm quite surprised if I'm quite honest with you.
Still
They were
can't
so
beat
low, they were so low, they managed to
PPA
survive
team.
time after time.
Who is so
The side of
PPA
Vitality tried, but it was just too difficult for them to find that kill. Saucy with the first blood once again. That's 3 in a row going in favor of TLE.
Not me,
Doing a
not
great
me.
job at the beginning of these rounds.
No, I'm the
questioned
biggest
if
to
they
say
were
it's
ready
mine.
for search and destroy. Seems proper, like the answer was yes in here. Yoko's gonna answer back at a distance with a sniper shot onto Tio, but I'm not quite sure that will be enough. Plenty of nades are still gonna be thrown into the air.
No, it's me.
Now,
Me
players
only.
leading finally goes in favor of Vitality.
3v4. Never want to
Imagine selling candies.
They are at the top.
Oh my god, but I cannot
America
believe that I
and
need to
Senior
go
and Worlds
work
for a
tomorrow.
reason. Bomb's still being carried though.
I also need to
He's
wake up
being killed by
early.
Zyrax. He's already through Banana, and he's trying to at least get him closer towards the bomb
Sadly.
site. The biggest issue though is, again, Vitality, like you said, have numbers. They have a lot of members watching the middle of the map inside of 10. It's mostly just coming down from Mino, who's in a 1-for-1 spot around the window, but somebody has slipped the net. Zyrax could be playing for a timing.
It'll be interesting. He's just waiting, and he can just waiting here if his allies do manage to plant that bomb, but gotta be careful. There's the defense from the side of Vitality. Vegas with a headshot onto Sauce is gonna hurt, but it does throw them off. I feel like in a way they thought that they could be pushing
Oh, I
elsewhere,
think
but
I'm
no,
gonna
they're planting the
change
bomb, and
my
that's gonna be
practice
4v2.
skin to Viper.
45 seconds on the clock. Cyrax still in a great spot, but if Shisui falls, that is gonna be tremendously hurtful for the side of TLE as we get to the last potentially 30 seconds of this round.
What the hell? I couldn't
You
even
have
see
to check
him,
this
bro.
corner. You have to check this corner. No, the trigger discipline. That is massive, and then Shisu pounces
Who
from
won
the other
it?
side. It's a pinch. 20
Wait, I
seconds
missed
before the
it.
bomb
Who won
detonates.
it? Try
1v2.
for
Zyrax able
LG.
to find one. Now a 1v1. 16 more seconds before the bomb has to be detonated, and he's got a double weapon set. The snap is good. The 2v-odd situation. Never say never. It's a 3-0 lead.
Oh my goodness, that was tremendous. Cyrex, that control, he had 1 kill prior to that clutch. Now he's got 4, ladies and gentlemen, clutching it up for the squad. The trigger discipline was quite important, but this raw skill that he was performing on that round was tremendous to see. Round number 4, Vitality has to do something to shake things up, or else they are going to be in a tremendously bad spot if you are losing 3-0 against a team that historically has been super questioned when it comes out to search and destroy.
First blood found. Team Vitality again have numbers. You remember what happened last time we said that?
Yeah.
Didn't go too well. Burns, though, is able to take down Saucy as the second in the round. It's now a 2v5.
What
Sure,
the
this
hell?
numbers advantage is that much better than the last, right? I mean, that's how math works. Interesting position here for Sam's, just playing around the test dummy area. Pavzera not going to check the corner. Easy kill for Sam's. The next one's up close. The trade is at least found. G-Sweet won't take down Sam's, but still so much left to do. He has the bomb in his back pocket, but he's currently being pinched, trying to go towards the mitts. Is able to at least take down one. Shoulder thrown. Hold on a second. No way. Turns around. We're breaking cameras. Breaking his own camera as well. Goes inside a 10, but that's a raid that he did not want to be a part of. Finally, Vitality will get on
I think
the
SND
board.
were
Still
streaming
trailing by
tournament
2.
is right.
Such a chaotic ending,
Because it's
but
quite nice.
most of Vitality nonetheless. They are now with 2 back-to-back really good
Why not?
starting off a round. Let's see if they can repeat that action. I was questioning how many first blood TLE was getting now. Vitality trying to change that scenario, trying to change that narrative. And now, well, that worked out once perfectly in their favor.
Oh.
So what's next? Round number 5. And in here, already 20 seconds have gone by, and no one's dead just yet.
Oh, I was clicking the UAV. Why did I do that? I should have just killed him.
Trying to do something different on this round.
I always
TLE,
do that.
they've kind of gotten caught slipping on their aggression, where Team Vitality are more playing in standardized positions, just expecting for the crosses to be held and the gunfights to come to them. And they'd be right. That is how the last round and a half almost went. It just almost feels like that it should be 2 rounds on the board for Team Vitality instead of just of the 1 with the 2v4 that happened in rounds previously. First blood found, Burns over by Banana, and that's immediate call. Smoke's gonna be blasting out. They're gonna start swarming over by this B bomb site. And you can see because of the minimap that nobody from Team Vitality is in an immediate position to try to stop this. So Tires control is already here. They're currently playing through the middle of the map, trying to continuously have an angle on that B bomb site, but the numbers are all there for TLE as Tequilo will take down Mino. Bomb can't be planted, not quite yet.
You don't
This
wanna
one might
ask
just end
for
via kills.
Wi-Fi?
Yes,
Oh.
it is. Double for Cyrus.
When are you going
You got
back
Yokos
home, Piers?
completely
When
on
are
his
you
own.
going
Yet
back home?
another
When?
perfect
Is
round
it
going in favor of
soon?
TLE. That's twice
When
now that
are
we've
you
seen them
gonna
not
go
drop
back
a single
home?
player, which I'm super impressed about. They have done what was asked, which is improve their search and destroy, which you talked about earlier. Their game of search and destroy that they lost by the minimum difference, which is 2 rounds. They went on to extra times, and in here, Saucy gonna take the first blood once again. Cyrus with the opportunity, gonna take 1, gonna go for 2, but gets taken down. Relays the information to his allies that everybody was there over, and they rotate as such. The only one defending in here is gonna be Mino, who misses that shot. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? TLE with a great start of yet another
January?
round.
But what do you
Last
mean
round before we
maybe?
switch sides.
It's not like confirmed.
4-1. This is a
What
massive
do you
lead.
mean maybe?
4-3 as far as the round is concerned. Bomb planted at A. This retake is mostly just coming through from the back. I mean, you saw that Vegas on the minimap just previously was thinking about maybe pushing through.
Oh yeah, after this Tribe versus LG, it's gonna be GodLike versus EU team, which is Kings versus GodLike, and let's
Vitality
see.
were finding themselves on numbers on the defensive side was because TLE were being
10th?
the aggressors.
10th
That time around,
of
Team
January?
Vitality were trying to at least push forward to get further information. TLE were expecting it, and they completely flip it on its head. It's a 5-1 differential heading into the half.
That's right, we're gonna flip spawns, we're gonna change sides. We are gonna get to see if Vitality has something else to show to us tonight, because they lost 2-0 in the first time they were here today. Now, they lost the first game, and they're currently losing the second one, but they're planting the bomb. Pauseta with the first blood, bombs down. Shisui knows that. Pauseta to the ground, thanks to the hands up me.
Oh
Nino.
my days.
Great answer by Shisui. 35 seconds on the clock. Shisui trying to do more damage here. Nade could cause a lot of pain onto the opponents over there. Timing is just not going to be there. Only one remains. That's going to be Mino, who gets pushed by everybody at once. Tio finally stepping up to the plate. Because let me tell you, I think that the first 3 or 4 rounds, Tio had no kills whatsoever. Now he's got 4.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, again, it's just a really good call coming through from TLE Esports. I mean, Team Vitality brute force their way through the training dummies. They get the quick plan at A, and that's into TLE's handbook. They wanted to play the retake. So what's the response going to be here, respectfully, for both sides? Vitality looking to push through Banana. They're leaving one player behind to at least look through top wood to see if anybody's going to be pushing through the middle of the map. They'd be wrong, and now you're walking into an absolute blender, and that's Pabzera to find 3 in the round. Mino at least answers back with 1. It's all up to Jokos. Dropped 50 kills in the first map, trying to keep his team in it, but it simply is not meant to be. 7-1 is the final score here on firing range. 2-0 going to TLE, proving the point they are the #1 team out of LATAM.
That's right. They worked really, really great on this search and destroy. They managed to come back on the very end for hardpoint as well. They've earned this victory, and as such, will now be tied on the overall standings. We're gonna see there's some good sportsmanship, you know, just shaking your opponent's hands, because at the end of the day,
7 hours, right? That's tough though.
Now the only thing, but
that's not easy, to be honest.
What's really terrifying about all
From
this too, we kept on
police
talking
to
about
home.
the
7 hours.
standpoint. I know I talked about it ever so slightly. You even talked about it as well through the middle of map number 2.
7 hours is
It was
actually
a
like
9-7
wild,
on
to be
firing
honest.
range. And of all maps,
That's
again,
too
for as long as
Really
Call of Duty Mobile
tiring.
has been in
I mean, maybe you
its
can
existence,
sleep
you have to have a pocket
on a
firing range.
bus or
That
something
much
like
is
that,
for
but
certain
still,
as we
it's
take a
gonna
look
be
at the
like
replays from
uncomfortable
map
and
number
stuff.
2. Really good back and forth. I'll be completely candid with you through the opening 4 rounds.
the-
Realistically, you felt like that team vitality should at least have 2 rounds, whether it was 7-2
You got
or
work
at
here.
least going in towards the side switch. You just can't allow those 2 players to be able to wrap back over towards the B bomb site.
Who
and
thinks
even
his
this
crew
one.
acting like this? Wait,
It was
what?
crazy to see that TLE was able to do that back to back to back, but even more impressive, that mentality was allowing that to happen so often. It should have changed in some sort of way, but they could not adapt quickly enough. And with that, we are going to be moving into the interview with one of the players over there on the stand from TLE. Take it away, Dad.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. We are chilling,
Papa.
and you guys certainly doing well with the big win. This seemed to be an easy one for you guys. Would you agree?
¿Crees que esta es una de las victorias más grandes que tuvieron ahorita? ¿Estás de acuerdo? Sí, la verdad sí, ya que es nuestra primera victoria en el torneo, más aparte de que es nuestro primer torneo presencial. Creo que no empezamos de la mejor manera, de la manera deseada, pero lo estamos haciendo bien. Ahorita el equipo está con todas las ganas de querer superarse, sin importar lo que haya pasado, cómo empiece, lo importante es cómo uno termina.
Yeah, definitely. It was much needed. This is our very first win at a LAN event. We didn't start the way we wanted, but we picked up the pace. We're steamrolling now, and we're getting confident.
Was there something specific? You said you picked up the pace. Was there anything else specific that brought this victory? Because like I said, it was really tremendous.
¿Y crees que hubo algo determinante para tener esta victoria? Porque claro, empezaron lento, pero ¿qué crees que fue lo que cambió en esta partida?
Not a big deal.
Pues como todo en la vida, a veces
I
uno
don't
se
know what
cae,
you guys talk
pero
about,
lo importante es como dicen, uno se levanta y ahorita
well,
estamos motivados, la adrenalina, el coraje que tenemos de querer sí o sí lograr lo mejor, querer representar de la mejor manera a LATAM, es lo que nos incentiva y motiva a dar literalmente el 100%.
So as in life, we have to cope with defeat. We need to learn how to deal with losses.
Not
But
study
our
and
mentality
fail,
has to
huh?
stay strong. We need to keep that mindset that
Yeah,
we
I'm
keep showing
confused,
that
but
LATAM
it's alright
has,
though.
and that gives us the thrive. and
It's
to get the
alright.
win.
Well, I mean, the victory and the style certainly showed through. I think that will provide you the good mental. So thank you so much for your time and congratulations.
Muchas gracias y saludos a todos los fans de TLE.
Woo! Gracias. Back to you.
All right, that was a fantastic interview. I love when we get chatty players, Gil, that will actually give us some really fleshed out answers. I mean, he was right. They made a massive change, really kind of picked up the pace, and they look really solid now.
Yeah, it took just a lot of effort for them to get that victory. And it shows in his faces, right? They are happy. They know.
He got
that it was
an
not necessarily the
exam.
best
He got
start, but
exams
they know that they can pick up the pace, and
in
they have
February,
done so
like big deal in
this
India.
game number 2. Once again, congratulations for that win for TLE, who now are even one on each.
You got
All
this.
right, well,
though.
phenomenal performance there.
Right.
Obviously, that was
You
just
got
one of our
this.
main stage
Easy,
matches. We
easy.
have so many more things going on. I think I have a little bit of a surprise treat.
Is it like a
in store
super like
for the two
important
of
exam?
you, because we've got some action going on at the pit. I think we're going to check in with Shift and see what he has to say
Like
first.
deciding college or something like that. Why we love shooting games? I don't
It's a
know.
lot of action going on right now. I think the biggest nose
I love
point
shooting
is
games. I love gun
LG and
games.
Tribe squaring up on the D stream, and I will say,
It's
just
fun.
to kick off this series, Tribe has
Also,
to win
like
map
those
number
kind of
1.
games,
Again, the hard points, one of their best overall,
you need to
and they came up
practice
to
as well. Like
watch.
you can
Absolutely
improve
stellar to finish things off, but it was Tribe able to take map number 1
your
250
aims
to
and
241.
movements
But
or
here
game
is the
sense.
interesting thing about
Why
this
the
series.
first
The rest
stream
of it
is
is a
lagging
meltdown
right now?
search, what they're currently in, and a crossroads control. Both maps were played when those two squads met up when they played in Season 4 in the group stage, and both of those went to LG.
It's just
so
10th
really tight
grade.
matchup going over on D.
After
Meanwhile,
tier
other
2
results
is
that are
very
coming through,
important,
Q9's playing
and
Standpoint
that's gonna
over
be
on the
the
C stream.
the entering the college exam, right? After 2 years.
Instances, and it looks like it's going to be pretty much a run over there. Wolves playing up against Kagendra right now, and it's about to get real mixy. 239, 197. Wolves currently down, but things are looking like it very well may go the other way.
What do you mean?
Very, very back and forth. And then the only other thing here is just what's going to happen with the other teams that are 0-1 when we eventually get into the next bit. So if you're looking to find these matches right now live, make sure you do so by following along with all of those. Again, Wolves and Kagendra on the B stream, Q9 and Standpoint on C, and then LG and Tribe currently in the middle of their map number 2 on the D stream. That is a 3-2 round count right now, and LG is currently finding themselves up. So again, it's all getting chaos. It's getting crazy. We're having a lot of fun down here. Pop-offs have been going on. We love to see that in the COD community. So make sure you guys at home open up multiple browsers because it's going to get really lightning hot down here. That lightning, I don't even know if it is hot, but it feels like it would be. So that's what we got. Back to you guys to the desk.
All right, fantastic job as always. Shift coming through with the lore for LG and Tribe. And he's talking about that matchup. Well, here's the treat that I was talking about, okay? We're actually going to be jumping in on that D-Stream LGV Tribe matchup right now so we can take a look at that. Instead of going to a break, see how that matchup is going. You guys start casting.
And Mike, I mean, he was talking about it was like 3-2 when he immediately passed. We're now switching sides here on Melt.
Yonsei University?
Even Stevens as you could possibly ask for. Like Alan was already alluding to, these are reprise maps. Last time that we saw these two teams face off against each other.
I want to have the Japanese girl, but everyone gonna use that one.
Sir, we are in here.
Bro.
The side of LG planting the bomb by the hands of Ambi. That's gonna be now 40 seconds on the clock. Tribe gonna go for the retake. Tribe. Rehan takes that knock onto Band. Tectonic gonna answer back by eliminating Solo. That's great interaction, a good trade for the side of LG. A really interesting spot for the side of Tribe to be at as Ambi takes yet another kill. A really surprising game 1 victory for Tribe could translate onto pain for the side of LG, who right now are trying with their life to defend this bomb, and is working perfectly for them. That is going to be a round going in favor of LG. Will now take a small lead in their way.
1 round lead now here in the map number 2. Integral moment for Luminosity. Again, this is still best of 3s, and I'll be honest, this almost feels like it's a grand finals appearance in a best of 3 format. Most of these teams are just 1-0 for crying out loud, but nonetheless, something has to
You're
give here.
checking
Also
the jobs and stuff.
the last time these two teams did face off against each other, Luminosity in a best of 5 did take both Search and Destroys and the Control.
Average cost of living so expensive. Yeah, it's so expensive.
Lurking all the way back as it typically
It's
does
so
when it comes down
expensive.
to
I mean, they
meltdown.
got like a good
Just waiting for the
stuff,
go-ahead on what
like
anybody from
convenience
this team
stores
might be
and
able to
stuff.
find.
And it's gonna be so good to live in Seoul.
Trying to maybe try to look for a
Also
pick,
like
but
fun.
it's
Like
actually vague.
there's a lot of things to do. But when you think about like a cost of living, it's a bit yeah, it's not easy. Your brother is living in Seoul. What? 2 jobs, still not enough.
They seemingly are still trying to push that up, and it's gonna work out for Band as he takes that kill onto Solo. Great trade over there for the side of LG. They're still not too sure. Minute left on the clock. I'm pretty curious to see what's going on with Rivaldo. Pretty interested to see him with only a single kill. And I could pretty much say the same about Washi with only 2, at least right now. Here with the sniper play, Washi will try to clear pillars. Plenty of shots being fired, but none of them landing onto him. A jump shot onto Rehan. That is going to be the 3rd kill for
Why
Washi, who
this
begins to
ADS
push
time
for
is
more.
so
LG all
fucking
pushing
slow,
as a team over onto the A side.
I mean, sure, why not? Have fun while you're at it. Slug is
Yeah, London is expensive as hell. I'm poor. That's why I'm becoming poor and poor every day.
You would reckon is Envy, but he's not going to be able to get in a position to be able to cut them down through the middle of the map. Tectonic doesn't have a sniper, has an AR. Space has a sniper though, and the wallbang shot will take Tech out of this round. Now a 2v3.
I also heard that like the Indian people like working in the UK like a lot, and they make money in this country, and when they go back to India, they become like super rich with the British pound, like crazy rich. So like wow.
Playing against the clock, there's not enough time for the deep
That sounds
Wonderfully
good.
played out here for Band. He's going to get the kill. Why not anyway? LG have a 2-round lead.
showman kind of players, you know, love to see it. Last year, his waves at the opponents was always something magnificent to see, questioned in the past.
Just eating rice for real.
Showing what he does best, which is just dominate whoever is in front of him. So far, 11 kills for Bend. The man, the myth, the legend will begin to push as deeply as he can. Goes for that kill and takes it like it's nothing. Immediately allowing his team to plant that bomb. And ladies and gentlemen, that's another bomb planting in favor of LG.
Let me tell you, Band is a bad man. He's up to 12 kills in this map number 2. Doubling that of the top fragger. Well, maybe one less. Sorry, math is hard sometimes. That's why I cast. Words are easier. 5-3 though in a post-plant situation.
Oh, they already has a
5-4
rich
on the
family
map.
in India.
Rihan's gonna at least take down Vague. That makes numbers just about even, but Clock.
But then,
it's not on Tribe's side now, is it? They have to try to.
I mean, you can get like a work visa and something. You can get sponsored by companies, something like that. Like
that space tries to roll up from the stairs. He gets a gun where he
they
was standing
give you like
previously.
visa and shit, so they can work in this country, like something like that.
Now just one round away from tying up the series.
All right, 3 rounds in a row. LG on the brink of taking it home and making it even. Let's see if it's possible right now. We were talking about Band a little bit on the other round, but to be honest, everybody doing a phenomenal job to keep up the pace for the team. Right now,
that's why they can afford to send.
Away from making it their own. Tribe is going to allow that now. So far, Space, a player that has been questioned in the past, but his level is just always so insane. And Nade not going to connect. 40 seconds on the clock. And
One here too in your school. Maybe like they get a job in India first, and they work, and then they decide to go like abroad. I don't know. I
take that and quick plant it over towards B instead. And now, if you're Tribe, you have to try to retake. You saw one player that's looking all the way back. I mean,
you got the news?
So he's just waiting for the confirmation that somebody is pinching and waiting for the audio cues itself. Still 2 players, both playing around the bomb site itself. That's both Vague and Washi. The former will go down. Now the latter as well. Tectonic has to try to defend this in a 1v2, trying to hop on towards the defuse, but there's just not enough time. Tectonic will line them up, and LG will take this map, and will even up the series.
Movement, but when they use iPad, like you can tell. Sometimes.
It's 1-1 now. That was a phenomenal performance out of LG, but it's obviously best of 3, so there's going to be one more map for these teams to play it out, see who gets that win. We can't leave it unfinished. We'll jump back in with that and we'll see how it's going to go, but did you anticipate the outcome, or did you anticipate popping in and it was Tribe up 1-0?
No, I'm not surprised, personally, because again, like Shift was already talking about, last time that these 2 teams did face off against each other,
the video I'm free unit in Netherlands, and Sweden was already making like
map mode combination that they're much more susceptible to lose. It's going to be a hard point. Obviously,
already making like $4 to $5K per month. That's crazy. What the hell?
Yeah, we get to see a few of the
what? That's already like successful life, no?
The second half of this round, let me tell you, the action was exactly what you would expect from a Luminosity Gaming versus Tribe. It is just such a historic battle coming all the way back from last year on to today. These 2 know each other very, very well, and playing as such, we saw that tremendous victory that will take onto a control map for these 2 to have a better understanding on who will remain undefeated, and that will be happening soon. I'm so glad that we bounced into it, I gotta be honest.
Don't work hard in
when I said there's lots of action going down at the pit. Okay,
so you can work like after graduating the uni.
But there's so many teams here, and we've together.
I mean, here also like everywhere is similar, no? Like when you are in uni, you just do like part-time jobs, like the jobs you can continue while studying, and then they prepare to like apply for jobs in like companies like after graduating from uni. Parents pay for everything.
It's likely. I mean, considering that it's a
they
Swiss
just do internship or just enjoy time.
Battling up against each other. Obviously, when it comes down to single elimination, what round is it going to come in? It very much so could be grand finals. That's just the beauty of Swiss in general. They could end up on 2 different sides of the bracket. We very much so might be getting a preview for what that might be.
Which is also a little bit of a scouting opportunity for any of these teams to kind of pay attention and see if they end up running up against LG or Tribe. Maybe take some
not even
notes, learn what you
part-time,
can
just
from the
Cine.
situation, Gil, and see if
Doing random shit. Why is random
Absolutely, and I
shit?
gotta say, I just love so much of these matches that we've seen so far, and this is only day one. This is only day one, so if you had no plans, you should now. You gotta be watching.
But I think a lot of people doing like part-time jobs when they are in uni, like in Korea and in here as well.
Every single match that we've seen so far and will see in the near future as well.
I mean, we've barely scratched the surface of day one. We still have 5 matches to go, including what we've got coming up next, match number 4 for the main stage. I mean, that's just the main stage. This is why we keep harping on the fact that you guys need to be checking out the BC and D streams, checking out the pay if you're here with us at DreamHack Atlanta, obviously hanging out with us, sitting down, taking a rest from all
I mean, if we see like if it's successful, it's gonna be crazy good, but it's gonna be really hard at the beginning, like when you start the business.
Have to remember here, Luminosity and Tribe, albeit online, for
Part-time
SPSC's more open.
culture. Yeah, even in the UK, I think a lot of people, even like teenagers, they start
clearly something has changed in the LAN environment. Is a belly of a beast of their own. On towards
like cafe, restaurant,
in this best of 3.
anything.
Who is going to be 2-0?
From the young age.
Freebies coming through from Envy. Fantastic showcase from them. Slays soon to boot. Luminosity have only dropped now 3 lives on this side so far.
Okay, I like that, LG. Great start over there, but Tribe not trying to pick
also
up
my
the
boss, my cafe boss prefer like teenagers because they get paid less. You know?
By Band Big once
the
again,
minimum
shaking out things up with the R90. This hopper skin, that is just tremendous. I love that camo as well. It is just so wonderful to see it, and it is just amazing to see how well adapted is Big as a player with his weapon as he finds his 6th kill, and now that 20-10 lives. LG with a tremendous start yet again here on Control.
Tell you this much, I'm gonna have to scrub back on that B stream and take a look at that hard point as far as kills are concerned, because Luminosity are absolutely letting Tribe have it as far as the slaying department is concerned. Not a single segment of regression has even been captured. This is looking pretty darn good to finish in kills. That's why you're seeing some desperation in
Continuous kid creator, that society is like definition of toxic hostile culture. That's true. That's why that SK thing is like for real true. No, thanks for carrying me.
Zone so far, and they're able to accomplish such a feat. Still dancing around the A zone.
They
Try, but they don't
care about others too much. It's just like a part of Korea that people caring about like others' lives so much. Even like a parent caring about like other, like their friends, children, like what university they go, like what job they have. Like who the fuck cares about that? Like that's their life and you have your life. But in Korea, it's just crazy. Like parents, they care about their kids' school, university, job, salary, just too much. Also for the younger generation, they care about like others' school, I don't know, like money, maybe like appearance, just everything. Everything matters in Korea, which is not good. Because it's gonna be it's just sick community. It's not like healthy. I swear.
Yours are that much better on both sides of the coin. 25 now plays up against 20. Trying to at least tiptoe around these 2 different zones.
Yeah. So I mean, if I don't care, like, bro, I don't care, I don't give a shit, but others care, so it's not really work well. Even like when you try to not care about other things and stuff, because other people like just carrying it, like, talking about it.
There's an 11-12 now. Kill gap in favor of Tribe that Washi is trying to get rid of.
So I don't know. I don't really like Korean culture, to be honest.
Also being a
I am sorry, I'm doing homework. It's okay. Good luck with your homework, Ines. And I watched Terry's stream, the Korean guy's stream today, and he was like, there's a Call of Duty mobile community in Korea. It's like website that like everyone can join and post something. But then he said like one guy joined the game and it was like a 4-stack, and he joined as a random one guy and he left the game middle of the game, and you know the 4-stack was all Koreans, and he needed to upload the apologizing post in that community. Like what the fuck, who apologized for that, like leaving the game?
Nobody was watching this flank that Vega's already putting together, pulls out the equalizer, knows that there's going to be players around A. Is it going to be the first?
So Korea is always like that, like they sometimes like
is able to at least find one. One player did slip the net. Going to be inside of the own warehouse. That's going to be Rihan, who also
Candy told me he wanted to go to Korea to find his future wife. Oh no!
Still, the trades are there to speak of. So Luminosity,
yeah, it's really weird. Like, so I asked him like, if you bought this shirt, do you need to upload like apologizing like post on the community? So he was like, yeah. And like when you see the internet, everything is like, I don't know, sometimes it's just too much as well.
Take that shot onto Washi. Sorry, not onto Washi, that's his teammate.
Terry's named the stream after you, it was so funny. You joined? Wait, it was a Cola 117? Really?
They are doing a
what?
great job of sort of keeping it even on the side of drive, but time could also be an issue.
Who is winning though?
5 seconds left and
wow.
behind them, takes one, takes two.
LG 1-1,
But the timing was just
Tribe
not there for him. 20
1-1,
seconds left.
and now they're playing Control,
That really can be down to 14 seconds.
And also the Control is 1-1, what the hell?
Have to try to get themselves on the zone. Hunter Killer Drone invested.
Oh, it's on the same screen.
I'm
just
able to at least
remove
find another
this one.
second in his life.
Didn't
Also
even
have operators
realize.
being invested. Envy's gonna pull out a war machine of all things. Should be the final grenade in the coffin. As
Oh,
Tribe are still
yesterday?
struggling to try to get over towards one of these two zones, and the clock will be exhausted. And again, that is just, I mean, it's Crossroads Strike, right? You're in a 1v6 almost. It feels like you're going up against the 5 players of LG, and that 6 players the clock. It is so difficult to try to stall the clock and try to keep these kills and momentum going on your side to try to get more seconds.
Rounds getting won by Kiel, so now 1-4 time. Will we see
LG gonna win?
I highly doubt it, but that's never out of the picture now. As Solo finds the first blood, Revival goes for the second, and the defensive round for Tribe begins with 3 kills, but immediately gets answered by the side of LG with their own now multiple kills going their way. 27-24.
What times schools open and close in Korea?
The revenge track there by Solo.
It depends, I guess. I mean, the school time is similar to everyone, but then I assume like you guys heard about like Koreans academic, you know, like the tuitions after the school, like after school. Like everyone going to academies, like it's called a 학원 in Korea. Like the study never finished like until like 11 p.m. Even for like elementary school kids. I've never done that, but all of my friends went to like 학원 and stuff.
But also over at B, Tribe. Now you have to try to go and try to whittle your way back inside of this B control zone to keep it in your favor, because A has already fallen by the wayside. Now Luminosity are spawning parallel over towards B, but the life advantage is just too far gone. It means that S-Dog has to pull out the operator. The Sparrow has to be invested. Space is also investing the Claw just to try to keep these players at bay. He's able to find 2. Tectonic, though, has himself a Sparrow, able to answer back with 1. The kills, you feel like Gil, might just be the final nail in the coffin. Space has to get off the high ground just to find more kills. It's 9 plays up against 4.
Oh my god, 4 to 9. There's 2 operators on the hands of LG.
But
That's a double kill.
after like YouTubers and TikTokers, I think a lot of people's like children's dream has changed. Before it was like because like going to like good university in Korea, like the Seoul University, like the Sky one, but now they wanna become like a YouTuber or TikToker or something like that.
I mean, not too shabby, right?
History's doomed to repeat itself. Just saying. 2-3-5.
Your union was promoting this thing for us to go to Korea, which was like cool, but when I also said it was summer school. Wait, but that still sounds cool though. Is it like a exchange student summer school? Oh, also my university like promoted a store like summer school. You can go to Japan for the summer during the summer. Like Japan, like UK to Japan is a bit too far away.
I feel like it's very likely. Look, yeah, I mean, no matter the way that you
But I don't know what
either
summer school means, to be honest. Yeah, we had a similar thing as well.
Or they're going to meet later on in the bracket. I just don't see a world in this global competition where Luminosity and Tribe
But you
will
have
make it
to
out of the
do
Swiss
work.
bracket and not face each
Oh,
other
really?
again.
They absolutely do.
Because I wasn't sure like what.
That's not all. That was tremendous to see. That was part of the side streams that we started watching, right? We were talking about the fact that there's always something going on, so you might as well bounce onto as many as you can. Because if you think that there's a small pause here, maybe there's some action over there.
Just during the summer. So you basically don't have summer break. You know, summer break is the longest break you can have when you're in school. Because winter break is really short, but then summer break is like a few months, like 2 months or 3 months, and you need to do schoolwork again if you go to the summer school. Yeah.
So I'm just going to go ahead and say I've kind of got the script. I've been a little bit of a prophet. Updates on other games that are currently going on or have finished. Most
Yeah, assignments. Ew, no. Someone needs to be just someone, you know, like chilling and waking up late, sleeping late, do something that you wanted to do, something like that.
Going on the C streak. Q9 crushed Standpoint at the opening hard point, but a couple of overtimes in the search destroy on Tunisia has Standpoint sending it to a map 3 raid control. So those are currently the rest of the games that are going up in this particular
But exchange students sounded fun though, because we had exchange students as well for like half term, something like that, like from France or Germany. We had some exchange students in my group as well, and it sounded really good that you can experience like other countries' university. I mean, it's the same European country, but the curriculum and everything gonna be so different, so you can have another experience and you can see like how others learn, how others like study or something like that.
Need to know if that cough was real for the choke joke or not.
I don't know.
Everyone says you don't use these assignment skills in real life. It's the same though, like the things you studying like in school, and I don't know, you don't really use it, like you don't really use that knowledge, but it still helps somehow, I guess. I guess just the normal study for like exams and stuff. It's just learning, I don't know, how you achieve your goals and how you like concentrate on things, something like that, how you plan your study and stuff. And that is gonna help your future when you plan shit and do stuff in company, or I don't know, when you have an actual job to leave. I don't know.
DHL.
So I'm going to slide into Minji's DMs. Candy left to Jenny as soon as New Jeans. Because New Jeans is the best. I love New Jeans. I don't know much K-pop groups, to be honest, because I'm not really into it, but I only listen to New Jeans. They are so adorable, they are so pretty. Jenny will always be your favorite. The world wants to know. But I love New Jeans. New Jeans on top. New Jeans the best. I don't really care about other K-pop groups. I really don't care. Candy had a New Jeans because his Discord profile basically full time. Oh my god. Don't listen to K-pop. Candy said 새 청바지 yesterday. Wait, what? 새 청바지. He said it? Or he sent it? Pierce hit the level 15. Let's go. What the hell? Tico saying Lisa all the way is crazy though. What the hell? Tico said Lisa all the way. I mean, she's cool. She's cool. But I love the New Jeans. I love their style and everything. The clothes and shoes and just everything. Papago Candy said New Jeans are 새 청바지. These are kinda cute. Everything will Korean for you. Wait, what? Papago Candy though. New jeans, new hair. Do you say? But I have a question about Blackpink. Are they gonna like release a new song as a group? Like people saying they're gonna like disband soon.
Alright everybody,
I
welcome back to
saw
Snapdragon Pro
news.
Series live here from DreamHack
But I
Atlanta with
don't
our Call
know
of Duty
though.
Mobile World Championship.
Because they're doing like solo
Okay, we talked about
songs,
match
but
number 4 coming up right around the corner. Team Mayhem
they
versus
haven't done
Exclusive.
group
We brought Shift up here to get some
thingy
casting done
for
after
a
the
long
phenomenal
time,
work
so-
down there in the pit. Exclusive already up 1-0 in this best of 3.
you were
Give me everything
thinking
you got right
something?
now.
NA, look,
Soon
I'm
they
never wrong.
resigned
I'm just early.
like a
Shout
few
out
weeks
Patrick
ago?
Hicks Price.
Wait, what?
NA's down bad right now. Okay, LG Tribe, NA
Didn't
matchup
they,
1-0, 1-0,
didn't
sure,
they just
whatever. But I
resign
will
with
say,
YG?
Tribe did not
Really?
look convincing at all
They
in their
did?
first matchup, and then
Candy told you?
not having a great of a time as I think we were hoping for, and Hopkins
Candy knows
still won it, but
everything.
then still losing map 2, map 3 pretty convincingly, not good. And now Mayhem is down 1-0 to Exclusive. They played a takeoff
For news outlet.
Exclusive's favorite map, so some freedom there, but still, I think NA is not looking as strong as we all thought they would.
I swear, Candy.
Definitely something
No, it's
to
better
be
than me
concerned about,
and
for
Jay.
these two particular teams. LG just winning, but like you mentioned, it's not been as clean as you may have anticipated in the past.
Oh, to
right?
be honest, I'm not
Which
even
is,
listening to
something
the tournament. I'm just looking at the screen. Oh, who are they? Oh, Mayhem, they said. No, you need to watch this. You need to watch this.
Jesus is here and across with his team just completely ready, but well in here,
Oh
as
my
you may have said
God.
yourself, they have already dropped
I'm
one map
dead.
in Europe.
Hold
And-
on.
Yeah, I
Did you see
saw
that?
this.
Literally doing elevated push-ups
on
off
us, right?
stacks
On
of
the
cash.
stacks of cash.
What a baller.
That was impressive. I need that on the stage. If they,
Oh,
they
that'd be
get
awesome.
they get a win, I want to see that in here competition. Yes.
I mean,
For you, baby. That guy's
the
a
LG
super
one
man.
was
And that's the thing is,
crazy
like,
though. I
look,
was
the thing
dying
about this
for
Team
real.
Mayhem squad is we weren't sure what really we were going to expect. I
But
think a
why
lot
didn't
of
they
early
show
anticipations
us
that we were
on
told for season
Kings
4 was it was
and
all
Roof's
focused on
one?
Tribe LG. At this
They
group
didn't
stage, that's
show
what we got.
these
But then
videos
these
when
guys on land in
Roofs
Seattle
and Kings
were
played.
looking
I
unbelievable.
was
They
disappointed.
smoked Tribe, did 2 different 3-0s, and then they put up a really good fight versus LG. So Mayhem have to play better because this exclusive team, I'm not going to give them any credit. but you would assume that the NA region would be stronger than the EU's second best team. So coming out and losing the first map shows that this exclusive team definitely is cooking.
Why the Korean heart out of nowhere?
That's right, and in here
What?
we get to be introduced to these beautiful faces on the side of exclusive. It was just a tremendous map 1 victory, and look at
Wait, what?
all. They
Oh,
are
it's the EU team.
on to day 2. This could be the first step here. Caesar Neil Creed alongside
Wait.
with Shark will be in here tonight. They already won the first map, like we mentioned. And, well,
That was
search of the
Neil
story,
who
although
did
paper
that Korean
should
heart.
be in favor of one of these teams being the side of Mayhem.
Oh
That's
my
not
god.
written on stone,
Oh,
right?
it's so
And I think the cool thing about this exclusive
Yeah.
team is I
Who
think most people
versus
looking
who?
at their squad would say they got a natural upgrade bringing Shark into the mix. He was by far one of the most pop-off players, period, of Season 4, let alone in Europe. So it was surprising to see them
Oh
lose
my
in 2 maps to
days.
Volt. Now that said, I think Volt did a really good job in the veto process to set themselves up for success. And exclusive, talking to them a little bit coming off the stage, they were like, we kind of threw both the 2 maps that we lost to Volt. And both of them were close. So, you know, early land jitters type things, maybe they're starting to shrug that off, and maybe that could be a reason why they're up 1-0 in this series right now.
I also, I'm going to follow up with something you said in a second, but I'm getting told we've got another special post from exclusive on social media. If we find these productions typically good about digging them up.
Powered by Samsung Galaxy.
What is this? Not only is this EU team hungry for the title, they took all the snacks.
What?
The thievery.
Bruh.
Okay, well now they know where all the food went. They're taking it back to the hotel for some extra energy, Gil.
You just have to. You never know what goes in. A few snacks may have been why they're winning tonight. You never know that because right now I don't see no confidence.
You still
of
put your
Maybe
head
it's the
in my
style
head.
that they relay on. You know, that's the difference between teams.
Listen, all the teams have different strategies, or you know, superstitions. Maybe they have to do.
Oh, Kings versus GodLike. Kings losing.
Oh man, and, you know that could
Wait,
be
where
part
is
of
it?
But I think the other important thing to note here is that
So the
there's only
small
2
screen
regions who really
is
didn't get a lot of land experience this
Kings
year. One of them being Europe, the other being India. And to be fair, India, I
versus
think they did win their
GodLike,
Season 4
EU
Masters
versus
and they just wanted
Indian
CDFI.
team, and Kings,
Don't recall. But we know for a fact Europe didn't play
Greece,
any of their
Raid,
matches in person.
Spy,
So when you talk about
Says,
exclusive having a quote-unquote slow start, losing to the
Marvel,
Japanese team in Volt, and that's impressive for Volt. I think there are elements in a best of 3 very quick series to where one thing goes wrong and all of a sudden you're getting shaken up a little bit. So exclusive look a little bit more comfortable just based on kind of how they've transitioned from the side pit into the main stage here. And I would expect that this is going to be a banger map 2, and I have it going 3.
That's interesting.
What about you, Gil?
I gotta say I agree. I think we are definitely moving on to
And
that
he's
game
using
of
the
control.
D4's growl,
And, well,
not even the
that hard one
legendary
was quite
one.
close. 252,
Oh my.
223, yeah.
223 is something not too bad, absolutely, for the side of Mayhem. That was not a victory as they wanted, but on Search and Destroy, we should, at least from what we've seen so far,
So,
see them tie
Greece
things
with
up
13
and
kills
take us to a game
with
of
the
control.
Fennec.
And as such, prolong a little
Says
bit longer
Fennec,
this action
8
set
kills,
here for the
Raid,
main stage.
Okay, but we're moments away
7
from getting into the game
kills,
forward to that. I
Marvel,
want to
9
find out just how
kills,
accurate you've
Spy
been
with
in predictions.
15
Like you said,
kills,
Lights out.
Like 100%?
I don't know if
Growl,
I've been 100%, but I've been really close. I know that
Fennec,
Twitter's gonna
Fennec,
kind of play
Fennec,
me a little
Growl,
bit
Growl,
because
I guess.
COD Mobile Esports News posted
And,
like who do you like see winning, and I had
20
all of
kills
them in the
already
games,
from the
but
GodLike.
Kings absolutely
And
trolled the maps.
15,
Like, you
10,
don't just
12,
give
15.
Wolves their best map mode
Also, the kill
combination.
difference is crazy right now.
Absolutely threw
Look at the
selection process.
points.
So
What? I didn't
would've
expect
snapped it,
this
I would've said
though.
Wolves would've won that. And
I
think so far,
thought
I've been pretty
King's
close.
gonna
I mean,
win this
it's
like
just really
comfortably,
interesting, I
like
think,
to be
look at
honest.
which teams have done their homework on their opponents and which have just gone and said, hey, I don't know, we'll play whatever.
I mean, sometimes the chaos works out in your favor.
Even
and other
Pierce
times
is
it
saying how
doesn't.
the fuck they're
We talked about
winning.
the prize pool a lot too, Gil. Obviously,
crazy
that's
though.
what they're fighting for in terms of
Yeah,
money.
Raid
That
was
trophy
like
on
really
stage.
like
We even got a chance to
beaming
talk about how cool that trophy looks.
everything.
I love it. I gotta say that trophy is
But
just tremendous.
it's not
to
even the
see.
kill
And
difference.
ladies
They
and
just
gentlemen, let's talk about the trophy. Let's talk about the
they're
game.
just controlling the map so
One way
well.
and their way,
I guess
we're
that's
moving
why
on to
they're
Search and
winning
Destroy.
like
Two teams are gonna
this.
be traded through the smoke. We're gonna see Cartels pushing towards A-Long to push in there.
And also, Kings right now, 2 guys have 1-digit kills. Not even double digit. When all godlike players have double digit kills, like at least.
Does he get an angle here? No, not quite the wall bang.
So it's basically like Fennec, Grab, Fennec.
And this, if you can't take it by the
Grab.
does not feel very
One guy was using Switchblade, but
time is starting
where he changed? No, he's using Switchblade. One guy is using Switchblade from GodLike.
There it is, doing a great job, and a huge part of it was Jesus. Just said it. Caesar could have done so much damage, but thanks to Jesus in there, Jesus saves, doing a great job to keep his teammates alive.
Maybe a comeback time.
Might have been there, and he was absolutely right, takes that kill, and eventually takes that round now.
But yeah, it's a bit surprising to see that Raid is like bottom fragging all day today, even like from earlier games. Hardpoint, SND, I think Raid bottom frag or
going to be on to can exclusive find
maybe
a way
it's just an unlucky day
to help them out in this post-plant breakdown. First blood good, Blur able to tally. Responded to by Creed, 4v4. You look to this guy to be the playmaker. No utility to play with, but you expect him to be the vanguard of this next approach. Neil hits a shot onto Jesus.
They did good against Wolf. Yeah, that's true. It was like a really close. Like, not the SND.
No worries, only dropping 1 in the process. We're gonna go 1-1.
Because the SND games were so quick.
I thought that they were gonna struggle a lot more, but that was clearly not the case. 1 for each team exclusive, immediately showing an answer against the opponents who struggle in round number 2, and look at that evenly distributed.
Running and rushing. Yeah, they died so quick. I just blinked my eyes, but then like 1 round already ended. When Wolves and Kings played SND, I was like, what? What happened? Like the game finished before I even realized.
And if you're familiar with watching Shark during stage 4 with EU, they played a lot of firing range, and a lot of their defensive plays were all about smoking out mid, get Shark forward.
Shark, man.
That's got to be it. So it took them a little bit to kind of reestablish that, but
shot in the back.
3, major success.
Nothing of the sort to be had here for Kingsclan. Just misfortune after misfortune. Going to be able to at least bounce a few shots with the claw on the back line to stop that attack from hitting forward. Right now, they're finally going to be able to eclipse that 3-digit mark. 100 points on the board, still down by a lot. Come back on the cards, though. Not out of the question just yet. GodLike, though, going to be able to break back in for the last 10 seconds of scrap.
I'll tell you what, GodLike, coming from a region that generally speaking, people, well, I don't think they give
anyone near enough respect. It's gonna be crazy because, you know, people saying like Indian teams are the worst team in champs, but then if Kings lose to Indian team, the reputation is gonna be crazy.
Still up top. You've got to unearth this player at Kingsclan before you move forward in towards the hard point. He's just chilling around. How much more damage can you do? It's going to wait now for the rest of the team to come and help out Grizz with the equalizers. He's going to get shut down. There it is. We were waiting for Trunks to finally go off, and that is exactly what happened. GodLike now have got rid of those pesky Kingsclan players, and now they've got the specialist weapons to zone off.
And that very well could have been the final break of the game that GodLike needed to be able to take advantage of map 1. 27 seconds, plenty of time to work with here. Contestant in for just a moment, but they've zoned everybody off. The back end, walking into the firing line once again. It's GodTrunks who has that swim, who has that claw, who has the shots there. Shots below, not good. Sazi will finally break back in, but it's a Predator missile over the top.
I want to have that Switchblade skin. What was that?
At least have to rotate to another hard point.
That was like pink and blue and
yeah, you are just scrapping at this point to try and keep GodLike away from any time whatsoever, and that is just such a huge
oh my god
team, let alone GodLike, who are clearly quite efficient in the hard point. They haven't lost one after all in the entirety of the regular season over in India.
Raid has the 17 kills.
From here on out, and already GodLike going to be the first team to touch.
18 just
take
now.
down a Trino at the very least.
And everyone in GodLike, they have 30 plus kills, like every single ones. Every single ones have 30 plus kills, even like close to 40 kills.
Nobody gonna be there for a touch unless the contestant comes in there for just a second. GodLike,
no way.
win here, the hard point, one of the largest we've seen today.
What?
Unfortunately, the GodLike squad,
The hell?
squad, gonna be faltering early on in this series, and that's not what you want to see, especially with a no-1 start already in the Swiss bracket.
Yeah, GodLike just having their way with Kingsclan. I mean, what else is there to say?
Oh my
to
days.
the way that went. That is one of the most indomitable hardpoints we have seen today thus far. And Kingsclan just looked...
It's from Lucky Draw.
But
what? Oh my god, look at them. They look so sad. I don't know.
The multiple layers
Look so depressed.
Beyond just kind of the one.
I mean, it's just sad to see like a EU team being like this though.
And every single specialist that
unlucky.
We saw from Kingsclan just fell flat pretty much beyond like maybe one realization.
Even Pierce was like
I mean, GodLike made perfect use out of every
disrespecting his own region players, but then
the gravity vortex gun all the way back in like E3 on the very first set. I think from that point on we kind of knew
it looks more dark.
Just incredible hardpoint play.
And I don't like this look either from this roster as we see the
camera team is making the moment right now, and they not stop showing this
right now, and it's just like it's one of those things where you've already lost a series.
Why are they showing this dark moment?
You lost a bad hard point by 120 points. This is where the mental situation and conversation starts to take its toll on these different players here. It's still just continuously nobody talking right now. Zoned off.
It's really hard to see them like
whatsoever, and that's what you hate to see out of these different players. You know, when you get to an environment where you're playing on the international stage, you're playing on the live stream, you're playing in front of hundreds of people, not only behind the scenes on stream but in person as well. These things start to take a toll on you. Those losses,
India is dog shit.
Those magnifications of those L's just are directly in your face, and if you're not able to bounce back and battle back,
you're telling me
very difficult.
EU team is worse than dog shit?
They've got the headsets off. They're just kind of vibing right now. That's all they need to do.
That's crazy.
You just keep everything up. You keep going forward. You keep the momentum on your side, and that's all that's going to continue to happen.
I mean, momentum is most certainly
but
on
maybe
their
innocent
side.
day.
We talk about
But also, it's not good situation for Kings, because they already lost to Warren against the Wolves, and they just lost a hardpoint game against the GodLike. I mean, like mentally, like you are already like pissed or like depressed.
So it's just
and
that's kind of the baseline here.
It's really hard to have
about Kingsclan in particular. They weren't going to win hardpoint in this
confidence.
This was their strongest game mode.
When games are like this, you know,
they'll win the search and destroy because
if you already won a game or something, you can just like rush and push maybe, because it's alright. But for them, they need to win this round now, so it's gonna be really like challenging to them.
And not only that, but I mean,
mentally,
we just look back to the last series that GodLike played.
Not even just like a gameplays, abilities and shit.
Them and Kagendra. It was the 250-127 Apocalypse hardpoint that they dropped, and that one put a big damper on it. But they came back, they bounced back in that search and destroy. It went to a couple overtimes. They won 10-8 over that Kagendra team, and then they went to a standoff control where they lost 3-0. So these are the big questions that need to be asked about this GodLike roster. You've won your hardpoint. Now, can you clutch up and can you continue that throughout the series? Take this search and destroy, and don't allow Kingsclan a chance to get back into this. Because the thing is if you allow Kingsclan to get just even a little bit of hope, they're playing everything on the line right here. An 0-2 start in the Swiss bracket is almost a death sentence.
And it's really distressing, I would say. I mean, what's
in
going
this
on?
20s, everyone got gun
what
skills.
It's
It's
for the
just
number one
excuse.
European team to lose their first match
Mayhem
of
were
the day
close to LG before.
and then to come out and lose the first map. It's not what you want to see whatsoever from Kingsclan.
Yeah, people saying like it's really important with the teamwork. Since they are all pros, they got skills. They are good players. When you think about it, like when you see them like separately, like one by one, they're all good players, but teamwork and everything's trapped.
On the back end with a sniper, going to need to look for a challenge here. Trunks can't peek out just yet. Still a
better
touch
than
weak, not going to be able to find the
at
shots there.
point.
So a great round to start from GodLike. Bounces back early. They win the majority of the gunfights there.
Oh, Jesus saves. He's in Mayhem, huh? Blur.
GodLike just come out on top.
Yeah.
And that, you have to feel
I recognize
that
their
names.
names.
Momentum from that last game of just feeling so confident with the way that they're moving at the moment. Kingsclan really wanted to win that first round. Just
oh wait,
gonna happen,
I was looking at the
down this little cart and Spy,
game.
Marvel and Grizz. Well, they come out and win 3 gunfights in a row. GodLike now gonna have to find a response, and initially they do.
And again, it's just Lucas Electron versus
Indonesia here. I mean,
Lucas Electron and Mythic Fennec versus Lucas Electron, Mythic Fennec.
The exact same kind of setup. Challenge out from Spy and an immediate challenge of the slide across. It's a beautiful bait and switch that not only initially had Kingsclan on the site with the gunfight wins, but of course takes it to the victory.
You don't know anyone? Imagine. I'm sure you know Grease.
Kingsclan. See themselves moving pretty quickly here early on in the search and destroy. They have tied things up at 1-1. Now though, aggression from Kingsclan. They should have the numbers over by the A site, but this is going to start things pretty strong with the initial pre-aim. It's going to be the pinstripe kill feed coming through, and in the end, Kingsclan haven't really made much headway in terms of getting the bomb down. As Marvel picks up Learn though, you go to a 2v2, quick scope attempt from Marvel, not going to land just yet. You try and play your life here if you're Marvel, waste some time.
But oh my god, I really want to have this Lucas. I mean, like, no one is using DLQ.
In the 2v2.
Yeah, it seems like the communication's on point right
I
now.
don't see like DLQ.
Already. The first
just
round,
everyone
they tried to
is
get something
using
like that
this.
Off as well. Unfortunately, it was just an
Lucas
overpowering force from GodLike that was
not
able to
even
put all
all the
5 of their forces
legendaries.
over at A. Once again, though,
like
it's going to be a 2-2 split across
only
the map
this
with
one
kind
when
of
they
playing a middle
snipe.
map angle.
No exceptions. That's crazy
Trunks is
though.
going to be looking for one. He's already knocked all the way down
I
to 1
wish I had
HP.
this
Could find himself on the back burner here in just a moment. He's got the
honest.
Fennec up close, so an opportunity to walk away with a gunfight win, but Saze's there once again.
I know everything. We're talking about pro players in this championship. What do you mean,
The
Soleil?
good news is for GodLike in this situation, it's the Kingsclan haven't actually made much headway.
What do you mean?
Wide all these bomb sites. Kingsclan are most certainly playing this one a little bit more cautionary, and here comes the rotation now over towards B. It will just be Trunks and Neutrino. I say just Trunks and Neutrino, the way that they played map number 1. Won't be just
Lucas
them
is
all.
much more.
And underestimate them, and there you go, finding Neutrino going to pop off. Prevail finds one. Neutrino also going to go off. This rotation towards B has not worked out whatsoever. The trades are there, the numbers most certainly are not.
Oops.
The last one will fall.
Things are happening.
Godlin was
like
able to
so
rotate
fast.
back over and across, and I like that play from GodLike. This time they don't have an all-out assault. A huge battle at the A site that is over within about 30 seconds. This one,
I mean, I'm talking about the players, pro players in this championship.
I said it perfectly. They're able to win the majority of the gunfights.
She's
there.
a streamer.
Teammates the opportunity to rotate back over. They have more forces there, and now we get another onslaught over at the A site. Prevails with the nade, and the Fennec over the top is going to be good for 2. Kingsclan put on the back burner once again.
Kingsclan just going to slide away here in the hopes that maybe somebody from GodLike will overshout. Prevail, almost certainly, you can see him on the minimap, feels like he's thinking about it. The Kingsclan just now going to bite their time. Wait for somebody from GodLike to get
in the
over
background, they're having really close game.
3 versus 4, because otherwise you don't really have much to work with. And as I say that, it is actually now just Raid. It's going to be one playing patiently. As a matter of fact, through the middle of the map, it would be Saze and Marvel trying to do something. Raid there finally does exactly what I said he was going to do. Wait for somebody to approach him, take that player down. But you still need Raid to perhaps find a kill in the middle of the map, and Marvel actually has done exactly that.
Oh, it tries to snap to the second one, not going to be able to do so, but this is going to give Raid a much better position
but
here in 1 versus 2.
Like
knows that he has one extremely
God?
weak for the back off. They're going to slide shot this bait and switch there. They stack up together. Could have been the optic lineup, but fortunately enough for themselves, they're going to be able to take that round. GodLike reclaims it a 3-2 lead.
So many of these rounds are now just going the way of kind of what
the first championship I watched. I don't know if it was championship or just a tournament like a mobile Mayhem, but don't remember.
Word would be jank their way into a round victory, right? Might be a little cheeky with it.
Grizz is streamer too. No.
Kingsclan there.
For Grizz, it's more like he's pro player than a streamer. Like his pro player is the first place, and then he's a streamer.
Learned that he had an extra one there, but wisely backs off as the opposition of Kingsclan. This time, though, Trunks is going to be in a great position here. Slide challenges out over towards that left side. Realizes that Spy is still there. Weaken the challenge. Hipfire not going to come through. So now it's a 2 versus 1. Spy the last alive. 1 HP, and Learn's going to be able to snap to him on the left. Another round straight here for GodLike. He's going to give them another advantage. This is continuing to take its toll, but now we're going to swap sides.
So after all those offensive rounds, Kingsclan only able to win 2. See now whether or not GodLike they're better. So many of these rounds.
I feel people just go in Indian teams like they ain't that
with
bad.
the pre-fire to find the first, Spy with the second. And
If you was
Force a 1 versus 4, Neutrino the last alive here. It's going to be one hell of a miracle if he's able to pull this thing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like when you're in a 4v1, right, you do have the confidence to kind of not rest on your laurels, to actually go hunting for this player.
Ooh.
Might as well get the round over.
I mean, they are having really close game.
Neutrino somehow slipped the net here.
Exclusive and Team Mayhem.
Slowly but surely make his way over towards A, and at the very least, if he could get this bomb down, it might give him some way back into this round.
He got 12 kills.
He has to do it quickly, and has to get God timing. That's no longer going to happen here as Spy has his eyes on the site. Trino's going to check everything, but there is just way too much to check here. Big 1v1. There it is. Nice start from Neutrino, but now the players will swarm.
38 seconds, has time to work with. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get that bomb down.
I don't know much about
that could have been the difference maker in the round.
I only know
if
the
they get
one
the solo
player,
challenges here,
Lucas.
could be a very different story. Saze's not going to challenge out just yet,
crazy
waiting for Raid and Grizz to be able to get back to it. Challenge out from Neutrino. First one going to line up. It's the bait and switch yet again, though. That's going to force the hand. Kingsclan finally back on the board with another round.
A good effort from Neutrino, right? I mean, you knew that somebody was going to be hanging about the site. You needed to take them down, so there's no real way to just get the bomb down. Unless, again, you get that God timing. So, good effort, what he could in the 1v4, but...
It's my net, though.
Well, it doesn't work out. Again, another round decided by that initial
I think the Twitch stream sometimes like, even people said that, like, Twitch stream is a bit lagging sometimes.
This is a strategy coming out from GodLike.
But other than that, I think my stream is okay. I got disconnected from my stream twice today, but
That was pretty.
I think it's okay
but
now.
You still have to execute either towards A or B.
My Wi-Fi.
Right now, Kingsclan not looking to give you any sort of leeway on this A side challenge. Slide across.
Oh my
be able to win it
god!
with the Fennec up close. Beautiful. That
They won against
great advantage now.
Man.
They have the entire B site for free. Rap coming through in a flank potentially from Grizz could upset this.
Wait.
Nice dissection so far.
I just remembered that Jesus saves he's doing
GodLike down to just what is on this site.
what was that like? I teach you Call of Duty Mobile and pay me like a monthly or like yearly. What was it, like a lifetime teaching or something like that?
From the start of what was a very unique strategy, now going to take their first offensive round.
And I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that play with the sniper there. Marvel had the challenge out towards the left side, was able to get a pick. Saze had full health, needed to use his teammate as bait, and unfortunately, when he gets taken down, he just kind of plays the corner passively for another push up.
Hi, Don. Hello. How are you doing
today? Unfortunately, falls to the wayside. GodLike goes up
Long time for real.
Now you're back out on the opposite end. Saze this time going to play the corner passively, able to find one, gets out with his life, gives the advantage to Kingsclan early on.
Mayhem. That's crazy.
Advantage is going to go further as well as Profail goes down. There's Neutrino as well, 1 by 1.
We're watching Kings struggling against GodLike.
Look, if a Beast wins this, he can have 20 quid from
like literally struggling against GodLike.
I don't know what that equates to in USD, but you know what? I'll let you kind of like figure that out while I personally won't be offering any money out of my wallet.
No time to play anything like. You're busy.
So, yeah.
You're fine.
Oh dear me. Yeah, just
me on their last slide.
It's like you don't win the initials.
Wait, one more loss. They're going home?
Right? But it's just like if you don't win your offenses, your initials and your offenses, just.
I remember all the EU teams going back home when I watched the championship last year. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to support EU teams, and they went back home so quickly, so I didn't have any team to support. So that's why I decided to support Brooks.
If that was a wall-bangable spot, that would have been
that was a good decision though.
Couple kills go back the opposite way. It's a 2-1 trade that allows GodLike to have themselves the lead here in the life count. Minute 30 left.
GodLike is Indian team, right? Yeah, they are.
Oh, what a nade! What a nade from a beast. That completely clears the site. That stun as well will connect. This is such good utility usage coming out from a beast. Surely not the sniper too. Now he's in trouble. I'll tell you what, he's got some balls. A B's going to get taken down by Spy though. Good trade coming out from Neutrino. Now a 3v1 situation as Saze left all on his lonesome. And goodness gracious, that nade to open up that site was pretty much everything.
100%. And you said it perfectly. That stun allowed them to get all the information that they were close. You challenge it out aggressively for a second, you're able to get the trade immediately. Once again, if you're Kingsclan, you're down by another 2 rounds. You've hand and chipped the last couple of rounds. They've gone back and forth, but now at match point here, GodLike trying to tie this series up at 1 apiece. Something that they needed to keep not only themselves alive, but it would have went down 0-2 in the Swiss bracket, like we said beforehand. Could have been detrimental to their entire weekend. They gonna be up, Neutrino will back off. Still nobody off the board just yet.
Yeah, I suppose that's the one positive here for GodLike, even if they haven't made any
I hope they're
progress
doing
towards the
fine
safe
though.
side. Nobody's died just yet.
Good night, good night.
Tensions building. You can feel the push.
Had fun chatting for 1 minute.
Look for the 7th round to close out this best of 3.
Time doesn't matter. If you had fun for 1 minute, that's still
I think for
good.
Mini, get it done. Rotation now from GodLike, but they are at the very least doing this as a full 5-man. Did they get caught off guard by Marvel?
Looks a bit different though. This time it's going to be the side of the offense that's able to take one of the players off the B side. Look very similar to what Kingsclan did on the offensive side. Now it's Ray who's up close.
King's
but
going
it's a trade
home?
immediately from Trunks that is going to allow them to have
Christian
this site basically
Park?
for free. But here comes the refract
No
from Kingsclan
way.
here. Spy's able to find one on the backside. Neutrino with the trade, and now the last one comes through a beast with a sniper up close. We'll cap things off, and GodLike will take the search and destroy and force us to a map 3.
Wait. Kings!
Wowee.
They didn't even win a single match, right? Because they got 2-0 from Wolves and
No,
they
actually.
also got 2-0 from GodLike.
No, I don't think there was a brain mill here. I'm like 90%
And
positive
they
we're
didn't
going to
have
control for
chance
map
to
3.
play
like 99%
control,
sure. Like,
right?
I definitely won that. Or excuse me.
No, it's so
I don't even know anymore.
depressing.
I don't even know, dude. I don't even know.
I think GodLike just won 2-0.
I think so.
No.
I think so.
Wait, they're going home?
Alright, GodLike won 2-0, folks. We decided it. I'm pretty sure GodLike won.
Chris,
Okay. That is a massive upset.
I really
Just,
heard
past
so
the
many
piece
stuff
what
about
did upset.
GodLike,
That is a
like
huge
people
upset.
saying they are
Kingsclan
dog shit,
are
like they are
representing the
so
number
bad.
1 seed from
Like,
Europe did not manage to make
people
their
say
way
like
through.
I don't know why they are in
I mean,
champs,
look,
something
0-2
like
now,
that.
Going into the next round of Swiss,
But
already losing to Wolves in round 1,
well,
to lose to GodLike in round 2, and Kingsclan, they have to just take a real deep breath now moving forward in this tournament.
They do.
Yeah. I mean,
man, dude,
Kings
like I said, dropping 0-2, or sorry, dropping 0-1,
didn't
not the end of the
even
world.
win a
Ain't gonna
single
ruin your chances by
match
too much of a stretch. You're going up against other 0-1 teams when you get dropped down there, so
both
a slightly
teams.
easier bit of competition, although there have been some really strong teams
How
that have get dropped down to
depressing.
0-1, such as this GodLike roster. But again, now going to the 0-2 deficit, you got 3 more rounds to play
And
through in the Swiss. You
they are
basically
the
got to win
best
out
team
from here on
from
out if you want to have a
EU.
chance of making the main
Coxin.
bracket. That's where things get
You know,
very
they were
tedious
like
and very
easily
difficult.
smoking other
I
EU
really hope that
teams
Kingsclan are
when
able
they
to
play
clutch
like
up and are able
mobile
to get
mayhems and
themselves back
stuff.
into a
But I don't know what
manageable
happened in this
grasp on their mental.
championship.
But as you kind of talked about, between maps 1 and map 2, they look
Where
zoned
is
out. They look
Nova?
uncontested. They looked like they were just kind of like
When
fed
Nova
up with
played
things
like
at this
mobile
point.
mayhems
And that's
and
not what you want
stuff,
to look.
like
Nobody was
tournaments,
talking. There was no communication between them saying,
they
hey,
were the
let's
one
go, we
like
got this,
who
let's go into
always
map 2.
won
Sometimes
the
all it takes is one
stuff.
person just to lead the team through
Always
rough
made
times.
the
They
comeback
didn't have that player. They didn't have
at
that
the end,
person that was trying
and
to rally the troops.
surprisingly like won
Unfortunately,
the
now that they're down
tournament
0-2,
and
they don't win out here.
everything.
Very much could spell disaster in the end
They
of the run.
disappeared.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, Swiss can be relatively confusing.
players
for
are still here,
caster
though.
who doesn't cast things that use Swiss that often, right? But I'm pretty sure if they go 0-3, they're done, right?
Yeah.
After the hard
I'm
point,
pretty sure that's the case.
they gave up. I mean,
yeah, that would be just devastating for
Well-
Kingsclan, who, I mean, look.
yeah,
Again,
it's
they come
because
in
it's
as
a
the
bit
number 1
depressing.
team
They already
from Europe,
lost, and
I know, look, Europe is obviously.
Wow.
Alex, I'll admit it, Europe's not as good
that's
as North
sad.
America. But
Mentality,
I
maybe.
still think it should be noted that is a pretty notable upset here. What is happening today? Like, something's in the water. I swear something is in the water, because we started off with Standpoint with their 2-0 versus TLE. We had an incredible match between Loops and Mayhem.
They got
which Loops
those
came out on top, and then of course we had the
by
event refresh
GodLike.
between,
Oh my god, people are
TG
gonna
as well. I mean,
say
like,
that like.
Dude, these games today have been phenomenal.
Yeah, for real. The
I mean, you gotta
Twitter
show
is
out, you
gonna
gotta
be
show
like
out.
covered with, oh,
If you don't do
like
either of those
EU
two things, you gotta
team
buck
got
up and
shit
brace to
on
the
by
worst times possible on
GodLike.
that lower side of the
GodLike.
Swiss.
Oh my god.
Good lord. I mean, it's crazy how many upsets we've had here today, though. Like,
Crazy.
And I guess that's what happens. Like, you go to the international stage, maybe you're not as comfortable.
Brutes versus Q9? Brutes versus LG?
Yep.
It's so hard when we have to look at on paper and
that's
say,
what
like,
I wanted
hey,
to see, actually, you know,
this team
like
doing this in this region,
all
and
the
that's
regions
cool.
playing
But when you play
against
other teams
each
from other
other.
regions, it's a completely different animal at times.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing like when you talk about traditional Call of Duty as well. Like before we had
No,
you know,
Q9
like
and
the CDL and everything,
Q9
they used to be
is
the old
Chinese.
events. You would have those European teams that would come over against the North American
LG,
teams, and a lot of people would be like, dude, how are they doing this well? There's a lot of different play styles and some things
And
that
we
feel
also
a bit
need to see the
unorthodox to
Brutes
different
game,
regions
yes.
that you're
I wanna
accustomed to
see
when you're playing from
Brutes.
your specific region. So it's really a battle of matchups, just like it is in traditional sports as well. Maybe one team isn't necessarily quote better than another team. They are matched up perfectly against them to be that perfect caveat and that perfect counteraction moment.
Well, for all the Indian fans out there, GodLike have come to play. They get their first win on the board with a 2-0 versus Kingsclan. They're not done yet, though. We've got more action from the Swiss tournament.
This is going to be
I can't
interesting.
speak. We've got more action from Swiss coming after this break.
Versus LG. But I actually don't know much things about Port. They are OP players, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Are they gonna win this? Maybe, like hopefully. Surprisingly, I don't know. Cause I wanna see some exceptions, like people saying, "Oh, LG gonna win this or LG gonna win," like it's just it. But then like I wanna see like somebody just beating LG somehow. GodLike beating Kings is the meme of this year. Oh my god, everyone gonna say that. That is bit sad though for the team of Kings. Oh. I mean, did you see their faces? They looked so depressed. Like they looked so depressed. I don't know, maybe just they got pissed about game, but it was just so dark. Didn't expect that from me, so sponsors to drop. Oh my god. They were dark as hell. I mean, I told you the funny thing is they are the best team in EU comp scene. They were like easily winning against like even the best, I don't know, EU best iPad team players or something like that. Or like also to the other teams, but I don't know what happened. I don't know. Maybe they didn't improve and they just stayed like that. Maybe they didn't try to learn about other teams properly. Just think, oh, we're the best players in EU, so I don't know. I really don't know what happened. Please don't call this the best. I mean, from the mobile mayhems and stuff, you know? Like other teams, they got shit on by Kings. Can't lie about it, but yeah, like they were just winning things so easily in mobile mayhem. It was like so easy for them, but in champs, don't know what the hell happened. Oh my days. So do I need to keep this stream or not? I'll mute this stream and unmute this one. They don't show me the next game, so Well, guess I just need to watch too. One of the player of Vitality told Bobby to go board if they win champion, but they are only shiny against each other. It's crazy though. Ouch! That hurt. That hurts too much. They are shiny only against each other. Oh my god. I don't know, maybe teamwork. Maybe lack of knowledge about the other teams, because you know the other teams, they like learn about the other regions and teams really quickly, like they just adopt it. But for Kings, I don't think that happened. Like in game, others like they try to learn how they play, and next round they play differently. Try to like predict, but I don't know. I'm not even a pro player, so what else I can say? Reach the Grandmaster 1 in BR. Let's go, Uni! Well done! Well done. You is ready for real. I mean, when Benny played EU server hardpoint with me and Candy, she said like she felt like she was playing against 5 Aries in rank in EU server. Like she said. She said she was like traumatized by EU rank. Felt like going against the 5 Aries, but it's just I guess it's just a toxicity in ranked games, not like a pro level or skills or I don't know.
I mean, like you have.
Hi, my Taylor. How are you doing?
No forgiveness this
hello.
weekend. It's either your prep and practice leads to this moment, or you just choke on main stage. Yep.
Shipman.
We're talking about these
44k subs, guys. Huh?
Two
Who?
right around the corner that are both going to be some bangers. All right. Next match.
You wanna get the DRH? DRH is really good. I like it. It's so pretty.
Before we went to that break, let's start talking about Q9.
I think the thing about Q9 is they technically come into this tournament as
Italian
the #1 seed from China, but are they? Because Wolves have taken the edge in the series every single time,
players take
except for
rank
that grand
points
final
too
when
seriously.
I think a lot of people
I mean, when I
watched it
played
said
NA
Wolves
server
kinda picked their feet up a little bit because they already qualified
I
for
felt
Worlds.
much better.
So, you know, hey, you're a top 2
Like,
seed from China, like, does it really matter to get the
the
#1 seed?
toxicity.
You know, suspicion
I'm not talking about like trash talking in game, like your mom, your bought team, not this, just
I think it's one of those things
how they
that, again,
played,
when you
the
already have
game
the idea that you're qualified
play
for world
style
champs, and then you start
was a
practicing
bit
the
different,
best things that you
like
need to
NA
work
server
on.
and
We've been talking about this in
EU
esports,
server
specifically Call
somehow.
of Duty, for many, many different years. Obviously, you want to be the #1
But
team in
well,
all the different categories, but when you are on LAN and
You
you're in a
opened
situation
game
where you need
yesterday?
that practice on that one specific thing,
I'm
what
pretty
better way to
good
look at it
at
than in
it.
between
I'm
the #1 and
good as
#2?
well.
And I think the thing
Thank
on
you
top of
so
that,
much
last
for
little point,
asking.
Wolves are your CDFI champions
Thank
over
you.
Elevate. Q9 didn't even make it that
Alright,
far into the bracket,
that's also
so
good to hear.
1 seed kind of, that's what I'm saying.
1 seed kind of.
It takes 3 hours
Came
to
up
get
here
legendary
decided to be a little
from
bit savage. I am here
oh no,
for that.
master to
We talked
legendary.
about them
3 hours.
marching as a squad, and we
Huh?
have some highlights running here in the background from their last run
What
at
the?
Worlds. What did you take away from this competition last time around?
I think #1, we were all still kind of flashbanged and blinded by what Scars did out of nowhere. I mean, the Japanese team, I think, was kind of the secret talking point throughout the entirety of NA's gonna dominate everyone. But I think on top of that, everyone had so many anticipations about Q9, and it was a huge disappointment to the Eastern region to see China's
pillow is looking good. I might try that pillow strat.
Like, that was not expected at all.
Putting pillow on the table or somewhere and play Call of Duty Mobile. I mean, I don't even have a gaming chair. I literally sat on the wooden chair, which is really hard it's not even comfortable.
Discrepancies as far as your play is concerned. You can have the best
So it always gives me pain though. It's literally a wooden chair from IKEA. Doesn't even have a cushion on it.
Is there a situation?
Also
We've
the
talked
back.
about this a lot throughout the day as
It's
well.
just,
We've seen it in an individual case, but are there any players that we need to be keeping our eyes on?
For Q9 in particular.
Please don't look at me like that.
It's one of those things that I don't look at anyone in like specifically they have to be like carrying the team. I think all 5 need to be big, but I will say
but this one, he was cute though, not like
at this point. So I think kind of going off the mantra of all 5 players have to come together. I am kind of looking at the guy that has not really been there to this point, and it has largely.
No, he was cute. He was cute. You know the others, it was so cringe, but Yang was actually cute.
Which they should not have been. And I think that's kind of the biggest question mark here is, will they be able to keep on
what is that?
against a very
The awkward
team, let alone
posture
find ways to beat
there.
that Chinese search team, which is, again, on the other side of the coin, Wolves. And I'm looking at Yang to be that guy to kind of step up here.
All right, I love that, Carlos. We're getting an opportunity to take a live look at our teams.
Yeah, he's your favorite from Q9.
Getting themselves comfortable and ready to
absolutely
deep dive. So let's talk about Wolves here proper.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wolves, we kind of got a little bit of a look at just a little bit earlier in this day. And I think that there's one thing that does immediately jump off the page. In between a lot of the different teams that we had last year in Worlds 22 to now Worlds at 23, 4 out of the 5 players are returning. You want to talk about chemistry? That is what you have to lean on if you are Wolves. And
I swear they laughed so hard while they filmed to recording this. The camera.
Yeah, you might be a little one-dimensional as far as how your
but for me, still the LG one was the best. I laughed so hard while watching them.
Zion Peg earlier, they dropped a combined 104 kills on a Summit hardpoint. That was very, very close. You felt like that they should have lost.
No, Solo, the LG one was the best. You should have seen Tectonic and shit.
Set up a lot of these hardpoints is also at an all-time high.
Yeah, I think that is the best shout. It really does come down to while we watched the Wolves team both last year and when they were at CDFI, it really had been those two particular.
They don't have a Jojo there.
In respawn for Hurricane Fuel early.
When you see them, they don't have swords in it. They're just doing it because, I don't know, maybe the cameraman or someone like told them to do it, like, oh, hold the money, maybe like just do the money, like something like that. They're just doing it like a robot.
Broad stroke you can categorize as just slaying and win. So that is going to be interesting to see if Wolves will get blessed with an opportunity to play on those tight maps again, or will Q9 try to put them a bit at range and play a map we kind of got teased a takeoff there. I don't know if that was accurate or not, but if you do play a larger map, there may be an opportunity for Q9 to slow down players like Zion Peg.
Yeah, we'll get
they got young top
to do.
That's what I'm saying, Jay.
Reset before those pop up.
That's what I'm saying.
But if it is what we saw with that little bit of a teaser in the beginning proper, what are your expectations at least for starting things off on the hard point?
I think that this is going to be a big pace check when it comes down to these two teams. Like Alan was talking about already, when we did have a look at these teams as far as CDFI is concerned, it's always been about just the pace in between the two. Slaying is one thing, but it's about finding the right kills in each situation. You could drop 85 kills, but if you're not finding those kills around the hard point, specifically for Apocalypse, which is going to be our first map, you're going to be from the outside looking in quite often than not. Especially with the amount of money hills that you have on APOC itself. Express Search and Destroy thinks it's going to be a good one to go back and forth again.
It's just funny to see them holding Samsung, Galaxy.
Yeah, I'm curious because the Apocalypse is a map that when I did my little pit interview, like Wolves had to clutch up. Like Kagendra choked. They were 249 to like 220, and Kagendra lost the map 250, 249. It's that's unexcusable. But
can't be asked to clip it though. Maybe you try to rewatch it, bro.
I kind of look to say Q9 may have an advantage here in map number 1, but then going to an express search and then a standoff control, I don't feel as confident in that pick. I don't know if you have anything in particular.
I don't know why people play with pillars, but people saying it's really comfortable.
This is a map mode combination that you feel like has always been looked at when it comes down to China as a region. If there's one map in particular for control that
I mean, a lot of pro players are using pillars in champs though.
When it comes down to both of these two teams, so not a whole lot as far as the day is concerned. But as far as the matchup, yeah, you're going to start to feel a little right at home.
And I'm not going to lie, I just gave that to you because I was trying to look frantically for the Express stats when they played each other before. But Q9...
He did tap me on the shoulder very aggressively with his pen.
Take this real quick, I got to do some research. Q9 did win both Expresses when they had played up against Wolves previously, both in Season 4 or their Masters, and then as well, I think, at CDFI. So that is kind of, again, you know, map set-wise, there is a bit of opportunity here for Q9 to upset Wolves.
We'll have to see
Apocalypse is just
how accurate the predictions are, or how accurate they stay throughout the rest of the day, because you've been crushing it here so far. Chat, we obviously want to hear from you as well. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this next one home between Q9 and Wolves, because it's definitely going to be a little bit of a back and forth here, as I believe we're moments away from getting into our 5th match on the main stage of the day. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And I think for Wolves, you have to kind of learn from what went wrong when you were playing up against Kagendra until the last 30 seconds when you iced up. So let's see if they've made adjustments.
Some of it is so fun to watch.
What they did versus Standpoint, it was very comfortable against a weaker opponent. So now a chance to play up against another inter-region battle. Q9 Wolves battle for China. Who is the best team in China? Let's find out. Let's get it on.
Apocalypse is such a slippery and fickle beast. It is a map mode combination that can quite honestly slip away from you if you make one honest mistake or even a dishonest mistake and you lose the spawns, which you can see team in blue, Q9 currently in possession of the right side of the map. Doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to be throwing bodies towards maps, and inside of P1 you want to try to keep things scrappy, but ultimately when we rotate to the top right side of the mini map, that's where you're going to see a lot of time earned.
I will say, just because we've tossed it out there, Pixar got 5 kills.
2, 3, 4.
That's normal.
This guy
I mean, even the second one.
A wolf, to be exact.
Yeah.
The crowd goes wild. 26-6, currently the score.
There's just some points that's really disgusting to like break in.
So look for Wolves to get themselves set up and chew into
when they are holding like the angles like everywhere, like glitching.
It's mostly going to be a break from the south side. That's why you're seeing the push through maps. It's actually a lot of information that Yang was able to pick up, seeing 3 players inside of maps, and then you can just look over the hop up to know that that's where the cross needs to be looked at. Still intact for the spawns. A lot of time to fight for here too.
Really good distraction here from Neon. Q9 double hitting over through the front. Able to at least get some success, but is there going to be a follow-up? Yeah, looks like there will be. Okay, so very successful break. I mean, it felt like that was a laborious battle for a while, but a couple of kills over through tunnel leads to a chance for break. Wolves do not spawn out, though, so there is a chance for them to
we all agreed to hate this map. Is true, though.
And once more, Wolves supplant the setup and find themselves in the hill.
And that is the hardest part when it comes down to P2. You can try to flood.
I mean, I don't really mind, but
it is successful in a lot
it's
of
also not like I like this map or I love this
map. You kind of deny the full 60, but if you are Wolves at the end of the day, at least you didn't get put in a spawn trap. Now we're rotating over.
Yeah, no one is using Mythic Crowd. I guess they don't have the option for it.
Of course, end up taking down 2. That avenue
maybe like
so much more free, and now you're spawning
that's why they're just using the legendary crowd.
Trying to make things nasty over the top of the second hard point doesn't fully work out for them, so technically speaking, they will lose rotation over to 3. But you're in this trenchway. Really, it's kind of a 50-50 hard point. You can successfully hit it from either side, as long as the kills around the outside of the middle of the map do go your way, which to kind of flip the script again, Q9 don't really find themselves.
Yeah, they have everything, you know. They have every single skin. They can just choose what to use.
Wolves, of course, coming in towards this matchup internationally or even from their own region was 2-0. Could end up being a little bit of a foreshadow for something that might end up coming their way. They currently have about a 20-point lead, which is nothing to scoff at. But still, Q9 are able to waltz their way back in all the way through maps, through the trenches. And look, Wolves are so effective.
But they're using Mythic Fennec.
Is actually being invested by Sun. They really want to try to soak up the back scrap time, but I mean, you end up at least having way too much coverage across the map.
Cool, Mythic AK-17 is ugly. Ow!
We'll wait for League Ops to figure out what we're going to be
Out
doing.
of nowhere. Why? Why are you saying that?
Let's just speak plainly.
I was just watching this Apocalypse gameplay and Uni just said, Kola, Mythic AK-17 is ugly.
A couple of EU showcases here and there that have looked solid, but that was more
I mean, yeah, I know that Mythic AK-17 isn't that pretty. It's just, I mean, it's cool,
what
but
these Chinese teams are going to be they have to do to kind of compete against your LGs, because that's the easy storyline. You can't give up holes. No. I think it's the biggest thing. And being able to showcase you can break
Isn't Mythic Fennec is the first Mythic they released? I'm not sure. Isn't it?
Wolves do regain.
Like the first Mythic they ever released.
Really give away their first setup.
Maybe
as
not.
soon as Q9 is forced to break for the first time.
Especially on a map like Apocalypse. Again, it is a monstrous of a map. Unintended, because you can put yourself in a position where key fundamentals for hard.
I don't know about Mythic EM2, but yeah, CX9 is so pretty. And the Switchblade, yes, Switchblade is so
because they did force Q9 to kind of flood
you
in through the
chose
middle
to
or
attack
through the
me
opening
in
of
my shade.
P4, excuse me. And that's exactly what you want to
This
see, especially
is so
from
clean.
an Eastern team.
Why?
Good hardpoint
When you use
diversity
it,
coming
it's
through
cute.
Apocalypse, not just summon or takeoff. At least they're able to do it there on Apocalypse.
No, I think something happened. Look at their faces. They are so confused. They are like so confused in their eyes. Like, bro, what happened? Like, you know.
He's unreal, man. And that's the thing is, like, when we were sitting doing our prep, you look at players like Zion,
I mean,
look at players like
Mythic
Switchblade
is one of the best Mythic skins. Like one of the prettiest skins, in my opinion. But I'm not completely like disagreeing with you, Yoni. I know AK-117 isn't that pretty, but it's
all
great.
based on tight close quarters battles where their SMGs are popping off. So is there enough versatility and is there an extra dimension to their respawn besides?
I actually want AK-117 to be like similar to Switchblade, you know, or like other guns with some pretty colors in it, you know. But
regardless of the matter, I think what also needs to be talked about here, specifically in the respawns of both their break and hold potential, is their operator usage. When they do have those streaks, resource management is everything when it comes down to holding and breaking these hard points as well. That is why we sing the praises of LG constantly, because it's one of their biggest and brightest points. Now, at least for Wolves in Q9, you need to be able to have all of that plus some more.
Mythic
if not only you want to potentially take down each other here in a best of 3, but also in a best of 5 down the road when you are facing these Western teams.
And that's the bigger
Cool,
point.
for the first time
you
you're choosing it over prettiness.
There's going to be
What do you mean I just chose things
how many or who, but there will
with
be
the
Eastern teams that make
prettiness?
it. They heavily value Search and Destroy. They're 1-3 and they're 5 in both their regional competitions as well as at things like the Fall Invitational, have lived off of Search and Destroys being kind of a fixture, especially for Chinese Masters. They play that 1, 3, and 5 instead of just the 2 and the 5 like we do out here in the West.
Jay is the best Mythic.
It's so crazy to see how different
But
the
oh my
series
god,
at
Jay!
CDFI when they only got the chance to play 2
Don't
Search
you
and
need to
Destroys.
sleep?
They had to play 2 hard points and a control. And
oh my
that,
god.
I think, is going to be the big testing point because, let's be honest, outside of Wolves, we really didn't have any Eastern representation in the top 8 last year when we had double elimination best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, same could be said for a lot of those Eastern teams, like you were already talking about. The international competition is something that we've always kind of licked our lips at.
The 3 DRHs
we are always told how nasty they are at Search and Destroy. But just because you can win a map number 2 doesn't mean you can get by on losing out 1, 3, and 4. The series might be over before you blink at that point, but still, regardless,
promotion on the world is so necessary. We were talking about that earlier with Jay and Candy. We were like, why the hell they promoting the DHL?
What they're able to bring as far as hardpoint is concerned. Keeping things closer, I will say that much this year, than what we saw from a lot of different teams last year.
So, here's kind of the point of conversation that, again, this matchup is
You're gonna
literally
study here, good luck with your study.
Yeah, no, Q9 comes out, like we mentioned in the intro, they're the #1 seed, but are they? Because CDFI, they didn't look particularly great. Wolves did, and there was that element of, hey, you know, Wolves had already kind of qualified. Yes, the hard point on Summit was close. Yes, there was an overtime Search and Destroy when they played, but that was a long time ago. And I think the more accurate litmus test came by CDFI, where Wolves were champions, and Q9 didn't make it very far into the bracket at all. So there is a little bit of this, who's the best in China for those 2 teams on stage, but there's also this collectiveness of one of the 2 of us might be the best chance for the East right now, outside of Bolt, who's the only other 2 in OT.
It's like villains right now against the stage, but then whoever loses and makes it into that single elimination bracket.
I'm your biggest fan.
Now I'm your biggest fan. Yeah, it's like we hate each other right now, but should you lose, I become your biggest fan. It's tough when you end up having what I like to call these TKs, these team kills, right? Because I mean, both Chinese representation, number 1, number 2, respectfully, but
What
you
is
know,
it?
it's just
What
one of
is
those things
going on?
again
They look
where
annoying.
there can realistically only be one at the end of the day. I mean, $1 million prize pool, there can only be one champion for the lion's share. Who's to say it's not one of these two teams? Like we said, Q9 in the most recent LAN tournament at CDFI didn't have a Herculean run, but Wolves on the other hand absolutely did. So we're a lot of eyes are looking towards the number 2 rather than the number 1, at least from our perspective.
And we haven't mentioned this yet, and we should. Whoever wins this game gets the top 8. You know, right? This is the qualification match for the single elimination bracket.
That's right.
So that's also super important, is you get to just end your day here and not have to worry about the stress of possibly playing up to 3 more series if you find yourself losing and still trying to struggle to get to a qualification match, getting into that top 8. So, and
Good
trust
luck,
me, believe
yes,
you me,
good luck.
there is going to be a team that is 2-0 that is going to find themselves facing a 2-2.
Yeah.
And they're going to have one last match, one last chance to make it. And whether they do or not, I'm not going to make that prediction. But I know for a fact that if anybody 2-0 will find themselves 2-2 by the end of the
Are
game.
you really enjoying watching this crap? Is
So
crazy.
about it in the back of my mind, I was like, you have the chance to end your day. At
I
3 o'clock
really
here
enjoyed
on-
watching
you're here in Atlanta, and so you can walk around
Wolves
DreamHack, go back,
versus
watch VOD, prepare
Kings,
yourself for a single
and
elimination bracket,
I'm gonna
judging off who you might end up facing
watch
up
this
against each other.
game.
And
I mean, to be honest, the earlier games I didn't
and
even
say you lose this series,
watch properly.
who's to say that your day
What
is
was
just
it?
over on the next one? It's simply not. You still have so much
What
more
was
turnaround
it?
that
I
you
even
have to do,
forgot the
and quickly
name.
at that, there's so much COD Mobile being played. Again, starting off with 16
The Indian
teams,
team
we can only have
versus
8
what
at the end of
team?
the day.
Yeah.
Don't
So
even
what, we've got
remember.
these two teams
So
are
I
2-0,
played
and the only other two are
S&D
LG and Bolt,
games.
right?
Yes.
Damn.
I played some games.
That's unreal, dude.
So there was like
Wow.
3
Okay, so
screens
that's
on
kinda
my
what's on the
stream.
precipice for the rest of the day
One
for
main
you. I
stream
guess we
and
really
one
didn't
other
set that up
stream
well.
and
We
my
definitely
game
should have. The
screen.
fact that we've got nothing but elimination matches and qualification matches from here on out. So it's going to get real juicy here, friends. And I think, again, whether it's Wolves or whether it's Q9 or whether it's Volt, whether it's LG, I think one of the teams that's currently 2-0 is going to find themselves playing their 5th match of the day at 2-2 to finish it off and not be eliminated.
But seriously, what is going
all
on?
4 of our teams that are 2-0 qualifying at 3-1.
No, I don't either.
There's a lot of good teams that are 1-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's World Championships, right? Yeah. You better hope that everybody is able to at least show up to a certain monicum. But I mean, even like for those teams that are 1-1 currently, like you still feel
You
like.
playing
I mean,
right now? No, not right now. I don't have my game screen on the screen.
Honest in their best of
I
3.
played
but,
earlier.
Man, I gotta tell you, the competition. It started off really, really hot. Some
When I
people had a
played
little bit of an
games,
easier
I put
opening
my
matchup
game
than
screen
next,
on
but
the stream.
as more teams become
But not
eliminated,
right
as you
now.
start to lean into the later parts of this day, it's only going to become more and more difficult.
Yeah. I think,
I'm eating
for what it's
something
worth, I think
right
the only other
now.
matchup that we're waiting for to finish their 2nd of the day is the Powerhouse versus iNCO game. In the last I saw, it was a 250-205 to iNCO on the Arsenal, and then a 10-8 on Express Surge to Powerhouse. So they're playing a Crossroads Control, which I imagine Powerhouse won't be upset about, but we'll see if we can get that update whenever it happens, and I'll kind of let you guys know. Because that's tough to be 0-2 of one of those, out of those 2 squads. To be 0-2, that'd be real tough.
It's also like the scary thing too, is like you show up, you know you're going to be playing a long day of Call of Duty, and then you just absolutely fumble the first series,
yeah.
And then the next match just becomes more and more difficult. You don't have the comfortability to be able to immediately turn things around, talk to your coach, walk into the VOD.
Get in your own head.
It's all mental, yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we
You
go.
put
It's a
eggs
reset
in
for this
chicken?
kind of
No.
So we got a little small teaser,
I mean,
a small taste, some things to look out for. First
I
and foremost,
used to hate like putting eggs in ramen.
I'm looking for,
I was
well,
like,
he gets his first
why
one.
do you
Not
put
as
eggs
sweet
in
as
the
you would like if
ramen?
you're
You
gay.
just need to
Second
enjoy
will
the
come through. So
pure
just
like
one
soup
start
and
for
stuff,
Wolves, a little
but
bit more comfortable here off their break off, keep the hard point.
right now I don't really mind putting eggs in it.
Kills right now.
He's not going to start 5-0. He already died.
All right. Mathematically impossible.
True.
Q9 though, I feel like it is a double-edged sword, right? You don't want to have somebody just
What
absolutely
about you,
slaying out
Jay?
like what Peg did in the first one, and ultimately you don't want to be losing those spawns for P2. There's still a lot
You
of
like
time.
boys?
Of course,
Yeah,
to be
yeah,
playing
so
here
I
for
don't
P1
mind
before P2
anymore.
becomes absolutely vital, but with
Well,
that
I
one
used
kill
to
that
be
Peg
like
has found
that. Why would you
over in the
put
middle of the
egg
map,
in
has
ramen?
immediately turned around and find another kill inside of Ruins,
Yeah.
doesn't go their way. So I would say, albeit Q9 are losing as far as score is concerned, in a good spot should they maintain these spawns for 2.
They're stabilizing. They're mitigating some of the damage that's being dealt.
Yes.
Easy way to put it for sure. But a really solid break off here for Wolves. Going to find themselves right over 30 points on P1. They will be late to rotation here to the 2nd. in their way will be Yang. Good start for him.
No, I had
him to be kind of a flex player and maybe an influence
it's
maker
a ramen,
Q9.
but job
Of course, we
pocket.
can't recurse him as soon as he's on camera. But Q9 still will hold on to spots. And as the hard point opens up, looking
I had
pretty
it
comfortable
earlier.
in the hill. Just comes down to will Wolves find any
When
success
it was
on
the
this last
break
attempt
time.
over through Temple? No, it's
But then
Sun.
I'm so
Finding the
hungry
2 kills,
again.
and Yang will
Don't know
clean up
why.
mid-map. Q9 in
Ramen
firm
was
control
not
of P2.
enough
They can
for
also
me,
start to
so
push
I'm
out a little
eating.
bit over by Ruins. These parallel spawns to at least look at maps. You just have to maintain presence.
Yeah,
So
it's just a
the hop-up
full
isn't
of
an immediate
Fennec and
focus for
Grub.
Wolves, and by the time you're done dealing with all the players inside
Nothing
Ruins, then
else.
you can shift your
I
focus in
wanted
towards
to.
the back, a desperation push, perhaps by
I wanted
Peg
like
to get
somebody
inside
to
of Ruins
use
becomes
with different
unsuccessful.
gun.
Still 20 seconds left to fight for
But
here at P2,
no.
but it's all Q9 so far.
Very, very
Also,
good
no
stuff.
HVK,
And
no
as I just looked down to
LK,
check, Powerhouse
no,
3-0 the
just no,
Crossroads
just
control,
only
so
growl.
iNCO are 0-2
When they
in
use
their start.
Didn't have that on my bingo
a
card.
search
LATAM
rifle.
down bad. Back into the game. Q9 holds all the way through P2. They find themselves up just over 30 points on rotation. A couple of streaks to assist on this move over towards trenches. But Wolves there first in a pretty solid spot.
Yeah, I
Shinano over
guess
the
so.
backside, not quite able to make the flank
So
work
it's
out.
just,
Bit surprising.
don't
Looking to get a couple
know,
of freebies. Not to happen,
kind
so now
of
it's
wanted
about
to
G.
see like
Able to clean up the bottom side of Trent.
some
Does have the Sparrow
variety
to work
of
with.
guns,
Q9
but
advantage in
just
the
all
operator.
the same,
The Sparrow
like
will be popped.
every single
Also
ones
the
are
ability
using
for
the
others
same
to
ones,
follow
so
if needed. Mauchi only gets one, but Q9 successfully break, and they've got numbers here, so not bad.
Yeah, and the operator advantage, as you were talking about, is the most important part.
Also this legendary ground or kill effect and stuff is kind of similar to the 3 DIH. The 3 legendary DIH somehow
also being pulled out, the
a
Purifier
little
immediately
bit.
shut down by Sun. But it's keeping all of Wolves at bay. I mean, this is a 50-point lead, especially off of Xi'an being able to find more.
I mean, I saw one player using Switchblade in GodLike and one from other. I think I only saw 2 players. It's just Fennec.
Trying to make life easy on rotation with the last couple of seconds going the way of Q9. Wolves have not found a single point of
But with the
time.
Mythic Fennec,
It's really about the opening of
with
P3.
the clean iron sight, I guess you can still handle the bit of long range. Not the long range, but you know, mid-range or something like that.
And I think, again, once they had the kitchen sink, they literally just threw it at them. The answer had to have been right there for P3 just to force out more and more resources from Wolves.
No, it's not bad at close range, but compared to Fennec, Fennec is so fast.
Yeah, good moment though, I
That's
think,
why.
for Wolves. Again, you've got the operator advantage here.
Switchblade
Late
is
them, but, oh my goodness,
one of the best SMG, I
down
believe.
2. Those are immediate shutdowns. Yang off a 3-piece, Peg the last one standing, but the Purifier shuts everything down from the front door. And then, of course, right after that, the War Machine will lock the door afterwards. So, Wolves a decent moment, but that's expensive for what has so far only been 7 points a time.
I was literally about to say that. Like, you just invested about 3, maybe 4 operators for what? About like 10, 12 seconds? All that for a drop of blood? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
128 to 43 is going to be the end of the first set. Going back to do it all over again. Q9 have the spawns for P2, but that is, again, it's apocalypse. So if Wolves can somehow, some
Why
way
no one
find
using
themselves in a
second
position where they can find all these eliminations, get the spawns for P2, who's to say we might not have a lead flip at the end of the second set?
It's bold prediction there, proper bold prediction.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like an amazing gun, but surprisingly, like not many people is using CX9.
Yeah, there you go.
Even in ranked, I was like expecting to see a lot of people spamming CX9 mythic skin, but no, I barely see it.
100-point gap as Q9 are all over it. Yang making life difficult with the gravity vortex gun right over the top of the hard point. Peg feeling like he has to make a play for times, tries to step in, but is immediately swatted away, and Q9's lead continues to grow. Oh my goodness, what happened to Wolves? Did they load in? It's hard to say.
I think Q9 heard our conversations about hardpoint. They took it personally.
Well,
I think they heard the conversation
Chico
about Wolves
against
potentially being
the
the number
Fennec.
1, and they took that even more personally. 179 to 48 going in towards the rotation towards P2, and I know, yes, Q9 are currently from the outside looking in, but the leader's advantage is so egregious, they can play for break.
Yeah, I mean,
probably win if they're trading 20-20.
look at the points. I don't know if they can make a comeback or something.
Right now because you're literally
This
just
is
beating Wolves down.
crazy.
I mean, this is ugly for the side of Wolves. Q9 making it even uglier. You've got Sparrows, Claws, War Machines.
Ooh, that Hunter
Godzilla.
killer
I don't know.
treasure.
They're throwing everything at him here, man. If they could still throw Goliath, then they probably would have been able to do so by now.
Yep.
I mean, this is a bloodbath.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Oh my god.
But these wolves are puppies on the map right now because I would reckon that Q9 are making them look like the latter. This is disgusting. It's been a long time since I've seen an Apocalypse be a blowout this heavy in between two powerhouses, regardless of the region.
Ooh.
And this Chinese
What the hell? The aim is crazy though.
Absolutely brutal.
It's not even
Resource after
sync
resource being called in
FOB.
by wolves, immediately just being snuffed out, shut down. Not
Like
even
today,
with
while
operators on the
watching these
opposite
champs,
side.
I always
Now
feel
Sun
like
has a
surprised by
purifier of all
some
things to utilize for this rotation over towards New.
beaming
They have one spawn out
aims.
for Q9. This is
I forgot
desperation
who it
now.
was,
If you are
but-
wolves, you have to get what, full 60
Dire.
here?
You have to get a full 60 here, full 60 on the next, then a full 60 after that.
Just do it.
Clean
Just to get to
aims
240.
and
Just do it,
stuff.
forehead. Math.
Not
It's
looking
really
very
satisfying
positive
to
for the side
watch
of
it.
Wolves. And Q9 will make things even worse, stepping right back in towards the trench. 45 seconds to fight for. Q9 technically could still win here, but I wouldn't figure that that would occur. Very difficult hard point to soak up every bit of time. Neon finding the War Machine for
Wait,
a little bit
what?
of success.
That means
Does get shut down, only finding a
body
single kill.
shooting in
And
Korea?
the specialist efficiency has been
Wait, what?
essentially null. I mean, Wolves have found next to nothing in terms of kill potential out of these operators.
I'm
Find
confused.
a way to get it done
Really?
here a little bit late, but I mean, at this point, it's just get out of the
Maybe
100-point club, I
that
would say. That
chill
might
effect
be a
is
small
smart.
silver lining.
Yeah,
I mean, I
like,
don't
maybe
really
make
like
it a
them,
little
but
bit
it's
more
just mid,
respectful, but if
in
you're
my
wolves, you're
opinion.
immediately already
It's nothing
potentially having
special about
conversations
it.
about the S&D.
But
This
the gun is so
scoreline
pretty.
is just way too far gone. And even when they were about to get over the 100-point club, I mean, Uling just pulls them right up from the hard point peg there for 2.
You
And
never
albeit they are finding slays,
imagine?
it again comes down to the consistency that Q9 have
I
been
have
finding the
an
kills across
evidence,
the map
can they?
in towards B4. Very much so could be the final one. You have players for Q9 that are already set up inside the hill, but Malchi just slides on in. Q9 again.
Wow, really? You guys clearly like that?
There, Q9 break once again.
Now also got the Purifier out just to kind of go back.
That's funny. I thought it should be like
So an
a
opportunity here for Wolves to
body
break.
shooting,
They're also
bar shoot,
I mean, they're
something
calling
like
it
that.
everything because there may not be another hard point. So they throw all the rest of the
Yeah.
operators currently
That sounds
into the mix,
crazy.
and they will get past the 100-point
최남사?
mark. But it's still, I mean, yeah.
That
small
sounds more
celebrations
serious
were to be
than
had. And
English
by
somehow.
celebrations, I mean maybe a small smile.
Wow.
At best.
I just look at the stage. I don't think anybody's smiling right now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Any
Predator
gay.
missile being called in. 20 seconds left here as far as P4 is concerned, and then we'll go back over towards P1, but
We're
I mean, to
trying
say
so
that it needs
hard
to be perfect is
to
just putting it lightly. 226 to
make
133
comeback.
if Wolves capture all
But
last 10 seconds. And again,
Q9
this is
already
the
have
advantage in a nutshell. Q9 can benefit
226
just from hitting this hard point continuously because they know it's going to force Wolves to spawn all the way across the map. Last player through the mid-map scoop, of course, will be Zai. Needs to try to stay alive as long as possible and maybe buy some time for reinforcements to come through.
So here's what has to happen. Wolves have to, at worst, 50-50 P1. They have to win rotation to P2.
Can we
Full
never
60
see
it,
that?
and then
Eh.
have a battle for P3
I
to
thought
stop
that-
the battle.
Oh, it's just that easy, right?
Yeah, it's small laundry list.
Yeah.
Make
Okay.
sure you don't wash your colors with your
Ooh,
whites
what
and
the
you put
hell?
your delicates in the spin cycle. 236, 129. Q9 still going back and forth.
Oh
kill
my
feed.
days.
That will stay the case. Hard point battle back to neutral. Still
Oh.
over 110-point game though, and it's just not looking convincing enough. Wolves also get flipped in the process, so the countdown starts to come through. 245,
Damn.
129, and Q9 blow Wolves
Oh.
out the map. Mercy.
So they won the
That scoreline could have been a
hard
lot
point.
messier, let's just put it
Apocalypse
that way,
style.
than where it was. I mean, there was at one point where we didn't even think the Wolves were
That's
going to
crazy.
snip 100 points, but 250 to 129
You
off
broke
what
up
things
with
looked like
Choco?
at the beginning before we got to full reset. Everybody was in the lobby. Q9 were a force to be reckoned with, and again, it's more than just, okay, we're playing for the spawns over towards New. It was how they understood when they had that advantage off of P2 in the first set. They had an operator advantage that they knew that at least you had a few over by Wolves. P3 pops, they pull all their operators out at that moment of time, get about another 40 for maybe 5 trade. And at that point, it was about an 80-point lead that you felt like Wolves were in desperation mode.
It's just one of those things I will say, and this is where I was kind of curious to see how dynamic and versatile Wolves are going to be in Respawn, because the only maps they've really played are Summit and Takeoff. Two maps that are really just about can you outplay your opponent. You
Right.
don't really necessarily have to force terribly difficult rotations, and then you
Can I just
equal
lost
60s
to
because of it. AKA what I'm getting
opposite?
to is it doesn't necessarily
Wolves just
provide
lost to
the
the
same
Q9.
snowball opportunities that you get on a map like Hacienda, or you get on Arsenal, or you get on here in Apocalypse. And Q9 picked up momentum. We're able to hold things down very cleanly on the first set, and it just put Wolves into panic. And I will also say, for what it's worth, I'm genuinely pleased to see how Q9 spent their operators. It was never won by itself. It was always in situations of, we need to break, so let's use these. We need to hold, let's use those. And it worked out perfectly. And you can see it reflected in the stat line. Everyone goes positive. It's just
Why don't
also
they use
sharing is
matching
caring.
profile
Everyone's
picture
around
though?
30 plus kills in a minute hard point time.
Only
So
thing is
it's all
mixed
what you
up,
want to
huh?
see from Q9. They're passing the eye test for me right now in that Apocalypse at least.
I will say this much, is that the selfish level, as far as Q9 is concerned, was not even there whatsoever. The teamwork was absolutely at an all-time high. And albeit Wolves, you felt like at a certain point in time, you needed that heroic moment. You needed someone to go full on Hercules across the map. Again, when you talk about the players that it needed to be, albeit they were finding at least some kills, there was no follow-up soon after. All of that, the
Why
equation
were they
plus some more,
bronze air
was so
nerves?
leaning in the
Wow.
favor of Q9, and it really did start off with just how wonderfully spent all those operators were. So Hardpoint has been done.
With
It is
is
now dusted.
without.
Now the real consideration comes to be
Without out.
the hell's
But
gonna
without
happen on
is
this Express
without.
Destroy. We saw Wolves play it earlier today versus Kings. I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't necessarily want to throw all of my eggs into that basket.
Yeah.
I'm more looking at the history, which is long, between these two teams on this map. And Express has been the search and destroy bread and butter for Q9. 5-0 in total from when they were going back towards their Masters seasons as well as CDFI. And more importantly, 2 of those wins were versus Wolves. So, again, this was my issue, and I know those of you out there were kind of getting me at Twitter for saying that Kings were going to beat Wolves. Wolves is a one-dimensional team. If you just look at what maps they play, you're going to deal with 2 options in every mode. They play Summit, they play Takeoff, they play Firing Range, and they play Tunisia.
So would you agree with me that Kings kind of played themselves in that series?
Absolutely. Yeah. Kings through, dude.
Absolutely.
Kings absolutely through.
Well, I mean, like, it's funny because I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you could hear me or not, but like they were literally telling us that they were going to ego check on Summit.
Why? I get that Inferno's not here, but like, dude, why?
Well, no reason.
It's just play them on a different map. Like,
play it on your map. Get rid of their best. Play it on a better map for you. It's almost like that's how veto processes are supposed to go.
Especially in a best of 3 when you get 2 vetoes.
What?
You can both veto your worst as well as your opponent's
what is
best.
That's
happening?
crazy.
I know it.
You know ball.
Unreal. And again, just to kind of bring it into the now, feels like a little bit of a miss here.
Yeah.
Wolves have not beat Q9 on this
Oh,
map.
wait.
They let it through, and I'm sure Q9 is like, all right,
King's gonna play against iNCO next game.
I mean, just look at them on the side of
Kings
their stage. Like, they are
versus
calm and collected. They are
iNCO.
just about ready to
I
take this
thought that
into
was
a
it. I thought
it's hard
when
to
Kings
justify
lost to
just from statistics
GodLike,
alone
I
that
thought
this has any
they're
chance of
just
going
going
out of
home.
control. As much as I would love to just watch these two teams just continue to
But I
batter
guess
each
it's just
other,
one
I just
more
really
game.
have to think. I mean, you know me. I love my
Kings
numbers, man.
versus iNCO.
I feel like it's
Well.
gonna be really tough just to get past the threshold. I feel like this is gonna get probably reach 7 and Q9 are probably gonna put this to rest.
And that would be really.
No, I just checked the other stream, but
you know, kind of
the
seeing the
TLE
talk happen on Twitter a little bit. It was
versus
like, oh, Wolves are going to be the best team here. They're going to beat LG. I don't know how you can actually go into battle with that argument and think you've got water to hold.
AG,
Like,
and
they're so
then
one-dimensional.
Kings
And now we're seeing Q9
versus
finesse the veto
iNCO.
system, put him into trouble. And again, I don't want to sit here and say, like, oh, if Q9 win this, Wolves are done. Like, they're still going to qualify probably for tomorrow.
More than likely.
This does reveal a lot of the vulnerabilities that Wolves come into this event
But
with. So, let's see.
it's
Have they been able to
iNCO.
fix things up? Last time these two teams
Or
played,
well,
it was a 4-9
no.
in favor of Q9.
Like
against
we were
China.
expecting them to
Playing
win
Q9
against the
and off
GodLike
the
like
get-go. Good opening
easily,
here for
but
Wolves.
they
Offensively,
lost
get a
to
lot of
them,
standing over
so
towards B, and,
I
well,
really
our
don't
Timber
know what's
just got
gonna
so caught off
happen.
guard, could not find anyone to swap to because everyone died so quick.
Them
Everybody
against
just died.
iNCO.
And look, that is the tango if you're new to Express Search and Destroy. You go down towards B, everybody wants to check in over at the info station, ride the elevator at the same time. It's all paper mache down there. Wonderful gunplay being showcased by Wolves, kind of reoccurring of what we saw from them earlier. Still on offense, trying to rotate over towards B very quickly.
Yep. Jing able to find first blood, bomb making its way over towards B. Yang is saying, can anyone help? I'm stuck in ticket, and there's no.
They are already depressed. Wow,
okay.
So
what
the?
You need to figure out your B defense because right now Wolves are just.
This game is so quick. What is going on? Wolves already won 2 rounds within like.
Escape back through departure, retake back through middle hall, and it should be a little bit easier because these gunfights and these team shots are just so electric. Wolves looking to change the pace, going over towards A quickly this time.
Yeah, and this B defense for Q9 is all about playing through stair side, so there's actually nobody here at A. They can't even stop this bomb from being planted. Oh no. This is a perfect read from Wolves. A game of rock, paper, scissors that has come up their way every time to this point. And what? He gets out? No chance. Peg able to at least go 1 for 1, gets the bomb carrier back towards safety. 4v4 post plant. Q9 have made their way close to the A bomb, but definitely not with any map control to allow them to even consider a defusal to this point. Yang able to clear out lockers for 1. Good shots from Sun. Okay, time starting to be a bit of an issue though, just down to King and Ion. And both only have scopes. Playing pretty up close and personal. King from the backside. Willing trying to lock it up. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Shooting at him.
Oh, he stopped shooting indeed. And now it's up to Yang. Not able to do anything either. And Wolves sniper rifles get into the mix and say,
what
is
going on?
You just simply never allow that to happen. You shoot until they're dead, and then you make sure that they're dead some more. That is inexcusable. Mostly inexcusable for their setups as well. You cannot be that one-dimensional on defense whatsoever. This time around for defense, Q9 at least splitting their affairs, but smokes are already out. It's back to B.
Yeah, same setup here as far as the offense is concerned. Q9 changing things up just a touch. Heavy stack over towards that departures area that you were talking about earlier. But Zai has kept him a bit at bay. Sees 1 cross through monitors, and okay, a little bit of help from Willing in the middle. That'll be enough for a double, and it will actually push Wolves into a pretty tricky spot here. Bomb down, and everyone is scattered. And I don't know if you know this is my bad wordplay of the day. Wolves are a pack animal. Not where you want to be.
Oh.
By yourself.
Boo.
Yeah, big boo.
Hey, you've done worse.
I've done way worse.
Yeah, way worse.
That one's up there, though. I'm not going to lie.
And some of the dad jokes that we've had on broadcast.
I know it.
That's up there, though. Hey, look, Q9 finally get themselves on the board, and it's all thanks to just being able to train off the information that they got very early on. You're going to need that adaptation plus a little bit extra. So Wolves not enjoying how that B hit went previously. Q9 still set up in the middle of the map, but they have players at least ready to defend A. Yang is pushing all the way up through
Was that you,
blood,
Jay?
doesn't even find it. Gross.
The mental chess right now is all coming up Wolves. Wolves are playing chess while Q9 is playing Go Fish.
Okay.
They're not even playing board games right now. They're playing card games. It's just, that's one of those moments where, again, you don't see that the offensive smoke come through. There's not a lot of offensive utility being thrown. But
you can go safe. It's just so late time for you.
Especially with a team that has played each other a lot. So, really convincing opening offense.
I don't know how they just like clearing them so easily. Like, it looks just so clean and easy. They're just like rushing and killing.
I mean, you really do feel like you need this last defense to go your way before we switch sides. And it's going to be a middle tunnel hit. This is the first time that Wolves have thrown this all offense.
Yep. Q9 getting a little frisky, trying to see things over towards arrivals. First blood through mid-map is good. Q9 splits the offense up and around A. They do have a deep play, though, between both Peg and Qing. This comes down to, can those two players actually be a difference maker? Because you're going to need a little bit more help here for King to stay on top of this bomb by himself. And Oling is actually going to know that there is a threat here on top of this bridge. So now it's kind of the question of, can Q9 break this down? And the kills will give us our answer. Yes, they will. King, last one left. Good, quick first scope, but second one won't be there. And Q9 will exit the half 2-4.
Yeah, and that was a great collapse, ultimately speaking. That is just express, or just search and destroy realistically. You put everybody to push through B. You see absolutely nothing. You find kills across the bridge and looking through the middle of the map. And you have to push through rivals. You have to completely clear all of the spawn. And by proxy, know that they're mostly on the departure side of the map. Flipping the map included, at least Q9 stopped the bleeding ever so slightly. Now it's their turn for offense.
Neon first blood. Heavy stack for the defensive Wolves right through mid, but Maoshi able to kind of do some damage of his own, and his teammates will pick up on it. Zai following up. Oh my goodness, this guy is on pogo stick. It was all over the place. Eventually gets taken down by Willing. King now last one left for the 1v2. Bomb being planted, and King will try to play this from the middle of the map. Jump peaks will not see too much. I don't think he actually got confirmation on Yang's position, so this has been made much more difficult trying to retake this with just a scope.
Yep, sure has. We'll have to see how much space King can honestly clear just with this hard scope. He's pinched in between two individuals, and just when you're looking one way, he gets pinched from the other. To be fair, he was looking down towards iNCO, where he did die from, but ultimately speaking, Q9 do strike first on their offense. They break this within one. Wolves on defense specifically versus Kings is where they shine the best.
Yeah, they're coming back.
But it's all up being
Like,
able
it
to
was
find
like
that first blood.
Wolves just rushing and killing them so quickly. And I guess like Q9 realized how they play this game.
Wolves have instead defaulted to playing very heavily handed over towards B. Offense making its way through this smoke. Wait, are they going to try to get to bridge side here again to play their post plan? Mauchi seems to say, sure we do. 1v1 here. Wow. Huge shot. Shuts down the play. Zai follows up. There's only one trade to speak of, but Jinan through the middle of train does keep things a bit more chaotic in favor of the offense. Nice change over towards Jing. Sun playing forward still. Again, this post plant is still out in the open. Just comes down to who sees who first. Lots of 1v1s. Neon up top, able to catch one from the side. Just down to Sun. Over the top. He hits a hand. Whoa. Maybe just a pinky finger, and that's enough for Peg to slide out, find the kill, and take Wolves to 5.
That hit marker was everything.
Truly.
Everything. Hits center mass, able to at least force a 1v1. He could reposition at that point. There was only 17 seconds left on the clock. And that 17 seconds was the biggest differential, and next to the hit marker, of course, which means that Wolves can extend their lead back to 2. Really cool push over towards A.
Good night, Pirish. Good luck with your exam. Good luck with your exam, and you got this for real.
I think the biggest thing here is for Wolves, this is now the third straight defense where they have heavy stack towards B. And then they're just happy to play retake over towards A.
And have a good day tomorrow.
Maybe something to be said about they know Q9 like to push through A, so you're going to have an opportunity for kills. Speculation, but this time Zai gets behind the offensive play.
Oh,
checked out by Yang, who it looked like had an 8 in
I
his
thought
hand,
this guy was going to die, but then...
And King will know that he's probably in a little bit of trouble, so he'll value his life and just kind of play some heady angles in the back stairs with the scope.
Xian was still waiting for the push all the way through arrivals. He's so late behind over by bridge that now Zai is quite literally up a train track without a paddle.
Haven't seen that train come through lately either, so that could come into play.
Good luck with my job.
Finds the perfect
I need to go work tomorrow. I need to wake up early. That's crazy.
Follow up from King. Yeah, good timing there to check.
This King.
And Q9 have fallen apart here offensively. G9 last one really to kind of make a play happen. And actually, hold on a second. Weeling's going to actually push through A, and they're going to find an isolation. So that makes things more doable here. 43 seconds, and now it's decision time. Do we back up, or we don't know if anyone's in lockers, and try to play at A, or do we rewrap? Did Weeling just see the rotation?
Play with the lottery.
Right?
Oh my, brilliant.
That timing was everything to be able to see the complete coverage. You have now flipped the map, and that is such a good call. Back to check over at A. You know you have B completely covered. You saw everybody over towards A.
Look where Ginan's playing.
Why is this?
Just tucked over towards the top side at mid. There's the track. Oh, careful, brother. Jinan checking just over the middle through ticket. Nothing to be seen yet. It's a 3-man stack through staircase. Do they line up here? First contact made. Lots of damage, but no kills. Off the reload. Almost able to find a kill. Still a weapon absent from it. Following up and
oh my god, TNC, did you see the godlike game? Did you see the godlike game against the EU team Kings? Godlike won the games, bro. 2-0.
That is essentially a 1v4 with the
How are
final
you
kill
dying?
plus the call to rotate getting the last 3 kills.
I mean, that's just insane. You were mid-call, just saying it. You have to push through. You have to be able to find that pick if you have any hope to be able to plan at A. But then you turn around, you get the timing, and see everybody rotating over towards A. Brilliant. Now back within 1.
Quick hit.
One Indian going and another coming is crazy though.
Q9 trying to play forward, although it should. A little bit of a lineup here though for Weeling. He's able to get another double. But he's got to find so much more than that, and what would have to be a 1v5 in Wolves opening first bloods. Get them now up to map point.
Nah.
Yeah, like
defensively.
They are actually.
I'll say.
Q9 has no.
I mean, EU team actually got shit on by godlike.
That's going to be the immediate call. It'd be nice to at least have the bomb on this rotation.
Even Pierce said, "What the fuck?"
Now she will back up. Looks like he will be the designated bomb carrier for the round.
It wasn't even like.
And he is getting.
Oh my god! It was 2-0. 2-0.
Through the offensive train side. Hasn't seen anything yet. Timing's not good. Oh, yeah, Q9 on the other side was able to scout him out. So first blood talent, nice little patient play here from Q9 in a 5v4. Options as well. With that sniper off the table, you can continue to play through mid or hit the outsides of either bomb site.
They have to know that at least one.
Holy shit, it's great.
Bridge, if not train, right? That Zai you can see on the X-ray as well as the mini
Oh my god.
needs to at least be cleared. All these angles need to be watched. One player watching the flank. Of course, BG on just in case. And the bomb's going to get planted. Now it's just about the post plant. Needs to be the one you're looking for. Want to push it to another round.
Good opener here from Zai. Still kind of stuck just inside of planters. Yang
they're gonna be dog-like.
Keeps his life. The chase is on and Yang predicts
But
it goes to the drop
they
shot.
for real were dog-like? What the hell?
Will work. So now just down Neon. And oh my, there are Q9 members all over that
I
train.
mean,
And Neon will change the angle, try to give himself a bit of a chance.
depressing
mid,
from EU team, but well,
hit marker comes through. We're
oh well.
out here. Looks like what the.
You know, they always say to at least get your haircut before land. They never say get your haircut at land. That's exactly what is happening right now at Express.
I
Also
feel I'm
never got my
gonna
haircut at a
talk
train
about
station.
this that
Can't say I've ever looked for one. 5-6. Still the chance to close
this
things out
EU
here. You are
team lost
Wolves.
to
Q9 though starting to adapt and overcome.
GodLike.
It's a mid-map push
Well,
once again.
rip.
Yep. First blood for King, followed up by Xing. Yang is forward, could make a bit of a mess of this, but decides instead to default back for a little bit of safety. Now he's stuck. King sees him. And the slow peak that leads to eventually an easy scope. So trouble here for the side of Q9. It is all down to Wuling.
I'm wishing Rips to win this SNA since Q9 won hardpoint.
But he is so down
So
current, maybe out of reach.
You got time? Do you have a hope and a dream for an ace? 1v5. Everybody's just stacked together. No chance in hell. Wolves.
Yeah, Rips won SNA, so they're gonna play control, and that's gonna be a decision of
number 2 in kind. It was a 4-2 half.
deciding game.
And I gotta say, this is exactly what they wanted, isn't it? The ability to be able to at least push it to a control, something that has been
yeah,
good for them
Kings.
Historically. But
You know, like Grease, Marvel, Raid, Spy.
And I wonder how much
they got shit on by GodLike.
Team kind of had them read on that offensive play where
You
Q9
should have
wanted to
seen
push
their
not just 2A,
faces,
but
like
through it.
how
And kind of the same
depressed.
thing of how they like off the get-go to play their break off towards B, because all the first 3 rounds were so damn convincing for
So
Wolves
you never
defensively
know
on
what's
top
gonna
of the B
happen in
side.
this
And then
champs.
once things naturally
You
started to
never
move,
know.
it ended up being pretty clear that there was a good understanding of how Q9 wanted to play their post-plant situation. So really good on both sides of the bomb there for Wolves. Q9 kept it interesting, mostly because of this guy right here, saving a couple of rounds individually, but it is one of those things that felt like the prep work definitely came to play in this one for Wolves. They didn't want to drop a 3rd straight Express Search and Destroy versus their in-country rivals of Q9.
History was, in fact, not doomed to repeat itself this time around as we go and take a look
We
at
don't
some of
know.
the stats. And I will say this
Wow,
much,
16
14 kills.
kills.
And Destroy is nuts. Of course, in 5v5
16
could be a little bit
kills,
more inflated. 14 and 8
crazy. Son got 2 kills and 10 deaths.
This is the
Oh.
Wolves team that we have come to expect, that we've
Zai got
almost
14,
wanted
King
to
got
see
11.
specifically in this matchup. Don't even want to
Yeah,
say that it was a little bit of a
7.
fumble as far as that
Damn.
map number 1 is concerned. But the teamwork, the chemistry, the understanding, as we were talking about, the homework really did pay dividends as far as that map number 2 is concerned. A lifeline, if you will, for the Wolves to at least extend it to a standoff control.
Which is big for them. Perfect segue. Thank you. That's like you knew what was coming next.
I do.
Red
I
carpet
did.
has been rolled out.
I actually don't remember the names well because I was trying to read the names, but I realized that I cannot pronounce well, so I didn't even read any single names from the team. So it's really hard to remember. Anyone remember?
They're 5-1 on it, and they win pretty convincingly, 3.5-2 because they played a 4 out there. So, all things told, again, this looks good for Wolves on the flip side, because for Q9, they have played this map against Wolves 3 times, and it's 1-2 overall, but more importanly, Q9 wanted to see Raid in this map.
Oh yeah.
The only
But you don't
thing
get
I
that
love
luxury.
is he's gonna say
That's an
J,
immediate veto out from
JGW
Wolves. They do
skin.
not want to take it to Raid, so you have to play into one of their strongest control maps. And this is
Human
again
skin.
where we start to have the entire conversation as your CDFI champs are Wolves.
Yeah.
Statistically, and quite frankly, they are the #1
So
control team out of China.
cute.
Yeah. And I think that this is going to be quite telling for almost very similar reasons of what we've been looking at between Apocalypse, Hardpoint, Express Search and Destroy. What does the homework look like if you are Q9 coming into the standoff control? You need to at least look decent on it. You can't get blown out of the water.
I think the thing that we can really say here, and just looking at how Wolves really fumbled against Elevate on Raid during CDFI finals, they just didn't play around the objective. So what do? You play a map where the objective rarely gets used as win condition. And that leads to the overarching point. Here's where win condition lies.
Now I will say Cola skin because I said that you're gonna say J skin. Wow.
If you're Q9, you just cannot.
You have a doctor appointment? Oh, with your broken fingers, huh?
What does your breakoff look like? Can you either enforce a spawn trap for the defensive side or avoid it from the offensive side? And all that relates to is
just a check-up or something?
Can you stop that from being a snowball effect against you? That's where my focus is going to be.
Grady's gonna be busy, let's put it that way. She's gonna be a little busy. Yeah, what kind of cookies? But
chocolate chip.
And have another doctor appointment
would be an
on Sunday?
With almond milk.
What? Is it all related to your broken fingers or
You're
what?
absolutely right to bring up the 1 point.
And another doctor appointment in 2 weeks. What is going on?
I'm not really the biggest fan of playing around the objective, and that's why that Raid is mostly the one that's looked at for Q9. That's what makes them very deadly in hardpoint, and honestly speaking, I think that comes through in spades for that Apocalypse hardpoint match number 1.
Yarn is so cute. Jay is fan of Yarn. But when you were doing the video, the money showing of money thing, it was actually funny. While like others are so cringe and stuff. Cringe and awkward.
Yeah, I do. Okay. These two teams could not be more stylistically different. Wolves wants to fight you and outpace you. We have sheer kill force,
and
eliminations.
We're gonna get your face to the slave.
Q9 wants to try to manipulate the map.
Jay fell in love with Yarn.
Results against one another. Wolves at this point have just completely dominated the side of
Who the
conversation
fuck did this English help?
Yes. But you also see
What do you mean you die?
More open maps for Q9.
I don't know what is English. What is English?
Search and destroy. Tunisia firing range doesn't get much tighter than that in a lot of instances for Wolves, whereas Q9 prefer maps.
Yeah, you should use Yang's profile picture next,
well, I
maybe.
guess it mostly is Express.
Ooh, it's a standoff.
Similar situation here.
I like this map,
will in layman's terms be a battle of who is able to get their style more successfully in play. Will it be the outslaying of Wolves or the manipulation of Q9? And off the get-go, off the break-off, things looking good for Q9 as they get a couple of members forward on both zones.
Very small sample pool, but this is actually both of these two teams' first time playing standoff in their series so far.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, how about it? Well, it's going to be interesting to say the least to be able to see how things do pan out. Of course, best of very rare that we end up going third map, but regardless, semantics aside, life advantage already in the favor for Wolves. 26 plays up against 18. It's getting from bad to worse.
Well, do you speak English? No, I thought that. I don't think I know English. What is English?
Really delayed things, and there shouldn't be a reason that Jing gets off of B, because Q9 have to chalk it. Oh my goodness, that is a very quick capture. Q9 down lives, and they have to defend for 2 minutes plus. King making problems occur with a triple over the top at hotel balcony and immediately in towards A. This could not have been a worse start for Q9. After what looked to be a good opening kill feed, it just kind of just immediately got denied when they tried to play it in the spawn trap.
And Neon with the sniper again. Every single time he spawns up, he has just head glitch on top of head glitch over by Grail Lawns, and he can just watch these players poke out from hotel over by the courtyard as well. And now you have to deal with Peg up close. Okay, well, you dealt with Peg up close, so well done. 14 plays up against 9, though.
Neon is OP sniper for real, though, from Bruce. I mean, King seems good as well, but Neon sniping is OP as hell.
So that's a bit of a miss. And a 4-life gap is not insignificant.
Sure.
Wolves have to still be a little bit careful here. Lots of time on the clock. No need to rush anything. Good elimination over the backside over towards gas. Off respawn. Shinan will go right back over towards the warehouse. Mauchi does really good work trying to keep this spawn trap in play here on the other side. This is going to be a battle of who gets the kills first here. You've got spawn traps starting to come through for Q9, but they only have 5 lives remaining. On the other side, Peg is also kind of flirting around the Q9 defensive spawn. Still a minute 10 on the clock and a 7v3. You have to know that Wolves are saying play for the kills, and boy, will they. Last 2 left. Stuck on opposite sides of the map from one another. This would have to be a hero play And, well, for a moment I had to say they may pull it off because a couple of individual kills did come through, but now Wolves are stacking. It's going to force the hand of Yang into the full stack. No worries there. Wolves will get the second tick at A and take the round.
Yeah, and it's literally just more massive than it does sound like, being able to find that second segment. Again, how standoff does play out, we will see a lot of kills be the discrepancy when it comes down to winning control rounds on standoff more often than not. But if you want a round 5 defense and a little bit more of an easier advantage, then you want more segments of progression. So we'll see how well things progress on through this opening break for Q9. A little bit of a trade discrepancy going back and forth, but Wolves being on the defensive side of things have mid-map coverage, and they're also watching their flank.
Top range with Fennec.
He does have the Purifier at the ready if he needs it. No cause for concern yet, though. As once more, Q9 just kind of find themselves just battling for every inch possible. Smoke takes over the front side at Statue, where Neon has to pull the Sparrow out to contest.
Yeah, just when somebody's holding Sparrow, just get close to him so that he can kill himself as well. And prevent all those kills.
To kind of play his own life and keep the clock stopped, but Wolves are pulling operators, and oh boy, they are hitting. Annihilator out, Claw out, both being used to put the spawn trap really into an immaculate hold for the side of Wolves.
Too bloody late. Time.
Wolves looking good for a 2-0 start here.
Man, it's a real pain in the ass being right sometimes, isn't it?
It truly is.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves just quite literally right at home. Granny said she's baking cookies. Wolves said, all right, we're on our way. 20 seconds remain, 20 plays up against 7. You feel like this is a lost cause for Q9 as far as a round is concerned. And they're going to be staring down the barrel of an 0-2, but you never want to count them out quite yet. Now no respawns remaining. At least they broke past the 25-yard line. Might be able to show some presence over at A, but again, the numbers just, you feel like are too far gone. They're down by 10 lives, for crying out loud.
Yeah, they can get past the 25-yard line, but it's still 4th and forever. Unless you're Alabama, it's not going to work out well for you. I know you
Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Catch that?
I did.
4th and 31.
Did. Play.
No one else in the chat has any idea what we're talking about.
No, probably not. Talking to gamers, man.
Yikes. That is abusive.
That's as devastating of a round as you could possibly ever ask for when it comes out of control. And that's why we put such a massive highlight on Wolves getting the standoff. Now you go in towards round number 3, potentially the final, but Q9 have an abundance of operators to play with, all 5 to be honest.
Pred missile called in, will not land though for Zai, so defense will stay healthy through this. Again, a full 6-pack, 5-pack of operators at the ready here for Q9, and most of them are trying to be pulled in this particular moment. Live staying even.
I saw it so sad. What do you mean?
Trying to play through the AS&D site over towards the B
How
zone.
you pay for this shit?
Has not worked out all that
next year,
so
guys. Next year.
Q9, pretty comfortable
I promise.
at this point,
next year.
And it really comes down to the decision making of where does Wolves want to go here. Their option towards B has been shut down, and now they're defaulted to playing around the outside of A.
The faith.
Got one player
the device.
That's Peg, because of course it is.
So that
immediately just pushes past Deli and in towards Hotel as well. So everybody that was kind of threatening them over by Granny's car
I
is
am
just immediately dealt
gonna
with. But the biggest issue is that those trades are still there to speak of. 20 plays up against 21.
The
It still feels like
device.
Q9 has the
I'm not
majority
gonna
of the map
touch
control.
it, and I'm gonna kill it.
And well, Q9
I
tried to
swear.
call in a couple of operators that make things really punishing. Doesn't fully work out, but the clock is starting to get to that point where it's do or die time here for Wolves. Going to force the hand towards A. One member on, will start making a little bit of progress. First tick does get locked. Wheeling up top, trying to find a way to contest. Doesn't quite scout the player
Why
down.
not
Low,
now?
gets forced into a battle with Sai,
Next year
where
in
fortunately
sure,
there's
maybe
a trade.
then next year
And the clock will continue
spring.
to tick. 18 seconds on the clock. Here comes the next hit. Purifier out for Sun. Ooh, bold call here, but lives are becoming a bit of an issue, so he'll take this in towards
Not
Diner.
even in 1 month.
That'll be enough to clear the space, but look at the
That's
from Wolves on the
crazy
minimap.
that it's
They're just
already
not
like
letting operators
15th of
to get on
December,
towards
like
B all of a sudden, and the clock will
New
stop at 10
Year's.
with 2 members on the first tick lock.
Gravity Vortex
If it's never now, then it's
also
never.
had a Sparrow that was shut down there for
Oh.
Q9.
Oh,
And
no.
what a crazy call coming through from Wolves. They caught Q9 lacking. Neon with the Sparrow is able to go on a
Oh, I
3
got
spree.
this though, I got
and the
this.
Annihilator
Trust.
shoot after for Zai.
You know?
That is going to be a
Trust.
chalk B zone, a 5-life lead, and 60
Next year,
seconds added
next
on
year.
towards the board.
Yeah, the extra minute may
Trust
be all
me.
that's needed here
Oh
for
yeah,
Wolves to put this
I
line at
also
reach
need to
11th
buy
place.
a
5.
big
No more
bottle.
operators at the ready here for Q9.
Maybe like
It was a heck of a battle,
stainless,
but it looks like
stainless
it's
or
on
something
its
like
last
that,
stand
like
here.
big bottle. Cause
King
I'm
does get taken
thinking
down, trying to get a
about
little
like
bit aggressive
drinking
towards spawn.
teas
Peg, Purifier
instead
in
of
spawn.
just
Oh
vaping.
my,
You know,
is
like
the oven on, Grandma? Because here comes the fire.
I need
Is it?
something
Okay, hold on. He does at least get 2 post-death, but
if I wanna stop baiting, I need something instead of bait. So I'm planning to just drink a lot of teas. Because teas are good, no? Some teas are really healthy and stuff. So I'm gonna steal some tea bags from my cafe and I'm gonna drink them. I mean, when I go work, I can take like 1 tea bag, you know me. Because why not?
Saying that, yep, they are indeed the best team in China right now.
Look, man, you lost the hard point. Scoreline wasn't all too respectfully, but 2-3-5.
I have done this shit a lot. What do you mean? So I quit smoking, bro. I quit smoking. I don't smoke the cigarettes. Huh?
That is the Devil's Dance.
TNC. Oh hell. Oh my god. You know, like TNC's nickname was TNC. Like literally that one. TNC.
You knew it was coming down to
That's his nickname, guys.
For Wolves for the express search and destroy. It simply was not there for Q9 on the standoff.
And I'm still not convinced.
But
friends.
then
Like there are
I need
still
to have
in there
pretty
where it's for Wolves. They're going to qualify to tomorrow, but there's a lot of vulnerabilities on this team. They're going to come out 3-0.
Maybe I will
and
look into like
say, hey,
Amazon.
Undefeated, but they were tested, man. Like flat out.
It's just funny watching them like shaking hands while holding a pillow beside.
You take 1 or 2 of those out, have a chance to give them one or the other map and try to square up and hopefully take them down. I think this Wolves team is still one-dimensional. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done here for Wolves now that they've got the rest of their evening open to try to maybe find other ways to add more maps into their pool.
Yeah, I just don't think that we'll ever see them play Raid all weekend long.
No,
that's not the biggest question, but it comes down to teams vetoing correctly against them, so that way you do face them on other hard points. Your Apocalypse, the same could be said for all the different search and destroys as well. All of that needs to be a showcase and some more if you're hoping to take down this Wolves team this weekend.
All right, well, that was a very, very strong performance joining the boys back here on the desk. But before we start deep diving all of it, time for F-Dot yet again on the stage with an interview.
What's good, friends? I'm standing here with King from Wolves. Fantastic performance. And Shift was talking about it earlier. You guys come out 3-0, but it wasn't super.
And the Wolves won it, huh?
For the rest of the weekend.
Wolves won this,
最开
right?
始是3-0开场，但是感觉打的还是有一点点不太完美。你们接下来有什么样的对策吗？
我认为就是因为我们今天打的比赛其实还是有犯一些失误的，因为我们已经确认晋级到了8强赛嘛，所以我们就是到了8强赛的时候会尽量减少我们这些失误的。
We understand that we made some minor mistakes, but however, we have successfully made it to top 8, and then for the
That was
following
Hada.
games, we will try to minimize
I
our
just
mistakes
put
and
the
play our
mic
best.
in front of Hada. I think he's because I'm using the electric blanket, which is like really, really warm, and I was holding it for a long time on the blanket. Right, Hada? Hada was right here for a time. In my arms.
这一次作为一个资东方队伍来到这
Hada
边，
is watching
请
this
问你
too.
们本身有什么感
Is
受
it
吗？
fun?
感受
Who
就
do you
是我
support,
们就是
Hada?
代表着东方的就是最强战力嘛。然后因为我们去年也是被西方给打败了嘛，所以我想说我们今年必会报仇。
This blanket is so good. I can't live without this blanket, especially in the winter, because it's so cold at home. So this blanket is so good.
We want to, win it all back.
Because like when you use the heating system that's in this like rooms and stuff, it's gonna cost a lot. But when you use electric blanket, it doesn't cost too much with the electricity. So it's so good. What in the world? What do you mean?
Us Wolves, we refuse to work
It's
overtime.
so good.
3-0, clean.
That's all that needs to be said. Back to y'all.
I think that might be the most succinct and
No way,
polite,
it's just still going.
assertive.
Wow, imagine Seven, you are the Call of Duty Mobile community itself, and you didn't watch full games, that is crazy. You're using fan at the moment? Is it hot? Wait, because of the boiler?
Really convinced me that
I really need spoiler though. So good, so warm.
You can convince me with your words. Yeah, because there's no one playstyle-wise that I'm looking at saying like.
So like who? Oh my God, Severin.
Through what we've seen to this point.
Kings, the best EU team, lost against GodLike, the Indian team. Kings lost to GodLike. GodLike.
That makes me excited to see what they now do with their performance throughout the rest of
just now it was a Q9 versus Wolves, and Wolves won the game, and others. Oh yeah. What was that? Exclusive, the another EU team won against Mayhem. Team Mayhem. DJ saves whatever.
Right now, the other matches that are going on, this is in the same collective round. GodLike just reported a
Boiler
250 to 76 over exclusive on takeoff. Yeah. Kagendra 250, 222
Respect you for watching the whole thing. No, in the mid,
166
when the teams were playing that I don't really interested in, I played SND games, few games with Candy and Jay. But then after that, it was Kings versus GodLike, so I was like, oh, let me watch it.
I don't even know if you could say like it's a whole stamina issue even. Like you've been playing a decent amount of
games
today, sure, but they've been best of threes. I think the day is just long. I think it's just more
wait, what?
Where everybody kind of falls in line as far as concerned. That GodLike versus exclusive one.
Really?
What a statement that would be for India.
I think TLE's on fraud alert too. I mean, they just have not looked particularly good today outside of beating Vitality, who we weren't sure what India was going to bring to the table because the top two were losing maps to anybody else. So
what the hell? People are gonna say like so bad things about EU pro teams. Like
based on who they had to play in Season 4 playoffs, but they're struggling a little bit right
now.
I
wasn't listening to the stream. I was just looking at the screen. Oh my days. Oh my days.
In store, which still means loads of Call of Duty Mobile action. But before we get into that, we're going to do one more.
What the hell happened, bro? What on earth? That is crazy. That is truly crazy. I guess it's true that people say Indian teams got so much better like compared to last year, but then I guess EU teams never like improved or anything. I don't know.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
I'm not sure. It was like I am really not sure about the times. But I wanna see the another brackets of the teams. Not only this the main thing. Where is it though? How they wonder? I mean, why Uni saying for rare? It's not Uni. It's a robot. The games are so weird at the moment. What is going on? But why is the TL... Wait, what? TLE? Let me see. Oh, that's LATAM. Mexico team. Alright. Trying to level. Yeah, I mean, it's here though. Yeah, where did it go? Yeah, because I opened the Twitch stream. It's still on. I just level up. But in SND it's a 4-4 situation. They're having really close game though. So not sure what's gonna happen in this SND. Are they gonna play control or they're just gonna win this game and end? Oh, it's just on this stream as well. What the hell? Who is the highest level? I am not sure. But let me go to night mode if I can see it. I think it's J. I assume that it's J. So, oh wait, they are showing the top chatters from this month. No, it's not even this month, this week. Let me see. Yeah, they just showing the 1 week thingy. So 8th of December to 15th of December, the top chatter is JGW. Wait, I also can check the... Wait, I cannot click it anymore, what the hell? Jay sent 1,400 messages per week, and second one is second one is Pierce. Oh my days. Pierce sent 840 messages. Darn. And third one is Candy. What? Yay! Candy sent 680 messages. And fourth one is Uni with 590 messages.
So what was it like just purely spectating the action?
Crazy. And the fifth one is Botrix.
Chilling back in your home, just watching.
Fifth one is Botrix. And next one is me. Cola. Sixth is Cola. And seventh is 7. What the hell? Seventh is 7. That's crazy.
Just like that.
Well,
What
we
a
have
coincidence, you know?
opportunity
The
coming up
7th
around the
is the
corner for
7th.
Our next two teams playing in this next match, and this is kind of an interesting storyline because it's some teams that we talked about a little bit earlier on in the show. Match
8th is Verse, and 9th is Siggy, and then next is Tico, and Koze, and Puffer, and Solo, Tinsy, Terrace.
Early on, and they kind of snuck in there to see the end of their match with Tribe.
But it's only for the 1 week. I don't know how to see. I don't know if I can see like a monthly or something like that. It's just showing me the week thingy.
It was a very
But is it possible to check
over
like?
exclusive. They won the hard point on Arsenal by 12 points, and then they won the Surge and Destroy on Meltdown 7-5. But if there's one thing that I learned last year when it comes down to Japanese representation,
The rank? I don't think I can check the rank.
you never sleep on them. That Scars team last year
Can
was
I
nasty.
check?
I can only imagine that the representation
No,
for
I don't
Japan this time around
see
is
like
just equally, if not more.
options
That's
to
the thing
check
with the side of Japan.
the
They always
rank,
seem for a surprise.
the
They ended up
levels and
defeating
stuff.
last year, Scars, as you mentioned, over
or is there
Q9.
any like
They've
other
defeated
options?
two teams and are one single step away of owning a ticket for day number 2 once more. But in front of them, they are the ones with the target on their backs, right? They have in front of them Luminosity.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the shots here. Not only that Volt roster, but now getting a chance to see them live, getting set up here on the stage. And this is going to be a really good test for them, Proper, because they've been undefeated so far. This could solidify them into the next stage, but now they're going up against one of the favorites in the tournament.
They changed.
Great time to test their mettle.
It was actually Kings versus iNCO, but now it's Kings versus the another Indian team. I swear it was Kings versus iNCO when I checked it earlier, but what the... And Tribe lost to the LATAM team.
They are very slay heavy.
2-0.
Like a lot of our East representation. The biggest difference for me, and what was very eye-opening even last year for Scars, as one player in particular, I believe is Mike, is the one that is returning from that Scars roster over towards this year. Not afraid to play the objective.
How do I check message in trouble? You can just click your profile and you will see the thingy. Like how many chats you sent and something like that. Tico's letter is 12, let's go.
And then
Let's
think
go.
about the objective. Both is not like that. They want to be doing both at the same time. If not, just prioritize the objective. You know, it doesn't matter if you kill me 10 times. If I got one of my players inside of the kill, that's all I'm in for. And that could be problematic for a lot of teams, and I'm sure that has been problematic for a few
I want to
of the
know
teams
how
that they've
many
already
like
beaten.
level up chats can they send.
Ends up giving them that edge that they could possibly
I
need
think
going
it's
up
just a
against one of
daily
the
thing to
juggernauts
Candy,
in
just sending
LG.
level up
They're able to kind of figure out that
chat.
bans phase like you're talking
Level
about,
up.
Robert. There's lots of factors that will go into the success or failure of this matchup on behalf of both of these teams. But now that we've gotten an opportunity to highlight Volt,
I want LG to lose.
into those picks and bans. So you
Somehow
can
just
start
give some Vert superpowers, you know.
give us your take on what we're seeing come through as we do get a chance to finally get a little bit of an angle on Luminosity as well.
It's just really tough to be able to fully gauge what map mode combinations are going to be picked.
Is Tekatoni putting the pure or not?
That Luminosity aren't also going to be
Okay,
good on. They are one of the most diverse teams that we have in the entirety of this tournament. Through all 16 teams, as the takeoff hard point will be
Yujin's new song? Wait, which one?
And you can already see some laughs coming through for LG. Funny enough, when I was actually back there grabbing some hot water to make some tea, I actually ran into Hippo. He dapped me up and he said, "Just one more game, baby," and he had a cracking smile on his face because this is the match.
Yeah, I need to try Pillow Meta as well. I want to see how comfortable, comfortable? How comfortable
Did you see what Hippo's wearing?
He looks
it is.
fantastic.
Dapper as ever.
Yeah.
Okay? Came coordinated, dressed to kill. I mean, I can't even fault that. It's the style point.
We still have like a few more days before we can like beat that.
How does it get better?
That's what I want to know.
Impressive.
Hippo is just amazing and incredible coach for LG. Has been with them for a long time now, and well, you can see the work that he has put alongside with the players, just constantly making sure that they know how to outplay their opponents, not only in-game, but also outside of it,
I always
with the
work
vetoes,
harder.
with what they want to play on. And of course, like you said, they're great on every single map.
Yeah.
But what would be better than to play your opponents, not only where you're good, but where they're not as great as you are?
I will say this much, both for the Crossroads and the Takeoff Hardpoint maps 1 and 3, that is equally probably the best case scenario for Volt, given all of their previous circumstances that we saw in recent tournaments.
That's a big statement.
This is the best map set that they could possibly have drawn up for themselves. The biggest issue, well, you're going up against the #1 team in the world right now, so have fun.
Some pros, some cons, but this is what this competition is all about, right? We brought the best in the whole world to one location to battle it out for $1 million prize pool, for that trophy, the pride, the title, everything. It all comes with it after this competition. So it's not going to be an easy road to get to that point.
Yeah, it's not easy whatsoever, but it's possible. And so far, Bold have done their job, Luminosity has done their job as well, and we should start to get ready. That is gonna be, you said it, Hardpoint on Takeoff. We saw one of those earlier on between TLE going versus Vitality. And I gotta say that although we questioned how TLE was usually late to the majority of those objectives, they still managed to break through and get there when it mattered the most. In this case, I'm guessing that Bold will sort of have to try to play that because it's really gonna
something
be
warrior blah 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 warrior something blah with what the hell? Wait, when did I?
I'm not saying it's not possible. It's
Okay, let me check the.
No, it's definitely not. And Takeoff is a great example for a lot of different reasons. Fundamentals, obviously, for Hardpoint. We've seen so many teams kind of falter on not being able to rotate early, being able to get firm control of P3 spawns, being able to manipulate that to be able to get about like 80 points in between 3 and 4. But also the operator usage. Look,
Can decide to trip mine. Well, wherever you are, whatever it is, Discord, JGW, Cozy, Hope, Passer, Pepsi, Pierce, Ruti, Solo. Wow, I haven't seen Ruti for so long. Tico, TNC, Benny, who bought it, Crash, Yoni.
And they just completely steamroll them, then I guess I'll eat my socks for dinner. I'm not too sure. I just don't think it's going to be that simple. Like, Volt looked great.
I mean, I think everybody would be surprised if it looked easy for either of the teams just based off their performance, but at this point, I feel like it's also more about kind of getting in LG's head a little bit. I think they're very comfortable. Obviously, you say you got a chance to run into Hippo and like just one more in their mind. They're just getting through the next stage. This is just all part of an easy day's work. What if people come along and make it a little bit less easy?
What if? That's the thing. And I mean, we've seen them already drop a map twice, right? It was not like they won 2-0 like Bold did, for example, which is a bit of a difference. Maybe Bold is more of a steaming role kind of situation and they try to continue with it. I'm not too sure. Like you mentioned, Takeoff is going to be like a huge important deal with them on map #1. So let's see if they can actually step up to what they're seeking for in map #1. And I'm intrigued as to how the side of LG will try to predict their opponents. Are they going to be just slaying as per usual? It's always an opportunity, right? We've seen players, teams like, for example, Wolf that like to do that. They are
I don't really want to do the
maybe think
work
about sending a player or two
Wait,
over onto these hills. And on the side of LG, that's what I expect, but
I don't know. I don't really
I want to see them shake it up a little bit.
Eh?
Just very excited
I
to be able to
forgot
see
again.
what
the
this
hell?
Volt roster does look like. Again, it could be a difference in strength of schedule. It could be a difference in when those
I don't want to
matchups
work
were
for
starting
you
again.
though.
If there's one thing
I don't want to wake up
will probably drop
early.
hard points to their NA counterparts. It's what happened versus Tribe. That S&D loss that happened on Slums versus Zingo to start things off, I'm not going to lie, that was probably the dirtiest Slums I've ever seen LG attempt to play. So I'm not too settled that that was essentially them at full force. No shade towards iNCO whatsoever. They played that very well. However, for Volt, is it a strength of schedule thing? Again, not saying that they had easy competition per se, but it wasn't the same level as, say, Tribe, or now how they're going up
I
against
didn't
LG.
even.
This
I
is
couldn't
the
even
question
read
on an
it.
international scale. Is Volt for real? Are they for real?
I like it.
I want to know.
I want to know too.
Yeah.
I want to find out, and we're going to be finding out here in just a few short moments. We're just waiting for our players to finalize getting themselves all set up and ready to go. It's like production hears me sometimes. You see that versus screen come through, which is like the official visual cue for the fact that we are about to get into the match. It's ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's dive into it.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We'll get all of your thoughts and other emotions after this best of 3 series has concluded. Luminosity Gaming, your #1 team from North America, taking on Volt. Japanese representation, and well, you couldn't have asked for a more convincing kill feed to start things off. URLG, as they are able to open up the kill feed quite wonderfully for themselves here. Gil trying to get themselves onto P1 with some time to boot.
Luminosity and Bold, North America and Japan. Who is it that will take the 3-0 victory to move on to day number 2? Both want to be the one, but only one shall remain. So far, Bolt gonna get inside of the hill. There's Mike. We were talking about him earlier. So far being the OBJ for the squad, making sure that they're taking as many points as they can.
Okay, I'm just trying to
manage to take them out.
Hi,
and eventually fight to get inside for himself. Big with a double kill at a distance. And that's gonna be the clean defense now for Luminosity. Just 0.1 kind of deal here on takeoff, right? Just chaotic all over the place.
It is, but mostly you're looking for those spawns, which through war of attrition, Luminosity starting off on the right side of the map have now found themselves actually spawning it over by P2. A spawn out does occur, however, got to be careful where you were currently located at. If you are LG, players from Volt have now spawned in from behind. The pinch is surely on. Hunter Killer Drone should end up flushing out at least Mike yet, and it sure will, but still, numbers are here for Volt. Luminosity still have players on the south side of this P2 hill, and it's currently being looked at by player number 3 in blue, Envy. Able to pinch things
I want Board to win this game. Just win it somehow. Please, do something. Use your superpowers. Please, just win it. Yes.
On the team of Bold. There's Tate with a head glitch, getting a kill, but getting knocked out by Unlock. Continues to clean up for the team.
What is this? There's like a captions.
More and more, seems like Bold are just sending player after player after player. It might not mean that they're constantly getting points, but at least they're making sure that Luminosity isn't getting
English
any points
provider
either.
Microsoft speech to text. But where is text? Where is captions? I don't see it.
Well, first, it's gonna be 4 players, now 3 as one got killed on the side of Luminosity inside of the hill. The spawns are there, the control is there, the kills are there as well. Bold will have to find a way to try to break through all that.
War Machine already popped by Envy. This is the biggest issue when you get into your first money kill, and the first rotation at that here on takeoff is that you better hope that you have some operator, if not 1 or 2, to be able to manage to try to break inside this bunny hill, but it's actually
Who is Discord mode? I guess it's Tectonic.
They will have the Sparrow now for Tectonic. After the War Machine from Envy already got abundance of kills, they have now withered the Storm, but it's only 20 seconds that are left on P3. You want to try to cut through the middle of the map, try to keep these players of LG trapped inside of P3, but so much easier said than done, as you still have Volt players spawning in towards P3. It is so much time that LG have soaked up here, just about 45 plus on P3, and they still have some operators in their back pocket. Now Volt have a rack load of operators they can potentially use. They need to respond back in time here on 4.
They need to take value of each and every single one of the operators that they use. For example, Washi at a distance already with Annihilator took 1 kill onto Mike. Washi still alive, trying to make sure that he takes all of it. Triple kill there for the play over on Bolt, and that is going to allow them to get control. There's a Purifier by Tech in here. 10 kills already, pushing 4 more. Gonna find the 11th, and that is still plenty of potential control in favor of Bolt. There's the usage of the claw as well, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Proper.
Yeah.
They are just taking so many valuable kills here with the operators.
Oh, and they're also reading the split spawns as well. Wonderfully done here from Bolt in towards P4. The Lackey with the War Machine, now up on 3 in a row, trying to find just a little bit more, maybe getting himself past this Hunter Killer Drone. No, shut down.
Wait, I was just setting up like auto captions with text to, I mean speech to text. Was it this one?
And well, LG getting over 100 points. They will strike first into triple digits.
No, my phone is not ringing.
Some big differences across the scoreboard at the top. I mean, you can already see that
I don't hear any sound.
Still have an operator.
What the hell? You guys are scaring me.
Has his operator left to be played as well.
What?
But this is back to just try and true Call of Duty, find some kills, keep P1 scratching.
I do not hear any sound.
Yeah,
What the hell?
You just gotta make sure that these initial P1 and P2 are not that easy for Luminosity, because it sort of was on the first set of rotation, and that allowed them to pick an advantage that have not let go so far. In there, there's Mike under control, suffering a lot of pain, a lot of damage. Still not gonna be enough, managing to survive, making sure
Electricity sound
getting closer and closer.
comes and goes randomly. What the hell? It started just now.
And although Mike died, Unlucky managed to survive there for a longer period of time for the team. 20 seconds left, and once again, LG are inside of that hill now, moving, rotating on to point number 2. Something that Bull have to figure out. They gotta make sure that they
really, my phone is not ringing though.
The first set of rotation.
Like, it's really quiet here.
This is what's so crucial when it comes down to
both
of these two teams on a map like Takeoff. You can try to rotate early, you can have the
It's
spawns
the TV
previously, but
sound
in a
when
blink of an eye, through a couple of gunfights,
Signal
you push a
goes
little bit
low.
too far,
What
and
the
you're going to give up
heck?
those P2 spawns, which LG currently hold in
Wait,
their
is there
possession.
any audio
Still, you have to be
filters?
taking a look at a handful of players trying to cut off those rotations. That was previously Dolak
Noise.
watching a lot of individual spawn
The
back
noise
behind
of
P2.
fresh.
It is a skirmish and a half in between the trash can and
But
the
I don't know
sliding
how
up
I
a little bit further
sound
and be
though.
vague, able to at least combine for 2. Still have players here for Volt, and you have to clear them out. 37 seconds left to play for here at P2. And Volt are doing a bang-up job at least playing for the trades. Unlucky, Mike, able to combine for a handful of more kills. Hunter Killer Drone still in the back pocket for Unlucky and Ichan. Are they going to decide to end up pulling that one out, or are they just going to try to
not even next to my mic.
P3 rotation? It seems that it's more of the latter than it is of the former. A wonderful P2 for Volt, now bringing this within about 10 points.
And I mean, if you think about the fact that Volt is currently
No,
getting
my phone
heavily
is not
outslayed in
right
a way,
next to
they
my
are still
mic.
managing to get things under control. We talked
What
about how
the-
they like to
I
play for
just
the objectives,
reduced
and how Luminosity, on the other hand, likes to play for the slaying. Well, one of the two shall prevail, and so far, there's not a clear answer. 128 to 124. Just slowly getting closer to the opponents. The initial hold is actually going to be in favor of Bull, who now, for the second time so far this game, are going to be in front of their opponents when it comes down to the points. There's gonna be the war machine, the war machine in favor of the side of Bold, and they're defending like crazy.
Dolaki with the war machine last time around. You remember what happened on P4. This guy went absolutely Giga Chad on the map. Already finding himself an abundance of kills. He's up to 23 as well. Nice shots here with the growl from Dolaki, trying to at least clear the top. All of his teammates are here in kind. The lead has been flipped towards the end of P2, and Volt are letting Luminosity have it. They only have one operator realistically to try to break this split, so they're doing it the old way, trying to get on in with their gunnies, the trades, and delivering of all the team shots included. Will inevitably try to get them to break, but at what cost? You're trying to pull out annihilators and maybe even different weapons to try to cut them off on rotation, but we're just down to scrap time. You gotta rotate over towards new, which thankfully enough, LG are cutting off the middle of the map. Volt's still spawning in by P3, but now you need the response to 30 for 30 swap here for Luminosity to try to rectify the issue that was his P2 set.
Dolaki was a one-man army over there. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but he was on his own, facing off pretty much every single player on the side of Luminosity. Eventually got knocked out, but it doesn't matter. Allow his allies to get closer. In there, there's Mike taking control to his own hands. Envy with the War Machine will destroy the opponents. The use of the Equalizer takes 2 kills, and once again, Bolt's inside of the hill, doing a tremendous job. A 40 points lead in favor of the Japanese team. We talked about the fact that you cannot sleep on this Japanese team. That's yet another double with the Equalizer.
Is it okay,
gonna
guys?
come in strong, heavy with the Purifier. Takes a triple and a quadra kill to completely obliterate the opponents. And on top of that, just the chef's kiss there with the use of the Hunter Killer Drone. I was talking about the Lucky, but look at Bend, who just now breaks through the 40
oh my
mark when it comes down
god,
to kills.
Fort is winning.
You kind of need that pillar to almost lean on if you are LG,
But
right?
LG gonna
Trailing
make
by
a
about
comeback.
30 points or so, going in towards a third set. Potentially final one, depending on how much contested time does come through, but look at all the utility
When you
that is
get a
still
core
on the board.
info and your
Tech
mic
does
is
have a Hunter
that
Killer Drone, also has an
5
operator left
rating,
to play with.
your mic
Hunter
is
Killer
that
Drone
5
for
rating,
Ichan,
what?
as well as
What?
an operator there for Mike.
What
It's
is
all
that?
about
I don't
timing.
really
Not
understand.
until you feel too pressured out.
Maybe I put the mic like too close to my laptop, but I usually do that though. I always put my mic like right next to my laptop.
Kill there onto Ban, thanks to Kance. And he's
That's
also
why
finding a lot more
7
kill
said
Sabut as well,
answer the
just trying to get
phone
some of
when
these
my
last
phone
ditch
is not
operators
ringing.
and utility out from Luminosity. It's Volt over 200 points first.
Yeah, I generally thought that Tech was gonna get down earlier, but
LG, oh my god, let's go. Who said LG gonna win every single day? Nah, please, please, Bort, please. Win this. Use superpower, you got this, I believe in you. No. No, just win this. Win this. Just give up on this point, bro. Go next.
Was Tech at a distance now, taking 5 kills in the span of, I want to say, like 20 seconds. Everybody, heads up, rotating onto point number 2 once again, trying to throw as many players as they can. Look at the streaks over on the side of Tech.
Got 42 kills, Tectonic got 40 kills, MB got 30 kills.
Tech though will take
Is
down.
that fake? Fake got 32 kills and Oda got
That's the space that you need
40
for Luminosity, who found themselves in
and
a very untimely spawn flip. But
no
realistically, still
way,
a hard point you can hold from the
no,
right side of the
no,
minimap.
don't make,
Luminosity
oh
need
my
to do.
god.
They're still trailing by about 20
Please.
points. Contested time is fine, so long as you can play for the rotation over towards new, and they have the spawns to be able to do just that.
No
the numbers
way.
for Volt, our favorite, Washing,
No
Annihilator,
way.
popping off in the kill feed, being able to put down Volt where they previously stood.
It's
15
getting
seconds left
close.
on
It's
P2
getting
before we have to take
close.
immediate focus over towards P3, and if you are LG, you might just chalk it because P3
Oh, they are
P4
the
the true money comes that you
Japanese
need,
pros,
potentially not only to flip the lead, but to close the game.
We saw exactly that with the side of TLE. They were losing, but when it came down to point number 3, that's exactly where the comeback began. That's exactly what we need to see in order for LG victory. Of course, Bolt not gonna make that an easy task in here. Tectonic already knows that they're gonna be rotating through this side, but surprise, buddy, Mike's right behind you. Everybody gonna be pushing at once on the side of Bolt. 26 seconds
At the moment,
is all
in
they
the
need
other
inside the kill
stream,
band.
iNCO and Team Mayhem is playing. They're having really close game as well. It's like 165 and the other got 180.
Will be able to do so for just like a fraction of a second. Not gonna be enough so far. A clean defense in favor of LG, who now have already closed that gap.
Equalizer was pulled out there from Volt. You felt like that might be the opening to maybe try to get inside of this hill. There's not enough points here if Luminosity soak it all up to be able to close things out. But the issue is
Oh my god. No way. Please. Bort. Nah, they spamming the operator skills now. Yeah. They just spamming the operator skills. And they also got the next point already. They're already holding the angles in next points. Nah,
the beginning of the end, only less than 10 seconds away.
it's not
with the
looking
clock, getting
good,
one,
to be
trying to
honest.
push for more. Both angles are being pushed by the side of Bolt, but they're losing member after member.
Vake was camping there. Please, no, get in there, bro. Oh my god. Please. Yeah, they got the operator skills as well. They got in. No. Nice. Oh my god. No, don't die. This guy didn't push. When he didn't have much time. I mean, he was gonna die anyways, but maybe he could just earn some time, but
LG almost had it. They could taste it. Again, a 2-point differential is insane with the amount of times that we saw LG with the lead through the first set of hard points. Then with Volt through the second set of hard points, they were able to flip it at the end of P2.
oh my god, Bort won against LG. Let's go.
The inevitability of all the different score streaks and operators that were already
Oh my
accrued
god.
from LG.
I'm so happy.
Towards P3. And I gotta say, the resilience from Bolt, knowing damn well that all they had to do from those P3 spawns
That was
mid-map, get in
intense.
towards P1, flip
That
it for
was
P4
intense
spawns.
for real.
That was brilliant, and that's exactly why we continue to talk about Bolt. They can slay out with the best of it, but let me tell you something. When it comes down to the objective
What do
play,
you
to
mean
understanding where they need
Chinese
to be on the
graphic
map
card?
at
I
a
said
certain
it's a
time,
Japanese.
that is where they certainly shine. A statement to say the least, and a 2-point differential on that map 1 win.
But oh my gosh.
One can only imagine
The last hard point was so intense. thought, I mean, I was so sure that LG gonna win this at the end because they were already holding the angles. You know, like Vake was like behind the fucking table. But what the hell? They managed to like break into the point and they got it.
Gotta love to see it. Gotta love to see it. Just showman's all around. Now they gotta be thinking about the S&D. We've questioned them in the past. 58 kills for Tech.
2 minutes
they
of
got
OBJ.
heavily outlaid. Heavily, not only a little bit. What's that, like 50 maybe?
What do I look like, a calculator to you? I don't know how to do math like that. That's why I can't. That's why I use my words, man. But all the numbers from side to side, it definitely doesn't add up. And I gotta say, LG, you got some splaining to do, and that's gonna have to come through in a map 2 and 3. Meltdown, Search and Destroy is our map number 2. And as you already previously said, now Volt have yet to drop a map on the day. However, we saw LG, you and I got to witness LG on Meltdown.
I mean, like when you see the scoreboard,
LG
got more kills compared to Volt, but
really crucial for
Volt
to make
won
sure
it.
that does not happen. That's not the case. I'm not too sure what the sides are going to be looking like at the beginning. Sure. But if they
They had less kills compared to LG, but they won the game.
Points as they can. And I'm talking to you to at least a 4-2, because even a tie, we saw that. They had a tie against Strive Gaming, and then they won 4 in a row, right? The side of LG do know how to clean your opponents when they are on that offense here on Meltdown. But at the same time, Bolt, they're happy. They are truly amazed at themselves, and they should be. They are being the players that they wanted to be.
Can you win? Let's go.
Winners all across the board.
Right
we are
now.
all getting ready for what could be, I want to say that could be the first loss that we see here for LG. It's not set in stone, of course, but Bolt have that opportunity, and they gotta make sure that they play the cards right, because as you said, LG are tremendous on offense here on Meltdown.
Let's put it in perspective for everybody at home. Now, previously to Worlds 2023 for Volt, the last time that they played a Meltdown Search and Destroy, they lost 5-9. Again, discrepancy is all included. Today,
I heard that
however,
like
versus
Japan is
exclusive, they
like
won
full of,
7-5. Could be
not really like full of,
but we'll have
most
to
of
see if
it
they
was
are on
iPads.
offense first. Immediate focus, trying to scrap things out almost immediately. Big trades, not even found. It is the numbers advantage that for LG, they are scrapping.
I mean, you can only guess that
They
it
don't
was
want to leave
the map, and of course, both knew that they had to be on offense first, and that's exactly what they're doing. But the real last 2 players in here is going to be Ken, the one with the bomb so far. Let's see how much he can do with it. So far, not a lot going on, besides the fact that they already lost 2 players, and one of them being one of the arguably most valuable players that was the Lucky. They've answered back by eliminating both Big and Washi. They may have an opening going towards A. They gotta be cautious, they gotta be careful. They know that a single mistake can cost them a round in here.
I mean, it's 3v3. Any mistake could be the difference as far as a round is concerned, but I love the spread that LG have across this map. So you have Tech, an AR watching what
But
could be
is
an
Volt a good
He's not actually on the
team
bomb site. So B
in
is
S&D?
on block. I think that Volt are aware
I
of this
don't know,
from
to be
previous
honest.
engagements that were happening. Especially when you start having Mike
Are
work
they
this way
like
through the
a
middle of the map, trying to
good
work in towards A. Something's got to give. We're down to
players
30
in
seconds here,
S&D?
Gil. You feel like this pick in towards the back, a 1v1 timing is
Ew,
just going to be about
Merstein.
everything. Where is Mike trying to go?
Okay. Well, Mike is just
What is
taking a
planting?
spin, having a walk. His allies will plant the bomb. That's going to be now 40 seconds on the clock that LG has to figure out in
And
here. I
the
don't think they know where
2
Mike is at.
at
There
the
you go.
bomb
Now
and
Envy
one
has an
is up
understanding of where the
there
opponent is at. They begin to push. They are
distracting.
going to be
Ooh.
collapsing on him at the same time.
I thought he
Not a
was
lot
gonna get it
for
though.
options when it comes down to Mike over there. Gets dropped dead. Now 25 seconds. Unlucky going all the way around. Going
He's
in
so
for a surprise.
big.
Gonna miss the first shot. Gonna
Unlucky.
miss the surprise factor. Envy
Oh.
takes the kill and Ban does as well.
This
Unlucky.
strat failed.
Oh my god. I want to
Imagine shooting body, bro.
Earlier,
You
would have
think
taken
you are
at least
that
a
good?
double kill and a whole new story would have unfolded, but it's just not the case. LG will defuse. That's the 1-0 for them.
You really do have to feel like that if his name was just Lucky instead of Unlucky, he probably hits that shot.
Right?
Look, I'm not I'm not superstitious like that, but he kind of played himself. So, first round will go to LG on defense with a brilliant retake.
Imagine
there
shooting Japanese players, but they most polite players in the world, bro.
Another offensive attempt here for
This
Volt.
is why, like, I don't like them. LG and Tribe and shit.
Didn't really go too
I
well.
think
It
they
was
are
late
so
trades that
amazing.
had
Like,
themselves in that
can just
3v3.
shits in
But LG are nowhere to be found on the B bomb side this time around. They're almost essentially trying to play for retake or the overextension.
Okay, well, this time around, though, they don't take as much time. Right into business, they're gonna plant the bomb over on enemy's face. Washi takes that snipe shot onto Dolaki. Big immediately pushing forward here with a shotgun. He is ready to be onto enemy's territory, but gonna be enough. Look at that switchblade, double kill for Washi with the longest at a distance. Washi going for the next victim. Ben takes down. Takes as well. Unlucky yet again on his own.
Oh my god! What
the Ben, but surprise, buddy. They're already defusing on your face.
Oh, they
once again with a second too late. Just unlucky, man. Just unlucky.
They have
for
big
real.
egos.
I mean, it's tough.
I mean, I don't like big egos, bro. Like, chill.
Tech just laying on top of the detonator, just immediately defusing it. Numbers were subsiding after the plant came through, so you really do love the speed in decision making that Luminosity are taking for a lot of these retakes. Now for a third round of offense for Volt. Trying to take it to the middle of the map this time around. Luminosity went for a little bit of a hard read, thinking that it was going to be over towards A, but I love this decision that Band is starting to manifest here alongside Fake. He wants to push through and get more map control for his team, especially knowing that Envy has cleared all of B.
I think that's a smart call, but let's have an impactful ending for this round.
Yeah, I know it's like a mind games, but it's cause like LG and Tribe, like also from the last champs, it's just, I don't know.
And in a way, you can only wonder if the noise
it can be like a mind
a way to mess around with your opponents, just constantly overwhelming
mind
them
games, but sometimes it's just their like attitude.
Happened and when.
Even like after finishing the games and shit.
Wow, the opponent was trying to plant that bomb and with the double unlucky to the ground. That's yet another great start of a round. What a good start of a round. It's already been nearly a minute and a half. Both just like to take their sweet time.
But it's not looking good in SND for Port. It's not looking good for...
And that time around, they thought that maybe they could play a little bit more methodical, a little bit more surgical through the middle of the map. The biggest issue is that you already had like Band and company pushing up past the A bomb site. You already had one player of Envy playing onto the backside.
Why is this? Why this guy showing the satellite view again?
All of Luminosity see that their communication is so good.
Oh my god, he's still doing this.
That was over towards that B bomb site. Now into round number 4. Big first blood coming through from Unlucky onto Band. Numbers are there for Volt, but still more to do before they can find coverage on one of these bomb sites.
At least they get the first blood, man. They were struggling on that department, and thanks to Unlucky, they're gonna finally break through that, but with the answer back immediately by the hands of LG by eliminating Cal. That is a 4v4. We're either with even numbers or with LG on top. So Bold has to figure out a way to just change the path. In here, we saw how good they were at playing objectives. So here, LG are just betting on their slaying opportunities, and is working wonderful in their way.
Yeah, sure is. 4v4 on the map. Sniper being watched.
I wish they had a Korean teams as well.
He knows that he was seen, but he's not going to give up that anytime soon.
It would be so fun and interesting.
He wants to make sure that he stays
alive.
Because
also like Korea is so famous for like gaming
and he immediately gets collapsed on.
Industry.
No trades to speak of whatsoever because
like we have so many famous gamers, like surprisingly, like League of Legends, something like that.
Potential break over by the A bomb
so
site.
Like, imagine having Korean teams in champs.
Smart. Okay. They are just waiting. 15 seconds have already gone.
Yeah, because since they play Japanese server, they need to play Japanese server, so they just need to have iPads as well to, you know, go against them.
Army takes the first blood onto the Lucky, tries to pick up that sniper from the ground. That's exactly what he's doing. Misses the first shot, and that's pretty much GG in there. Does a lot of damage onto Mike. it's just not enough against two.
They almost lined up too. That if
yeah,
he,
it
if
is of course, Jay.
Right there.
They are all using
iPads
iPads.
from a situation that he has a sniper in his hands, but I mean, wonderful decision making coming through from Vold and just capitalizing off of Vague, getting a little bit too antsy.
Oh, but this character skin is so good though. But with what to draw?
Vold finally break the mold after Luminosity won the opening
My
three,
English
and
is
now
gone
they're
as
feeling
well.
it. The
But
difference as far as pace is concerned has them on the A bomb site very quickly. The issue
wait,
is that
this
Mike already got taken
skin
down. The
was
drop shot though
from
from Ichan. It's gonna take down the second player from Luminosity. 3v4.
I don't know.
Luminosity need to retake A once again.
Oh, is it from the
You don't
crate?
see too often no more. The drop shots are not a rule in this game and haven't been for a while, but it works to perfection.
I mean, those character skins, sometimes the crate has the best skins. Even the Rose, I mean, now it's just like everyone has that skin, so it's not rare anymore. But Rose and Havoc, the one I really want to have, that's also from crate. And also the other ones, crate sometimes have like unique character skins, simple and good.
Potentially make it a 3-3 split going in towards their defensive half. So that was over towards
Havoc, yeah, the one I really wanted to have. The one like
and they like that flavor.
The one with mask on it, but the like hair is so messy. I really want to have that skin. That skin looks so cool.
Could make an appearance in here. Oh, Bandit. You want to go? You sure, buddy? Oh, finds the opponent and decides to retreat back.
Really
I'd say that's a smart choice. It
yeah.
sure is. Now, once again,
that
we're
one
back
looks like
slow pace that Bold
simple but sweaty as well, and also cool.
Right now pushing towards Pillar,
Halloween one? No, not the Halloween one. What?
Gonna find the first blood onto Mike.
No, the skin is the simple one. It's like a gray, something like that.
Immediately hunt him down. That is gonna treat those numbers still in favor of LG. Now, though,
Havoc skin.
That's what I was about to say. Has the opportunity
to
run that Everybody's doing great job.
Let's go for it. 2v2.
We're gonna be a 2v2 though.
2v2 post plant, 38 seconds till the bomb does detonate. Need to allocate about 7.5 to be able to get that defuse all the way through. It's going to be a
Tectonic with Locust. Oh! He's using this Locust. My Locust.
Just baiting out. Maybe
damn, what the
hits the hit marker on Dolaki the first time, and Dolaki had to check it, given that you could just be on the defuse and Washi.
Oh, not this Halloween. Yeah, I think. Is it?
For
I'm not sure, but yeah, the Havoc skin.
Needed to have some sort of advantage as they ended their offensive side. That's clearly not an advantage, let me tell you all. That's a 4-2 lead going in favor of LG. Now they are on their own terms on the offensive side. Immediately sending everybody to pillars, and Unlucky was ready for it. Takes kill number 1, Ken. Rush for more blood, receiving a lot of pain. Turns around, goes for that kill, takes it like it's nothing. Tech gonna answer back. Unlucky with the second kill. Tech also dropping dead to the hands of Tectonic. The Tech battle unfolds over there. That's going to be a 2v2 where Tectonic works it out alongside with Washi, and that's the fastest round we've seen so far.
Strat is not working very well.
The
it's kind of shades of what we saw in Meltdown versus Tribe earlier, man. Is that, look, they can get scrappy over by that A bomb site. Their trade game and immediately
if you find the photo of that skin, just send it and tag me. Okay. I really want to have that skin, but I don't know if they're gonna re-release it. But if they re-release it, everyone gonna buy it and everyone gonna spam that character skin like the Rose. The pro skin, it's not even pro skin anymore, because everyone is using that one. So, well.
Immediately taking down at least one. Trying to inch the way closer towards B, getting that plant down. Exactly what happens, 40 seconds until detonation.
Oh my goodness, alright,
they're like highly likely to play control game as well, if they go like this.
They don't want to be on a 6-2, they just don't. They are trying to prevent that from being the case. Let's see if they can try to push forward. In here, there's no Lucky. So far, 2 kills for him.
Yeah.
An outstanding hardpoint, but in here, not working that well for him. Tectonic, and a kill onto Mike. Big with a kill onto Tech. Unlucky, answering by eliminating an opponent, but getting dropped dead. Lucky tries to avenge his islands, but he's currently in a 1v2. Less than 10 seconds left. Absolutely nothing to
Oh
be
my
done.
god.
Lucky.
Ah!
Gonna knock him to the chin, but watch
No, maybe it could
will
just.
drop him dead.
Nah, just.
Side of Luminosity. You cannot drop them out of this series. They are trying to even it
Yeah,
up.
they're gonna
That
play
third
on
match.
control.
No, it's like I even said too, it's like, albeit like this is a good choice for Volt to be able to have some of these maps within this best of 3, but just because it's good for you doesn't mean it's not going to be fantastic for Luminosity. This Meltdown Search and Destroy is exactly all that, plus a bag of chips. Trying to push up a little bit further is Mike through the middle of the map, trying to cut off the rotation, but 3 players have already slipped the net. I mean, Vega's already in here. The question is, what timing is he going to try to fish out? Because not a whole lot of sniper shots have been cracked in the middle of the map. Gonna throw out the frag, try to clean up at least maybe some damage. Doesn't even get any hit markers. It's Echan that does strike first, takes down
Oh
Man.
no.
That bomb still being carried by Envy. Wants to get over towards B, but can't do it by himself.
Okay, well, bomb's gonna be
Please.
planted. So 4v5, player lead in favor of Bull. Let's see what they can do with it, as they all
Oh.
know where at least 1 or 2 players might be. Mike gonna be relying
No
that
way,
information
no
to his
way, no
allies.
way.
Gets a kill into Envy. Perfect opportunity for more. Can't
Nice,
get the kill.
nice, nice.
Double for Mike. The only one alive is gonna be Tectonic in the middle of a 1v5. Finds the first opponent.
Eh?
Actually, rather the first 3 opponents in front of
Nice.
him. Absolutely nothing could be done in that scenario. They will defuse that bomb. They will make sure to stay alive, stay afloat on the search and destroy. They had to come back
Okay,
on
I'll
that
check,
hard
I'll
point.
check.
They are attempting to do so in a really difficult scenario against LG.
A little bit of a difference, 20 points and a
Both
hard point.
teams are
Four rounds
balanced.
in a
I mean,
search,
they
but,
are all
hey, one round at a
okay.
time. That's set up for Volt.
But
Got me feeling
just
some type of
please
way. Let's see
win
what they
this
can do
game,
now.
Gord.
We're going
You
back
got
over
this.
towards A.
Comeback time
Luminosity
is
straight
here.
through. Hell of an aid for Mike.
Nice.
Will take down Vague for
Nice
first blood.
grenade,
Immediately
good.
traded off on Unlucky, so Sniper in his hands has now been uprooted from the map. Washi is very much a solo up for LG. That's the comfort to plant here at A. But for Volt, they have players around the pinch. All of Luminosity, these 3 players versus the 4 of Volt are all around the A bomb.
How they do it though, is a question. 30 seconds left. Bolt, you got the players. Can you strategize something well enough to actually get inside? Look at that smoke, not gonna be having an impact. Kang with the first, Kang with the, ooh, the assist is onto Envy. The only one alive is now going to be banned in the middle for 1 before takes
Oh
1,
my
goes for 2,
God.
not gonna be possible.
Nice.
That's a triple kill in favor of
It
Kang.
gets so hectic when
That's
it
another
comes
round
to
going in favor of Bolt.
I love their decision making coming
this
through
bomb
again.
site,
It's all
like in the
focused in the
middle
middle of
of
the
the
map, and that
this
more or less
soccer
continuously shuts down the B
thingy.
push. They're
Damn.
not worried about
People just
the
coming
game
from
over towards
everywhere.
A, because that nade is always going to clear through the offensive stairs. Sure.
If I
so
take
you're
a
able
shower,
to at least
I'd be
force out
back
the
at
4v4,
5
and then you
AM.
just pinch for the retake coming through. That's going to call for LG
Wow,
to
if
swap
I
up
take a
yet
shower
again,
now,
over towards B.
nah, I'm gonna
Won't have a
stay
read on
under the
situation. They
hot
are here.
water for like
They
3
read them
hours.
like a bug, let me tell you, but
Hot
not gonna be enough.
water
Envy
in the
finds first
winter
blood,
is
immediately finding
crazy.
or trying
But the
to
thing
find
is,
some more.
the
They do
reason
get a
why you
hit
cannot
onto
get out
Tech.
of the
Mike
hot
gonna
water
answer back
that
with a headshot
quickly
over
is
onto
just
Band.
you already
Breaking
know
through,
that
watching
it's gonna be
another kill. Bake trying to
so
push forward,
cold
defending
when you
the
get
fight
out
can
of
in
the
distance,
hot
but
water.
decides to back down.
So
Now turns around, takes that kill.
it's just some
Great opportunity for
hesitating
LG to
time,
close
like,
things
oh,
up
should I,
yet
you know?
again. 4v2, only on luck.
I don't like
Mike shall
feeling
remain as they
cold
try to
after
keep
hot
hope alive.
shower, I hate it.
Potential final round.
Oh,
It's all up to Mike and
2v4?
Unlucky. One
No
with a
way.
sniper, one with an auto.
Ah, they're gonna
Oh,
play
you would have loved
control.
to have that pick if you are Mike there with the Fennec. Is able to at
Oh,
least transfer
got
over
one.
towards Vegan. Unlucky
Oh, it
behind
became
Envy,
2v2.
so hold on a
Oh my
second
god.
here. Washi, where are you headed, young man? Tectonic now in a 1v1.
No, 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 no. Bro, not the thing!
Goes for the challenge.
Are you dumb?
Because of course he will. We'll take down the final
No, they
player.
could've-
We got ourselves a game number 3.
Oh, look at them
Once.
smile. Look at the thumbs down. They know they
Who's
have
that nerd
finally
doing that
done what they wanted.
gesture, bro?
Robert, this is the 3rd time that we see LG going to a game 3. Is not being an easy path for them.
Like
to be
sometimes
here,
after the
yet
match, they are
are,
so
and they truly
disrespectful.
deserve it, of
Like,
course. Control
Bro.
on the crossroad strike.
Look
will
at
select
yourself,
the future
man.
Of one of these 2 teams. Because let's
the
be
fuck?
honest, even
Like,
if you are
also like
the
last year, like
2-0 lead on the
Tectonic was
overall
doing
series, you can still mess it
middle
up, right?
fingers or
There's
something
an
like that.
opportunity for you to
I was
just
like, bro,
completely
you're not a
snowball
gangster, man.
downhill. And for something to be a surprise for you.
I will say this much, as
Don't
far
like
as
it.
Crossroads, comparatively
I
to
just don't like
standoff,
them.
you can combat
The
your
fuck?
way out from the spawn trap, but we'll talk more
Ew.
about that here in a second, because this S&D was
Like, the
something
fuck
of a
they
hold
did
for
this-
itself.
oh my
And
god.
Bolt some might argue kind of fought back a little bit too late. Obviously would have loved to go into the half at 3-3, but when you're going in towards your defensive side,
and the kids be like, oh my god, they are so cool.
Like it's the offensive game
hell
to
no.
lose with the amount of mind games that could be coming through. Albeit, Volt did do a stand-up job of being able to manipulate their nades, their positioning specifically from Unlucky, cutting down a lot of these rotations. But I thought right here for sure we were gonna at least go.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like them.
Was not
like,
even the case at all. Or
I
around
can't
12,
like
excuse
them.
me. But I mean, Tectonic. I mean, you heard the interview earlier when he was talking to Dot. He believes that this is the best version of this roster of the all 6 players that are represented for LG, and it's a lot to do with Tech's history in Search and Destroy. It goes 10-6 to the good. Washi, the majority of the time with the sniper, double positive at 12-6. Some good conversations as far as Mike, you know, being that individual trying to push a lot of these different angles,
like
oversetting
big
a lot of the time.
matches,
Does go 10-9.
like PUBG or Call of Duty, like PC ones, these are the like really like big ones, you know, like League of Legends and shit. I watched a lot of PUBG Championship and some videos of League of Legends, and they are respectful for other teams, you know, opponents. They just respect each other because they tried together and they tried their best in game, and the result is just what it is. So it's just really not cool them doing this shit, you know. I really don't like it. I just can't stand these fuckers doing this. Ew, bro.
Gotta love it, man. And this Atlanta scenario here for DreamHack has been a blast so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm sure players are enjoying it as much as they're suffering whenever things are not going their way. But hope you all at home and in here at DreamHack Atlanta are enjoying yourselves.
I feel like the conversation needs to be continued.
This guy looks like a baby.
He
looks so young. What the hell?
If both of these, if either of these two teams
he has that baby
we'll probably
face.
see them in the elimination or the championship bracket. Excuse
me.
Just from what we've been
I saw the performance video.
Series, but throughout the entirety of the
that was so cool, you know. They are so good. Also, the song gives us like really good vibe.
The understanding of operator usage
They're not
as
on
well
top,
as being able to
shit.
play for the spawns and manipulating the map number 1 of Takeoff, also very good.
No, why he looks like a crying?
Different monster, and if there's one thing specifically,
you know, Japanese people are so polite.
Graphic is concerned after that map number 1.
When Solo visited the Japan server, he was the only one body shooting in game, and nobody body shoot back to him.
But I think that it's one of those
What
things
have
that
you
really
done,
do need to
bitch?
dial up to 10. Some would honestly argue even 12 or so if they want to try to not only
Fucking
just take
nerds.
rounds, but being able to take this map number 3. It would be an upset to say the least. I believe everybody in here would be in agreement, you and I as well. But truly speaking, this will be a very difficult task for Volt to try to slay.
What have you done to those polite people, bro? I'm crying. He for real looked like crying, guys. Oh.
Number 3, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about it. Control here on Crossroads Strike, and the fight may begin. Let's unleash some more action among these two. Let's see what
I see in Japan airport when they put bags on plane, they do it so carefully, not even throw anything. Yeah, for real, they just their culture is so polite, you know. But this
not looking terrible at all. 26 plays up against 24. Again, Control is a game of break-offs.
Oh my god, he looks so sad.
Oh. Players overscored 8. 2 seconds have already been captured. The clock has been stalled out. About 9
Or
seconds
like
deep
that
into the
reminds me of a King's.
And they're gonna add a minute on towards the board. Yeah,
the depression camp. I don't know why they showed us their faces for that long after losing to GodLike. With the dark eyes. There was no light around them as well. It was just so dark.
It was just not the case. Luminosity just in time, and look at Big You just gotta love it. Boy's a showman. He likes to be aggressive.
You met him in ranked a few times. Who?
He's gonna try that again right now. The kills
Oh,
are
the sad face guy?
way, but Alpha could be
Your Japanese friend took you to Japan server and says to one play like good camping, and he said in Japanese that I just went to that place, sorry, I tried to upload it from next time.
To confuse them a little bit, pushing them
what?
at the same time, but the kills, the lives are still quite close, and that's not what Ball wants them to
We almost had 2 minutes on the board, now shaved all the way down to 27 seconds. Objective A will be completed, but you're not really too much if you are Luminosity. There was a certain point in time where you
I swear in Japanese server, the ones who toxic, they are all Koreans who plays in Japanese server, you know, I swear to God. If you meet a toxic players in Japanese server, that's all Koreans. Like Paris. They are not Japanese guys. They are Koreans, you know, Koreans play Japanese server. That is crazy.
There it is, takes one, goes for two, gets pushed over the line with the War Machine. They do not care about saving those operators. They know how important this round is going to be. That's now going to be a 5v4, 30 seconds left. I'm not kidding when I say that Ball have a true chance of taking this point.
Oh my god, this game is so close.
Losing his mind a little bit. He thought that he may have seen someone. That was not the case though. 15 seconds left. Tech still pushing forward. What even is going on at this point?
I mean, they just waited. I mean, Luminosity just waited.
Okay, they got the greatest skills.
Wow. I mean, if Dolaki is going to go ahead and invest the War Machine, you might as well just end the
But he
round where
managed to
it
get
stood
one
previously.
but yeah.
All lives depleted for Volt. Yeah, you probably would have loved to have that Purifier in the later round, but I mean, you did a bang up
Thank
job
you
at
for
just being able to
screen,
slay
why
out
in
in the
other
middle
reason we
of that
just
opening
leave room.
round. You are LG, that you're not really losing too much sleep
I
over it.
have never seen people saying thanks for Scream.
As Unlucky has theirs available.
I've never seen a single player saying thanks for Scream after the Scream, bro.
And gets equalized. Big trades to speak of there. Bolt have only lost a single life on this defense so far.
That makes me wanna support Board so much. I like say my moves. Don't know. Oh my god, that is so good.
Operators are available on both sides. And we've seen Dolaki taking value over it. We've seen Bandit taking value over them. You said about the fact that how Boyd always likes to take the best off of those operators. That's exactly what they need. Last round, they nearly gave them the point, but apparently there was
what is going on again?
That will make us have a bit of a remake for us all. That is really unfortunate, but hopefully we will get back into it soon.
Yeah. We'll wait for League Ops as far as the confirmation is concerned. I can ensure that we'll probably only pop back in with the 1-0 lead for LG, as it was a considerable defense. Now, the biggest issue, of course, in the multitude of elephants in the room, so there were some operators being utilized there at the end, so I guess you're a little bit happy if you are Volt that you did end up at least expending that War Machine towards the end of that first round, albeit in a losing fashion, but still, going in towards this next one, of course, we will take a good old note that 3 seconds were captured.
Okay, Yanni, have a good race. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Sector was captured. And again, it's big implications, because when it comes down to Crossroads Strike, realistically, any control map, defense is probably the more preferred side, just because you can play against the clock. Again, it is a 5v6 at that point. You have the clock as your friend, rather than your frenemy when you are on offense. You have to try to stall things out. All semantics aside, I'm sure we'll be hopping back into this Crossroads Strike very, very soon to be able to get the conclusion of this match.
Yeah, of course, you can always try to play it slow, but if you're on defense, that's an extra sort of help for you to pressure your opponents without really doing much, right? We are just
wait, what is going on there? I'm trying to listen.
To make a move in order to attempt to make it happen, to attempt to capture an objective, to attempt to get the kills. And that same over-aggression can lead to you losing track of what's going on if everybody just begins to go their own separate ways. Is where
I'm trying to say why they paused.
And as
I guess there's some problems.
Last thing you want to have last control among the team.
Ew,
and in here,
put the camera away.
That's the side of LG who took the first round. So let's see what will happen once we get back at it. Because if I'm being honest with you, Bolt is not getting outslayed, right? That was my biggest concern as we got into this game. I thought that we could see something similar to Hardpoint. That's just not the case.
Not the case at all, and was our immediate concern coming into this, especially with the decimation that was the slaying department there on the map number 1, back on takeoff, was that, I mean, LG were just having their way as far as eliminations are concerned. It was realistically just the objective play plus the understanding of operator usage coming through from Volt that really allowed them to be able to take that map number 1 off of LG. Again, 250 to 248 is nothing to scoff at, but I will say this much, and I've been saying it all weekend, and realistically have been witnessing it as well. If there is a map mode combination that you feel like LG are probably going to drop, it's probably going to be in Hardpoint. Probably not as shallow as a fashion as it did. Again, 2 points is not that much, but still nonetheless, it's really testing Luminosity to be able to see what they can look like versus international talent, what they were able to look like versus Tribe Gaming just earlier in the pit on that Delta stream. And even more so, the same can be said for Volt. This is the first time all day long that they've been to a map number 3. And what a time to really showcase your abilities on Control than the number 1 team globally.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what I do gotta say is that Japan has been showing a lot of what they have to offer. Bolt has been doing a lot of work. It's not easy.
They just say talking about the previous games, like how they played and how they like got it, like maybe I missed things they were saying about the reason why they paused.
Single step away from moving on to day number 2, which is already top 8, and I'm sure that's not all they want. They want to keep on grinding, they want to keep on going up, and what a best way to do so than to defeat who is this year's arguably most powerful team as LG.
That would be insane. What a storyline it would be. It would definitely put all the East teams on notice that of all individuals, Volt were able to do it. Again, Mike is the one returning player from that Scars roster just last year, and was, I wouldn't say the main part of why Scars got top 8, but
I'm
definitely
just so
continuously
confused
put a lot
right
of
now.
eyes on Japan being able to make it out of groups, being able to find themselves in towards the bracket. Of course, where unfortunately they did bow out there at top 8. Regardless, all semantics aside, it's back to hop into this
they just continuing the game again.
We will make a mental note, of course, that Volt still have those 3 segments. Back to the opening break off we go.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back into the action. The Lucky with that nade kill onto Band. Then we see Tech getting that kill onto
But Japanese players using Switchblade a lot. Like, I think they are not using Fennec.
Quickly as they possibly can, and not only trying to capture, also rushing
yeah,
for that kill.
They're using Switchblade.
Losing 2 members at a time.
Unlike other teams.
The kill was the Lucky, but now has getting some backup over there. Double kill for the Lucky. I'm telling you, man, I'm starting to like him more and more as these maps go on. Already taking that objective and not really risking that many lives over there, unless you count Vague over there with that double, which was still not enough.
Yeah. So Azon will be captured. Another 3 segments in towards the back pocket for Volt. Very interesting to say. I thought that it was going to be Luminosity's offensive attempt. That's where we kind of left off, but I digress. Over towards the B zone is where we are lurking. And it's only 18 plays up against 16, so I mean, lives just might be where this round will end. We'll have to see how things do start to pan out, as we have a lot of space being pushed up, at least for one player.
Why they have low kills? It's a control game.
I think that Luminosity are trying to toy with the idea that they have to get some of these buildings back in their
control. You're not gonna have crazy kills like
Hardpoint. Not scared, but being really cautious as to how and when they want to start capturing. They finally started to do so, but they do lose Dolaki with that shotgun play by Vague. Ban also takes another kill.
I'm not sure it is.
Mike shall remain alive inside of the hill. Takes that first take, goes for the second one now. He's getting some help from his allies. Nearly takes the double take.
Wow,
not gonna be possible quite yet.
Really
but the way that Bolt are playing is similar to what we saw on Hardpoint, which is very heavily objective orientated, and that's working tremendously if you think about the fact that the lives are still quite close. Finally, we see the side of LG getting a beautiful lead, but that's still not gonna be enough.
No, it's no. Second segment. not going to be depleted.
He's just staying there and they're literally feeding them. What the hell?
Up by 4 lives, but a minute left on the clock. All right, I know for Vay couldn't get into a position where he could try to utilize that shotgun. And we're back towards that standstill, but the lives being mitigated. Back towards the B zone. A handful of players are actually over here by Volt. They're stacking it.
Against
War Machine from
iNCO.
Envy was not in a position to try to get them off. And all right, so an answer back coming through from Volt, being able to take themselves that round via segment progression.
The 5 of them were there, right?
What's that?
Am I wrong? I think I saw the 5 Volt players inside of that objective.
Oh, but the first round they have more than this. I guess it's both. I don't know. I haven't checked the kills. Let me see. Maybe they forgot to update the kills or something
They're gonna tie it up
on the screen, you know.
29 to 28 as we move in this game up, ladies and gentlemen. The side of LG are sweating, and so is Ball. Let me be honest with you all. Both teams are trying their hardest to earn this spot with a 3-0 overall series, but it's not been easy. It's not been easy so far for either of the two.
Yeah, Facebook and Twitch stream, I can't rewind. Yeah.
Mike's actually going to invest the equalizer.
Nice.
And Kel's going to invest
they're getting
the
there. They're getting there.
I mean, tell me you want to win
Let's
this
go.
round early without telling me you want to win this round
Polite
early if you are
power,
bold.
let's go.
Investing 3 operators very, very quickly, and Unlucky has some streaks that he can utilize later on. No immediate response coming through from LG. The biggest issue with that is that they're down by 5 lives.
Oh,
Second
that was
segment,
so close,
I don't
though.
believe was locked in there at Bravo, but very much so could. Very tough to be able to tell, but still some trades need to be found, and Luminosity starting with that.
Nice.
It's gonna be really huge, the fact that the second take
It's just a
taken,
close
but
game.
important than that, the lives, man. 17 to 13, and Annihilator gonna be used by Washi, and he's gotta make sure that he takes at least 2, 3, or even 4 knocks with it. So far, still alive. Half time through with Annihilator. Also, the Sparrow gonna be taking now for a ride. On top of that, the Purifier in the hands of Band. You were talking about the usage from
And
both.
they got the operator skills ready.
Luminosity as they take plenty of kills. That's a double in favor of Band, who's already onto enemy territory. Finding a triple, looking for the next victim. That's 4.
No way. No way.
What even is going on? Destroyed.
What the hell? No.
With the Fennec doing a lot of damage.
I
in the
thought
meantime,
someone
we're
could
gonna have
kill
Envy
him.
already capturing the objective. Only 4 lives remaining. Not out of the blue.
Oh.
Bolt gets folded backwards in this round. And that's once
This
again the
was
advantage going in
quick.
favor of LG.
Oh my. I mean, quite literally anything that you
What
could do,
is
I could
that
do better.
baby-faced
The
guy?
Nursery
Like,
and
I don't know.
Luminosity
Wait, who is
singing
it?
right now.
I
Volt
thought it
put
was
out
the
3
different
operators
one.
very early on. LG answered back to the middle, and I think most importantly, they captured the B zone before the A. That is the more difficult of the 2 zones to capture if you did not know about crossroad strikes, let alone any zone to be captured. So, offense back and forth we go inside of this new lobby. Predator missile going to be invested. Will of course end up taking down 1. That was Vague's Predator missile tech also right there to clean things up. This break off damn near flawless for LG.
Oh man, the way they're playing is getting better and better as time goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, LG are trying to close it up already. Let's see if they can. Another Pred missile gonna be used this time by Washi. That is it gonna land onto anybody still in the air? Nope. The Pred missile gets destroyed by the troop system. So no surprises with that, but I was surprised actually there's a bit of a kill lead going in favor of LG of about 7 in their way. The Purifier is taken out by Tech and completely wasted thanks to that kill by Washi.
Why is play so sneaky? Like,
opening breakoffs, baby.
also from earlier
A lot
games.
of resources being invested by Luminosity.
You know, he was
Volt tried
staying
their best to be able to answer
in
back
the
in
middle
time,
of
but now we're
that
down to 35
place
seconds.
and
Trades coming through inside of Forklift, trying to get themselves behind enemy territory.
Oh no,
but you don't have the luxury of the lives. You're now down by 10. Quick kills coming through for LG, and now it's 10 plays up against 20. 27 seconds remaining. That first segment was not locked in, but you need all of that plus some more if you are Volt. And Ban is putting you in the spin cycle inside of their spawn. Ban as well as Envy. The pinch around the back is just too much to bear. 3v18, some might say winnable.
But the hard point game was so good though.
Came to play.
The fuck?
It is over. LG win map 2 and 3. We'll be seeing ya in the top 8 bracket.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the side of Luminosity saying, waving goodbye to the opponent's band. Love to see it. Loves to do that sort of performance in there, and they got what they wanted. I gotta mention it again. I find it quite interesting that LG continues to sort of struggle at one point or another. Has happened now against multiple regions, even his own. That was Tribe, of course. They still got it. You said it, top 8. They're moving to day number 2, and in a big way. GG's all across the board. You just gotta love it.
How can you not? Number 1 team in NA. Even Tech throwing out some hugs as well. I mean, realistically, look, there was some banter going back and forth. If you're
He's trying to recover from the last year champs, like showing middle fingers to opponent team. He's just going to the opponent and just giving hugs.
At the end of the day, for LG being able to real games, both are here to play. Japan got put on the map last
I guess
year
he
at
thinks
Worlds
he's
22.
sexy or
That is the
something.
continuation here as far as Worlds 23 is concerned. But LG, I don't think anybody were surprised that they were going to make it to that top 8 bracket, but still doing it flawless. That's the LG way.
It is the LG way. It truly is. They just love doing that sort of interaction within their own region. Now they are proving
Yeah,
why
he needs that
we
recovery
started
of
today.
his
We're
image.
one of the favorite
I
teams
see,
out
I
there.
see.
Not only to make it to day 2, but also to potentially try to proclaim themselves. There are several players who were champions last year and even the year before that, so they are just trying to repeat what they know they do best, which is just winning at this point. They love to do so. Huge round of applause for the side of Bold, because although they lose, they are still a single victory away from also moving on to day number 2 as we take a quick glance onto those kills. Look at Washi. 22 to 9 has been one of the keys for success tonight on the side of LG.
I mean, you could just look from top to bottom, left to right. I mean, there was realistically only one player that didn't find all the kills in the world, but Tech still went dead even.
Are you a
9-9.
fanboy
Sure,
of
with even 9
LG,
assists.
me?
The damage was continuously flooding through, but it's those lurking players, those ever so annoying SMGs.
But
being
yeah,
pitched
I mean
alongside
the
ARs.
in control games,
so deadly.
Bolt
We saw it
was
in the
kind
Hardpoint
of
map
weak.
number 1. It was a continuation
Don't
in
know,
the
I
control.
felt like that.
All right, we're back up here though. Fantastic
Arrogant.
performance at
I
LG.
don't
You
like
said before the match
arrogant
you got a chance to
people
run into Hippo and hear that he was ready to
when
get
they
that final
have
match on
too
the board,
much
move their way through the
ego
bracket. But now we've
and
got
think,
F-Dot
oh my
standing
god, I'm
by with
so
Hippo
good and
to follow up on those
sexy,
thoughts.
and you know, something like that.
That's right, I'm standing here with
I feel
Hippo,
like,
who is very used to standing here.
okay,
We definitely had a couple of conversations.
well,
LG, one of the more successful teams
bro,
in
GG,
Call of Duty
bro.
Mobile. Does that help or hurt?
It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing
Got to get
because
that
of the fact
3k
we
watch
can
hours,
validate what
and
we're
it's a
doing,
bit
don't
know,
And you know, we have a lot of supporters because of it.
I don't know
but
if
at the
it's
same
possible.
time, it is a curse
So
because
this guy
everybody
is a
watching us.
Korean, you
We have the
guys
biggest
said?
target on our back out of every
Oh, me
team.
too.
So,
This guy
at
is
the same time, it's
Korean.
just exciting, you know, just to be here and to be able to
You
play
like
against
him?
everybody who
You
has
like
studied
him?
us. And
He
we have
is
also
Korean.
studied them.
I mean, I led with that because
Jay
we
and
see
Candy said.
#1 super team in the and Volt, Japan, no coverage. What's going? And so they brought you to the fire. Do you think that you being that targeted team made them play up?
Oh, 100%. They were an excellent, excellent team. They knew what they were doing. When we were doing those map picks,
That's
as well,
Jay?
I could clearly tell they
That
had
is
confidence
Jay?
in their eyes, and it worried me a
Maybe.
little bit. But at the same
Is that
time,
you,
they
Jay?
showed why they're
Yeah,
here.
you
They showed
you
why
are
they're
wearing
one
a
of the best.
Locust
None of the
Electron.
teams here are here to just play.
Because
They're
Jay
here to
is
win.
Locust
And they really brought the
Electron
fire to us,
itself.
but you know what? We managed to edge over them a
As
little
you
bit.
guys
We're gonna
know.
look back and see what we did wrong, but at the same time, kudos to them because they played absolutely stunning
Bro,
and beautiful
collab?
Call of Duty.
Is there
I'm
anything in your
kidding,
mind right
I'm
now
kidding.
before watching the VOD that you're like, okay, got to adjust and fix?
Oh, 100%. Just looking at that takeoff, we were outslaying by an enormous margin.
Bit
and
unlucky?
yet, for
Oh.
some reason, that couldn't translate over to the actual objective time, which we think is, you know, a little bit concerning. So I think that's like the biggest thing for us more than anything.
Cool. And then last one, after a performance like this, you get the
Yeah,
dub
exactly.
3-0, but it was a little
Match
bit
with
rough.
the Locust
What do you say to the
Electron
guys to keep
box.
them kind of up and
Oh, that's a
confident going into the
Japanese
weekend?
team?
What did the coach say?
Listen, from the very beginning until now, I always tell them, you're the best team in the world, but don't let that get into your head, and you're not the best yet until we win this thing. The job just started now. We win 3-0, and we're going to bring it home. We're going to take what's rightfully ours now.
Clean words and a clean suit. Thanks so much, my man. Back to y'all at the desk.
But I guess he's like American, huh?
Here first, he's calling it.
I mean, the guy knows what he's doing, right? I mean, like, easily. I mean, it's not easy being the coach of the #1 team in the world, but when you're giving pep talks like that, I'm ready to fry too. I mean, the job ain't done. You just made it to at least the top 8 bracket, sure, but
really?
I mean, and on the flip side of that, you guys mentioned it quite a few times now, but we have to give some
I
credit
can't
to
check
both.
the
They put on a
Facebook
phenomenal
stream.
performance.
He
I
absolutely did. It was just amazing.
I still got the
to see how
Twitch
they
stream on,
managed to
but
read LG. They read them. It is
I've never tried
incredible to see a
Facebook
team perform the way they did against
so
a huge,
I'm
huge
just
team
not
as
checking
LG
the
is,
stream.
and they made it look like they had a fighting chance because they did. They did at several moments, at several points, and the outcome could have changed in one way or another. Unfortunately enough, LG was capable of adapting. As we heard specifically from
You're testing a new sensitivity. Jay is insane. He didn't sleep and he's checking the sensitivity.
Losing that game is something you don't want to see on your team.
Yeah, I think that both teams actually really learned a lot from this match. Still both in very solid positions. Obviously, LG now solid and moving their way through, but Volt also only needing the one more. So they had created a nice cushion for themselves. They're definitely a team we're going to be keeping our eyes on as we continue through the rest of our matches throughout the day, because I know it seems like we've done a lot. There's still more. There is still more to come. I think there's 3 more on the main stage alone after that. We still have action going down the pit. I periodically check what's going on over there. It's always busy.
It always looks like a party over there. I keep on like kind of trying to peer on over there, see if I can get any eye contact from Shift to see if we can get some any information. We've been getting updates constantly.
Lore
we have
is
a
the
lot of good
best,
stat sheets
fast,
that we have coming our way.
but I really don't know about
But you're right.
sensitivities,
We still have a handful of
to
more
be
matches that we
honest.
have to get through, not only on the main stage but also in the pit. Again,
I want to
16 teams
change
came into
something.
today.
Like
We
I
need to make
always
tomorrow.
feel like
It's gonna be rough when we start cutting
I
those
need to
teams
change
out.
my
But speaking of the
sensitivity,
pit,
but I don't know
Shift
what
is
to
standing
do,
by
to be
with more
honest, and
updates
I
on
don't
what's
want
been
to
happening,
ruin
so
it.
let's check it out.
Because you know, when you change your
Yeah, you guys are
sensitivity, you need to
absolutely
get
right.
used
It
to
is
it,
party
and
down
then
here,
you need to
but
see
it's starting
like
to become a pity party.
how
We've got
it
elimination
is.
matches going on while you guys are celebrating
Locust
qualifying
Electro and the
games. You have
best
to say
legendary
farewell to a
Locust.
couple.
I
But the interesting
agree.
point before I start
You know,
giving
like
guys the teams that
everyone is
eliminated,
using
the
Locust
East
Electro
versus
in this
West
championship,
conversation
and
has started
all
to
the
be getting
tournaments,
a little bit
all
lopsided.
the pros
The West
using
is really
it.
not putting up really
Do you
well
have it,
whatsoever compared to
Dimitri?
last
Do you
year.
have
At
the
the
Locust
moment, the current
Electro?
tally in East
The
versus
best
West games,
sniper
the East
skin?
is dominating.
I mean, it's not
8-4
even best
overall in 12
Locust
different
skin,
matches that we've
it's
had.
like
So Eastern
from the
region
all
looking
sniper
much
skins,
more
it's
solid.
just
Now,
the
that
best.
said, we got to start talking about elimination matches, which again,
You're
was
gonna
where the pity
teach
party comes into
me?
play. You guys got a chance to watch a really good one over there. We had a couple of really great ones happening back this way. In particular,
Increment
iNCO taking
of
on
5.
Mayhem. Sounds like a match we were going to get at one
I
point in time,
swear,
but were we going to get 0-2
Jay
games
is like
between those
changing
two squads?
sensitivities
I
like a
didn't
30,
think
like
that anyone had that on their bingo card,
today
and
like
it was an
increasing like
absolutely intense
30,
one.
and the
Some
next
of
day
our
like
points already came out hot,
decreasing
50
it
to
like a
19,
20 or
but then
something
from
like
there on
that.
out, Mayhem really clapped back 7-2 on the firing range, search and destroy.
No,
And then finally,
no.
we had a crossroads control.
Imagine
that
they
went the
releasing
distance all the way to
the
around
Locust
5,
Electron
in which
again.
some
Everyone gonna
clutches
try
were
to buy that
Fortunately
one,
for
I
Mayhem,
swear.
they stay
Everyone
alive
gonna
to
try
fight
to
at
buy
least
it,
one
but I
more
don't know
round
why
for
they're not
iNCO.
releasing it again, you
How
know?
about that? They find
Since like
themselves
every pro
eliminated
player is
alongside
using it
Vitality,
in
who
champs
also
and
dropped a 2-match
tournaments.
series to Kings, and
It's gonna be
standing
good
by
for
with a little bit of a
codm, since
post-game
they
reaction.
love
I got Tom here behind
money
me.
as well.
Dot here with Jesus Can Save and fantastic
50?
performance.
Few hours
Mayhem
ago it
against
was
easy one.
100.
All right, one step forward. How does it feel right now?
Well, it feels good, but
That's
at the
insane.
same time, we are climbing uphill, so we're just taking it one step at a time so we can bring back the trophy and go to day 2 essentially. We just need to take it one step at a time right now.
When we were here,
That's
when we were
really
at stage
insane.
4,
That is
you were kind of like a
literally
dark horse team,
wow.
this, that, third. What has changed from stage 4 to stage 5 for Team Mayhem?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing for us has been our mentality. Like, it's not been so much a battle of the other teams. It's been a battle of us versus us, like ourselves type thing. So that's why we've been kind of shaky. But after the 0-2, like when we're down 0-2, we
Wait,
talked,
you
we
standard
got on the same page, we
sensitivity
talked about what we
or
should fix.
ADS sensitivity?
think going
What sensitivity you
I
changing?
think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. We'll be in a better place, that's for sure.
Well, squad certainly has looked like it's matured, it's done well, and you've obviously earned the W. But so this was an elimination match,
60,
and you knocked out
45
iNCO.
and
I'm going to let you do the
130.
favor of knocking him out for
Mine
real, my
is
man.
like
Congratulations.
80 something and 100 something. something and the speed acceleration is like 100, and sniper sensitivity is like 77. I don't even know why. I'm just reading it.
That kind of hit.
It does. No, it kind of adds like a little extra spice.
Oh, ADS
I like how
sensitivity.
GodLike kind of really framed it up. It's like you knocked them out of the tournament via
Well,
gameplay.
I don't know,
I'll
some
let you knock them off the
just
wall
people
for
say
good.
like the low sensitivity is really good,
It was incredible to see
like
it.
for controlling
I
and
feel like
aiming.
It adds a little bit more to the fact that you can
Like a
continue to
lot of
breathe.
people are
You
using
said it
low
yourself, they were on the
sensitivity,
brink of getting
especially when
eliminated.
they are on
They
phone.
take down iNCO.
But when they are on iPad, I
forward,
saw
walking
like
forward.
crazy
They
high
cannot trip, 'cause
sensitivities.
if they
But
do,
they are
it's
on
over.
iPad,
Yeah, we're gonna
easy
start
to
to see a little
control,
bit more of
easy
that, like you were
peasy.
saying.
So I
There's
don't
only
care
3
about the
matches on the main stage, but we still
sensitivities
have to eliminate
from
half
them.
of our teams
So
here today by the end of the night. So lots of action still happening on those BC and D streams. So make sure you're popping in periodically on there, checking
put
in
your
with those
sense
results.
to
We'll be reporting what we
45.
can from here. Shift will be giving us those updates from the pit, but there's just a lot to follow. So
What
you can
do you
also
want
make sure
to
you're on
change
social
to
media, in
your
the Discord.
sense?
There's going to be information everywhere, so you can at
I
least get
don't
a
know.
full picture of what
Guys,
is going down here this
how
weekend.
do I
This is
explain
only
it?
the first day.
This is just day 1 of 3.
Sometimes, you know, I ADS in, I wanna move the aim to like far right side, but I thought I moved enough to hit the right. I don't know, somebody in my right side, but it wasn't enough. Like, I thought I moved enough, but it wasn't enough. So I was like,
Still in store, but for us, it's time for another short break so we can get everybody reset, ready to go into the next match. But when we
There
return,
is a lot and
more
a
on
lot
Global
of
War
things
Championship.
that can influence you. Yeah, that's true. So it's
Snapdragon
just
Pro
so
Series powered by
complicated. That's
Samsung
why
Galaxy is
I'm
brought
not
to you
just
by
touching it, so because I
Snapdragon
don't want to
Elite
ruin
Gaming.
it.
Samsung Galaxy S23
Samsung
Ultra,
Galaxy S23
Monster
Ultra.
Energy.
Monster Energy.
DHL,
DHL.
and the United States Air Force.
Air Force. What they gonna do in this game? Why the hell United States? Oh, that's what you guys were talking about earlier. I was like, what do you mean Air Force? Why the hell Air Force sponsored this Call of Duty Mobile Championship? That's crazy. I'm in the 90 pretty much in everything. Oh, you also changed the way you grip the foot. Oh yeah, true, that's same for me as well. I used to use the cooler, you know, the cooler back of my phone all the time. So I was like holding the phone with the cooler. But after streaming with the cable, not the wireless, I needed to remove the cooler. So I'm not using cooler anymore when I play games or stream. Also, it's winter anyways, so the grip has changed as well. So I needed to change the placement of the buttons as well, because the placement is a bit different. But you changed your sense because of your FOV? Eh? Oh yeah, but yeah, FOV matters though. So when the FOV is high, people say, wait, you feel it's really faster when FOV is higher, right? Or is it opposite? Cause I tried that low FOV and high FOV on my stream, cause you guys were telling me to like try this. And it was actually so weird though. Hi Paisu, hello! How are you doing? I'm watching the championship and it's not ending. I'm for weird. I remember they said it's gonna be 7 hours long, but how long it was, I don't remember. Hi fake yeah, or fuck I believe it's fake yeah. I remember doing this when you joined my stream not long time ago. but you know. But well. Hi Jared, hello! Didn't know you stream on YouTube. I streamed on YouTube for like a month now. Grinding is weird. How have you been though? Hello, how are you? Who's winning? Let me guess, LJ? No, I mean, everyone's saying like LG's gonna win this champ, but I wanna see a different team winning this champ. I wish. I mean, oh my god, Bort was about to win against LG, but they lost though. It was sad. And the EU team got destroyed by an Indian team, GodLike. Oh hell. Oh, they got shit on, I can't lie, but... And
Alright everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro
your
Series
FOV was
live
70,
from
90, now it's 90, 100. I think
cycled
mine
this
is
to
like
be able to know, but it looks gorgeous.
80 or 75, something like that.
Match number 7, right around the corner. Things are
You can pronounce it anyhow because it's not English
starting to
name.
eliminate teams, starting to figure out which teams are moving on through to
Oh.
day number 2 of our Call of Duty
okay.
Mobile World
I
Championship
just say
competition.
fake yeah,
It's been a
fake
really,
yeah.
really exciting day so far.
I mean,
Of
there's
course
already been a
LG
few
and
teams
again.
that
Huh?
have concluded their day. One of
I
which is LG,
mean,
the #1 team in North America, big
Verbs.
target on their back. Obviously, you heard
Verbs.
Hippo just a few moments ago.
They
That's
got
a spot we're gonna get
potentials.
ready
They
for,
got
because the
potentials.
job's not done
Hopefully,
yet.
He's not wrong.
you know.
He's not wrong.
I just want to
Yet, but on the other
see
side of the
new
corner,
teams
unfortunately,
winning
and
this
surprisingly
champ.
enough, iNCO is out
I
of the
don't even
picture.
wish
That's
for like a
something I
EU
was
to win
not
or do something in
expecting to see
champs.
them
Just
all
other
do.
teams, other
When I was
region. I
looking
don't
at the
care.
results, it was a surprise.
Maybe GodLike.
But to see them now
Can't believe
completely
iNCO
gone
is out.
and they won,
I mean,
was
that
not
was
expecting that
surprising as
whatsoever.
well. Like
With the full
Mayhem and iNCO had really close game.
There's more to come.
It was just so close until the end. But then yeah, Mayhem won it.
They should be proud of it, and we'll find out
Team
who those
Mayhem
teams are
won the
in
game.
just a little bit as the competition progresses on. But
Vort
before
is
we do
good.
that,
Yeah,
we
Vort
wanna
is
take a
good.
quick moment here because it's a good time for us
Yeah,
to
yeah,
say
Mayhem won the game.
a huge thank you to our
They were
presenting
having a
partner,
really
Samsung.
close game, but
They're providing
I
us with
think
the devices
Mayhem
that
won
have
the
top-tier
game.
performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning fast
Yeah,
response
yeah,
time.
2-1.
The Samsung
Mayhem
Galaxy
won it.
S23 series has the absolute best-in-class devices
And
for mobile gaming with unmatched
LATAM
speed
team
from
won
the newest,
against the
fastest
Tribe
Snapdragon
2-0.
platform ever. Available only
Crazy.
on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today with a
Yeah, I
wonderful
felt
job
like
of showing off
Lucas
the
was
amazing
struggling
technology
there
of
alone.
Robert.
Like
I feel like this
I don't
might
know.
be
Maybe I saw it wrong, but yeah, he's a good player. Can't lie.
Bang my line, I'm ready. Also kind of helps that I actually have this phone, so I knew the stylus was there the entire time.
literal, actual use
Did I
case here
just
can
see
vouch
Samsung Galaxy
thank you
like
again to our
smart
presenting partner for making all of this
smart
possible.
pen and
But the this
stuff
that we're
on my
talking about
screen?
is the competition. It's time to turn our focus
Are they gonna
back to
play
the
it with?
matches. We've got
Are they
people back
gonna
on the main
play
stage
Call of Duty
getting set
Mobile
up
with smart
for another
pen?
one. Are you guys?
What was
Have
that?
you gotten your reset? Are you prepared and ready for the next match?
Mentally, sure. Physically,
Why, yeah, why don't they
even know what
play
time it is,
Call
to
of
be
Duty
honest
Mobile
with you.
on
All I know is that more
Samsung Jet
players,
Flip?
more teams are about to be fully sent home. All right, that's good. This
That
watch
would
is just
be
for show at this point.
hilarious,
I don't
though.
even look at it anymore. I don't even know what it's there for. But to be candid with you, I'm ready to watch more Call of Duty. I'm ready to watch more action. International competition just makes me all excited.
Literally
You
all
can't
that
say
matters
it's
because
Demon.
for this match we're actually getting an opportunity to see a team we haven't seen on the
Sure.
main stage yet. And
I don't know
we
what
have. It's going to
you
be
said.
Q9 and Kagendra.
to sure, because I said so many things just now. Sure to Lucas, sure to Smart Pen with Samsung Galaxy,
as far as all intents and purposes, are
or
technically the #1 Chinese team being represented here at Worlds. So I mean, Alan, the way we were kind of suggesting it is that they are the #2 with how things kind of concluded at CDFI.
Yeah.
Semantics aside, they find
are
themselves
you
now
ready to
2-1
watch more
after
Call of
losing to Wolves not even
Duty?
just about an hour and a half ago.
I
With
got
wins over
work
Standpoint
tomorrow,
already
but
and a
hopefully.
convincing win over Vitality. Their job is
I mean,
not
it's
done
still
yet. A win
alright.
here would definitely put them in a
I
better
set
position
my
to be able to
limit
rest easier
time
tonight.
Right, so it would mean a
like
lot for Q9 to be able to seal this now. And
maximum
really
like
just
1
solidify
a.m.
that position. And
should
then
be
on
okay.
the flip side of things, a team that we have gotten zero time to
Like,
talk about, so let's deep dive
I
into
go
a little
to
bit. Tell
bed
us about
at
Kagendra.
1 a.m.
Kagendra took
even
a
when I
long
need to wake up
time
super
to
early.
shine it away, but with
Should be
CDFI and all the
alright.
recent events
Because
that we've seen them play, it's been tremendous.
I'm already
level
used
that
to
they're
like
showing
sleeping
in
late,
today.
so I can't even
There's no
sleep
exception. You
super
said
early,
yourself,
like
they
8
are
a.m.
also
or 9
2-1.
8
So
8
that
a.m.
means that
No, I mean
against Q9
8 p.m. or
we
9
will
p.m.
get
So
yet another team to secure a spot.
or
with the
playing in
#2. We're getting
on
it
a
there.
flip.
We're getting there already.
Funny enough, you know who they actually lost to?
Huh.
Wolves.
True.
Alright, I need to work in the morning.
Right now, as both teams have find
It's
themselves
supposed to be like a morning to like late afternoon, but I told my boys, nah, I'm going home. I'm finishing at 2 p.m. this week because I'm gonna watch the World Championship. I didn't say I'm gonna watch the World Championship of Call of Duty Mobile, but I said I'm not gonna work to learn today. I mean, this week.
Oh, I'd be here for it.
That'd be great.
That'd be drop a mixtape after Sunday, like.
It's just so good, which means we'll get an opportunity to also
And
talk
why
about
they
their
look
roster a little
so
bit more
tiny in that
Are
set.
there any standout players as we get a peek now here at everyone who's going to be participating?
I mean, as far as Kagendra is concerned, I don't think that it's necessarily on what one player needs to be standing out. You need to more or less just prove a point onto why you are here, why you are representing your region. And most importantly, what's been going on for Kagendra?
Bro, are you buying the Call of Duty Mobile t-shirts? Severin? They are selling it. I saw it. I saw them selling the t-shirts, the championship t-shirts. You are the Call of Duty Mobile community itself, so let's buy it together. Me too, you too already. You too as well.
Less time. Overall, more difficult.
That's gonna be my work.
And just another reason
Clothes,
why this competition is so much
uniform.
fun, to have those moments where you're bringing in the different regions all facing off for the first time.
Not even gonna
together
wash the
globally on
t-shirts.
this stage.
Whenever I go to work at the
What are your
cafe,
feelings
I'm
here
gonna
on
wear
this
this Call of Duty Mobile
I
Championship
mean,
t-shirt.
already has pressure as is. You said it yourself. They faced them in the past.
Yeah,
and
sure.
They went distance,
And
but
I'm gonna
it's the
ask
best of five.
1v1
We
for
talked
my
about it in the past. The best of
1v1 to
three
my
is
customers.
infinitely times different to a best of 5 because of how quickly things can swap in your favor.
You're gonna get one.
So that could be something
Not for real
valuable
though,
to keep
right?
in mind for the side of Kagendra as they face them.
All right, well, I know we've got a match we're going to be focusing on here, and we'll leave these players up on stage so we can watch them get set up. Some of them just sitting down, so we've got a little bit of time, which means I have an update. We're talking about teams starting to get eliminated.
Wait, what team is this?
Let's mention this one because this is important. Vitality. We're
So,
knocked out by Kings.
the other is gonna
Vitality,
be
another team. The next one to go down in Arena Watch. It's Get Next.
versus Team
Get Next here.
Mayhem.
Give me your thoughts on this.
This is sick.
Yeah, let me check what
I know I want to talk about COD, but like this entire idea of actually having the players mark them out, yeah, it's fantastic. Thumbs up. I mean, job's at least done for the day. Now you got to get yourself prepared for what potentially could be another series in a very long weekend to boot. Obviously speaking, commiserations to all that have already been eliminated between the two. Hope to see them back in kind, not only for regional matchups, for next year as well.
Facebook
I find it incredible. Now, two teams completely out, iNCO and Vitality. And in here, well, we have the brighter side. shift set it
Oh, is
itself.
it broken?
In here, we are getting to see those who are moving forward. And
I opened up Facebook stream, but it says the link is broken.
At the moment, I'm so thrilled to get to the point where we see those vetoes, those map picks, because they are going to take a huge.
You're actually gonna buy one, like for real, like for real.
And even more so because these two, they know each other.
You're gonna aim for the championship midterm? Let me support you. Hopefully I can see you in champs and me just watching,
do a little bit more conversation,
supporting
potentially maybe looking forward
your team
towards the picks bans. Obviously the veto coming through. Is there anything that you think we can expect to see for these teams?
Oh, it's young.
I will say this much for Kagendra, going up against
so it's gonna be
Q9
versus
China is going to be continuously difficult. We have this entire narrative kind of spilled like a web across the entirety of that region, is that Summon and Takeoff are a very difficult matchup for anybody going up against a Chinese team, but Q9 are that one exception. Me and Alan were talking about it on that APOC for that map number 1 versus Wolves, and what makes them so good at these bigger maps is because they're very objective oriented, and I think that that's something that you need to be aware of if you are Kagendra. Last time they did face off against each other. Now both hardpoints were very close, but Kagendra were actually able to take the Summit hardpoint very convincingly.
Oh,
so
Standpoint Gaming, Chinese team.
When it comes down to the bigger maps, say a Hacienda, which they lost 219 to 250 at CDFI, that's where things get a little bit more haywire around those objectives. They didn't win a single search and destroy either, but did take the control.
I mean, if they host a game in London,
we know how important
you know, they just hosting this game in America all the time. Why not in the European countries, maybe like Paris or London, you know? Not in America, just a new place.
On the control, that is going to be interesting to see, because on that scenario, that also means that if you lose that hard point, you're just out. And
then yes, I go. If they host the championship in London, I record my vlog there.
We're trying to get our explain with words. Now we can illustrate what's been going on here today. I can't talk. I'm so stoked to finally
wait, let me see the bracket.
See which teams have moved on, where they're standing with.
Oh, so it's gonna be.
What do you look? I see you pointing. What do you see?
Kings and exclusive. They just
really so tiny.
They are gonna be eliminating each other. That's just wild. That's savage.
There's gonna be a lot of TKs, man. Look, those team kills are gonna constantly be there. It's all about representing your region, but ultimately, when it comes down to the Swiss, the way things that are panned out, this is where the blood is gonna be spilling. You're looking at Kingston exclusive, Team Mayhem versus.
Wait, it's just the EU team versus the EU.
That didn't exactly
Kings versus exclusive.
So we'll have to see how it all kind of pans out. It will be a bloodbath by the end of the day.
I'm glad you called that one out. That was one of the ones that jumped out to me as well. So suffice to say, that means the matches that are still coming up around the corner are going to be just as exciting as anything we've seen so far. So you need to be sticking around for all of this action. I think that will also determine a lot based off of the winners of those matches.
I'm gonna hold that sign while sitting there.
Neon
sign.
We mentioned it earlier. We've got the veto
making
process coming through.
Your name as neon sign. 2 meters. I'm gonna hold that.
Some last time they played with each other, Q9 didn't
no,
do too well. So
I haven't checked the video. I'm gonna check after this championship, so I really don't know what song or what meme you're trying to say. Chupi chupi, chapa chapa, doopy doopy, dabba dabba, magic bunny, doopy doopy, boom boom boom.
So a lot to be had for ourselves, and then raid control. First raid of the day up on the main stage. Love it.
Maybe. That'd be great.
I love it. Get me there. I need to see the penthouse suite.
But I don't know the team SPJ. You know, they are Chinese team,
you and I have
but
just been like drenched in fire range and like crossroad strike over the past like month or so. So yeah, no, I'm here for a little scenery change. It's got a pool, a penthouse, a tiki bar. Come on.
Little variety. It'll bring some spice to the matchup as well.
Oh yeah.
And now that we have all
King's gonna go against exclusive.
Not at all. I definitely feel
Candy J, King's gonna go against the exclusive EU versus EU. Maybe King's gonna win this like usual, like against the EU teams, and they're gonna lose to the other teams from the other region.
All the way to the hot houses on California there for Raid. That's just beautiful.
We'll say this much as far as this best of 5 match.
You regain power aim after reading it? Really? I'll check it tomorrow if I really have power like crazy aim since I already read it.
It's a tough matchup any which way that you spin it. So there are some immediate turnarounds if you're looking at it from Q9's perspective, but for Kagendra, I think that this is where you have
the
to
other
really showcase
thing's
everything that you
gonna
have,
be like a tribe versus Team Mayhem, and the fourth versus SPJ,
gotta be ready for anything and everything.
I mean, that is
and the Q9 versus this team.
the best in the world on the main stage.
True.
End of year event.
It's true.
Everything's
Why
on the
is
line. Do you want to be
they just put
recognized
the
as the global
logos? I
champion?
can't see it.
Or
Oh,
will it not come
or
your way?
what
No
is
lies
this?
detected.
Well, it's going to be an exciting matchup. We're just hanging out while we wait for our players to
The
finalize
GodLike
getting themselves
versus.
into the lobby, ready to play this
Where's
next match.
this?
And
What
as we
is
get
this?
closer, I wanted to ask you, Leader, you've been questioning us about who
Blue
we think is
logo.
going to take it,
Don't
or
know.
if we're going to map 3. What are your thoughts on these Q9 versus Kagendra?
I think it's Q9.
Okay.
No
You're just saying
idea.
that because the history of the stats say that.
To be fair, I've also gotten to watch all of the main stage matches. That's where my focus has been. That's where my experience is. So I'm going with Q9. I want to know what
player
Chaz
using
say about them as
Samsung.
well. Just
Everyone is
great.
using
They have
Samsung
different
because
feelings. It should be fun
they
to see how it plays out.
sponsor
We've got the versus string
this
coming through, which means
championship.
the match
This
is
championship
about to get
is
loaded
sponsored
in
by
and started.
Samsung because
We'll determine another team in
they are
just a few
lucky
moments.
that
Let's get into it.
like, they didn't
Who
force
will
them to
qualify
use
next?
jet flip.
It's in between this best
Oh,
of 3
it's a
and a
Summit
matchup that we saw in a
Q9
best of 5
versus
format
what are
at
they?
CDFI. Q9 versus Kagendra here on Summit, as I already alluded to previously. This is a
Am I
matchup
blind?
combination that we did see previously between these two teams. It ended 250 to 155 in
Kagendra.
Kagendra's favor.
Never
All things
heard
sold,
about
this is P1. It's going to remain to be very, very scrappy.
Indonesia.
Once we get towards those money hills for
Indonesia.
P3,
Okay.
P4, we might have a little bit of further
So
understanding where they stand.
some Chinese team versus GARENA team.
That has been on a spree lately. I don't know if you guys are active over there on Twitter, but there was
Marketing.
2 scenarios where he was on a 1v4 on Search and Destroy and just blasting enemies with the sniper.
Samsung
Not
is
quite with the
good.
sniper, but doing a really, really good job to allow Q9 to have a great start in
I mean,
here.
Galaxy is a
9,
good form.
we are
So.
moving for more control. How in the world is this going
What?
on? Jesus. Oh my god, please tell me.
Did
What is that?
did
I'm
I
not saying
just
it, son, on a spree.
see Son using EMP system like already? The match just started.
Is there anything else you would like
Eh?
that we can get for you at this moment of time, son? He's gonna
Maybe
pull
I'm
out the
blind.
purifier.
I'm
Just
seeing
kinda
stuff.
waltzing into the bottom side of P2.
They literally
and
just used
look,
EMP
albeit
system,
things
no?
told, Kagendra did win this map mode combination last time, but how are you supposed to deal with a start like this?
The
Mountji also being able to get
Indonesian
himself a
teams
Predator
are
missile.
pretty good as
soon
well.
to follow,
Really?
lapping
I'm not
straight,
really
sure, why
familiar
not?
with
Son
the
finally gets
GARENA
taken down
because
off of that spree, but not before he
it's
reaches
like the
15.
AP is different and we never get to play against each other.
Only because he
So,
was using that Predator missile. Insane.
Because you know, like NA or other India, like you can play in global if you play with somebody, but GARENA you never get to play when you are on global.
Himself. Q9 has 2 players that are ready to steam over the opponents. They knew that they lost that game over on Summit last time, but in here today, they are not up to make that same mistake twice. They have had to practice as deeply, and just for the longest time in here, they knew they messed it up in the past, but they do not want to repeat story. That's
OBJ
just
though?
ancient history from the
Why
past.
the point is empty?
Maoki, as he attempts to push once again here with a shotgun, and now the Sparrow tries to control. Not going to be possible. Kagendra, although they were getting dominated by those two, they're still looking good.
They are. They have operators to utilize here for B3. 35 seconds left to be playing for. Gravity Vortex Cannon actually being invested here as well, trying to find their way in, but not going to really come up with much of anything now, are they? You still have these close spawns to be worried about if you are Kagendra, but ultimately what we have to be dealing with here is that the answer needs to be back in time. Meeseek's going to be able to at least find himself a handful of kills, but I mean, Yang just kind of waltzes back in, and now he's just layering them with bullets. It's, albeit said, it's 10 seconds you were able to find yourself
to the next point, and
but all the kills that were
these are gonna
for
hold
Q9
him
meant
next.
that their
Oh,
rotation over towards
Q9,
4
okay.
is that much more potent. It keeps Kagendra on the left side of the map.
That's where you question yourself, was that kill really worth it?
GARENA Master lobby is like a legendary lobby. I wanna try it.
Once again, the use of a shotgun. This time gonna be the KRM.
I have like chance to try, because I like trying like other servers to see like how they play or what they use.
Kagendra does a great job.
It's just fun. Imagine dying like that while proning on the floor.
Bullets gets outslayed. Q9 still with things under control. There's the push with the equalizer by the hands of Fran. Not going to be enough. What a way to defend for Q9. Finally, there's a breakthrough in favor of Kagendra with the usage of that shotgun. I'm glad that we get to see something besides the R90. You know, I love that shotgun, but it's always interesting to see something as a KRM pop up every now and then.
Very niche as far as a R90 is concerned. You can play in the right corner and maybe you might be able to walk away with a handful of kills, but why not offer yourself a little bit more versatility? Lead swap now, albeit by a very small margin in Kagendra's favor. Just about 6 points going in towards the second set. You really do feel like that this lead for Kagendra would probably be much bigger. You know, if we didn't have a certain somebody started off with 15 kills in a row. It's now up to 20 for Sun. Going back in towards P1. Predator missiles already invested. You do at least have one operator in Zen's back pocket. One operator as well for Sun. What does he want to call out that Purifier once again? Going back to work inside of P1. Finds himself on 2. Tries to snap over towards 3. Can't get the job done. But scrappy as it may be, it is Q9 that is accruing more time.
That's where you question yourself. 16 kills in a point and a half. And then like
well, I'm
5 or 6
Q9
kills on
gonna
the
win
next
this.
2 and
I
a
don't
half.
know. Just
you know,
feels
it's
like
one for the other. Is either
Q9
the yin and the yang
win
here for the Q9
like
members, as they are now losing a little bit of control that they gained early on, and they are trying to retreat it back to
maybe
themselves.
not.
But Kagendra is not making it easy whatsoever here. Mystics on the brink of getting the option to use that claw there, gets taken down by Yang, and because of that, well, I thought that Q9 was going to get control. That was clearly not the case. 108 to 102 in favor of Q9. Rotations are going to be done here. Sinan pushing with a shotgun. The use of Sun's Purifier ends with a triple. The usage of that Hunter Killer drone, it begins to push for more blood. Another double. Nearly, no, it is a triple because the opponent was quite low in health in there. And Q9 has more and more control. P1 and P2, surprisingly enough, are being the best points so far here for Q9.
Not exactly considered money hills when you're looking at it from a lot of different teams' perspectives, but when you have players slaying out the way that Q9 currently are, again, Sun up to 30 eliminations, Yang up to 26, 24 for Malky respectfully, it becomes very easy to tango around these very open hills. Albeit said, Kagendra are able to work their way inside of the hardpoint. Sun's going to pull out another Predator missile, which feels like it is actually the third, maybe fourth, of this map number 1. They got himself about a 40-point lead to boot. Now over towards P3. This is where we started to see Kagendra really come alive in the first set. They have the close spawns again, Gil, but can they hold on?
That's the question right now. The usage of that shotgun by Sinan was amazing, but unfortunately enough, refs Sparrow gonna take him out. Now Chloe trying to push in. He does have the option to use the Purifier, opts not to do so, and that cost him his life. Maoki there with the Sparrow gonna clean the kill yet again. Q9 were not happy about losing control on P3, and they are now dominating the opponents. Maoki gonna be blasted. Chloe somehow kill himself on accident, and now it's gonna be really important for Q9 to make sure that they keep it classy. They do not have the spawns control, and because of that, they have to walk all the way through the map in order to try to fight back. It has worked plenty of times so far, but they need to make sure that they are not always on that sort of scenario where they have to walk a marathon in order to have a single fight.
Yeah, about 40 points in between these two teams now. That marathon is becoming longer and longer so long as Q9 continue to just batter and bruise, keep these hard points contested. They have the rotation over towards New. The lead has now been chopped down to 27 points. Clove has also joined Sun in the 30 kill department. War Machine invested by Xian, and, well, Learning able to find himself too. Immediately traded out by War Machine on the opposite side there from Zen. Kills still need to be convincing if you are looking from Kagendra's perspective, but the trades are just so good for Q9. They have the close spawns around P4. They've already soaked up the initial 20 here at P4.
It almost feels like they fixed the mistakes that happened on the first set of rotations. Right now, P3 definitely helped Kagendra, but not as heavily, and so far have the point 4. Q9 have things under control. A 50 points lead is in their favor. We saw a 250, 150 in favor of Kagendra. Could we see the exact opposite this time around? I don't know. That's a real possibility in here today. Equalizer they used by Fran. At a distance, tries to get inside. Not gonna be possible. Q9 making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the read from Kagendra is being countered by the hands of Q9.
Sun, 39 kills, now getting closer towards 40. You feel like it's inevitable at this point. Malky also very close towards a very similar kill tally. R90 in the hands here for Malky. Around P1, again, this has just been so devastating to watch from Kagendra's perspective, just struggling to even find their way inside of the most open hard point that we have here on Summit, but struggling to even find the kills to be able to step a foot inside of the hard point. Predator missile being invested by Malky, keeping these players at bay. Sun, another purifier up in the hallways, just watching these players waltz on in through a very narrow choke point, kind of swapping out the weapons in a very untimely manner. Means that Kagendra can very narrowly find their way in, but Q9 just so close to closing this map number 1.
That's right, only 26 seconds away from doing so, so that's why Kagendra are trying to play as perfect as they can. 15 seconds left on that heal, and they're not allowing anyone to get near that play. Sun knocked down Maoki, same result in here from up above. They're dropping players from the Q9 side, still not being enough. Sun once again bites the dust, and ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the point number 2. That's right, Kagendra will try to prolong as much as possible because Q9 are on the brink of taking that initial dog.
Yeah, they sure are. KRM.
Ew, milk. I mean, I used to hate milk, but now I don't mind drinking it. It sometimes tastes delicious somehow. Especially like when you don't have any drinks, other than like water. It's just no choice. Let's drink milk. But I love chocolate milk though. It's just sometimes too heavy, but it's delicious.
Everybody's spawning way too far out. Kagendra, we're able to at least find a couple trades. That means that Xena needs to call his way back. But still, more kills to speak of. This might just mean the rotation over towards New is required, where Q9 are already setting themselves up. It's going to call Fran to be a little frantic and have to call out this equalizer, have to find kills around the back. It's not fully checked
the small screen is Fort versus
to help out the rest of Kagendra work their way in.
The SPJ, the Chinese team, they are having really close. Wait, what? Who won it? Oh yeah, Q9 won this game, right?
Wow, that's right. Q9 takes the initial map. That's quite a surprise for me. And we talked about this earlier.
But sometimes chocolate milk feels too heavy, so like normal milk feels fresh sometimes. Of course I prefer drinking Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
The early Sun kind of montage, if you will. Malky had himself a hell of a game as well as there with the KRM, like you were talking about there. The difference as far as the shotgun is concerned, just letting them have it.
You know, Five Guys has really nice milkshakes. The peanut butter one is so good from Five Guys. But I'm not recommending you guys to have The burger and the milkshake is just too much.
To be able to work their way back inside that hard point,
yeah,
but man,
they have
Q9
nice ones.
not playing any games here.
That's right, doing a great job, son. 49 kills, 47 for Mao.
Oh my god, Q9 is so 49 kills with just 36 deaths.
See how the slaying translated directly onto the point department. 250, 197.
Also the others have
of the team from China. We were
nice
talking about how good
KDs,
they are in search and destroy, but this hard point did not look bad whatsoever. And with that in mind, there's the red alarm on the side of Kagendra that we have on screen right now.
Oh my god, no,
I mean, they're not gonna get eliminated because they are not.
Especially the chips. Five Guys chips are the best in my opinion. It's really delicious when you eat it with mayo. Also Shake Shack.
A lot of Call of Duty that has been played. You saw the bracket kind of flashed up there. Just a
They
few
have
moments ago
nice
before we hopped
burger.
inside
Burger.
But Express Search and Destroy again, all three of these maps.
It's delicious. Like compared to like McDonald's or KFC, you know those
Q9, they did
normal
play
things.
Express Search and Destroy and kept things relatively close. There was a lot of good answers that
But
were
Five
being
Guys
thrown
and
out
Shake
when it
Shack
comes down
has
to
better ones,
dealing with wolves
to be
when they were
honest.
trying to
And
get
the
down over towards
Honesty
that B
Burger
site.
is
I would
really
say that
nice
it's just
though.
a little bit
I don't know
edge
if you guys
above
heard
where
about it
Q9
or
were
tried
at
it,
when it
but
comes down to be converting
they have really,
a
really
handful of rounds. All
delicious
that
one
said,
as well.
if you are Kagendra,
But
clearly
I
you allow
haven't
these
tried
maps to
it
come through
for so
for a
long
reason,
though.
whether it's a pocket pick or just the trust that you can get the job done. It now has to be a 2 and a 3 if you want to end your day here.
Yeah, Shake Shack is still delicious, but it is expensive compared to like McDonald's or KFC.
With a 3-1 overall series, that's what they may be thinking.
Anything is better than McDonald's.
How they are going to attempt to take it.
But I used to love Big Mac though. I loved Big Mac so much. I don't know. I love fast food, junk food, Jollibee. I've never tried Jollibee, but I tried Wendy's though.
But we've seen that they have
I think it was Wendy's that has like avocado burger, like they have avocado in it, and I like avocado. It is actually delicious.
Of course, this is the mainstream. We do have Musashio, Beef Mommy, and Infinity doing their own personal streams for the Bravo, Charlie, and Delta.
You know what?
Make
But
sure that you have as many tabs
those
open because there's a lot of
things
Call of Duty being played here for that trophy,
vegetables
for the lion's
a little
share
bit
of $1 million
inside.
Between one of these two teams will be making
Better than
their way
nothing.
towards
You
the
know,
single
they have
elimination top eight bracket. Who's it gonna be?
lettuce and tomato and what else? Pickles maybe. Vegetables, you know. So it's not that like unhealthy, I believe. I'm trying to trick my brain while eating those junk food, thinking, oh yeah, it has vegetables in it, so
be taken down by none other than Yang, first blood of this map number 2. Sun gotta follow through with that kill onto Mi6. It's not good news for Kagendra. They lose 2 members, but they do still have control over the bomb. That is going to be important. If you don't think about the fact that they are all collapsing on them pretty much at the same time on the side of Q9.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really tough, right? You got top server, bombs lurking over towards
like this is just tomorrow.
Does find one.
I don't know, but still then, you're drinking water, which is...
Bomb site is fantastic. You know, I love Express
which
as a map combination when it comes down to search and destroy, sure.
You stay hydrated.
You allow players to come back out from arrivals and then also pinch you from, well, their spawn. It becomes a little bit more difficult, let's put it that way, to try to get that bomb down over a day. So,
but the meat and the burn over part, the veggies, so that doesn't count. Oh no, what about soft rice? It has more vegetables.
As we currently stand here in round number 2.
Onions.
I like it on the side of Q9.
Oh yeah, when you have Five Guys, they put a lot of stuff inside.
will find first
The-
blood this time on
It's really thick, like a lot of onions
for the side of Kagendra.
and other
A
things.
response kill by the hands of Sense. That's a good opportunity to try to go for more, unless you got Sun.
No, seriously,
exactly
I'm
what I was
gonna
talking about earlier.
change.
Double kill for Sun there with
New
the Locust.
ear,
and he was
new
ready for more.
collar.
He was ready for
Collar.
more. Unfortunately
Why
not
do
for
I
him. There was no more players
say
on the vicinity for Yang though. He pushes forward, takes that kill. Sun
Oh my
triple.
god, that
Yang with the
was
double.
clean, the
That's point.
sniper.
Q9 are here to try.
I'm gonna drink
and so far
tea,
the 2 rounds,
cup of
I
tea,
am digging.
cup of tea.
Started off on P1.
Instead of
Continues on here to
smoking
express with
vapes,
a
I
sniper
swear
in hand.
I'm gonna do that.
Ooh boy.
And
Kagendra,
at the
you
cafe,
definitely want a
you know, I
response
can
here.
have free
Offensively
drinks.
has not been looking too good even when
It's
they
actually
do
like
get
one
players
free
around
drink
the
per
bomb
day,
site.
but I work
One-for-one
long
trade
time, so
going
I
up top
sometimes
around
drink
server,
like
trying to
2
assault
drinks.
this A bomb site. One player is actually
But I
overextending.
used to
Watch
drink
this go.
some
Reef is
sweet
trying to
ones, you know, like
work around
hot
the train
chocolate
tracks
with
inside of the train, trying to
train
catch a player off
or
guard. He does do just
hot
that.
chocolate
With the
with
train
matcha
Red alarms on
or
the side of Kagendra.
green tea,
That's a full-on
sometimes
atrocious
peppermint
situation to be at.
or
Everything is
Earl
going
Grey
against
with
them. They
milk.
are trying their hardest, but it's
Maybe
just
for
not being
health.
going their way whatsoever. Round number 4.
You know, like
Blood's
I
not gonna come
needed
that
to
early
like
this time around,
motivate
which in a way
myself,
is
so
good,
I
but
before
enough,
I
though. It's
decided to drink
actually
teas
get
at
into a
work,
fighting
I
scenario
searched on
against
Google.
Well, I would
Is
say, 'cause every
English
single time it feels like
breakfast
there's a gunfight being
good
taken
for
from
health?
Kagendra, the trades immediately come
Like
through.
any
Q9 just always
benefit?
have themselves a numbers advantage.
And they said, yeah, actually,
First half,
like
trying to get
English
themselves over by A.
breakfast
There are some players that are
is
lurking
good for your
around
health.
info and through the
It says
middle hallways for
it's
Kagendra
good
trying
for
to bait some of these
for
players
your
over, but two
heart
players are still defensively playing over
and
by A.
blood or something like that. So I was like,
Working his way
oh
through the
yeah,
train
I'm gonna
tracks.
drink
Trying to catch a little bit of a timing.
tea,
Nobody's
honey,
watching
lemon.
this as well.
Ooh.
You have to imagine that he might
You
be
know
able
what?
to
I
get
think
a little bit
we
of
don't
timing
have
sun off
honey,
the
but
first
we
blood,
I think
immediately
we
traded
have
out, and Yang
lemon.
has picked his corner.
Maybe I
Allows
can
the bomb to get
try
planted, and now the pinch is on for the retake.
something.
Yang from up above. Maoki with a kill. Only
English
3 remaining
tea?
on
Yeah,
the side of Kagendra.
it's just
They're
a
trying to
typical
defend this bomb site. Yang with a
English
perfect
breakfast
opportunity.
tea. You know, sometimes like old guys or old ladies coming to the cafe and just order like, and one tea please. So I always ask, English breakfast tea, right? Because there is so many teas, but when British says tea, it's just an English breakfast tea. They don't even specify, they just say, oh, one tea please, which means English breakfast tea.
Kagendra needs something.
Concha?
They're able to at least find the first blood.
Concha?
Jinan able to at least find a response.
Wait, why is
The B
what
bomb site
Concha?
was looking pretty juicy for a
English?
certain amount of time, but it's this hesitation on trying to clear so many corners that allows Q9 just to pinch in from arrivals.
No, I need to
and now you are quite literally trapped
English
around elevators, a little
breakfast
bit of a
tea.
1v odd situation.
Yeah,
Present.
tea with milk.
Not going to be good enough at all. Still struggling to find a single round.
I
Q9,
was like,
5-0 lead.
ew, hell no, why are you drinking tea with milk? And I tried it and it was actually nice.
So many different
So I
points
drink
in time
English
today.
breakfast tea at
This
work
search and destroy is just
with
not
the
it.
milk.
It's not it. They've struggled in the
Also,
past, they are struggling
there's
today, and
there
that
are two
will be the doom
teas
of
that
right
can,
now. Last round
that you
call
can
with
put
France.
milk with
I don't
it.
think I see no
It's
light on the
English
side
breakfast
of
and
Kagendra.
Earl Grey.
Q9 just wanna
But
finish
other
this
teas,
off
nah,
quickly.
you don't
Maoki
drink with
with the
milk.
first blood. Yang with the second, somehow getting it. He even shouldn't have gotten that
It's
kill.
a black
Salas,
tea?
though, two of them gonna get
Oh.
knocked out. Sinan gonna answer
Huh?
back by eliminating Fran. There's only so
I'm not
much you
sure
can do at a
if
distance.
it's,
There's Salas with a sniper. All of a sudden, V6 is completely on his own, but not
I don't
knowing
know.
that could allow him to do something, question mark on sports. Nah,
Black
son,
tea?
that aim is
Black
immaculate. It's just amazing to witness this sort of performance with a sniper. Wow, 6-0, man, 6-0.
6-0 side swap. Q9 want to find
Oh my
themselves
god,
in
but
that
in
top
S&D,
8 single elimination bracket.
Q9 is just dominating.
Specifically, up to 8 kills.
What
Yang
is going
up to
on?
7. You have a goose egg for Fran.
What is going on, Kagendra? We need to find something here. The offense now, the side squad has Q9 pushing all the way up to the A-bomb. We saw this versus Wolves, and Kagendra just were not ready for it at all. Bomb being planted at A, all of the kills coming through inside their spawn. Some trades at least to find, 2v3 for the retake.
Absolutely nothing can be done in here. Sen is on his own with a shotgun. How are you supposed to fight against that? Pushes forward, misses again.
If you got a chance, it's good for your health.
Actually gets the kill, sorry, onto Mehoki.
Wait, what is that? That's the name of the team, or it's like some teams contain that the
Still not gonna be enough double for him. Not enough time. Not enough time, ladies and gentlemen. 7.
Oh my god.
7-0 proper.
That's crazy. 7-0. They couldn't even
unbelievable.
Win one round in S&D.
Say what you will. It
like
was
even like
competitive, very, very close to a lot of
other
these
like
different hills, but
teams,
you get over towards S&D,
they at least won some rounds. That's crazy. Oh, it's a flower.
History is always doomed to repeat itself. At least I certainly feel like that. And Kagendra
That's
have
crazy.
still yet to take a search and destroy off of Q9, and what a dramatic fashion as well.
See, look at them! They just all go to each other and hugging and you know encouraging each other. This looks better, you know. This looks better than like a band giving like shits. Thinking, oh my god, me doing this right now is so sexy. Like, ew.
The other component too is that even if they're not playing against each other all the time, they're all in the same scene, they're all playing the same game, and they are seeing each other periodically throughout the competitive year, so the friendships are also very real even if they have to go up against each other. It's wholesome.
Damn, the sniping. So clean though.
This is what keeps me going throughout these tournaments, is being able to see the love and compassion in between competitors, of course. I mean, even when we have gestures being thrown, you know, players standing up, screaming at each other, at the end of the day, this is but a healthy competition. We are all gathered here
my god.
At DreamHack Atlanta 16 teams.
That's you, Jay, right?
Enjoy our passion and love.
That's your gameplay right there with the Lucas Electron. But seriously, what is going on with board? Maybe they are so tired. They are losing against this standpoint gaming.
At least 10 of them that he was associated with. We're pretty much down by himself. So I think that's one of those things that you definitely have to look at when it is Sun. Is that he's not just a one-mode machine, right? Because we also saw that 15-3 more or less, give or take, whatever. It was crazy.
Yeah, that is better than the trash talking after finishing the game or like doing some, I don't know. It just looked so much better.
As we have been doing all day, we get another
this looked more like cool, you know? Why did I flip this?
Ready to go.
Like this, okay.
Thanks, Glitter. Standing here with Janan from
that
the
was
winning
more
squad.
cool.
And watching you guys take this one, they just said it, I'm just going to repeat it. The performance
people
in both
usually
of those
like
maps was fantastic. Why are you guys so hot right now?
Being cool. They think cool means when you're being like rude, when you're being like nonsense, but no, that's just ew, cringe.
Trust from teammates.
Cool, and that leads me directly to my next question.
All
these squads really,
when
really
you get
tight.
to understand
you
others and when you like
close. We see you with huddled up a lot.
care about others.
How close the team is together.
我看到就是所有的队伍大家都打得很好，但是尤其是你们特别的团结。请问你可不可以跟我们分享一些你们队伍团结的这个诀窍？
but they are catching up. Hopefully they can win this S&D and play control and win it at the end.
We asked
oh my
for
god,
wholesome, and I was not prepared for getting more of it in the interview. We're family. That's how simple it is. That's why we're doing so well. That's why the synergy is there. That's why it's working.
Yeah.
Trust and family.
What more could you possibly ask for a team
What
that has
did you
been sticking
think?
together through trials and all the tribulations throughout the entirety of the year, through CDFI, through China Masters, and now here traveling into NA once again, Q9. God, just warms my heart. I'm about to cry, honestly. Like, that's so cute.
Gotta keep it together. We have a few more matches.
All right. But only because you asked.
I mean, they're a family that trust each other. What else are you supposed to ask, right?
I mean, less words.
But when this gonna end though?
Wow.
I was expecting this to end
I'm taking tips for myself
like
to see,
10
though,
p.m.
if Shift is able to take those tips as well, because it's time for us to toss it back
already
down to the pit
11.
and see what he's got going
I
on over
need
there.
to wash my hair.
Less words. I talk good.
People work.
Here we go. We got a lot of drama going on here. We've got a ton of
Or
qualification
I just
instances
go
currently
like
undergoing.
homeless
Starting off with
looking
TLE and
garbage
GodLike, and I'll tell you, these
person.
qualification matches are getting really intense. First map out,
That's not
take off
happening though. I
TLE
need
looks they're coming
to.
out really hot. GodLike able to pull things back. They found themselves a map 1 win.
I was gonna check the other streams, but I don't think they're doing
behind the scenes, and it was going
like
pretty nuts.
other
Looking at it, GodLike are up 4-1 in the search and destroy as well. So at the moment, GodLike looking good to possibly be one of the first Indian teams to qualify to a top 8.
So hungry. What you gonna eat, Tico?
Seems like for this squad, looking like they're putting together India's best.
Oh my days! How many games
On the other
left?
side of things, though, outside of this particular matchup, we also have Volt,
I
which we
wonder-
just saw
I
on the main
wonder how
broadcast
many
taking on
games.
LG.
There is
They're now playing up
brackets.
against Standpoint Gaming, and I'll tell you, this is one of the hardest endings to an Arsenal I had ever seen. Volt had their backs up against the walls, like 247 to 200. Volt put together a miracle hold on P5, had a miracle play on P1, but a huge late claw from Standpoint got them through the thick of it for a 250 to 244 win. They are currently in their search and destroy, and Standpoint has won a handful in a row. They are currently up 5-2. So you can find the TLE and GodLike game on the Bravo stream, Volt and SPG on the Delta stream, and then elimination match about to start up. We've got Powerhouse taking on Loops on the Charlie stream. So that's what we got going on right now in this particular block. Make sure you open up multiple tabs there, friends, and get yourself tuned in to not see who also qualifies, but who may be going home. We'll be doing more, of course, on the main broadcast when we come back on the backside of this break.
Oh my god! Please stop. Play.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by
What is
Snapdragon
this
Elite Gaming.
LPS? I was
Samsung
wondering.
Galaxy S23 Ultra.
LPS.
Monster Energy.
Oh, LATAM.
DHL. And the United States Air Force.
Oh, these ones are happening right now, right? So these gonna happen at the same time like this, and the fuck is this? Oh. Crazy. GodLike gonna beat. What is going on with GodLike? They're just winning and winning and winning, like just insane. What the hell? What happened to them? So number 1 is LG. 3-0. Game 6-3. What is this? What do you mean? Oh. Eh? And Wolves 3-0. Q9. And GodLike time. And SPJ. And TLE Esports. Kagendra exclusive. And Kings. Loops. Powerhouse International. And Team Mayhem. Tribe. And bye-bye to iNCO. And yes. So Wolves and LG, they already got qualified. So they are already in the winner brackets for the next day. So now at the moment it's just this
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack
these ones
in Atlanta, Georgia, where we might have just seen the most wholesome thing we'll get out of the entire weekend. We have 2 more matches left here on the main stage for the day. We're continuing to determine which teams will be making their way through to tomorrow, which teams will be knocked out. We've already X'd out 2 logos on our sick graffiti logo walls and the little art installation of our entire booth. There's lots going on here at DreamHack, so if you're in the area, make sure you're stopping by and checking it out. But we have something very special coming up match-wise. We got a chance to take a look at the bracket while we're waiting for that last match to load in, kind of get a little bit of an update where everybody is, what's going on in the pit, where some of these teams are sitting in their next upcoming matchups. And one of the ones we called out is what we are about to watch on this main stage. It is down there at the bottom, Mayhem versus Tribe. This talk about a rematch. This is going to be so much fun. I'm so excited for this one proper.
This is a grudge match and a half, you would feel like, specifically for Tribe. Now, ever since Seattle has concluded, there has been some changes, obviously, Esta coming in. Team Mayhem, however, when they are going up against Tribe, they did lose their opening matchup, but however, they clapped back so heavy. Not dropping a single map versus Tribe on land is ridiculous. Team Mayhem, again, Dot talked about it earlier when he was interviewing Team Mayhem. They were the dark horses at Seattle. Now I just feel like that Tribe has something to prove that they can actually beat them.
I think this is going to be an interesting grudge match, if you will, because things might have changed since they last seen each other. You know, so I kind of hope that Tribe brings that extra fire, but also that Mayhem is prepared to try and take down one of those big teams. Yet again, I just want the storylines. I kind of want the chaos. Here, go.
Pretty interesting, because in order for Mayhem to make it to day 2, they gotta eliminate 3 different teams, right? They've already eliminated the first one. They are looking to make it happen against Tribe Gaming, and who knows if they move forward.
No, not yet for Kings. Kings gonna fight against Europe team. So it's gonna be Kings versus exclusive.
Being S-Dog, who's been playing this game forever as well. So it's pretty experienced. He knows how the deal is.
If Kings lose to exclusive as well,
you know, you can get nervous. You can get
oh my god,
feeling that maybe getting knocked out on day 1.
They're gonna get roasted so much. I mean,
one of these 2 teams, North America,
the fact that they lost to GodLike,
Tribe and Mayhem.
it's already done, but still.
Blood spilled over here. I'm here for it. Literally, like, I'm physically here for it.
You actually aren't allowed to leave until multiple more series are done.
You can't see it, but my feet are literally cemented to this desk.
We've glued him here.
Yeah. It's true. Not moving.
So, I don't know what the plan is for overnight, but that's not my purview. So
it's like the opposite of a bat. Like, instead of like hanging upside down, just kind of like sleep standing up.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we got to start talking about these teams. And this is one of the first things we get to play for today. So I'm excited because all of our teams had to sit down with us and talk to us about this entire weekend. One of those teams obviously being Mayhem, and we got a chance to interview some of the players about their feelings, being in the World Championship, these grudge matches, everything. And I think we finally get a chance to check it out, so let's see what they had to say.
The way we stay calm.
You got the 콜옵모바일 colors? Dedication. Wait, was it like a yellow and the black?
We do a lot of trash talk throughout the actual games itself, which will help boost our confidence. Especially Jesus, as our IGL in-game leader, he does help maintain everyone's mental.
Under pressure, we're pretty chill. I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed because we have 3 rookies who've not really competed on the stage before, and they're chilling, man. And I like that about them. They're mentally strong, so it's helpful when big days come like today.
Like since it was like we're all rookies except Jesus and Blur. I think they like gave us some confidence in our game, so like we didn't like fall under pressure or nothing.
When we get to LAN and we're on stage, like everybody's chill, everybody is supporting each other, like adding onto each other's energy. So we're always, you know, calm, cool, calm, collected.
One of the biggest keys for any tournaments is just keeping your composure, you know? There's gonna be a lot of people trying to get in your head and all that, but you just gotta stay cool.
If you have haters, you're doing something right.
You know, whoever wants to want the smoke can get it anytime.
Okay, I'm gonna ask your takeaways from that interview, but my biggest one is I think I wanna have a handstand contest with Jesus now. I think I can win that.
You will lose.
I'm just putting it out there.
He was also kind of cheating. It was like a handstand. He was actually like up against like the vault. I'm not here to call people on or anything, but it was a great interview, honestly. If there's one thing to be known for certain that was said throughout all this, as we take a look at this beautiful highlight package from Seattle, is that if you do find yourself in a collection of haters, you are absolutely doing something right. That is so true for Team Mayhem, and Tribe are those haters, man. They got eliminated by this Team Mayhem roster, who again came into Seattle for the finals of the last season of SPS and were the quote-unquote dark horse. Found themselves in grand finals. I don't think that we can consider them dark horse anymore. This team is the real flippin' deal.
Yeah, at this point, Mayhem will try to make it happen, but Tribe are going to attempt their hardest as well. And here we get to take a look onto the players, getting set up, already sitting down. We've seen less and less pillows as day goes on, which I'm still surprised about, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is right now. What I take away off of that interview, besides the fact that they try to keep themselves cool, calm, and collected, is the fact that they like to trash talk mid-game in order to boost themselves. I'm sure they're not the only ones, but they are vocalizing that feeling that you get on stage, which can be detrimental for yourself, but also give you an extra bit of energy in order for you to win a game.
Well, now that we've got an opportunity to not only hear from Mayhem, but deep dive the squad a little bit, let's talk about Tribe, and specifically what we saw from them last time these two teams went up against each other. You mentioned it a little bit, obviously, when we were looking at the highlights package in relation to Seattle, but this roster can easily still get this win.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody is doubting that whatsoever, right? I mean, we actually got to see that slightly, especially if you were watching the Delta stream earlier when they were actually facing up against LG. Winning that opening hardpoint, I think, was a lot of eye-openers, specifically for that Hacienda, albeit a 9-point differential. They were taking rounds, both off of the Crossroads as well as the Meltdown. However, when you go back to Seattle, they got 0-3, not once, but twice, as far as a LAN placement is concerned. This Tribe Gaming roster, Robalo, Solo, Space, S-Thug, and Rihan, have found themselves in a little bit of a change after losing to Mayhem, not once, not twice, in an 0-3 fashion in last time's appearance.
So it's gonna be interesting, like you mentioned, to see if they can overcome those demons when it comes down to facing the Team Mayhem. Now with the addition of S-Thug, it should shake things up for sure, but is that enough? That is going to be the question. As we begin to see the Vitoes, we are gonna get to see yet another hard point over on Summit. That is going to be the way to begin it all. Then we would move on to Search and Destroy on Slums and potentially go to a Game 3 of Control yet again on Standoff. So I'd like to ask you once again once you get all that information about, what do you think? What are your initial thoughts in this map selection?
Well, the standoff one is what's probably jumping off the page mostly for me. Again, of all the stats that I had the last time that these two teams faced, it's an entirely different composition for Tribe, right? I mean, you drop Forsaken, you end up going through this entire stage where you need to get prepared to try to reclaim your throne, if you will. And that was just top 3 from North America. And now you have to try to reclaim the idea that you're not worse than a top 8 team. That's what's crazy about the situation. What are these two teams about to go home?
I mean, the mental is super important, not to mention that this is a long day for them, right? They have to be able to start at the beginning, carry their momentum and their good vibes all the way through to right now. That fatigue will come into play, as well as their experience and expertise in these situations, and it's about to kick off. Let's see who takes this one home.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We will get all of your expertise and opinions once we are done with this series. Could be a 2-0, could be a 2-1. Regardless of the matter, only one team will find themselves continuing on this day to try to compete for a spot in that top 8 situation that is going to continue on through the rest of the weekend. One of these two North America powerhouses will end up going home. Summit Hardpoint for Team Mayhem was a map mode combination that actually played against iNCO of all teams earlier, Gil. They lost it, 219 to 250.
This is supposed to be a show, and a show it is, as this NA region has to eliminate itself. At least one of those teams will go home early on day number 1 as we begin this kill action. We don't have to wait for it. Immediately getting everybody running all over the place. We are gonna get to see Jesus with R9 finding a double kill, immediately taking the triple now onto Rehan and standing the control over on point number 1. Goes back up onto point number 2, shoots at a wall, does not matter too much. He knows that there may be someone behind him, goes for that kill, takes it like it's nothing. Just makes it look easy. Jesus in here with a force spree will go for the 5th one. Unluckily enough for him, at a distance, there was space, ready to take that kill. Estog also putting in a lot of work, and here we take a look on Rehan.
7 kills for Jesus, 7 kills for Estog. Could just be the usual suspects you have to be looking out for. Space, though, able to find himself, too. Estog solo cleaning up house soon afterwards. And now you have 35 seconds you can soak up if you are Tribe Gaming here on P2 before you really have to take a focus over towards P3. But I like this call coming through from Tribe, just conceding a decent amount of space, making sure that they have P3 spawns intact, knowing damn well, Gil, that that's the first money hill in the rotation.
Yeah, it's important. It's important for you to get there safe and sound. I already see Rivalo trying to secure that area. They got knocked out of that hill, and it seems like they're gonna be just willing to give it up. Unfortunately enough, Solo spawning all the way across. It's not great, but doesn't matter too much. His allies are still remaining alive where they have to, and as such, the spawns will continue to be in favor of Tribe Gaming. They gave up quite a few seconds over there onto P2, but now on point number 3 is going to be the deal that they need to go after as they take down those operators.
Estog with the Sparrow, Solo with the Equalizer. Prematurely popped. I mean, look, Team Mayhem were at least coming right out from P1, but yeah, no, it absolutely is worth, because I mean, it's space that you have to respect if you are Team Mayhem before you could just start willy-nilly working your way inside of the ski lift here for P3. And by the time that you finally amount your attack through the point, the bait and switch is at the 30-second mark here for P3. Raph, though, able to slide his way on in, finds himself 3. Jesus is able to at least clean up more. Raph finds 4. That is the 5th player taken down. Estog calling in the Predator missile. Might not amount much to anything whatsoever. These teams just feel so equally matched as you have Tribe with those close spawns in the back still.
Gotta love to see it. Gotta love to see it, man. Maybe they didn't take as many points as they would have liked, but that play from Raph, just chef's kiss, was a masterpiece to watch. And now it is going to be Mayhem, the one who rotates first over onto point number 4. But let's see for how long they can actually hold into their advantage, as Jesus is now the one with the Sparrow, ends up killing himself on accident. That's so unfortunate, but not the end of the road, because they got the Annihilator by Kings and the Equalizer by Raph. Kings also down. Rehan finds a double. Raph bites the dust, and that is going to be the clean push towards the side from Tribe as they get inside a triple, a quadra kill with that war machine in favor of Tribe.
I mean, you needed that if you are Tribe. You already work your way back in, shut down a handful of operators for Team Mayhem, and Space is picking things right back up with a two-piece of his own. Now Tribe, about to be over 100 points. They put in the hard work to be able to break inside of what was a absolutely stellar setup for Team Mayhem. They had operators to keep them at bay, Gil, but it didn't amount to anything whatsoever, also clearing away at the back. What a fantastic P3 and P4 rotation coming through from Tribe. They're going to have themselves about a 40-plus point lead going into the second set.
Amazing way of playing there for the side of Tribe. Space just making it rain with the DRH. That's right, yet another weapon joining the fun there with the Blood Rose going to make an appearance here tonight. We're back onto the P1 reset here. Rihan tries to get inside, receiving a lot of damage, and at a distance gets knocked by none other than Kings. Then Cartels, double kill, and that is cleaning the area up for Mayhem. But they gotta be cautious. There's gonna be at least 2 players joining the point at the same time. They take them down like it's nothing. Mayhem now overcoming the trouble from the past, are only 20 seconds behind the opponents. Plenty of time in this kill, and the control still seemingly going in favor of Tribe, in favor of Mayhem. Gets broken yet again in the hands of a shotgun, man.
Yep, Solo putting in the work, finds himself 3 around P1, and albeit Mayhem were at least able to answer back with a decent amount of time off of P1, it's still Tribe with that leader's advantage, breaking back in, trying to keep things scrappy, and they still have a handful of resources that they can tap into. Space still has a Predator missile, S-Thug still has his operator should they want to use it, and now Solo is currently working on a spree of his own, up to 17 total eliminations. Tribe Gaming looking pretty damn good as far as the summit is concerned. Smoke will blossom out around bottom P2, trying to find themselves a little bit of an advantage, but Rihan kind of dip, dive, ducking and dodging around the corner, has some assistance, at least looking for more. It's Cartels to take him down, but Rihan, Raballo, excuse me, right there to answer back in kind. Wonderfully done for Tribe Gaming for a multitude of reasons, Gil. There's 35 seconds remaining on P2, but look at the side of the map that Tribe currently possess.
Look at those numbers. They are still in favor of Tribe. Another War Machine in the hands of Raballo finishes off that kill onto S-Thug at a distance. Let's see how much more they can do with it. Team Mayhem trying to get inside on P2, not being possible so far. Cartels with the double will finally make it happen, but there's only 10 seconds left. Has to find a triple and does it like it's nothing. Quadra now in favor of Cartels, goes for the penta, but Space finally gonna slow things down. He's like, you gotta take a break, my man. Problem is that Mayhem got there first this time around. It was Tribe on the first rotation. Triple now from S-Thug. Sparrow, but gets taken. Oh, still alive. Quadra now for Jesus with that Sparrow, taking much value off of it. So far this game, operators are just being key part of both teams.
Predator missile being called in for Solo is only able to find at least one. That's not going to be enough to break up the monotony for the spawns. You still have one player that was lurking around the back. It was S-Thug, and Blur is actually going to pull out the War Machine himself. That is a great call off of Jesus being able to find 4 there with the Sparrow. Blur's there with the War Machine, keeping them at bay. 30 seconds in towards the bank of Team Mayhem, bringing this lead just down to about 10, and it's going to get shaved off completely. You would feel the spawns have flipped, and you feel like at an inopportune moment if you are Tribe, but you have to try to get reinforcements in here. Kings is just dancing with the devil. Cartels there for the switch as well. It's just 12 seconds you're able to get for Tribe. That means the Team Mayhem, again, have the spawns in the setup for new. They just can't allow to get broken up as easily as they did in the first set.
Okay, great job down there by both sides. Pam gonna be used by, not too sure if that was the hands of Mayhem, but we'll witness how they move forward. Once again, both Annihilator and Equalizer are used at the same time, but Raph immediately gets knocked out by S-Thug, and now it is Tribe, the one with those 2 on top of the Claw that was taken out for a ride by the hands of Space. Jesus cannot do anything about that. Solo with the double, now triple, now quadra kill in his hands. Ravallo gonna help him out. The use of the 100 killer drone at a distance, and Solo just ramming over the opponents, just crushing their dreams. Will allow his allies to continue to have things under their control. Finally, we're gonna see the breakthrough coming down from the hands of Mayhem, but the advantage is always there in favor of Tribe. Mayhem, sorry, has to find something to be done in here, or else they could find themselves in trouble, but they close it down.
It's actually a really big break coming through there for the last 20 seconds here of the second set of hard points, and it'll actually allow Team Mayhem what feels like forever in this map number 1 to be able to flip the lead ever so slightly. It'll be about a dead even game going in towards the third and final set here on Summit in between these two NA powerhouses again. Loser of this series ends up going home. This map 1 might just set the precedent for how this rest of the series will end up panning on out. A lot of operators invested there as far as P4 is concerned. 3 to be exact for Tribe. 2, I believe maybe 3 for Team Mayhem. So going inside of P1, it's realistically the shotgun that Solo just keeps getting away with highway robbery, but it's shut down almost immediately. Wrath there with the hunter-killer drone, able to at least find one. It is a swarm around P1, and Team Mayhem find themselves over the double century mark.
Oh my goodness, Mayhem with things under control, but not that much, if I'm being honest. 30 seconds left inside of this kill, and Mayhem are making it happen. We're gonna see the push here from Rehan. Now with the Fennec, has to be cautious. There's plenty of enemies all over the place. Gets taken down. That's a double. Once again for Raph. The shotguns all over the place. The players are trying their hardest. Mayhem getting dangerously close to victory. Tribe has to do something here. 21 points is what's standing in between victory for the side of Mayhem. Once again, a few extra seconds before we move on to P2.
5 seconds and P2 will pop. 16 seconds is all Team Mayhem need to be able to put this game 1 to rest. It feels like that they have become the Hamburglers of map number 1. Tribe have been leading for so long. Operators in the back pocket for Kings. A Sparrow being popped for Jesus as well. S-Thug also pulling out a Sparrow, but it's Jesus who gets the better of Raballo. The kills might swing in any which direction. It's a pinstripe kill feed, but numbers are subsiding around P2. 243 to 202. S-Thug is able to find 2. Solo calls in the Predator missile. Can it find any value? It might not have to, because S-Thug and Raballo are able to find 2, but Raph and Jesus work their way inside the hill for yet another break. 247, 248. The Annihilator pulled out for Kings, and it kept Tribe at bay. Team Mayhem get the job done. They take map number 1.
That's game. What an ending for Mayhem, doing a tremendous job. Both sides took huge value off of their operators, but in here today, the victory is going in favor of Mayhem yet again. Yet again, my friend. Tribe is under fire. They gotta find a way to seize that fire, or else we know what could be coming their way if they're not careful enough on the next one. But here on the first map, Mayhem is looking really, really clean, really smart about how they're pushing and how skilled they are while playing with our R9, both Wrath and Jesus.
Yeah, and here we have the replay package from that map number 1, and I urge you all to really look at the flip of the switch. Mayhem had themselves a very slight lead, you saw there for at least a mere second, but then Tribe's operator usage became so potent, and they were constantly shutting down Team Mayhem. For me, realistically, it was the way that they were able to break inside of P4 in the first set that gave themselves about like a 25 to almost 30-point lead. But it's not a hard point, baby. I mean, anything can switch at any point in time. That's exactly what came from Team Mayhem in that final set, just putting themselves in the most winningest position possible, just kind of staggering their operators in different streaks as well, and getting the upper hand on the operators and streaks that were being thrown out there from Tribe. Here is the final scoreboard for you all. Of course, 38 and 30 out of S-Thug. Definitely nothing to bat an eyelash at, but on the other side, a lot of good sharing of the legwork coming through there between Jesus Cartels and Kings.
Yeah, and those 2 minutes 14 seconds for Jesus were really clean. We heard how he's the IGL, but he's not only calling the plays, he is also having an impact inside of those hills, and you have to be right. If you're with a shotgun, of course you can be always rushing for the enemy, but what best would be to just be inside of the hill, constantly focusing on getting those kills from inside of that hill, making value from each and every single time you have an encounter with an opponent. That R9 was fire for him, was fire for the side of Jesus. And there we could take a quick glance onto Blur's history on teams. You know, he was with On Dream Team, moved on to Luminosity, and then we moved on to Seminole, then Simplicity, to end up with none other than Mayhem.
Absolutely insane seeing how many different teams that Blur has been a part of. Obviously, we talked very heavily at the beginning of this broadcast about what Blur would look like on that LG roster back in Grand Finals of 2022 back in Raleigh. But times have changed. Now we find ourselves up here on this Team Mayhem roster, but we have to shift our focus towards Search and Destroy. Map number 2, specifically between these two teams. I got a funny stat read for you here, Gil. None of these teams have played Slum Search and Destroy, not only just today, but also in the last season of SPS.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting then. Of course, we know that both of them have really good snipers. They have good shotguns that apparently people are beginning to use more and more here on Slums. It's gonna be interesting once again to see how these two face each other on those initial seconds. As I mentioned in the past, Slums, to my opinion, is the second fastest map to play on Search and Destroy right after Express. Right, Express undoubtedly is just the fastest map. Then right behind that is Slums. Mayhem can make it happen, make it rain quite quickly, so Tribe has to be careful. In the past, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Tribe lose 7-1, not on this map, it was on Summit that they got 7-1 because of how quickly the opponents were playing. So Mayhem could try to capitalize on that same interaction where they are just doing things happen so quickly that Tribe just doesn't find an answer on time.
I will say this much, that the last time that I saw Tribe play on a Slums S&D, it was a slightly different composition, but it was against LG in the most recent SPS Open Finals. That was not even a few weeks ago, it was also online, so take that as you will. Let's get into this now, shall we? Team Mayhem up on offense first for the opening few rounds. All 10 players very much so still alive until Rehan ends up hearing me talk about it, takes down Kings for first blood.
That's right, first blood in favor of the side of Tribe. Kings to the ground. Blur with the sniper, and so is Space. Space, oh my god, bad man. I always love Space playstyle when it comes down to Search and Destroy. My man loves those wallbang situations. He's not the only one, but I'd say that's the player that I've seen hit nasty wallbangs the most often in the past, because he's trying that all rounds long. He likes to do that just in case, just for the show, and also because a kill is a kill, man. If he's right in front of you, if he's behind a wall, if he's 1,000 meters away, a kill is a kill, and that's exactly what he looks for every single time. Blur, there it is, through a wall, takes that kill onto Revalo. Rehan immediately answers back by eliminating Jesus.
It's more than just even the kill, too, the information, so that way an SMG can slide around the corner and be able to get that kill. Oh, there's so much value they could have just being an absolute nerd on Search and Destroy. No.
No, right?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, through the crevasse of the wood panels? Oh! Timing is everything. Blur takes down Space, now a 3v3 on the map. Cartel still has the bomb, and they're going to take this rotation over towards A or B. But the biggest issue is that you can take a look at the minimap. Triber's still set up for this push.
Blur takes that kill. Airstock trying to shut it down, finds the double. Great reaction time there for Airstock, but there's Raph, there's a shotgun, there's the opportunity. Takes kill number 1, immediately goes for the second. He gets confused for a second. He doubted himself. He thought he had time to take out the gloves, and that's the doom of that round for Mayhem, as Tribe's player Airstock closes that one up in their way.
That opening round was exciting for all the wrong reasons. And it's got me feeling some type of way. Tribe, that 1 round lead, all off the first blood that they were able to find for themselves. The snipes here on Slums might just be everything, but how about a nade coming through from Robalo? Hold back. Cartels taken out of the round. Inside a handful of other teammates, and just before you blink and the nade gets set over the top, first blood was found by Team Mayhem. Keep in mind you, Tribe closed it out in a very quick fashion.
I think I blinked 3 times, and all of a sudden everybody was like,
dead.
Can someone explain to me what just happened? Airstock, yet again, with a great round. He took 3 on the first, he takes 2 on the second. Revalo with that double kill with the nade, just out of this world, ladies and gentlemen. The side of Tribe, they know that they are in a difficult spot, but that does not mean that they're out. Now, though, there's going to be an answer for Mayhem as they take down Do and immediately capitalize on it by planting the bomb.
Forcing the issue. Numbers here for Mayhem. And a post-plant solo breaking cameras, taking down Blur. Bringing this down to a 3v3. 30 seconds till detonation. Shotgun art, I know, missing a little bit wide there with the pellets. Now bringing it down to a 1v3. Kings gets caught lacking. Are you kidding me? The retake is so good. S-Thug is now up to 7 eliminations. Tribe can do no wrong. They have yet to drop a round.
They gotta take him down. They gotta take S-Thug down. 3 rounds, 7 kills. This man is on a spree, unstoppable so far in this game of search and destroy. Slums. Let's see what round 4 brings for us. Cartels picks up that bomb. So far on the side of Mayhem, it's been Blur, the one with the most kills. That's gonna be 4 in total for him. Jesus with a nade, gonna take down Solo. Important player, but now with the one with the most kills so far. So still gotta be cautious, gotta be careful as to how they want to approach this. You have it there. Rehan takes that kill into Kings.
2 goose eggs for Team Mayhem to the goose egg as far as a round count is concerned. You feel like something needs to change here before you find yourself down considerably for this offensive side. Bomb's gonna get carried by Cartels now. 4v4 on the map. Ring control is there for Raballo. Ball bangs at least through the truck. Now back through at least the shop. Not gonna really pick up much of anything. I mean, players are dropping still. Blur gets gunned down. That's not your sniper. Taken out of commission for this round. And you feel like this is just gonna have to be done the hard way. You're in a numbers disadvantage. It might just have to be brute force. If you even have any throwables left, you might need them to be able to create some space. The reach out from S-Thug comes through. Finally, the raid boss is taken down.
All right, I like that, I like that. 50 seconds left, and S-Thug finally gets taken down. Not before taking a kill, though. That is going to be 8 total for him, averaging 2 so far each round. Let's see what his team has to say. They still have the player lead, and with Ravallo taking down Cartels, that means that Jesus is on his own. Jesus here in a 1v3 will be collapsed from different angles at once. Not much there to be done. 4-0 lead in favor of Tribe, man.
It really does feel like that all of these rounds have been settled in what he honestly feels like the first 10 to 20 seconds, except for the one round that Team Mayhem were able to get the bomb planted very, very quickly. Something needs to give. 4-0. No kills yet for Kings, and the battle through ring is just not favorable as Thug strikes first, but Cartels around the corner. Gonna be able to at least find 2. That is the answer that you needed. That B-bomb site is looking pretty darn juicy as it's gonna get planted, and now Team Mayhem can get a very good post plant here to boot.
That's right, bomb is down, but can they defend? Space walking forward, yet to find a kill, will go against Cartels. And there is seemingly going to be something going on here as Space gets knocked out by Raph. They are trying their hardest. Blur is the only one alive. Double kill for Ravallo. Bomb is gonna be defused. And ladies and gentlemen, that's another point going in favor of Tribe. Yes, they took down S-Thug, but he's not the only threat.
It just can't be that easy, can it?
It shouldn't be.
It really shouldn't be. The way that you had Cartel slide around, find himself those 2 kills in response to the first blood that Tribe were able to collect for themselves. And the post plant was mostly around ring. The information trade is so good for Tribe. Last round of this side. Will Team Mayhem be able to convert an offense? The opening duel through the middle of the map was looking pretty good to at least go 1 for 1, but Raballo, before he got taken down, puts a nade into the lap of an enemy player. 3v3.
That's right, 3v3. 5-0 lead for Tribe. Let's see how they make it this time around. S-Thug looking to get onto double-digit numbers in here. Can he do it, though? I'm sure he can, but will he, though? That's the real question now. So far, just getting back, trying to build themselves back up before doing anything. Bomb's gonna be collected by Blur. The 3v3 continues. You know, not much has happened since I started talking. Why, you may ask? At this point, I feel like it's because Mayhem just does not want to have to be under more fire than they already been having so far this game.
Blur completely turns back around and looks towards the garage and is assuming maybe somebody's flanking through the cemetery. It's not the case at all. Team Mayhem are scared, but has a nice little nade spot to at least set up the cross. Doesn't find anything whatsoever. Gonna take down a trophy, sure, whatever. Bomb's gonna get planted here. Clock will reset. Up to about 45 seconds here. It starts to detonate soon. And Tribe are now cautious on how they're supposed to break down this setup. They've done it through every single round that the bomb has been planted. Space gets cut down. What feels like in forever the Team Mayhem actually have themselves a numbers advantage on the map. Taking down Rihan leaves S-Thug in a 1v3. Has been the raid boss this entire time for Tribe. Growl in hand, gonna throw out a couple warning shots, but it's just taking too much time. You don't have enough time to be able to find all 3 of these kills. As great as that one is onto Raph, you would have to start defusing, well, right now, and it's not gonna be the case at all. So at least Team Mayhem, on their offensive side, at least take a round. But now you essentially have to go flawless for your defense, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, it took him 6 rounds to find a point, which is something, is definitely something, but is it too late though? That's the biggest question right now. As you mentioned, we're gonna be flipping spawns. Let's see how the side of Tribe tries to continue with the reign of terror. Solo finds first blood. Jesus finds a kill, gets taken down. The answer all over the place. Everything's chaotic. All of a sudden, we got a 2v2 in just a few seconds. It was like 20 seconds, and 6 people die one after the other. No advantage so far, and luckily enough for the side of Tribe, they still got control over the bomb.
Oh, he saw him cross. Information being traded. The only problem is that nobody knows that Raballo just works his way over towards Broken and is just somehow already past the A bomb site. And now you know where Blur's located at. He's gonna get a couple shots, at least over inside the courtyard, but is immediately being chowed over by the cemetery. Snipe misses just a bit outside. And Raballo's thinking twice about how he wants to go for this challenge, knowing that he's going up against a double weapon setup in the back pocket of Blur. The most important part about all of this is that he does have the bomb, and Blur wanted nothing to do with it at all. He's gonna go for the reload, and he's just gonna play for the retake.
Smart. Smart, in my opinion. Plants the bomb. Now makes Blur having to be the one to get closer. He can try to position himself as best as he can. He's got the grow. The growl. He also has a sniper, if I'm not mistaken, so he can play those 2 scenarios at the same time as he sees fit. Well, Blur, yeah, of course, has that pistol that's automatic, but still not enough. At that distance, he should not be winning with that. Yet he somehow is. 4 bullets, tries to reload, does it, goes for like, what's going on? Finally takes that kill. A little bit of body shooting, because why not, man? Why not? Takes that kill, will defuse on time and in style as well.
All right, let's take a quick little breather here if you are Blur, okay? You're still down by 3 rounds.
Right?
Only took 1 offensive round, but I love the calculated body shots and just getting to the bomb in time to be able to get the defuse.
It was risky. It was risky.
There was a lot of risk in for the Biscuits. Won't say that much. Second offensive attempt now for Tribe. A lot of focus towards the middle of the map. I mean, somehow, some way, Solo was just able to lurk his way closer towards that A bomb site. Gets blooded because of it, but not before Kings gets first blooded. Rihan also trying to overextend, coming up with absolutely nothing. Immediately leaves this in a 3v4, but the switch play was the bomb was planted here at B, 3v4.
That's right. Ooh, another nade kill, this time in favor of Blur. Will allow a 4v2. The bomb still not defused. They gotta be careful about that. Less than 30 seconds left, and they are trying to juke them out, trying to make them retrieve. Not gonna be enough. Raph with a kill, Blur with a second. They got plenty of time to defuse this bomb. That's another round, and maybe Blur was on something. He felt like he was good in that scenario, and the team is as well. As they take not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds in a row. Looking a whole lot better than what we started with.
Yeah, 3 rounds on the bounce is no easy feat on Slums. 1 offense, 2 retakes. This really has been the game of defense besides the 1 offense. But it is a game, a map number 2 that is on such thin ice for Team Mayhem. Still trailing by 2. 2 more rounds, and Tribe will have themselves a date with Team Mayhem in a map number 3. So all 10 players alive. Blur holding the cross, though. Solo's going to get gunned inside of Arches. And look at the forward position here for Raph. They know that they have him trapped around Cemetery.
Okay, a minute and 28. Another long nade that could do something. No. Unfortunately enough for Raph, that was barely missing the spot. Does not matter too much. They still got the first blood. They still have the enemies having to push eventually. They still got time. There's a minute left, but it's not the scenario that Tribe wanted to be, right?
No, it's not. We're trapped inside of the garage, trapped around Cemetery as well. Nade cooked up, but not going to be finding much of anything. Blur
slides on in, finds the kill on the space. Now it's 3v5. Numbers favoring Blur, feeling himself. Finds himself the third in the round, looking for the ace. The wallbang's not going to come up with much of anything whatsoever as Esthug and Roballo forced to run with their tails tucked between their legs, trying to think twice about how they can maybe try to salvage this round.
Okay, I like it. I like it, Mayhem. I like the way it looks so far. 3 in a row, looking for the fourth one. Rep pushing over there onto the enemy's back. Not gonna be enough, though. The surprise factor was not enough to fight off against Roballo, who's now onto 13 kills in his way. I was about to mention on King's lack of kills, finally breaks that donut with a double. Kings appearing when the team needed him to be at. Double kill for Kings, another round for Mayhem. 4 in a row, what a change of pace in favor of Mayhem.
Dude, Blur has found his mojo.
Oh boy, does he?
Up to 15 kills. Nades over the top. Not gonna find anything whatsoever, but damn, is Solo hitting through the middle of the map very fast. Roballo set nade does take down Kings, and Rihan's able to take down Cartels after he finds the initial trade. So now a 4v3. Bomb still being carried by Rihan, currently planting it there at B, as Esthug takes down another in return. Blur and Jesus versus the 4 players of Tribe. Where could they be lurking at?
That's the question. That's the question. 30 seconds left. And Mayhem has to do something, has to make it happen. 4v2. An awful situation to be at after 4 consecutive rounds. Are they finally going to drop the ball? It seemingly could be the case with less than 20 seconds left. Jesus finds the kill onto Solo. Immediately Blur tries to capitalize on it. Jesus tries to push forward. Blur gonna get taken down by Rihan. There's no more opportunity, no more second chances. Esthug finally finds himself with more kills into his pocket. Another round for Tribe, a 6-4 lead. We're gonna have a few map points going in favor of Tribe.
This is the hardest part about slums. That bomb can get planted, but if you hesitate and you're down in numbers, there's just too many corners and you cannot allow that much time to go the way of the bomb being detonated. So need a good response here. Solo space though, gonna answer back with 2 of their own. It's starting to look like we got map 3 written all over it. Tribe now up on map point. 4 versus 3 on the map. Cartels, Blur, and Kings against the 4 and the might of Tribe Gaming. Bomb still being carried here by Roballo. And they're just gonna stack up together. Why the hell not? Play for the trade, just don't get lined up and allow Kings just to tear you all down. There's the first, slides on over towards the second, can't get the second kill. But now it's up to Cartels to hit the flank with the Fennec in hand. Finds the first, looks right, but doesn't turn to his left. And it just might spell disaster, 1v1. Blur versus Esthug. Bomb has been dropped on the B bomb site, but Esthug knows that he has so much time left to play. He's gonna wrap around entirely, and I think Blur might have this scouted.
I just find it amazing on the side of Team Mayhem. 17 kills for Blur. That's nearly as much as the remaining of the players. Not quite yet there, but it's close to it. Blur doing an amazing, amazing job. The player that Mayhem needed when they needed him the most, but look at Esthug's positioning. Does he not know? He doesn't with the deagle, takes out the sniper, misses that shot. Oh my goodness, I don't know how they two got into that position, but Blur manages to survive somehow.
Esthug makes his way through junk. He's gonna recover the bomb here at B. Blur off that information, just completely gives it up. He clears the A bomb site. Where can you go in time to the deagle? Blur takes down Esthug, adds some more extra to the end of it. It's gonna get Team Mayhem their 5th round on the board, brings us within 1. Tribe still up on map point, but the trades throughout the entirety of that round was everything.
Ah man, Jesus Christ, Blur, he knows what he's doing, right? We sort of questioned him when he was body shooting, but it makes sense when you, at this point, got 18 kills going your way. It can only make sense. 11 rounds, 18 kills out of this world. On the opposite hand, you not only got Esther with 14, but also Roballo with 15 kills. These two have been shredding to pieces their opponents now as they once again try to close that one up, but this time 7-5.
First blood found again by Tribe. But just because they find the first blood doesn't mean that Team Mayhem are out of it quite yet. Numbers advantage doesn't really matter much of anything for Team Mayhem as they have been stringing together a handful of rounds and they keep this within 1. Of course, Tribe still up on map point. First to 7, got to win by 2.
But look at the forward positioning all the way through ring for Team Mayhem. You have Blur that is watching that A bomb site, players around wing, or around ring, excuse me, and they're just lurking around B, expecting for them to push, because every single offensive take for Tribe so far has just been flooding from the garage archway and trying to get on that B bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really important for Mayhem to take it one step at a time. There's still plenty of time for them to screw up in somehow, some way. So they're trying not to. They already lost Raph, which is not great, but it's not the end of the world either. So they're just taking it slow, waiting patiently for the right timing, not to push forward because they don't have to, but rather to stop a potential push from the opponents. 40 seconds left. They know that it has to be done soon, or else the time is gonna go against the side of Tribe, as there's only 30 seconds left here.
They're trying to wait for Solo. Maybe try to find something through the middle of the map. Blur takes him down on the cross space. Was able to find Kings, but now you try to push at 24 seconds. In the setup was that much better for Team Mayhem, trying to force themselves extra rounds. Can Space do it? 1v2, 12 seconds remains, and he doesn't have the bomb. It's not looking too likely. Team Mayhem coming back from the depths. Has the opportunity, maybe try to put them on the spin cycles, able to get the jump shot onto one. Trying to plant the bomb, trying to bait out at least the shot, but there's just not enough time on the clock. Team Mayhem gets 6 on the board. It's an all-tied game.
Oh my goodness, that was way closer than it should have been. Quite honestly, it shouldn't have been that close, but it was. Does not matter too much. Mayhem take the point nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, we're taking over time into our hands. In case you have missed it from the past couple of months, that means that one of the two teams has to take 2 rounds in a row, and Mayhem are going at it. Cartels with a kill, Ruff with a double. That is going to be making it now a 1v5. Rehan on his own takes the kill, but it's not going to be enough. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mayhem, the one with the opportunity to take it home.
That's not just map point here, Gil. That is series point. If Mayhem win this defense, which has looked fantastic for them in the past several, Tribe are eliminated from Worlds 2023. S-Suck's gonna be able to find the first blood, immediately answered back. The setup has been broken. Player number 5 in blue has already broken past the line. Solo's gonna take down Kings. Now these last 2 players for both Jesus and Blur are kind of pushed all the way back through junk. One player tried to go check over by the A bomb site, finds absolutely nothing, but the 2v4 has ensued. Now history through this map number 2 has really showcased that Team Mayhem don't clear this very quickly, and just when they try to pounce, Jesus gets cut down. Space with a nice little timing. This is looking like it's going to at least go to a few more extra rounds, unless Blur can do something magical.
Man, look at Blur trying his hardest. He does get one, but Blur eventually falls to the hands of Solo, I believe. That's gonna even that score once again. Oh man, this is just a lot of emotions that I'm feeling right now. We're moving on to round 15. That's right, 7-7, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not gonna be over soon. Why, you may ask? Because these two are trying to tear apart each other, but there's no clear winner just yet.
Nice nade to open up for Solo. It's gonna take down Blur, 4v5. No trades to speak of. And look at the response coming through off of that first blood. Solo is just gonna be playing over by that full wall, just outside of the graveyard. Waiting to see if anybody will try to push all the way through. The same could be said for Raph. Over by that A bomb site. Warning shots you hear ringing through slums. That's because Space is trying to find some wall bangs information. Not kind of coming up with much of anything at all, but this setup and Tribe have through the middle of the map is a tough one to crack. Need to be able to find at least a pick and try to get that bomb planted, but you have a lot of time to do it.
It's not going to be easy for Tribe, but they have managed to find the first blood, which has been really, really important so far on the rounds that they do end up winning. And oh, and not only was a kill, but also a kill onto Blur, right?
Yeah.
The most valuable player for Mayhem is down on a really important round for them. It's possible, yes, but it's gonna be difficult.
They're struggling to be able to find some information. Tribe just stacked around ring. Knowing at this point it has to damn well be coming over towards B because Space has not seen anything. He hasn't gotten any information whatsoever with these wall bangs, hasn't seen anybody cross. The same could be said specifically for Rabalo, who's holding the angle outside of Graveyard. Now the push needs to start coming through. 20 seconds remain. The smoke has started to blossom out in the push to follow. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring that of Tribe. Team Mayhem nowhere to be found on the offense. It's Tribe that now take a 1-round lead.
That's right, Tribe once again can take that breath of hopefully going for the third map, but it's not easy, it's not easy. Once again, Mayhem are going to try to defend this time. Yes, they took down Blur quite early, and that was a huge impact as to why they managed to get so clean in here. Solo gonna be pushing, not gonna work out in his way. Rap with the double kill. This monster knows how to defend, does get a few bullets there onto Rivalo, not gonna be enough, but he does know that there's someone to the left gonna be cooking a nade that's not even necessary, man. Rihan alone, 1v4 proper. This is a non-ending game. Why, you may ask? Because they're just not willing to give up.
Well, Tribe really did think that they were cooking up something with 5 players just trying to rush in towards A-bomb.
But then there's Rihan, right?
Yeah, I'll say.
I mean, Raph, yes.
No stuns whatsoever. Like, just thinking, yeah, we're just going to go against the head glitch of the A-bomb side. And Raph is just like, yeah, thank you. I'm licking my lips, waiting for this the entire time. Even Stevens, once again, first attempt now. Got to win 2 in a row for the overtime rules. And how about that? Team Mayhem, a flip of a switch. Where was the beat? The A defense, Tribe? What are we doing out here? You're going to allow the bomb to get planted here at A scot-free? All 10 players were standing previously. Kings did get first blooded, but the post plant is looking like a damn good one if you are Team Mayhem. They just have to try to stay alive. Already lost 2 along the way.
My God, Blur takes kill number 22 with less than 30 seconds left. It is yet again Mayhem trying to make it happen. Cartel takes that kill, but gets executed by S-Dog. 3v2, player lead in favor of Tribe. They try to push forward. Jesus with the kill, tries to go for more. Not gonna be possible. They are gonna defuse that bomb yet again, allowing them to be on the lead. This overtime is still going, but Tribe tries once more. Tribe are in the lead. I just don't know, man. It's been wild out here.
You don't know. I don't know. Lauren doesn't know. I don't even think these 2 teams know. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about out here? Offensive attempt now for Tribe. Have the opportunity to try to push it towards a map number 3. It's going to be a full flood over towards B. And now we're just getting goofy. Now, at this point, we're just running at each other. Raph has the read. It was over by the A-bomb side in the previous defense. Now it's going on over by the B-bomb.
They're done,
it's just space. 1v4. Make it happen. Do it. Force a game number 3. Finds the first on the Cartels in the snap. Crackle, but ain't no pop. Raph's going to take him down in return. Go a few extra rounds.
I mean, they're so over this game. They are all rushing, like they're running, they're trying, but man, it's just wild out here. It does not even make sense no more. We're on round number, what is this, 19? Yes, round 19, and yet to proclaim a winner of this map, ladies and gentlemen. Through the smoke, look at that aggression coming down from Mayhem. That is going to be quite a surprise for the opponents. As S-Dog completely shuts down that opportunity with a double. There's gonna be the answer in favor of Mayhem, who takes the opportunity to also plant that bomb.
Keep in mind, we are indoors here, but it's looking a little windy in the middle of the map, let me tell you that much. 3v3, post-plant situation, 35 seconds till the bomb does detonate. And the way that Tribe are very gingerly waiting for any pick to come through from Rihan might just spell disaster. They are slowly encroaching forward. Unbeknownst to them, the way that this post plant is set up is all inside of the garage, just kind of peeking, poking, and prodding, and Blur throws a little bit more than a shoulder. That's like your whole torso coming out the door. Bomb being hopped.
They defuse,
and
man.
just defusing. Yeah, you saw Space was just laying prone. He's just inchworm jimming his way over towards the bomb. For the defuser, works out. Sure, why not? Try to take a 1-round lead.
Didn't I say that Mayhem struggles with actually making sure that they don't defuse in their faces? That's the second time now that's happened against them. I don't know, man. It's nothing new, but it still hurts. It hurts to see something like that. Tribe has the lead. Cartels finds the first blood. Immediate aggression coming down from Rob. Now going to be possible triple going in favor of Tribe all of a sudden. Once again, they have the opportunity to take it home. Blur executed. The only one alive is going to be Jesus Staves, who takes that kill into solo, refuses to give up. Changes that 1v3 onto a 1 versus 2. The bomb is already down, and Jesus, with everything against him, will try to go for that miracle play.
He has a nade. Throwables to utilize. Double weapon setup to play with. Oh, there's so many different quarters that they could be lurking in. 20 seconds remain until the bomb does detonate. Taking a little bit longer. No, he gives up the scope and the angle. He knows where one player's located at, but time is on his side. He's waiting for the chow to come through. They're just sprinting at him. No, Jesus, please. Can't land the shots.
Do it.
Whatsoever, he's currently being pinched as well. There's not enough time on the clock. Space takes down Jesus. And it finally is over. Try. Take map number 2 in a dramatic and weird fashion. 11-9 is the final scoreline after a 6-1 half. And we're going to a map number 3.
I mean, that took 20 rounds and finally Tribe takes it. And I'm not too sure, like, of course they're happy, but not as happy as they could be. They were winning 5-0. They were winning 5-0. It shouldn't have been that close, but it was. Unfortunately enough for them, it ended up going their way, no matter what. Which means that we will be going to that game 3, and that also means that they finally, once again, take a map away off of the hands of Mayhem, which they've struggled in the past, but tonight, they have done it once more. Tribe are alive and can attempt to continue to do so as we begin to see the highlights from this game.
It was a long one. Hope everybody had enough water to carry them through all of that crazy loop-de-loop that we had as far as a map number 2 is concerned. You saw right there, before this one highlight, it was 5-1 in all of those rounds in sequence of one another for Team Mayhem, specifically on the defense, was absolutely insane to say the least. It was a long grueler that finally ended in an 11-9 favor. But man, do I tell you, Tribe do not want to go home, not quite early indeed. It was a very long one to say the least. 20 kills for S-Thug, dead even for Robalo, 17-17. Blur, 25-12 for the L is absolutely insane, Gil. I cannot imagine how you have to feel if you are Team Mayhem, bringing that back from the depths and knowing that the job is not done quite yet.
Yes, and as we take a glance onto all of what has going on so far, why don't we take a look also onto the pit alongside with Shift.
It's getting a little empty back here. And that's because we're sending a lot of teams home. Just a moment ago, we did have a handful of updates in the elimination side of things. Again, it's a bit of a pity party down here. But Powerhouse, Loops, squaring up against one another. Really interesting series. It did only last 2 maps, but both maps were relatively close. Powerhouse in particular is starting to live up to their name. Maybe here a little bit later than they would have liked. A really good takeoff performance, 250 to 204, and then they got themselves onto Express, where they were able to take the Surge, destroy 7-3, eliminating Loops from competition. So, Latin America down pretty bad right now. iNCO, who finished 3rd last year, gets eliminated, not winning a series. Roster issues, of course, not exactly helping them out. But here as well, Loops, the number 2 seed out of LATAM, also getting eliminated. So it's getting a little empty down here in the pit, but we still have a handful of teams still squaring off. Another small quick update. Kings defeated by their in-region rival of Exclusive. So not only are you guys dealing with some team blood up there on the main stage, we had some down here as well. Still a couple of games still to come, so we'll keep you guys updated as they finish off. But for now, back up to you guys to finish off your series.
Thank you so much, Shift. Greatly appreciate all that you're doing down there. Hope you're not getting too lonely, and there's a couple chairs that you can play musical chairs with by yourself. Regardless of the matter, we have a banger of a main stage matchup in between Tribe versus Team Mayhem. Again, this is a grudge match all the way from the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro series, and honestly speaking, Tribe are looking to try to get this job done in 3. Here is the spray paint of that, Loops getting taken out. This is just like, this adds like an extra level of grit as far as the tournament is concerned. And
Again, as far as this main stage matchup is concerned, as obviously commiserations towards Loops, thank you so much for showing up and showing out for your region. One of these two teams and their beautiful spray painted logo on that wall might get are gonna get eliminated here. It goes to a crossroads control. And this is where things get extremely interesting. On the day, both of these teams have played it once. Team Mayhem faced off against iNCO and went the distance to around 5. And then you and I got to watch that Tribe versus Luminosity Crossroads 4-round grueler. They got put in the absolute spin cycle when it came down to the last round.
That's right. So far, it's not pretty on them when they go there. But one of the two is going to break that curse some way or another. Now, game number 3, and this is only the beginning of the end for one of these two teams. Space takes the first blood with an Nate Blur. Immediately tries to push forward and defend. Not gonna be possible though, as Space takes that kill alongside with Solo, who is now inside of that kill. Tries to take as much time as possible, but that first take I thought was coming through, but not quite there for the side of Tribe.
Standoff is a fickle beast, and it keeps Grandma working overtime, just in case if those spawn traps might occur. Raph with the R90 shotgun, trying to put in that overtime. Not gonna get the better of Space though, so good trades to at least speak of. Half progression over by A. Lives aren't too far gone, keep in mind you, as Tribe are recollecting themselves over by Square and potentially trying to get them more players around Hotel, but it's not really working out in their favor whatsoever. A zone not going to be looking pretty good for Tribe. They're back towards their spawns. They do have players around these back building areas closer towards Team Mayhem's spawn, but nobody's realistically moving, just trying to find a couple picks as they do have a player on A.
That's right, 15 to 13 when it comes down to lives. Revallo continuously getting time inside of Alpha, holding his ground with the Grow. There's gonna be the push coming down from Cartels, not going to be enough. The space is still being taken. The point is under control for Tribe, who continue to cause trouble on the side of Mayhem. That's working nearly to perfection. That is gonna increase the timer. That is going to mean some TDM. You know, they are going after the lives because time no longer should be an issue for the side of Tribe.
It's important to remember, of course, when it comes down to that round 5 defense, should you want that here in standoff control, it is favored towards segments of aggression first. We'll have to see how things pan out, even if we do reach a round number 5. 6 plays up against 9. Not a whole lot of respawns left to be playing with. Battling and dancing around Hotel, our Tribe at this moment of time. Pretty spread out defense if you are looking at it from Mayhem's perspective. Around the bakery, players pushed up past Square, looking at Grandma's as well. Now with 5v8, Team Mayhem have to play this perfectly if they want to hold on.
All right, Revallo gets yet another kill, this time on 2 Kings. Remember, no more spawns. Estok with a kill. There's a bit of a 360 for Space. Not going to be possible. Gets taken down. That's a 2v7. Jesus under fire. 2 players pushing at once. That's more than enough to knock him down. Raph on a 1v7. Not a whole lot he can do over here as they begin to take the objective. And on top of that, they got ready on those operators their way. Here's Raph pushing with the shotgun, goes for the stellar appearance. That's just not enough. It is not enough. Tribe with a really good round 1. Take that point.
Yep, sure will. Big offensive advantage, being able to take any round here on standoff from the offense perspective is a massive deal if you ask me. Very interesting take when it comes down to standoff control is that Team Mayhem all the way through the last season of SBS and even today have yet to play it. So have to have a lot of consideration for the map pick that is here on standoff. Opening break-off, dead even in between these two teams, but still favoring that of the defense, not unless Cartels can pick up much of anything through this gas station. And while Solo had an inkling, an idea that there was probably going to be a player lurking back here, albeit he'd be right, not going to be able to get the gunfight in his favor. And at least if you are Tribe, you do have a couple operators to kind of dip your toes in from that last round in all of its efforts. Claw immediately pulled out by Space, then immediately put to rest. Team Mayhem have themselves a decent life advantage as they're 2-prong attacking in on 2 different sides.
Great job done so far there for Mayhem. They are capturing the objectives. They are getting those kills. there's a response there for Rivalo, takes a double, goes for more, tries to do it, solo gets knocked down. Jesus doing a great job at taking that kill and capitalizing on it. Once again, we've talked about this in the past. It's not only about the kills, which are, yes, they are really important, but they are not the only thing. Double there for Solo to clean that space. And as such, the side of Tribe continue to defend. The time is still ticking. But there's 50 seconds left, which means plenty of time for the side of Mayhem to try to figure something out.
And they are at least able to get those 3 segments of progression, albeit not collecting an entire zone. Means that those 60 seconds are missing from the clock comparatively to what Tribe had in their last offense. Now working on that 3rd segment over by A. The question comes down to Tribe. Do you call for S-Thug to pull out that operator? On the opposite side, if you are Team Mayhem, do you use one of these 3 operators to at least confirm this offensive attempt? The flank to potentially come through from the gas station to go back bakery isn't amounting much of anything. It's already been put to rest. 60 seconds added on towards the board, and lives are dead even, but Team Mayhem already have themselves a segment at B.
That's right, 10 for each. Bravo being defended by 3 players. Rihan trying to be sneaky there over on gas station. Not going to happen. Cartels immediately shuts that down. Rihan then bounces a nade off of the back of Space, not allowing him to have that much of an impact with it. Space pushing here with the Kilo. Once again playing with that Kilo this time though. Changing the skin this time is going to be the beautiful Demon song that's going to be used for none other than Space and his Kilo. 9 to 9, 50 seconds left. Rihan will take that kill onto Rav. And ladies and gentlemen, this is as close as it gets. These 2 teams are trying. We saw it on Search and Destroy, and we get to see it once again as Solo takes that kill on Control.
Cartel's trying to again once put himself on the flank past the gas station, trying to get himself in a 1v1 what potentially would be up against Space. Rivalo will pull out the War Machine, trying to keep all these players honest and at bay.
Are they gonna play more? If they're gonna play more, I don't care.
1, 2, also finds 3 on the flank. He is pulling these defenders back. Now a life advantage there for Team Mayhem, albeit by 1.
You know the big teams, they already finished and they already got qualified, I believe.
Down to 6 seconds.
Wolves,
gonna pull out the Sparrow, takes down 2, but not before he takes himself out of commission. 2v2, but they can't get on the zone. Just narrowly missing out on the round. Able to at least get that 1 segment, but still, by the skin of their teeth, they try to hold on.
That's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting, man.
No way, Burt lost to SPG?
Close. They used so many resources there.
No
with the nades,
way.
of course, but clearly the operators are something that Mayhem will be missing as they lose that round.
Oh yeah,
they have
then
to do
I guess
something, and they have to do it now. They're
exclusive
losing.
and
Tribe are trying to come back around on this game. Number 3, they lost in that hard point. They managed to take it home on Search and Destroy, and here in Control, they are indeed controlling the minds of the opponents who
Tribe
are
or
now
Team
losing
Mayhem, they are
heavily.
gonna
Ladies and gentlemen,
play
Mayhem
and then
under fire.
they're gonna decide 3 teams from them, right?
Because they're even capturing both
No, but it says on
same time. What has happened?
the game playing right now is low, and Burt was in the high.
One saving grace if you're looking for Team Mayhem. You do have resources at your disposal, or have resources at your disposal. The equalizer gets pulled out for Rap, immediately put to rest. The Streaks not also coming up with anything whatsoever, so now there's no operators available for either of these 2 teams at this moment of time. It's back towards old tried and true Call of Duty.
Anyways, this one is high and this
trying to
one
force
is
their
low.
hand
I don't know what that
all the way through
means,
gas station, getting back behind Hotel.
Like
Team Mayhem are trying to flip it on the opposite side. You have 1 player lurking inside a deli. That will be Jesus. There's another player trying to lurk around Grandma's car.
That is so weird that like Burt played well against LG in hardpoint especially, but then they got 2 all. So basically when you lose so many games, you need to play a lot of games, you know? When you just win games, you just get qualified, like LG and Wolves, like. But then when you lose the game, you just need to play games again and again and again and again, which is really tiring and
there it is, another kill for Tribe. Another opportunity for success. Annihilator in the hands of Rehan. Immediately we're going to be using another operator by the hands of that Claw. Space trying to make it happen. Space trying to destroy Cartels with a surprise play. Will be pushing from behind. 3 lives left. Keys with the double. Drive, Ahmad to make it happen. Mayhem are falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. Double for Solo gets taken down. Blur is the last hope alive. Rivaldo somehow dies to the hands of Blur.
Tribe
I don't know
is gonna
what's
win
going
this.
on, but he manages to survive, still defending the inside of this. He takes the kill. It's not enough.
That push was crazy though. I swear he already knew that he's gonna die, but he just decided to die quickly, like peeking like that.
First series, they're gonna survive and they're gonna knock down yet another team, this time from North America.
It's legitimately just that keyword, survive. I mean, the hard point was looking pretty darn convincing when it was from Tribe's perspective. Immediately flipped back on its head, and Team Mayhem were able to win at 250 to 205. The Search and Destroy should have been the end all be all. We somehow go 20 rounds, and Tribe just narrowly escaped it when they had a 6-1 lead at the side switch. But then finally, when we got the standoff, when we got some of Grandma's cookies, Tribe show up, they get the revenge onto Mayhem that eliminated them from the previous season of SBS. And unfortunate to say the least that North America's TK comes in the way of this elimination match. But it will be Tribe continuing on with the day. Unfortunate to say that Mayhem will be seeing you.
That's right, and what a way to end, and we get to see it once again, but this time is the other way around. Yes, Mayhem have fallen to the hands of Tribe. Man, what a series, what a series. I enjoyed every bit of that. That Search to Destroy, definitely longer than what I anticipated, but Tribe won it nonetheless and continued to ramp onto the opponents when it came down to control. It was a masterpiece to witness.
Team Mayhem is going home, King's going home, Noob's going home, iNCO is going home.
A phenomenal matchup. That was kind of everything
5 teams
I had hoped for and a little
are
bit
going
more.
home
I
at the
came out
moment.
here when I think it was 8-7 on the SCD, and it just didn't
Wow, exclusive is on 8 in the Wizard scoreboard.
at some point because you were like, there's just, I could see
And
in your eyes,
number
there's
1
no
is
way that it was
Roots.
still going.
Second is AG.
I want to
Third
say that there
is
was no way that it could really keep
SPG.
going, but I mean, that's just...
Fourth is GodLike.
Search and Destroy on slums. There's only so many
And
different ways
another
you can run at
fourth
each other, I
is
suppose. So what I was
Q9.
more surprised
And then
with
sixth
is how Tribe allowed it to
fourth-
happen. Again,
fourth
6-1
time
half
TLE
is crazy that it then went until around 20
exclusive.
before we finally got the conclusion for Tribe to be able to force it to a map number 3. And then my brain started going in different directions. I was like, Mayhem might just be bringing this back and just try to close it out. Especially when we got to the first round of overtime. But hey, simply not meant to be. It is a long game of Call of Duty being played here in a best of 3 that truly felt like 5 maps were played. And what a better way for things to be highlighted between these two teams. Again, a grand finals-esque level of a matchup between two NA powerhouses. But only one can continue on in the tournament.
That was fun. I had fun watching that one, especially when it comes to matches on the main stage, but that means someone is knocked out, which means it's time to send it to FDOT for some more paint action.
That's right, that's right. We're here on the bomb wall and we are hanging out with Solo. Congratulations on the W.
So,
I don't know if it made it to broadcast, but you got this bet with Blur. We saw it in phase 4. For the background, in phase 4, you guys made a bet and whoever lost had to get down and bow to the other. Well, now you
Really
won.
sending,
So
bro.
what happened with Blur?
Yeah, he had to get on his knees and bow down to the king, you know?
Where
That's one of the
is
news, man. You guys came out and played. You gave us
Why
a
are you
good
happy?
3-game set, a lot of back and forth. All jokes aside, though, Mayhem came out and played real hard. Talk to me a little bit about their performance.
I mean, going into stage 4, it was actually a team we underestimated. So, like, even then, we kind of learned our lesson about the amount of work they were putting in. And they just kept doing so going into stage 5. So we knew they were going to be a really tough competition, but I think we got the best of them.
Yeah, I remember walking into stage 4 and the Mayhem was like, that was almost an upset. This time around, how do you view, is it a 50-50 matchup? How do you view you versus Mayhem?
Well, I think I'm going to win everything. Like, even stage 4, I always think I'm going to win. I definitely wanted to win. I think it was more so like 60-40 in our favor, especially because there's more respawns in a best of 3 and we were stronger in that regard, which is funny, you know, end up losing the hard fight. But yeah, I was definitely confident going into it.
Hell yeah, man. Well, it showed for sure. Tribe win doing it, and that's another knockout. Mayhem is not here, so you knocked him out of the server, knock him out of the wall.
Oh no. Imagine getting X'd with the spray in championship. Oh no. Underground hip hop? So they were like they wanted to look like some kind of gangsters. Underground.
The Snapdragon
Stealing
Pro Series powered by
monies from
Samsung
the
Galaxy
bank,
is brought to you
something
by
like that.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23
Galaxy
Ultra,
S23 Ultra,
Monster Energy,
Monster Energy,
DHL,
DHL,
and the United States Air Force.
Air Force, United States Air Force. Oh my! Oh, is it? Huh? What is PW? Oh, that's a Powerhouse? Ah, they just call it PWRH? Oh. Just... Oh. This is great. So wait, I wanna see the bracket. So it's TLE versus Kagendra and PRHS versus Bert. And the tribe versus exclusive. But the 3 games are happening like at the same time, right? So they just gonna stream the Powerhouse. Why they say like on this stream it's a PWRH on this webpage? Why is it PRHS? Why do they have different? That confused me. Oh, it's a different one? Wait, what? But why on stream is Powerhouse versus exclusive, and why on this website it's tribe versus exclusive? What the hell? Website is wrong, right? Because they promoting Warzone Mobile is crazy. Then they're not even ready for this game.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everybody, live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are slowly approaching the end of day number 1. Believe it or not, we are one match away on the main stage from being done with all of the action, which honestly sounds crazy to me. I need to also see what's going on in the pit, where we're at with some of those matches, but we have eliminated yet another team. This time in a very, not surprising, but like that was a great match to close out on, and we got to talk to Tribe a little bit. Is Mayhem
go 6 more. Yeah, I'm sure like nobody is getting hyped by seeing the Mobile promo things.
That's what it looked like when we got
here. Because they've been doing this for like how long? Like, but just stop doing that and just give us the actual game.
It feels very surreal. I had to look at my watch almost like 4 different times to actually look at the clock. I'm like, wow, it really has been that long. I can't believe we've already said
We'll be the last one standing.
You know, and that's something we actually haven't touched on that much, Gil.
I mean, like, they're making the line like that is
I mentioned a little bit before the last one, but fatigue
they're gonna release it after 5 years.
Players when it comes to starting off the day so early on it and then being able to compete so much later on in the day.
Yeah, you gotta keep up that mentality throughout the day, throughout so many hours, so many games. Right now, we got 3 more matches left. Only 1 on different streams, of course. It would be crazy otherwise. But out of those 3 matches, 3 get eliminated, 3 move to the next day.
Talking about the nails,
really
whenever this guy is on the camera, I cannot take my eyes off from his nail.
And exclusive being a team we got to see a little bit earlier on in the day. But now that we're checking back in with them in their match with Powerhouse, we got a chance
I have
to
the game reserve day from 18 months ago.
And see how they feel about the whole thing.
No, it's just the first day, so like the final one is gonna be on Sunday.
Hello, I am Shah.
Hello, I'm Vie.
My name's Creed.
I'm Shishar.
My name's Neil. I'm the sniper and main AR for the team.
The reason we were the underdogs going into the tournament,
we lost most of the main games in the Challenger season.
Realistically, in practice, we were not looking good as well. So it kind of just all faded away when the tournament started, and it just occurred that everybody was shooting straight and everything was well.
Exclusive versus Powerhouse.
Since adding Caesar and Shark, we got even better in general, and especially in SNDs.
When me and Cesar joined the team, it was actually really hard. Like 1 month after, I feel a lot of better.
We made Shark our IGL. And,
not sure. They're gonna play a game right now, and it's gonna decide who's gonna go home, Powerhouse or Exclusive. And King's already going home. They lost.
Basically, that they're not the best team in the world. I mean, I want to give a shout out to everyone that watches us and supports us as a team.
And shout out, gang.
I love when we get an opportunity to see some of the personalities of our players. Nice to hear from Exclusive. We saw what they brought to the table last time. This is a very important match for both of these teams. It's all down to the wire.
I'm just gonna say how the first game goes, like in the
when it comes down to
mid.
Powerhouse as an entire roster, this is one team that comes from the East that is
I don't
nothing
care.
to bat. Let's put it plainly and simple.
I don't
In 4-0s
care
for grand
about
finals, the
champs
only team that they
anymore,
lost to as far as groups
whatever.
in the previous stage was Kagendra. But I mean, making it all the way to grand finals for your region and finishing 4-0 in that fashion.
They said it's gonna be like a 7 hours. They lied to me.
They find themselves here in
What
this
the
situation,
hell?
either make it to tomorrow or go home. That's how stiff the competition is here.
At this point in time.
No, 7, you got to understand that Jay didn't sleep at all. You know how late, like, it's morning now. Jay started watching these charms in the late night, and it's like morning now in Korea. 7, you got to understand.
Again, I am excited to see
You
what's
need to
going
understand
happen.
that.
You know, a little bit of a bittersweet because of course you get
I don't know
the teams
why
that
I
move
feel
forward,
like I
those who
played
get
Call of Duty
just
Mobile
so
for like
close
100 hours
be able to
non-stop just
also be
by
the
watching
team to
these
get today
champs
too.
like non-stop, just sitting in this wooden chair. It's not even comfortable. This chair is so uncomfortable. It's not even gaming chair. It doesn't even have cushion. And I'm sitting on this chair for how long?
When it comes down to their unfortunate mishaps, that was 2022. We saw an earlier match.
It's 9 AM! Oh my god, you need to see Jay.
Wolves and didn't exactly favorable
what
for them.
the hell
So
was
Powerhouse have an opportunity to do something.
Oh, why are you taking the glasses
Not
off?
only being able to take down exclusive, but in a potential dominating
They are annihilating my sword right now.
lose to Tribe.
Did you see their eyes? There was 0 soul left in their body. Did you see their eyes? There was no soul left.
Make it to tomorrow.
I'm not gonna lie, these might be one of my favorite kits, uniform-wise as well.
They don't have
They're great.
I'll take a cue.
What was that?
See the players getting ready here on the stage as our map Vito start to come through as well, starting off
Oh
with
my
that
god,
takeoff
this
hard
is
point.
awkward.
Gail, give me your thoughts.
I mean, I'm intrigued. Of course, we haven't gotten to see a lot of the side of Powerhouse throughout these main stage
No
matches,
emotions at all.
I like the way that Exclusive has been playing on hardpoint. And I feel like there's a real possibility for them to move forward.
Seriously, I'm
and
just
to
gonna
be
watch like
an European team that proves themselves
the
to
beginning
the
of
world.
these hard
And I
points,
feel like Takeoff is
and
definitely
I'm
a map where they can
going.
try to do that.
I'm
After that,
going.
they would move on to search and destroy. What are your thoughts on that, though, Barbara?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Powerhouse. Plainly put, you're dealing with a team that was there at CDFI, and I don't know how many times we need to spill this with some very vibrant paint. That entire team is, or that entire region is very good at takeoff, hardpoint, very close proximity, very, very mixy. And then Slum's S&D also plays into their favor as well. So I think it's one of those things that if you are exclusive, you did your best to be able to get the vetoes out of the way and to maybe try to give yourself a favorable map set.
When I did the watch party last year, I watched the full stream on the first day, and when it was like a second day or something,
let's get another top team in that top 8.
I swear I did like I just played game and I put the championship on my gameplay screen, or
don't want to go
I'm
home
tripping,
quite yet.
I don't
Would
know.
love to represent their region just as well. P1 for takeoff, scrappy as ever.
Hey, shut the fuck up and start.
Right, so far, Powerhouse being there, things under control inside of the hill was J. Unfortunately enough, got knocked out. Exclusive back at it. They struggled a few seconds, but they are finally fighting.
It's gonna be same as last year. No EU team to support after the first day all the time.
Is what Lauren mentioned as well.
No
the
EU
morality
team to
alongside with the
support.
physical side of things is something to take into consideration. Are they still on their A game, or are they just tired in some sort of sense, either mentally or physically as well?
Stamina is both mental as it is physical to be able to sit here and play Call of Duty at the highest level on your mobile device for as long as these guys have been doing it all day long. 31 points is what Powerhouse were able to get for themselves off of P1. Now we rotate over towards P2. That's where Exclusive were previously located at. Getting themselves those close spawns, still finding themselves a abundance of kills. Shark,
But
Neil,
seriously,
able to
like,
find
I
for at
haven't
least
done
3.
much
That is
games.
a
I
great
just
kill
sat
feed to have
down
for
on the
yourself.
chair and
Spawns were
just
flipped, and there's still a lot
staring
of
at
time to
the
fight over here.
for
Incendio
9
gonna be able to call
hours.
himself
Why
inside fire
is
missile.
it
That is
so
enough to re-ignite
tiring
life.
though?
The
It's
breaks
just
soon to follow as Powerhouse
crazy.
build their lead even more.
I thought it's gonna be like
22,
easy,
and there
but
is
oh
once again the breakthrough. It
hell
seems like
no.
it takes around 30 or so seconds for Exclusive
This
to
shit
actually get
is
inside.
crazy. I need a
Just by, I
gaming
would say,
chair.
what, 2-3 seconds.
No, I need a gaming bed.
An impact as Powerhouse trying
I
to defend. They
need
got
that
2 players
gaming
inside
bed,
of that kill.
guys.
That's Bingo, and that's in Irfan J as well. They begin to get more help from his allies, and that is more than enough to control the last
I
few
wish
seconds.
they
begin to rotate,
collab
but
with
far enough on the side of
DHL
Exclusive.
or
They are
Amazon.
going to be there.
Since they like release game characters with like
to
free
pieces. They
game
only
characters
have
with
3
Amazon
more, and the
Prime.
stunts are not helping
You know, like
Exclusive
having a
whatsoever.
character skin with
Amazon
Amazon delivery guy. I'm dying. Delivery guy uniform or DHL uniform. That's gonna be so good. Also, they can make a Battle Royale skin as well with the car. Amazon Prime car, no, Amazon the truck or DHL truck in Battle Royale. That's gonna be the truck skin in Battle Royale. That's cool. And they can make a package as don't know, smoke grenade or you know, something like that.
But I mean, that is just that's not exactly what you want to see.
That is actually cool. If they make it simple for character skins with it. Or
getting there first. Here from Jay.
The guard kill effect. When you kill them, the kill effect be like packaging the enemy into a box. Amazon
goes for the
box.
second, tries to get a triple. Bingo does
Such
get
a
knocked
good
out by
idea.
Caesar, but that's
They
still
need to
not
hire
enough
me.
for the side of Exclusive to get any sort of control whatsoever. Yes, they're getting kills. Yes, they are trying to attempt to make it happen, but so far it's just not there. They're close. They are close time after time after time.
I can beat their ID bank and they're gonna get trash talked by Call of Duty Mobile players. They're gonna say, what is this shitty ass character skins, bruv? And they're gonna upload ratings on Twitter. Mythic gun sound 2 out of 10. Kill effect 1 out of 10. Character skin 0.5 out of 10.
Very slight disadvantage when it comes down to their resources, just being able to utilize them at free will when it comes down to their P3 and P4 setups that we saw at the previous set of hardpoints. So now it comes down to Exclusive. The ball is quite literally in your court to utilize these resources, these operators specifically, to find an abundance of value. However, operators being popped into. Neil has the Annihilator
the
in hand.
one good thing about watching champs,
looking for a little bit more. Nice little turn
it
of events
actually gives people like motivation somehow, like
enough to get themselves inside the time for P1.
make
they need more.
people wanna play games, like
more seconds
just by just watching it, you know, like you wanna play it more.
To get himself inside 18 kills, looking to find some more shooting at a distance, remaining alive.
You wanna try these moments in game, something like that. So hopefully a lot of people plays Call of Duty Mobile again, and I don't have to wait for 300 seconds to get a single game.
On top of that, there's 4 operators on each side. I'm intrigued to see who's gonna take the more value off of them, because if you lose your chance of an operator and your opponents capitalize on that mistake, that's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting.
I don't know.
We get to see Beer take out that
happen
Purifier, takes that first kill, and immediately go out for more. Beer finds a double with it and tries to get inside. It's not being enough. The claw usage of Scared is there.
But
ended up killing himself, and as such, Exclusive are once again inside of the hill.
I don't know.
Decent amount of time
My
that
brain
Exclusive
is
were able
dead
to get
right now.
themselves off of P1, and that is continuing on here inside of P2. The question still remains, they're still trailing by about 30 points or so. Powerhouse are looking for a way in.
But I really want to have this mythic fennec.
That's going to be from Incendio, trying to work his way back
in.
And
So
Equalizer's also
cool.
being popped here at the end by Earthfan. And honestly speaking, if you're looking at that from Exclusive, you're quite satisfied with that decision. The Hunter Killer Drone's going to get called in and take down Shut-Up. And now all of Powerhouse are quite literally trapped inside P2. The rotation over towards P3 will be there for Exclusive. One player of Skurd, excuse me, has already found himself inside of these buildings.
Imagine driving an Amazon truck, making a delivery and get rerouted. Yeah, they can. That can be an event as well. You know, when we played the Battle Royale yesterday, Was it yesterday? They had like missions, like planting trees, Christmas trees. So it can be like those kind of events in Battle War, which is so fun. Oh my god, that is actually nice though. Since, I mean like, literally like DHL sponsored this championship, so cause why not? Why not collaborate in character skins as well?
Was being aggressive against them. Caesar now
with the
is there with his Sparrow,
logo.
gets a few kills with it, and 15 seconds are remaining on point number 4, and Exclusive is like, yes, please. Inside of there was Creed, eventually gets knocked out, does not matter too much. What matters the most here is the fact that they are finally in a fighting situation, and even managed to take a small lead going their way. They were struggling like crazy, but they are finally finding their groove in here as we're moving once again onto P4.
150 to 156, Exclusive now have the lead, but it is currently Powerhouse that are locked inside of the hard point at this moment of time. Incendio was trying to play as the cutoff man, and it doesn't really work out in his favor. At least was able to find a decent amount of damage, meant that the Powerhouse individuals inside the hill could try to cut them off where they previously stood. Predator missile got called in by Creed. Takes out Incendio. Means that the back door has more or less open, but it allows Powerhouse to actually spawn on the northeast side of P4. Reinforcements aren't too far out of the way, but Veer slides his way in, is able to find at least a handful there with the Purifier. Does get shut down in the end, but it still means that Exclusive can keep this contested.
That's right, they can. Ooh, 2 operators popped at once. Equalizer completely unutilized over there. There's a Sparrow at a distance by Shadaf, who takes a double there. But is it gonna be enough though? I don't think it will. Here Creed gets knocked out. More control in the hands of Powerhouse, pardon me. And ladies and gentlemen, we're moving yet again onto point number 1. Plenty more to come as these two are facing off. The opportunity to move on to day number 2. That's right, Exclusive a single step away, and so is the side of Powerhouse. Inside of the hill, there's gonna be Shadab with 39 kills. Now make it 40 as he sits comfortable in there.
So tired.
They're sharp, and we know how fast he likes to play.
Look at the discrepancy as far as the kills are concerned. You have a combined 82 eliminations between Setup and Incendio, and this is still just marginally a 20-point game.
Makes me wanna sleep for a
Something's
week.
gotta give. Exclusive. Through all the teamwork,
This made me
able to get themselves an abundance of time. They're battling through P1 once more. They have the close spawns for P2. It's Powerhouse that are again looking from the outside in. Shark for 2. Shut up, at least able to find a trade onto Veer, and then finds a piece there onto Shark. Trying to push through the hill at this point in time.
Why this game is so close though? They don't want to go home basically. They need to try their best to be honest.
The 200-point mark here as Irfan will pull out the equalizer, finds at least 1-2.
There's no one.
Or you get shut down there by Veer. This rotation towards P2 is everything, and I love this call that Neil is able to find for himself, trying to get behind enemy lines. Is blocking the spawns, is forcing Powerhouse to spawn out.
200-point mark has been broken by them, and with 50 seconds left inside of the kill, Exclusive attempts to try to get inside, but is completely shut down. That door is closed, at least on the initial push by them. There's the second wave, and there is the defense by Irfan. Manages to survive and Powerful with things under control. They still have 2 operators that could be using, but they don't even need them. They're doing an outstanding job. They feel like they can take as many points as they want here with only their own weapons, and in there, finally, Exclusive is gonna get inside. But 15 seconds is all that Powerhouse needs to take this one their way.
Bingo's got an Annihilator. Trying to slide on in, but can't find the hip fire kill there with the Annihilator. It is trades galore. 235 to 189 now. It's going to be the rotation over towards P3. Exclusive have to keep P2 contested until the new hill pops. They have numbers on the rotation over towards new. Players actually spawning in for Powerhouse as well, and they have to deal with that in kind, spawning right in front of Exclusive. Free kills to potentially speak of, and that means that Veer has the open land to pull out the Purifier. Neil also pulling out the Annihilator as well, waiting for players to slide on in. It's 3 kills in a row now for Exclusive, keeping them at bay. The Claw also invested here for Skirt, trying to rip them asunder, and it's only able to find at least 1. Veer with the Purifier is really the Powerhouse for Exclusive, keeping Powerhouse International at bay.
Wonderful job there over for Exclusive, who now capitalizes on those kills with a few score strikes being used as well. 260 now in favor of Exclusive, who continue now to... Is there a new one for the side of Powerhouse? Look at that, another headshot, this time in favor of Creed. They cannot get inside, there's still 13 seconds left. Powerhouse are giving it all for the next kill, and the side of Exclusive have already settled themselves in
you
for the
still
next
have
kill.
the
Let's see how
right
long
brain
they
to
lose every single
watch
member.
more
That was not the way they were
footage.
expecting it. Beer eventually
Oh
falls to the ground, to the hands of
wait, they need to go
Incendio.
to the next
12,
point as well.
10
This
seconds. Those
game
are
is
how money they need
crazy
on
as
each
hell.
side. And this
They
is
really
going to be
don't
the
want to go
final kill.
home.
Shadow holding out Sparrow.
You know, this Sparrow is really crazy at clearing the points. They always just saving that shit up to like
Exclusive found their way in,
okay.
but Powerhouse are
Also
finding
the
the kill inside the
equalizer.
hard point. Equalizer here for Irfan. He is just popping off, letting them know what is
Oh,
good. And
yeah,
that is going to be a
Powerhouse
map 1 win for Powerhouse. They had the operator advantage. All of the resources soon to follow. Probably a lot closer than what they wanted, considering that they had about maybe like a 50-point lead there.
Okay,
At the end of the
JJ's
first set, but,
Exclusive
hey,
is
all
going
good.
on.
It is a long day at COD, and Powerhouse are able to get the job done there at the end. They have a 1-0 lead here in this best
And
of
what
3.
is Tribe doing?
Inch or a
Where is
mile,
Tribe?
a victory is a victory, and that's exactly
Where is Tribe? What is Tribe doing?
Powerhouse feels in this moment.
I don't know.
A great victory at the end. Like you mentioned, maybe not as comfortable as they may have wanted that to be, but a victory
What is Tribe
nonetheless,
doing?
as we get to take a look
Where?
onto the overall highlights of this game.
It is a very interesting set of highlights that we have for ourselves here, Gil, considering the simple fact that Powerhouse, I mean, you saw it right there before we ended up getting in towards the second set. Exclusive got an abundance of time off of P1, like an egregious amount of time off of P1. And
Bro
then they were
kept
able to
saying
transition that in
Powerhouse.
towards P2, and I was
Check
ready to
my
almost
head.
write them off, considering that we were watching just an Incendio and Shadow montage.
This
through
is
maybe,
how
like, the
my
first
ranked
set and
games
maybe the
look.
first 2 hard
Okay,
points,
bro.
but then Fear just comes alive, man. He just starts finding all these kills on rotation continuously.
How
just
long is
putting
this?
them in the
That's what
dirt
I'm
wherever is
saying.
possible. You see
How
that 47
long
and 40
is
for
this?
Veer at the end. Kind of came out of nowhere, but 102 kills between both Irfan and Incendio, the 48 out from Shadop as well. Sharing the legwork as far as objective time is concerned across the board besides Neil.
Bort
who
is
went
going
31 and
against the
40.
Tribe.
A 5-point differential might just
really?
be the momentum swing that Powerhouse need to go into the slum
Better
search
than
and destroy.
PUBG,
That's
exactly,
right,
bro.
ladies and gentlemen, and we are just moments away from discovering the last few teams moving on to
Point.
tomorrow's games.
GG's,
Powerhouse takes a huge step, nearly there. They only need a single
Because
map in order to do it. Exclusive will try to
This
fight
was
as
crazy,
best as
but
they can.
oh
We
my
are gonna be
god,
moving on to that
literally
search and destroy, on which I'm
Jay
not too
and
sure
Candy,
once
they
again about
stayed
Exclusive. You said
here
it yourself. These
from
set
the
of maps
beginning
does not
to
favor the
end.
side of Exclusive
That is
whatsoever. And in
crazy.
here tonight,
Oh my
Exclusive
god.
are playing for
Oh
kill,
my
just
the
holding on to
hell.
the very edge, trying to
I
find
just
a way
realized
to
what happened
have
last
some
year. I
light
died
into their
after
futures. We are
during
about
this
to
white
start
spot
with the
thing.
next map up.
For
What
real,
does
like last
Exclusive
year it
have
was
to
like
be
12
careful of?
hours, but there's
Try
not
to win
big
this map.
difference.
I mean, it's again one of those entire
Anyways.
circumstances that we continuously talked about for a lot of these different teams that you better hope that the homework was
Yeah,
done.
my
because
back
you only
is
have so many maps
dying,
you
my
can go
shoulder
against.
is...
But when it
Oh
comes
my
down
god,
to
but
this
well
Powerhouse
done
roster,
guys. We
specifically
are
for
just
Search and
so
Destroy,
loyal
the
to
one
Call of
benefit
Duty
that
Mobile,
you
we are
have
amazing.
for this entire tournament is how much time they have spent playing against China.
Bye-bye.
And throughout
Bye-bye.
all of CDFI
And
on
thank you
slums,
so
I don't even
much
think that they
for
dropped a
staying
single
here with
slum
me.
search and destroy as I
Thank you,
frantically try to go back through and take a look at it. Yeah, I mean at CDFI they played
What
it
do you
twice
mean?
and well they
Yeah,
are
of course.
quite
Call of
convincing
Duty
on that
Mobile
as
is
well.
better than
Throughout all of
sleeping.
stage 4, Gil, they were 4-0 on
You know,
slums. Comparatively
but
to Exclusive,
well done,
the Leaf have
everyone.
a losing record as I
Let's
frantically try
just-
to switch my page here. Yeah, 2-3. They're out all of stage 4, so not a great
Good
showcase for
night.
Exclusive.